Ye Feiran found himself transmigrated into a male protagonist's early romance novel as a minor supporting character. Upon his birth, his mother tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth. The cousin he cherished the most, who had been a top scholar, was replaced and ultimately met a sorrowful end. His second cousin suffered abuse and died within a year of marriage, while his third cousin was falsely accused of defiling a virtuous woman and sentenced to castration. Even his uncle was executed for treason. As for himself, he met an untimely demise at the tender age of 6, drowning in a pond. Upon realizing the grim fate that awaited him, Ye Feiran exclaimed inwardly, "Is this truly a story of total annihilation? Let's all perish together." Fortunately, he had bound himself to a gossip-watching system, which made lying back and observing the unfolding drama less tedious. What? It turns out my mother did not die from blood loss, but was poisoned by a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea concocted by my cousin. Just as his mother was about to drink the tea, she smashed the bowl in dismay. What a cunning cousin. When did she begin an affair with my father? His mother, with a furrowed brow, commanded, "Go, investigate that young lady." How malicious. It appears my mother's years of infertility were the result of a conspiracy between my father and my cousin. With a heart heavy with sorrow, his mother began to plot for herself. "Ah, I see now. My father intends to bestow the southern city's bank upon my cousin." His mother remarked, "Since my husband is so fond of Feiran, why not gift the bank to him as a birthright?" How perplexing! My father has already fathered a 6-year-old son outside, who is none other than the original male lead. The original male lead was showered with adoration, reciting poetry at 3, composing verses at 4, and gaining fame throughout the capital by 6. Is it truly remarkable to possess the soul of a 30-year-old in the form of a mere 3-year-old, aided by external forces? The original male lead, leveraging his past life experiences, supported the 4th prince, who was destined to become the heir, and somehow secured the prince's unwavering loyalty. Oh, 4th prince, he does not love you sincerely. He merely seeks to exploit you while secretly maintaining a mistress. The 4th prince, in despair, pondered, has my devotion been misplaced? Since Ye Feiran's mother was a close friend of the noble consort Shu, she was invited to the palace for a brief stay. The consort is kind-hearted but lacks discernment, entrusting the 6th prince to someone who has harmed his intellect. The consort declared, "Sister, I leave the 6th prince in your capable hands." Wow, what a handsome young man. However, you must discard that string of protective beads that cloud your mind. Upon discarding the Buddhist beads, the 6th prince's eyes sparkled with clarity and warmth as he planted a kiss on Ye Feiran's cheek. Ye Feiran mused, "Wow, not only do I get to observe the drama, but I also receive rewards." Ding. Opening the exchange marketplace revealed, infant formula with enhanced auditory and visual effects, nourishing beans for stronger bones, rice cereal for health, and even a snack. Give pack. Splendid. He can now indulge in seeds while savoring the unfolding events. Chapter 1. With a splash, accompanied by a rush of warm water, Ye Feiran let out a wail. So, this is what it feels like to be reborn. It is rather pleasant. He opened his eyes to survey the family into which he had been born, marveling inwardly at the opulent decor and furnishings, indicative of a prominent household. As he had surmised, the midwife joyfully wrapped him up and presented him to the frail mother, proclaiming, "Congratulations, madam. It's a young master." Why, Ye Feiran felt a surge of joy indeed. He was a young master. The underworld spirits had not deceived him. It seemed he was destined for a life of comfort. His adoptive mother was gently assisted to sit up, and a maid kindly remarked, "Madam, do take care. Come, see your young master." The master has decided to name him Ye Fei. Upon hearing this name, Ye Feiran froze, alarm bells ringing in his mind. No, it cannot be. Sure enough, the next moment his adoptive mother voiced, "Ye Fei. Such an unremarkable name. Let us call him Ye Feiran instead. His talents shall be illustrious, his literary accomplishments exceptional." As she spoke, his adoptive mother coughed, clearly fatigued from childbirth. Yet, Ye Feiran could not share in her joy. His father had named him Ye Fei, while his mother had altered it to Ye Feiran. Though they shared the same name, the plot of his life mirrored that of a novel he had once read, The Dragon's Quick Son-in-Law. Surely, he had not become a character with the same name, destined to see his mother poisoned at birth, his uncle's family exterminated, and himself to die in a pond at 6, merely. serving as a contrast to the male lead, black and white impermanence. Come forth and explain this predicament. He had been a diligent youth of the 21st century, focused on his studies and successfully gaining admission to a prestigious university, securing a respectable job within the system. However, on the eve of his employment, he was struck and killed by a truck while attempting to save a 3-year-old child crossing the road. His life should not have ended, yet the Grim Reapers, without hesitation, escorted him to the underworld. Upon investigation, they discovered the frailty of his fate, and when he returned, his body was already lifeless. Indeed, Ye Feiran witnessed his own remains being thrust into the crematory oven, inhaling the scent of his own charred flesh. To atone for their error, the Grim Reapers conferred upon him a chance at rebirth. Returning was impossible, but they assured him that this time he would surely enter the National Civil Service system, with a position far exceeding that of his previous clerical. Rolled at Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, "Will I hold an official position at court?" The Grim Reapers harmonized, "Stronger than that, far stronger, much greater indeed." At that moment, Ye Fei could only curse inwardly, "I have truly fallen for your deceit." Just as he prepared to resign himself to fate, a flash of white light surged through his mind, followed by a prompt. "Congratulations, host. The gossip watching system has been activated. Focus on gossip to earn gossip coins." Ye Feiran, astonished, muttered, "Gossip? What gossip?" Suddenly, the first piece of gossip appeared before him in bold letters. At that moment, a beautifully dressed young lady entered, carrying a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. She seated herself before Ye Feiran's mother, her expression filled with concern as she said, "Cousin, please drink this ginger tea to restore your strength. I made it myself. It will ease your discomfort." Ye Madam, her forehead wrapped in a scarf, weakly replied, "Thank you, my dear cousin." The strain of childbirth had depleted her vigor, and she began to cough mid-sentence. Qin Wanshi smiled gently. "Cousin, you have cared for me for many years. It is only right that I take care of you now." As she offered the tea, she prepared to feed it to Ye Madam. Just as Ye Madam was about to drink, a small voice echoed in her mind, "Oh, so it was not childbirth that claimed my mother, but rather poison from the bowl of brown sugar ginger tea sent by my cousin." She fell into a deep slumber after drinking it, never to awaken. Startled, Ye Madam abruptly shattered the teacup, her gaze fixed on Qin Wanshi. Qin Wanshi's smile faltered as she stared at the broken porcelain, momentarily stunned. "Cousin, perhaps you are too weak to hold the cup? No matter, I shall prepare another for you." However, Ye Madam, her mind racing, quickly refused. "No need, I am fatigued and wish to rest. Let Chui sit with the young master, the rest of you may leave." Qin Wanshi, embarrassed, retreated, but once in a secluded corner, she stomped her foot in frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity. The next chance would be far more difficult to seize. As long as Sue drank that bowl of medicine, she could attribute her death to complications during childbirth, allowing her to cleanse herself of any blame. She had remained silent for 7 years, and as she approached the age of 23, she wondered how much longer she could endure this suffering. Wiping away her tears, Qin Wanshi let out a cold laugh, reassuring herself that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the delivery room, once the doors and windows were shut, Madame Yi gazed at her son, swaddled and sucking on his tiny fingers, his eyes closed in innocence. The child was frail and small, clearly a result of inadequate nourishment in the womb. Having been married into the Yi family for 9 years, she had only given birth to this one son. The illness she contracted during labor had nearly cost her life, and now she felt a sense of foreboding about her sparse lineage. Reflecting on it, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In a hushed tone, she instructed Itsue, "Take this sugar water residue to Mr. G in Xinglin Alley, and remember, do not let anyone see you." Itsue's face registered surprise, but her loyalty compelled her to ask no questions. She nodded, concealed the residue within her sleeve, and quietly left the estate. After Itsue departed, Ihong entered to attend to her. Madame Yi inquired, "Has my husband returned?" Ihong paused before responding, "He may be delayed by official business." "Madam, please rest, he may return shortly." At that moment, Madame Yi heard a soft murmur from the infant. "That ungrateful father of mine is unlikely to return. He is likely entangled with mother's distant cousin, sneaking away to meet her in a private residence." Lying there, Ye Feiran reveled in the gossip, amused by the affairs of the affluent. Such a pity for his mother, married for 9 years, and yet, how sinister. It turns out my mother's inability to bear children all these years was due to a conspiracy between my father and my cousin. What kind of heartless monster could commit such an atrocity? The revelation struck Madame Ye like a thunderclap, nearly rendering her unconscious. She wished to believe she was merely hallucinating after childbirth, rather than accepting that she had been a fool for 9 years. Burdened by her thoughts, Madame Ye could only manage a small bowl of porridge for lunch, prepared by Yihong herself. The only people she truly trusted were these two, both of whom had come from her family. Today, as she gave birth, her sister-in-law had come to visit from her family, yet her beloved husband remained conspicuously absent. The infant's murmurs continued. "Oh, my poor mother! How can she suffer so? Alas, I am too young to protect her. Is there any way for me to grow up quickly?" Hearing her son's innocent musings made Madame Ye's eyes well up with tears. At least the child was on her side, wasn't he? Although she found it astonishing to hear her son's thoughts, perhaps this was a sign from heaven, a gift sent to save her. With that thought, she embraced her son tightly. As the gossip unfolded, a notification chimed in the system. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a task and earned 1 Gua coin. The system store is now open for your selection." Ye Feiran was astonished. As a mere infant, he could choose items? How could that possibly work? Curious, he opened the store in his consciousness, revealing shelves akin to those in a supermarket. Although only 3 items were available, each was precisely what he needed at this moment. The first item was Gua Gua brand newborn formula, enhancing hearing and vision, priced at 3 Gua coins per bottle. The second item was Gua Gua brand infant melt-in-the-mouth beans, promoting strong bones, also 3 Gua coins per bottle. The third item was Gua Gua brand infant rice cereal, supporting health and recovery from illness, priced at 3 Gua coins per bottle. Ye Feiran quickly understood that due to Madame Ye's prolonged consumption of fertility-reducing medicine, this pregnancy had been exceedingly difficult. Even after a successful delivery, the child was born with inherent deficiencies, falling ill with a fever just 3 days in, nearly beyond saving. Moreover, his growth was fraught with challenges, falling into the hands of a stepmother, frequently bedridden with coughs. With these items, Ye Feiran no longer needed to worry about illness or fevers. However, earning Gua coins was no simple task. After spending half a day consuming gossip, he had only obtained 1 coin. He pondered what other tales he might consume. Just as he contemplated this, another revelation struck him. No wonder my father resorted to such measures against my mother. It turns out he already has a 6-year-old son with another woman. And, judging by the name, Yi Chi-chan, wasn't he the male protagonist from the original story, the nominal cousin of the original character? It made sense why his father neglected to care for his own son while lavishing affection on his nephew. Yi Chi-chan, meaning precious jade, was indicative of how favored he was by his father. So Yi Chi-chan is not merely a cousin, but rather my half-brother. The thoughts of the child echoed loudly, while his mother, once consumed by despair and sorrow, had now grown numb to the revelations. Overwhelmed by the deluge of information, Madame Ye, perhaps liberated by her burdens, found a strange calm. She repeated to herself, Yi Chi-chan, Yi Chi-chan. Her beloved nephew, whom she had treated as her own, had leveraged her brother's connections to gain entry into the National Academy. Yet he was the cause of her current plight. At that moment, Itsue returned from Xinglin Alley, her eyes red and hands trembling as she rushed into the room, snow swirling around her. Without pausing to warm herself, she thrust a note into Madame Ye's hands. Weeping, she knelt and choked out, "Madam, this residue contains peacock bile, which can seal the throat upon contact with blood. Even a celestial being would find it difficult to remedy." Chapter 2. Madame Ye, who had held onto a sliver of hope, now found herself utterly despondent. Trembling, she scrutinized the prescription, and indeed, beneath the innocuous red sugar ginger tea, she saw the glaring words peacock bile. Mr. G had always been meticulous in marking toxic substances in red ink. Peacock bile was highly poisonous. How could Qin Wanshi dare to do such a thing? Recalling Qin Wanshi, Madame Yu was suddenly reminded of an incident from 6 years ago when Qin had suffered a miscarriage. At the time, she was of marriageable age, yet the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy were shrouded in mystery, with only vague allusions to a down-and-out scholar. The two had shared a connection and engaged in a fleeting affair, but the scholar had vanished when he learned of her condition. Madame Ye knew this was a secret that could not be revealed, so she discreetly summoned Mr. G to procure an abortion pill, comforting Qin with the assurance that as long as she kept the matter hidden, her future husband would remain oblivious. She had acted solely out of concern for her, yet Qin had plotted to end her life. Years ago, when her family had fallen into disgrace and exile, it was Qin who had come to her in tears for refuge. Out of loyalty to their friendship, Madame Ye had taken her in, only to discover that she harbored such treachery. What a betrayal! In hindsight, it was clear that Qin had never taken the abortion pill. Instead, under the guise of seeking solace, she had secretly traveled to Jianglin and given birth. Yi Cheng's ancestral home lay in Jianglin. It seemed their child had claimed his heritage long before this. What then had compelled him to prevent her from giving birth? Was it to hasten her demise and clear the way for his beloved? Itsue was beside herself with grief, sobbing as she asked, "Madam, should we inform the uncle?" Madame Ye waved her hand, saying, "Elder brother has already been sleepless due to the turmoil in the southwest. You must keep this matter under wraps aside from Yumi and Hong. It is imperative that no one else is informed." Itsue nodded slowly, feeling a deep sense of injustice for the madam. She was the legitimate daughter of the great general, and the old madam was a first-class title bestowed by His Majesty. Even in the general's absence, his influence still lingered. How could anyone dare act so boldly? At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Madam, young Master Tang has come to visit you and young Master Shao." In the past, upon hearing Yi Qichan's name, Madame Ye would have smiled brightly. After 9 years of marriage without a child, she had genuinely treated Yi Qichan as her own son since he came to the household at the age of 2. For 3 years, she had attended to his every need with meticulous care. Whenever her family sent rare delicacies, they were always prioritized for this nephew. She had thought that if she were indeed unable to bear children in this lifetime, adopting this child would not be a bad outcome. Back then, the child had lost both parents and was brought back by Lord Yi to keep her company. Now, upon learning that he was actually the biological son of Yi Chengze, she felt an overwhelming disgust, akin to having ingested something repugnant. To raise such a being by her side was a deliberate affront to her, wasn't it? Unaware of this development, Itsue inquired, "Madam, shall I let young Master Tang in?" Just as Madame Yi was about to respond, a soft murmur from the swaddled infant caught her attention. "Yi Qichan's biological mother is my mother's cousin. She pretends to be heartbroken and unwilling to marry, but in truth, she wishes to stay by Yi Qichan's side. That scoundrel of a father raises him for the very purpose of having him inherit the Yi family legacy. He must already be paving the way for him, given that Yi Qichan is a child. Prodigy renowned in the capital at the mere age of 6, but upon hearing this, Madame Ye let out a cold huff. "There is no need. Do not allow him to come again." Itsue nodded and went outside to dismiss Yi Qichan. To her surprise, Yi Qichan, with quite the temper, shouted from outside, "Aunt, now that you have your own son, you no longer want me. Well, it's only natural. I am not your biological child, so it is normal for you to dislike me." The wet nurse, standing guard outside, advised, "Young Master Tang, such words may hurt the madam's feelings. She has just given birth and is too weak to see you. Moreover, the confinement chamber is filled with heavy energy, and, as a boy, your presence may disturb her." Yi Qichan replied, "Is that so? Very well. Aunt, take care of your health. I shall visit another day." Having overheard the exchange, Ye Feiran couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yi Qichan, at merely 6 years old, spoke with the maturity of a 26-year-old. In truth, he was indeed 26, having reincarnated as the male protagonist of the original narrative. Thus, his extraordinary talents and the memories of his former life endowed him with insights that would undoubtedly benefit Yi Chengze, which is why Yi Chengze held this son in such high regard. Conversely, Ye Feiran in the original tale was frail and unattractive, further overshadowed by his brother's brilliance. His weaknesses only served to highlight Yi Qichan's merits, and with this contrast, Yi Chengze paid more attention to Yi Qichan, neglecting Ye Feiran entirely. Were it not for his cousin's frequent visits and occasional invitations to stay with them, he might still be oblivious to his own marginalization. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Chengze finally returned. Upon entering the confinement chamber, he bowed to Madame Ye, apologizing, "Madam, I was in the wrong. Today, an urgent matter required my personal attention, and I was unable to accompany you during your delivery. I sincerely apologize." With that, he reverently bowed again and produced a jade pendant from his pocket, placing it beside Ye Feiran's swaddling blanket. This is the ancestral jade pendant of the Ye family, meant to be given to Feiran upon his birth. Now that we have our first child, I will ensure he is well educated. Ye Feiran grunted. That was likely purchased from a roadside shop. The ancestral pendant is already on Ye Feiran. Madame Ye felt a lump in her throat, but managed a composed smile. What you say is true, but can a mere pendant suffice for the legitimate firstborn of the Ye family? Though Ye Qingze held a fourth-rank position, modest in stature, was a skilled businessman. The Ye family had originated from trade, and without marrying the general's legitimate daughter, he would not have thrived in the officialdom. Regrettably, the Su family had declined, and the general's only son had become a mere third-rank military officer, failing to uphold the general's esteemed reputation. Yet in the initial years of their marriage, Ye Qingze had reaped the rewards of the Ye family's fortune. He was a scholar, and General Su had favored men of learning, paving the way for Ye Qingze and helping him ascend the ranks. Reflecting on those years of intimacy with Ye Qingze, who could have foreseen that he would betray her for Qin Wanqi? Now, 9 years into their marriage, the thought seemed like a grand farce. Yet, Ye Qingze's affection for Qin Wanqi was not profound. Rather, she was more easily manipulated, unburdened by the pressures of the general's estate or the teachings of her aunt, the Empress Dowager. He adored only himself and perhaps his son, the prodigious Ye Feiran. Beside him, Ye Qingze seemed hesitant, prompting Madame Ye to interject. Today, the Empress Dowager also sent congratulatory gifts, and the palace's Aunt Zhang mentioned she would personally visit for Feiran's full moon celebration. Husband, our son is so esteemed by the Dowager, she may have even sought a royal favor for him. If you remain indifferent, it may invite ridicule from outsiders. Ye Qingze nodded. You speak wisely. Here is what we shall do. The money shops in the southern part of the city are thriving. Tomorrow, let Steward Jean record them in Feiran's name. After all, he is the son of the Ye family, and our entire estate will ultimately belong to him. There is no rush. Ye Feiran's voice piped up again. Ah, not in a hurry, are we? Of the 3 money shops in the south, 2 are intended for Ye Feiran. Madame Ye felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on her own indignation, and thought to herself, indeed, if he can grant Feiran these 3 money shops, it would at least save face. For the Ye family. Why? Ye Qingze looked at Madame Ye, pained, thinking he had only intended to allocate 1 shop. How had it suddenly become 3? Wait, how did she know about the 3 shops in the south? Madame Ye gazed at him and asked, What? Are you unwilling? Ye Qingze stammered, No. How could I be unwilling? Our Feiran is cherished by many. He will eventually take charge of all the Ye family's affairs. Granting him this now will allow him to gain experience from a young age. Ye Feiran began to sift through his gossip system, and after some time, exclaimed, Wow, these 3 money shops earn 30,000 taels of silver each month. Mother, you are amazing. You just handed me 30,000 taels. Madame Ye felt satisfied having lost faith in this man. She might as well extract some wealth from him. In the event of a future separation, she would have the means to raise her young son. Gazing at her peacefully sleeping infant, Madame Ye felt a renewed sense of purpose, and after sipping a bowl of ginseng soup, she finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, Itsue brought fresh news. Madam, I have investigated as you instructed. The young lady indeed purchased an external residence with the master. He visits her a dozen times a month, all 4 indiscretions. Perhaps due to the previous day's shock, Madame Ye remained unfazed by any news that came her way. She simply took extra care in her attire and provisions, opting to rely on those she had brought from her family rather than the Ye household. Qin Wanqi had resided in the Ye residence for 7 years, earning the trust of Madame Ye, who allowed her to assist in managing the household. It was perhaps this indulgence that led her to become increasingly audacious. Madame Ye found it hard to fathom the consequences of her demise. How would her children survive? Would they have any prospects at all? In her quest for power within Madame Ye's domain, Qin Wanqi dared to employ drastic measures against her, let alone a defenseless child. The infant, nestled in swaddling, stretched lazily after a night of peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he was carried by his nurse to be fed, Yet to everyone's surprise, he refused to drink. With no other option, Ye Feiran could not accept that the soul of a 20-year-old was consuming breast milk, so he exchanged some currency in the marketplace for a bottle of infant formula. After a day spent laboriously earning 3 melon coins, he discovered that a single bottle of milk had consumed them all. Uncertain of what adjustments the system had made, he noted that when he was taken for feeding, it would automatically switch to a Botlia rather considered feature. After finishing his milk, Ye Feiran let out a satisfied burp, stretched once more, and resumed his exploration of new gossip. Indeed, more news arrived, and he read the headline with booming clarity. What? The eldest cousin is being courted by the heir of a prominent family. Appearing gentle and refined, he harbors tendencies towards domestic violence. The cousin was abused to death just a year after marriage. This is. Chapter 3. Madame Ye, having regained a bit of color, was once again preoccupied with concerns. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Itsue. Is my sister-in-law indeed arranging a marriage for Dying? Itsue nodded. Yes, the formal proposals will soon be made. They are set to send the betrothal gifts in the coming days. The suitor is the eldest son of the He family, which is quite a match for our Su family. Not to mention that the He family boasts a left deputy minister in the Ministry of Revenue. And their son is also the top scholar of the provincial examination, ranking 17th among the Jinshi. His appearance is exceptional, and he has quite a reputation for talent in the capital. Judging solely by these credentials, this marriage is undoubtedly advantageous for our current military household. The voice of the infant in her arms echoed again. This is serious. The eldest son of the He family has peculiar proclivities. His penchant for violence is just one aspect. He has, oh, how embarrassing, 3 concubines have perished in his chambers, one of whom was the top courtesan of Kwai building. Madame Ye pondered and said to Itsue Chuer, please inform my sister-in-law that I wish to meet Dying's fiancé. Let us host a small family gathering tomorrow to bring them over for a lively occasion. Itsue did not ask further and promptly set about her task. Madame Ye then summoned Yihong and whispered something in her ear, and Yihong departed with a nod. Su Dying was the eldest daughter of Madame Ye's elder brother and held a significant place in the family. Madame Su placed great importance on her daughter's marriage. After much deliberation, they had selected the eldest son of the He deputy minister. If the rumors that Madame Ye had heard were true, wouldn't Dying be stepping into a den of wolves? Regardless, it was imperative to investigate this matter thoroughly. Having gleaned insights from her son's thoughts on previous occasions, Madame Ye was resolutely convinced of their authenticity. No matter the circumstances, she would not allow Dying to enter into such peril. However, as the family's legitimate daughter, how could the He family dare to mistreat her? Surely, there must be more to this story. The following day, since Madame Ye had just given birth 3 days prior and wished to avoid exhaustion, a small banquet was arranged in the warm chamber. Madame Su was gentle and dignified. She had been present on the day of the birth and immediately grasped Madame Ye's hand upon entering, saying, Sister, you are still recovering. Yet you worry over Ing's affairs. Should you not rest first? I will take care of everything, and that girl shall not be wronged. The bond between Madame Ye and her sister-in-law was deep, a rare and cherished sisterly affection, and they had never quarreled. Madame Su sincerely wished the best for her sister-in-law. Gratefully, Madame Ye felt a sense of support from her maternal family, which emboldened her to stand against Yuqingsa. Madame Ye gently patted Madame Su's hand, saying, Inger has been like a daughter to me, having watched her grow up. How could I not personally oversee her marriage? Just then, the doorkeeper announced, Madam, he has arrived with her son. Madame Ye nodded, then please invite them to the warm chamber. At this moment, Ye Feiran lay in his cradle, wide-eyed, taking in the lively scene, wondering if there was a festive occasion. Suddenly, a delicate, rosy face leaned toward him, with an oval face, a pert nose, brows like distant mountains, lips like pearls, and skin as smooth as cream. She was exceptionally beautiful. Ye Feiran's eyes sparkled, thinking, where did this lovely young lady come from? The young lady held a wave drum, teasing him as she said, Feiran, you are Feiran, right? I am your elder sister. You are so handsome. How about when you grow up, I take you out to play? Ye Feiran realized that this must be his elder cousin, and his thoughts drifted to the melon he had just eaten yesterday. Elder cousin? Is she not the one who married into the He family and was subjected to such cruelty that she perished within a year? How could someone so beautiful be treated so harshly? At that time, she was already with child. It would be a tragic end for both. Su Dying was so startled that she dropped the wave drum onto the floor. Madame Su, seated nearby, reproached her, we are about to discuss a marriage proposal. How can you be so careless? You might frighten Feiran. With a pale face, Su Daying stuttered, and nothing. Had she just imagined that? At that moment, the He mother and son arrived. As Madame He entered, she boisterously greeted, "Sister Su, how have you been? Today, I brought you 100-year-old ginseng to help you regain your strength." Madame He remained reclined on the couch, simply gesturing, "Madame He, I am not well enough to rise. Please have a seat." She glanced at the tall, handsome young man beside Madame He and asked, "Is this the esteemed eldest son of the He family?" Madame He immediately pushed her son forward, introducing, "Indeed, this is my son. He is not lacking in talent. He was the top scholar in the provincial examination last year. He also achieved the second rank in the Imperial examination and is currently serving in the Hanlin Academy." Her words brimmed with praise for her son, implying that the Su family was fortunate to be allied with the He family. In the cradle, Ye Feiran scoffed, "Huh. All Jinshi must go to the Hanlin Academy. What is there to boast about?" Everyone fell silent, convinced they must have misheard, except for Madame Ye, who remained unfazed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the eldest son of the He family is truly talented. However, he seems a bit unwell. Did he not rest well last night? Just as the He son was about to respond, Madame He interjected, "The esteemed scholar Han from the Hanlin Academy holds him in high regard, assigning him important editorial duties. Aoer is diligent and only rested late after working hard into the night." Madame Su's eyes were filled with admiration. The eldest son of the He family is indeed promising. A good man should prioritize his career. Yet, the very next moment, a voice of mockery pierced through. Does he not have a mouth of his own? Can he speak for himself? Truly a mama's boy. Besides, that is not a busy workday. He clearly spent the entire night at Ye building with the new top courtesan. Madame He slammed her hand on the table, furious. Who is spreading such nonsense? My son has always maintained his integrity. How could he possibly visit such a disreputable place? Madame Su and Su Daying's expression shifted subtly, particularly Su Daying, who felt a surge of fear at the thought of her own tragic fate. Yet, she had interacted with the He eldest son twice, and he had been gentle, attentive, and understanding. He did not seem like someone capable of such actions. In truth, she had already developed a favorable impression of him and felt a burgeoning affection as discussions of marriage progressed, unable to resist defending him. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. If there is a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be best to summon the Madam of Ye building to clarify? Finally, the He eldest son began to defend himself. Stepping forward to look at Su Daying, "Yang, you must believe me. I did not go to Ye building. You can ask the maids in the residence. I spent the entire night restoring ancient texts from the previous dynasty. How could I have time to seek out frivolities?" Su Daying's face flushed, her youthful heart stirred. She found herself somewhat enamored. However, Madame Yi had already devised a plan, stating, "Coincidentally, Feiya will be celebrating his full moon soon, and we will have a few performances. Mama Feng is currently in my household. Itsue, please invite Mama Feng to join us." Upon hearing that a confrontation would take place before them, the He mother and son immediately turned pale, especially Madame He, who darkly stated, "Madame Yi, you wield considerable influence. If you have no intention of forming a union with our He family, you may simply withdraw your proposal without resorting to such public humiliation of my son. His reputation is well known in the capital." A torrent of accusations was cast upon them. The Su family found themselves struggling to defend against it. Indeed, it is overwhelming. After all, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower one will be crooked. If it weren't for Madame He being unable to bear children, how could she possibly indulge her husband in his frivolities? Just yesterday, a 16-year-old concubine was brought into the household. Raising a child not of one's own blood is certainly fraught with challenges. One cannot scold or strike him, and when he causes trouble, one has to clean up after him. Madame He's complexion turned pale, pondering who was spreading such slanderous gossip. As she was lost in thought, Mama Feng entered. The aging brothel madam adorned with makeup, who immediately bowed to Lady Yi, inquiring about her summons. Lady Yi cleared her throat and asked, "I have a question for you. Answer truthfully." Being the wife of a fourth-rank official, the madam showed utmost respect, nodding and assuring, "I would not dare to hold back the truth." Lady Yi continued, "I have heard that in your establishment, there is a courtesan named Greenwaist." Upon hearing the name, the madam's expression shifted, and she stammered, "Why, yes. There is indeed a courtesan by that name." Lady Yi pressed on, "And might I ask where this Greenwaist has gone?" The madam's face fluctuated between light and dark as she stated, "She was redeemed by a young master from a prominent family a month ago." Lady Yi cast a glance at Madame He and her son, inquiring, "Oh, and who might that be?" Young master He could no longer contain himself. rising to point an accusing finger at the madam's face, declaring, "If you dare to speak falsely, I shall smash your signboard." At this, Su Daying took a step back, frightened, pondering why young master he was acting so differently than usual. When you were beating people, you were much more genuine than now. Do those 3 souls in the small woods behind your house not come to seek you at night? At that moment, the madam wailed, "Oh, my unfortunate daughter. It was Ye Feiran, who redeemed her but treated her cruelly. She returned to me, battered and bruised, but I, being timid and useless, did not dare to keep her. Who would have expected that the next day, I would receive news of her demise? My poor daughter was only 19. To cover up this matter, you gave me 100 taels and silver notes, which I have not touched a single coin of, and now return it all to you. Even if my establishment is a place of ill repute, the money earned is clean." Saying this, she pulled out the 100 taels and thrust them back into Ye Feiran's hands. Yet, Ye Feiran continued to argue stubbornly, "That is not how it happened, dying. It is not as she claims. I did not do this, I swear, whether you did or not. It can be uncovered by digging in the bamboo grove behind your house, where 3 corpses lie, tsk. Just then, a group of constables burst in from behind the screen, led by the magistrate, his face alight with excitement, thinking how splendid this drama was. Before coming in, he had been discussing with his assistant about how young master, he was not madam, his biological son. How could she endure such humiliation? Raising someone else's child truly seemed not worth it. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Ye Feiran is implicated in a murder case. Take him away." Indeed, the magistrate was the one lady Ye had asked Ye Hong to wait for. Chapter 4. Ye Feiran was feeling particularly pleased today, having devoured several pieces of gossip, accruing a total of 4 gossip coins. He was now living off these coins, and who among his family understood the plight of a newborn having to fend for himself? Meanwhile, the Su mother and daughter, who had just escaped a dire situation, felt a chill run down their spines. Madame Su immediately instructed Su Daying, "Kneel before your aunt." With tears streaming down her face, Su Daying knelt and thanked Lady Yi, saying, "Daying is eternally grateful for aunt's life-saving grace. Had it not been for your keen insight into Ye Feiran's true nature, I would have been the next one buried in the woods." Lady Yi, still in confinement, gestured for Ye Hong to help Su Daying up, saying, "Our Su family is not so weak as to allow the He family to bully us so." However, with 3 concubines already dead before he has even married a legitimate wife, and is lingering in places like the Joyful House, he is indeed not a suitable match. The family does not regard human life with any seriousness. Not only do they remain silent about the truth, but they also indulge in such behavior, proving they are not a good family. My Daying is like a precious pearl and will surely find a better family. Su Daying nodded slowly, obediently taking her place beside her mother. Yet, Lady Yi felt a thorn lodged in her heart, especially upon hearing the phrase about raising someone else's child. She had cared for Ye Qiqing for 4 years. It would be a lie to say she felt no affection, as she had genuinely treated him as her own son. But looking at Madame He, who had meticulously raised someone else's child only to nurture a scourge, her resolve strengthened. She would no longer make sacrifices for others. Turning to Madame Su, she said, "Sister-in-law, I have one more request." Madame Su replied, "Sister, please speak freely. We are family and do not need to stand on ceremony. Whatever it is, I shall assist." This sister-in-law truly embodied the spirit of a caring elder sister, which is why their relationship had always been so harmonious. Lady Yi said, "I have heard that the primary school of the Guozijian is to be abolished and moved to the Hanqing Academy in the western suburbs." Madame Su nodded, responding, "Yes. My brother-in-law is now a grand scholar in the Hanlin Academy and is responsible for this matter." Ye Qiqing's admission to the Guozijian was also arranged through Madame Su's brother. For without connections, he would not have had the qualifications due to his status as the nephew of a 4th-rank official. The Guozijian only accepted the descendants of officials ranked 9th and above, while collateral branches needed connections to gain entry. Seeing his intelligence, Madame Su thought it a pity not to nurture him properly, thus she entrusted her sister-in-law to help him gain admission to the primary school. This primary school, affiliated with the Guozijian, allowed all graduates to enter the Guozijian at the age of 12, which was the highest institution in the Dening dynasty. Lady Yu proposed, "If that is the case, then Ye Qiqing need not follow along." Madame Su was somewhat taken aback, for if one did not know the truth, it might seem that Lady Yi had lost interest in her adopted son now that she had a biological child. However, Madame Su understood her sister-in-law's character, and without further questions, she nodded, saying, I will speak to my brother-in-law about this tomorrow. Lady Yi acknowledged. Thank you for your efforts, elder sister. Madame Su waved her hand. You are dying savior. There is no need for such formalities. However, Madame Su glanced at Ye Feiran and whispered, earlier, Feiran. She feared she had misheard and dared not speak further. Beside her, Dying also looked eager, for she had heard it too. Yet, for some reason, every time they tried to voice their questions, it felt as though their mouths were blocked, rendering them unable to speak. They tried several times but could only silently close their lips, sharing a mutual understanding. At that moment, Ye Feiran was blissfully asleep, having exhausted himself from the excitement of the gossip. After all, he was merely a newborn, and even with the addition of formula, his tiny body could only endure so much. Lady Yi gazed at her rosy little babe, who seemed to have transformed in just 3 days, and a smile of contentment spread across her face. Once she had sent Yi Hong and Itsue to keep watch, she confided the events that had transpired since her delivery to her sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Madame Su nearly dropped her teacup in shock, her hands trembling with rage as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Such brazen arrogance! How could Ichingza act in such a manner when my Su family has treated the Yi family with such kindness?" Madame Yi, however, had long ceased to feel anger. She remarked, "In truth, after years of marriage, I have come to understand him quite well. He consistently prioritizes his own interests above all else, possessing a proud demeanor that cannot abide being belittled by others. During my father's lifetime, he ingratiated himself with the Su family, performing countless acts of flattery, all in pursuit of personal advancement and to escape the stigma of being a mere merchant. Now that he has achieved success, the words he least wishes to hear are those that remind him of his reliance on the Yi family. If I am merely a stepping stone for him to reach greater heights, why would he complicate matters by allowing me to bear his child? I fear he must have been contemplating how to rid himself of me even as we wed. For a woman, marriage is akin to a second birth. And in this instance, I have not fared well. I recall the day we first met by the riverbank, when I heard the melodious voice of a talented youth reciting poetry. Curiosity compelled me to steal a glance, and I beheld a striking young man, tall and handsome, fanning himself while expressing his sentiments about the picturesque scenery on either bank. At this moment, I no longer cared to ponder whether that initial encounter was mere coincidence or an orchestrated arrangement. All I desire now is to extricate myself from this entanglement. Madame Su and Dying both felt a pang of anxiety on my behalf. Had it not been for Feiran's timely warning, we might have been preparing for a funeral rather than a celebration. The three of us understood that Feiran's situation was complex. After some deliberation, Madame Su stated, "We must proceed with caution. The Yi family has deep roots and maintains close ties with influential figures in the palace. If this matter comes to light, not only may we fail to find evidence, but we could also find ourselves in a precarious position. For now, we must endure the burden placed upon my sister and engage in a prolonged struggle with him." Madame Yi was acutely aware of the stakes. Ichingza was on the verge of being promoted to a third-ranking official, placing him on equal footing with the Su family. Indeed, the initial strike is often directed at the one we hold dear. The newly elevated Yu Qiqing had begun to express dissatisfaction with Madame Yi. Madame Su nodded, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, elder sister. I hail from a military family and have been trained in the art of warfare since childhood. Had I not married Yiqingza, I might have become the only female general in the Dening dynasty. However, the path for women is fraught with peril. I had hoped for a more stable existence. Yet it appears that this seemingly stable path has turned into a trap disguised as a haven." After sharing their reflections for some time, they finally broached the subject of Ye Feiran's concerns. Madame Yi said, "As I am still in confinement, I must trouble you, elder sister, to visit Changning Temple on my behalf. Inquire with the old abbot if there are any hidden truths regarding Feiran's situation." Madame Su replied, "Certainly. I happen to be going to Changning Temple to pray for Longu this year, as he is preparing for the Imperial examination. I will light 3 incense sticks to wish for his success." Su Yulon, Madame Su's eldest son, was indeed Ye Feiran's older cousin, set to participate in the autumn examinations. At that moment, Ye Feiran had just awakened, yawning and rubbing his thumb, blinking in confusion as he wondered why the lively gathering had dispersed so swiftly. Bored, he thought it better to continue indulging in gossip. Let me see what juicy tidbits have fallen from the sky. Upon activating the gossip system, Ye Feiran's eyes sparkled with excitement as a loud thought echoed in his mind. Incredible news! My cousin, who is about to participate in the autumn examinations, has been replaced in the top position? How tragic for my cousin. Madame Su was taken aback, her face reflecting shock as she turned to Madame Yi. Madame Ye made a silencing gesture and chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, there's no rush. Lanaire is still at the academy and has not yet returned. Why not send him a letter, inviting him to come back for Feiran's full moon banquet? He has always been close to me, so I am certain he will comply. Though anxious, Madame Sue understood the need for patience, knowing that the autumn examinations were still several months away. Last month, Lanaire had mentioned his lack of direction and had not produced any commendable essays. Nodding in agreement to Madame Ye's suggestion, she said, "Very well. I shall ensure that Lanaire visits his cousin." After bidding farewell to Madame Sue and her daughter, Madame Ye felt fatigued and succumbed to slumber once more until twilight enveloped the sky. Upon awakening, she inquired of Yi Hong, "Has my husband returned?" Yi Hong hesitated. Not yet." Madame Ye remained unperturbed, having a light dinner and continuing to recuperate. Meanwhile, Qin Wanshi had attempted to visit several times but was repeatedly turned away by the matron stationed at the door. Despite Yu Qing's absence throughout the night, Madame Ye found solace in the company of her young child, feeling a sense of completion that accompanied motherhood. She had spent the entire night enjoying the latest gossip with Ye Feiran. Though her face remained impassive, her heart was filled with mirth. Haha. Madame Ye returned home and gave Master He a good thrashing, creating quite the scene, claiming she would cast aside this unworthy man. The Minister of Justice unearthed 3 female corpses in the hills behind the He residence, one of which belonged to the lovely green waste from Quiet Tower. Alas, what a sin. Upon learning of this, the Emperor demoted Master He by 3 ranks. He shall never rise again. Serves him right. Madame Ye stifled her laughter, contemplating what a treasure she had given birth to. Not only was he as precious as a jewel, but he also possessed a penchant for scandalous tales. Yet, she held no grievances. All she wished for was that her Feiran would live a life of comfort and ease, free from worries. With warmth in winter and cool breezes in summer, such a life would suffice. Unbeknownst to Ye Feiran, as he reveled in gossip, his mother was already strategizing for his future. At this moment, he was thoroughly enjoying the latest gossip, having earned 3 gossip coins, which he exchanged for a bottle of infant formula. Sipping while continuing to indulge in the latest tidbits. After some time, he finally uncovered a noteworthy piece of information. Last night, my scoundrel father did not return home because he was busy rescuing a drowning woman. The woman was none other than the beautiful and spirited Princess Rongan, who had just returned from her marriage, only to find herself widowed. Wow, my scoundrel father certainly has his share of fortune, but will my cousin feel jealous? The princess, having lost her husband, will undoubtedly be arranged a new one by her imperial father upon her return. My cousin missed the chance to poison my mother and lost the opportunity to secure her position. Will she end up being someone else's stepping stone? TSK. My scoundrel father seems to have quite the luck. Wait a moment. Could this news have originated from the male protagonist of the original story? What a troublesome situation. Chapter 5. Just as Ye Feiran was indulging in his gossip, Yu Qingze was indeed in the process of rescuing a drowning woman. That woman was Princess Rongan, who, after marrying last year, had returned this year only to find her husband deceased. This situation was not entirely her fault. The struggle for power in Belial had claimed her husband, who was initially the frontrunner, only to be poisoned by treachery. Being the emperor's daughter, Princess Rongan was regarded with caution by Belial, especially due to the remnants of the Ye family army left behind by the old General Ye. After much deliberation, they decided to send this hot potato back. The princess had hoped to travel by water for a swifter journey, but unexpected floods in the moat led her to become separated from her guards. She was meant to be rescued by fishermen at the riverbank, yet Yu Qing's son, having returned from Rebirth, divulged this information to his father, who thought it a splendid opportunity to earn merit. Without hesitation, he took a retinue and fished Princess Rongan out of the moat. The princess, delicate and frail, fell ill after her immersion in the water. Yu Qingze, being a man of emotion, could not help but feel a surge of compassion for the exceptionally beautiful Princess Rongan, and thus he devoted an entire night to caring for her, never leaving her side. Once again, the physician was summoned, administering medication and applying ice packs for cooling. When Princess Rongan awoke, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome gentleman seated by her bedside. Grateful, she inquired, "Did you save me, kind sir?" Yu Qingze introduced himself, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor. "I am Yu Qingze, a court official. Fear not, my lady. I bear a title and shall not overstep my bounds. I have returned from official duties, and as my attendants are but coarse men, I must personally tend to your needs. I hope you will forgive any impropriety on my part." Princess Rongan, having recently lost her husband and narrowly escaped death, felt exceedingly vulnerable despite her usual fiery temperament. Faced with her savior, she could not help but feel a flicker of affection, her tears flowing as she expressed, "Your life-saving grace, sir, shall forever be etched in my heart. However, I must ask you for a favor." Ye Qingzi replied, "Please, my lady, speak your request, and I shall dispatch someone to attend to it." The princess shook her head. "This matter requires your personal intervention. No one else can enter that place. After the palace gates are locked, only officials of the 5th rank and above may urgently seek an audience with the emperor." Ye Qingzi appeared conflicted. "I am afraid my wife has just given birth." Hearing this, Princess Rongan's expression dimmed, and she wept. "Very well, you attend to your affairs. I shall seek assistance again tomorrow." Observing her distress, Ye Qingzi felt a pang of compassion and gestured, "Do not hesitate, my lady. How may I assist you?" The princess promptly retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, saying, "Do not inquire further. Present this to the palace guards, and someone will come to escort me." Aware of Princess Rongan's true identity, Ye Qingzi did not press for details and swiftly made his way to the palace gates. Upon seeing the pendant, the guards immediately recognized the emblem of the lotus flower, a token bestowed by the emperor himself upon Princess Rongan. They promptly sought an audience with the emperor. The emperor had 9 daughters, with Princess Rongan being the 3rd. While not the most favored, she was nonetheless his own flesh and blood. That evening, the emperor dispatched a eunuch to escort his daughter back to the palace, and upon learning that Ye Qingzi had saved her, he made a note of this service. Over the past 2 years, with his son's guidance, Ye Qingzi had accomplished notable feats, claiming accolades that rightfully belonged to others. Today, with the rescue of the princess, the emperor regarded him with newfound esteem. Early the next morning, as Ye Feiran savored gossip, he relayed his thoughts to his mother. "Father saving the princess certainly makes a difference. Surely a promotion will follow. With him advancing to the 3rd rank, and cousin's prospects seem bleak." Ye Madam listened, neither saddened nor elated, yet she began to contemplate her own strategy. Qin sure was astute, and with Princess Rongan's fiery temperament, their encounter promised to be intriguing. She smiled, concealing her recent pains, for time was short, and she needed to plan wisely for her and Feiran's future. In the front courtyard, after the eunuch's announcement, Qin Wanqi approached Ye Qingzi with a bright smile. "Brother-in-law, you truly are a dragon among men, now elevated to Deputy Minister of Revenue. I congratulate you." Ye Qingzi, buoyed by good fortune, found himself unable to restrain his excitement and impulsively embraced Qin Wanqi, stroking his beard. "Thank you, Wanqi. Your hairpin today is remarkably radiant." Confident from having borne Ye Qingzi, Qin Wanqi felt she held some weight with Ye Qingzi and playfully bantered, "Such words are inappropriate, lest they provoke idle gossip. If it reaches my sister's ears, I would be unable to clear my name." Ye Qingzi, feeling emboldened, whispered in her ear, "Wait for me in the eastern chamber." Qin Wanqi responded with a coy glance, softly murmuring, "Yes, dear Qing. I shall await you in bed." Ye Qingzi's pulse quickened. Qin Wanqi's understanding and tender nature far surpassed Su Haoyun's. Had he not sought to escape his mercantile identity, he would never have endeavored to entice Su Haoyun into marriage. Now, holding a 3rd-rank official position, he stood on equal footing with the Su family. Yet, the presence of an elderly matriarch and the Prince of Luo restrained his actions, resolving to suppress his desires. He vowed to repay the humiliations he had endured in the past. In a corner, Itsue observed this exchange with clarity. Fully aware of the dynamics between Qin Wanqi and Ye Qingzi, yet she maintained her composure, dutifully bowing to Ye Qingzi as instructed by her mistress. Impatient to rendezvous with Qin Wanqi, Ye Qingzi asked, "What is it?" Itsue replied, "Madam requests your presence urgently and wishes to congratulate you on your promotion." Initially inclined to decline, Ye Qingzi reconsidered, not wanting to appear dismissive of his legitimate wife, especially with the complexities surrounding the Su family and his yet unstable position in the Ministry of Revenue. Regrettably, Princess Rongan, with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance, could not serve as his ally. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, "I shall change and be there shortly." In Ye Madam's chamber, Ye Qingzi, eager to indulge in gossip, remarked, "Father is off to the eastern chamber for another clandestine meeting with his cousin. His vigor is impressive. After a sleepless night, he can still engage in such escapades." Ye Madam felt both disgusted and amused, disgusted by the man she had married, yet amused by her son's playful commentary on the family's antics. It was indeed an opportune moment. Seeing his urgency, she decided to delay him a little longer. When Ye Qingzi reluctantly entered Ye Madam's room, he masked his impatience with a veneer of politeness. "Madam, you should not be up so soon after giving birth to Feiran. Do take care not to catch a chill. You, madam, smiling but her eyes devoid of warmth, replied, I must congratulate you, my lord, on your elevation to the rank of Deputy Minister of Revenue. Our family shall enjoy the fruits of your success. Flattered by her praise, Yiqingzi replied cheerfully, You flatter me, my lady. I recall being looked down upon. My elder brother once disparaged me for relying on your favor to gain this position. Yi madam's heart chilled at his words. It was clear he still harbored resentment over past grievances. Her brother had indeed viewed him as unworthy. Lamenting his youthful naivety for not seeing through Yiqingzi's true nature. Maintaining her calm facade, she continued, There is one more matter, my lord, that you may have overlooked. The 3 money houses in the southern part of the city, those you promised to Feiran. Perhaps you have been too busy and neglected to sign the contract. I have already prepared it. You need only affix your signature. Yiqingzi's displeasure was evident. Yet he could not voice his objections, as the commitment had indeed been made. Moreover, his beloved Wanqi awaited him in the eastern chamber, where she had attended to him with utmost care over the years. Despite his dalliances, none compared to her delicate charm and skill. 3 mere money houses were insignificant to him. Being of merchant lineage, he was adept at amassing wealth. After all, the profits would benefit the Ye family descendants. Thus, he took up the pen, signing with a flourish, yet his demeanor darkened as he coldly inquired, Is there anything else? Madame Ye's voice turned icy. That's enough. You may attend to your own matters. Yiqingzi let out a cold snort and turned to head towards the east room. Laughter erupted from Ye Feiran. Ha ha. Mother is truly remarkable. She effortlessly acquired 3 banks. He, a child with a mother like her is surely a treasure. Life will undoubtedly be prosperous. The chill in Madame Ye's heart melted instantly, as she thought, My precious son must be sent by heaven to rescue me. Inside the east room, Qin was sulking, displeased that her beloved husband had arrived late. Yiqingzi spent a considerable time coaxing her, followed by a series of intimate murmurs. And only by noon did the commotion finally subside. Meanwhile, Madame Su took her daughter Dai Ying to Chongning Temple, seeking academic success for her son and a suitable match for her daughter, while also planning to chat with the old abbot about her nephew's affairs. Chongning Temple was bustling with incense offerings, with even members of the royal family visiting from time to pay their respects and seek omens. The abbot, known for his prophetic abilities, was renowned throughout the capital and beyond for divining fortunes and warding off misfortunes, a veritable half-immortal. After finishing her prayers, Madame Su approached the abbot with a few strings of incense money in hand. The old abbot, with hair as white as snow, had 9 distinct scars on his dark, lustrous head, as if touched by a celestial being. At that moment, a noblewoman was departing, burdened with illness and accompanied by a 6 or 7-year-old child. The child was remarkably handsome, exuding a certain charm even at such a tender age, yet his gaze seemed vacant, suggesting a lack of intelligence. Chapter 6. Madame Su stepped forward to pay her respects but was gently halted by the noblewoman, who whispered, I am in plain clothes. There is no need for such formalities, Madame Su. Madame Su bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness. Your complexion does not appear well. Are you unwell? The noblewoman was none other than the Shushi concubine, holding the hand of the 6th prince. The emperor had 9 daughters and 4 sons. A rather sparse lineage for the royal family. The first 3 were princesses, followed by 3 princes, among which the 9th prince had just been born. Unfortunately, the 4 princes had their own misfortunes. The 5th prince was frail, the 6th prince was simple-minded, and the 9th prince was merely an infant. Except for the 4th prince, none seemed viable. At this moment, Ye Feiran was also indulging in some gossip. Who would have thought there were palace secrets hidden within this gossip system? With the emperor's 9 daughters and 4 sons, 2 of the princes are afflicted, and the newborn appears unlikely to survive. It's evident to any discerning eye that only the 4th prince is the rightful heir. Yet who knows? The emperor is still in his prime. He may yet father more children. Madame Ye felt compelled to silence her son, but upon reflection, she realized he had been chattering for quite some time, without revealing any secrets. Even on the day her sister-in-law visited, they had attempted to discuss the matter but were inexplicably interrupted. It seemed her precious son possessed some extraordinary qualities, perhaps shielded by divine protection. Unbeknownst to Ye Feiran, he continued to relish the gossip. The empress has given birth to 4 daughters, depleting her ability to bear more. Fortunately, there is still a woman from the clan who entered the palace, the current favored concubine. The 4th prince is her only child, while the 6th prince's mother is the Shushi concubine. Wow, the Shushi concubine is actually a close friend of mother. Her connections are indeed vast. What a fine mother I have, marrying a scoundrel. It's truly a pity. Madame Ye couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on her foolish son, who thought his mother had once wielded weapons, and few men were willing to marry her. She had emerged from the battlefield, having taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, and men were wary of her past. General Su wished for his daughter to find a good family and live a stable life. As the battlefield was not suited for a woman, by chance, she encountered the talented Yu Qingzi, who showered her with affection, leading the unacquainted Su Haoyun to eventually succumb to her feelings. As Madame Yi sewed a little pouch for her son, she listened to him ramble. The recently born ninth prince is the offspring of the newly entered Shao concubine, who has risen in status due to her son, despite her own family's decline. Incredible, indeed. There are scandalous secrets in the palace. It seems the Shushi concubine's long-standing illness has ulterior motives. Why can't I see everything clearly? What is wrong with this gossip system? Halfway through my gossip, I might end up a eunuch. Unable to contain herself, Madame Yi burst into laughter. Her mischievous son was brimming with curiosity. Yet, recalling the content of his words, concern began to creep into her heart. She and the Shushi concubine were once close friends, having grown up together as neighbors. The concubine's father was a high-ranking minister, while her own father was a renowned general, both from prestigious families. Until the age of 13, they were inseparable, sharing meals and beds. It was only when she followed her father to war and the concubine was chosen to enter the palace that they parted ways. Now, reflecting on the years that had passed, it had been over a decade since they had last been close. Even if they were to meet hurriedly, with 1,000 words to share, they could only exchange a simple farewell. The Shushi concubine was gentle-hearted, and the palace was a treacherous place. She must have endured much hardship. Her illness was likely the result of some malicious intent. Just as Madame Yi wished to hear more, her son, exhausted, had fallen asleep, sucking his thumb. This little one, less than 10 days old, had grown remarkably fair and plump, seemingly transformed from his newborn state. At that moment, little Ye Feiran had long, delicate eyelashes, a pert nose, and lips as pink as flower buds, with a cherubic face that was irresistibly endearing. Madame Yi attributed her son's charming appearance to the ample milk provided by the wet nurse. In truth, it was Ye Feiran's diligent gossiping that earned him enough currency to exchange for large bottles of formula, with larger gossip yielding more currency. The recent palace secrets, though incomplete, had netted him 5 gossip coins. Ye Feiran felt this gossip was extraordinary. He wondered if there were ways to delve deeper into it. He was particularly interested in the newly unlocked shelf in the shop, marked by a small television icon, but it required 10 gossip coins to access. His current earnings were barely enough to sustain his little one, leaving him unable to spend on entertainment. If he could indulge in more juicy gossip, perhaps he could enjoy daily movies or television shows. He hoped his assumptions were correct, envisioning a delightful life filled with gossip, milk, and television. Madame Yi gazed at her son and called out to the wet nurse, "Nurse Liu." Nurse Liu entered slowly, bowing to Madame Yi. "What can I do for you, madam?" Madame Yi handed her a pouch of coins. "Your milk is commendable. You have nourished the young master well. This is a token of my appreciation." Nurse Liu gratefully accepted the coins, though she found it curious that despite the young master eating heartily, she still experienced daily engorgement, forcing her to express milk for her own child. In wealthy families, it was customary not to nurse one's own children directly. She anticipated that her milk would suffice for 2 children. At Changning Temple, after watching the Shushi concubine depart, Madame Su donated the incense money she had brought and approached the abbot, Master Yichen, who was seated in the main hall. Upon seeing Madame Su, Master Yichen spoke. "Benefactor, you have finally arrived." Madame Su, taken aback, asked, "Were you waiting for me, Master?" Master Yichen nodded slowly, saying, "Indeed, madam. The matter you inquire about cannot be spoken of lightly. Perhaps you could write down the birth date and time of the person you wish to ask about." Surprised by Master Yichen's foresight, Madame Su immediately pinned the birth details of Ye Feiran. After a brief glance at the characters, Master Yichen gently closed his eyes and after a moment spoke. "This child is the reincarnation of a spirit child, embodying righteousness rather than wickedness. Only a family with 10 generations of virtue can retain him. Without a home of pure goodness, he surely cannot be kept. I implore you, madam, to cultivate good fortune, and you shall surely receive the blessings of the spirit child." Upon hearing this, Madame Su immediately bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude, though she hesitated, unable to articulate her concerns about the child. Master Yichen waved his hand. "With divine protection, why should you invite unnecessary troubles?" Madame Su understood. The child was inherently blessed, and they, as mere mortals, need only cherish him, without worrying that his talents would bring him misfortune. After leaving Changning Temple, Madame Su took Master Yi Chen's prophecies to the Yi residence. Upon hearing the entire story, Madame Yi was equally intrigued. She suspected her son bore some sort of extraordinary system. Once, her son had whispered and thought about this system being deceitful, though she was unaware of its exact nature. The information she gathered suggested it was an extensive network of intelligence, even uncovering secrets from the palace, indicating its remarkable nature. Master Yi Chen's claim of him being a reincarnated spirit child seemed plausible. Madame Su remarked. The master mentioned that only a family with 10 generations of goodness can keep the child. Our Su family has been loyal for generations, with numerous loyal bones buried. This child must be destined for us. Madame Yi nodded, reflecting that with Yi Chen's calculating nature, he truly did not deserve such a wonderful child. Lying there, Ye Feiran remained oblivious to the title of spirit child that had been bestowed upon him. This was clearly a system, and the negligence of the bureaucrats from the underworld had not only jeopardized his life but also cost him a promising career. The menial job he had been given was merely compensation, with the promise of entering the National Civil Service in the future, which was said to be far superior to holding a position in the court. He could not fathom what such a vastly superior role entailed. Surely, it could not involve leading a rebellion to become emperor. He was well aware of his limitations. Not everyone could fulfill the role of an emperor. Grateful for her cousin's life-saving grace, Su Daiying obtained a protective talisman from Changning Temple, personally placing it around her little cousin's neck. Every time she saw her little cousin, she felt an overwhelming desire to embrace him, to pinch his chubby little cheeks. With a face full of affection, Su Daiying held her little cousin tightly, gently swaying him as she said, "Feiran, grow up quickly, your cousin will make you the best snacks." In a daze, Ye Feiran gazed at his beautiful older cousin, lost in thought about how such a stunning woman deserved the most talented man in the world. Suddenly, it seemed another piece of gossip had fallen from the sky, prompting him to investigate. As he rummaged through a patch of gossip, he soon wore a delighted expression. "Oh, this latest scoop is even juicier. Prince Luo is preparing to choose a bride, but the lady selected by the old dowager is entangled with someone else. That man, irresponsible as he is, engaged with her, leading to an unexpected pregnancy, yet he fled without taking responsibility. Unaware, Prince Luo still intends to marry her, resulting in an unexpected fatherhood." Oh, so Prince Luo is to become a father? How unfortunate for him. But who exactly is Prince Luo? Both Madame Yi and Madame Su, engrossed in the gossip, were nearly in tears. Prince Luo was none other than their beloved cousin, the son of the late Dowager Su, favored by the previous emperor. Madame Yi grasped Madame Su's arm, her face filled with urgency. "Elder sister, what shall we do?" Ye Feiran continued to share the gossip unabated. "Oh, this lady is quite bold, having arranged a rendezvous with her lover at the Pavilion of Waters 3 days hence. Surely this is where they plan to build their love nest, right? How unfortunate for Prince Luo, with the wedding date set for the 26th of next month. In her condition, Prince Luo is truly unfortunate, with a cloud of trouble hanging over him. Let me see who that lady's lover is. Wait, this name sounds familiar, the only son of the Minister of War Nangongchong?" Upon seeing this name, Ye Feiran nearly burst into laughter, choking on his own mirth. Under normal circumstances, Madame Yi would have anxiously summoned a wet nurse, but recalling the gossip she had just heard, she cleared her throat. Realizing this cheeky young man was mocking his own cousin, Ye Feiran continued his internal monologue. "What were you thinking, Miss Xia? Just based on his name. It's clear his parents lack education. Engaging in romance with such a person, are you perhaps longing for something as coarse as cornbread?" Madame Yi and Madame Su could hardly contain their laughter, nearly fainting from the amusement this child brought them. Madame Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Little sister, you truly have a gem of a child. You need not worry about monotony in life any longer." Madame Yi agreed. "Yes, Feiran is indeed unlike what I had imagined. This child is far too entertaining." Yet, despite their laughter, both women were deeply concerned. Prince Luo had grown up under their watch. A remarkably gentle child favored by the late emperor, and his fief was established near the capital. His chosen bride was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Changyuan, of a respectable lineage, possessing both talent and beauty, albeit with a somewhat rebellious nature. Madame Yi pulled Madame Su aside to discuss quietly. "Feiran's full moon banquet is set for the 10th of next month. I shall invite the Dowager and Prince Luo. As for the Xia family, it will require your personal visit. Ever since the Yi family fell from grace, the Xia family has looked down upon us. However, if you go in person, I believe Lord Xia will grant us this courtesy." The Su family held a title as well, and Madame Su had married down. She nodded. "Very well. I shall handle this matter personally. With a sigh, she added, we have been living in a haze, appearing calm and serene on the surface. Yet who could have imagined the complexities lurking beneath? Had it not been for the arrival of this precious child, the Ye family might have already begun its decline. In the original narrative, Madame Ye's demise had indeed signaled the beginning of the Su family's downfall. Having narrowly escaped death, Madame Ye felt deeply, proclaiming, Heaven has not forsaken the Su family. Perhaps there are greater challenges ahead. Elder sister, please remain vigilant. It is wise to maintain caution until the situation stabilizes. Madame Su nodded, fully aware that the recent events were of significant consequence and would require her utmost attention. The reason Ye Feiran found the name Nangong Chong familiar was that he was the very person who had usurped the title from his cousin Su. The Nangong family also hailed from the ranks of third-grade officials, and marrying a suitable lady would indeed be a union of strength. However, if the Marquis of Chongyuan had intentions for his daughter to marry down, it would be a commendable match. Unfortunately, the Marquis was solely focused on marrying his daughter into the royal family, and having missed the grand selection, he had turned his sights on Prince Luo. Prince Luo, by nature, harbored a disinterest in court affairs, instead finding joy in wandering through mountains and waters. Despite his princely status, he possessed a keen curiosity about the lives of the common folk. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. Whenever disaster struck, Prince Luo would personally volunteer to provide aid at the forefront. The emperor held him in high regard, bestowing upon him generous honors and rewards. The elderly Empress Dowager, now advanced in years, was granted permission by the emperor to reside outside the palace with her son, ensuring her twilight years were filled with warmth. The emperor, though a good ruler, lacked extraordinary talents, embodying a moderate disposition that nonetheless preserved the vast legacy of the Dening dynasty. Nangong Chang, having flirted with the daughter of the Ho family, swiftly departed upon learning that the Long Ning Ho family intended to discuss a marriage alliance with Prince Luo. The story, however, was not yet concluded. A shadowy aspect lingered. Ye Feiran had discovered that with every significant revelation, he was only permitted to partake in half of the truth, earning several melon coins for his half-knowledge. When Madame Ye returned, she overheard her son's musings. Ye Feiran, after marrying Prince Luo, remains infatuated with that scoundrel, secretly seeking out Nangong Chong with their child, revealing the child's lineage. Initially reluctant, Nangong Chong eventually conspired with Ye Feiran to frame Prince Luo, leading to suspicions from the emperor. Alas, the heart-wrenching plight of Prince Luo. Hearing this, Madame Ye resolved firmly that Ye Feiran must never be allowed into Prince Luo's residence. The Ye family had recently become lively, as Ye Qingze was promoted to the position of third-rank minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the family welcomed a legitimate eldest son. With an influx of congratulatory visitors, Ye Qingze felt a sense of pride. However, the numerous gifts were all directed to Madame Ye's quarters, causing Qin Wanshi to frown deeply. Fortunately, she had her son Ni Chi-chan to slightly soothe her heart. Little did she know, her son had been reborn and was already aware of many matters. The reason for his estrangement was clear to him. Regrettably, her own son remained oblivious to the fact that she was his true mother. This realization ignited a tempest of fury within Qin Wanshi, leading her to shatter several cups and dishes in her frustration. In Madame Ye's chamber, Ye Feiran, amused by the unfolding drama, reported live to his mother, "Mother, your cousin is in a rage, smashing things in her room. Since she failed last time, it seems unlikely she'll turn the tide now." Madame Ye mused that her cousin was indeed overreaching, fearing that with such limited skills, she could not secure a foothold in the ambitious Ye Qingze's realm. Indeed, wealth often attracts distant relatives, and just as the scoundrel father rose in rank, distant kin sought his favor, even daring to ask for an official position. Madame Ye's instincts alerted her. Ye Qingze was a man who would stop at nothing for advancement, and perhaps there were secrets he wished to hide. Resolving to investigate, she instructed Itsue to look into the background of this distant relative from Linjiang. Upon arriving in the front hall, Itsue found a young man clad in simple garments standing there. Ye Qingze's expression soured, clearly feeling threatened. In his elevated position, how could he be intimidated by these lowly individuals? He contemplated sending them away. However, the young man exclaimed, "Lord Yi has truly forgotten his roots. Back in Linjiang, if it weren't for my mother bringing you porridge bowl by bowl, how could you have focused on your studies?" Before he could finish, Qin Wanshi stepped out from behind the screen, interjecting, "Brother-in-law, may I have a word?" Ye Qingze, still fuming, turned his face away with a cold huff. Qin Wanshi smiled gently and said to the young man, "I thought I recognized you. It's our cousin. You've traveled far. Please sit and rest." Years earlier, Qin Wanqi had been sent by Yi Qingze to Linjiang to give birth, far removed from the capital. She had hoped for a trouble-free experience. Yet it seemed that someone had ensnared her in a trap. Pulling Yi Qingze aside behind the screen, she tearfully confessed, "My dear, I have wronged my sister. You must never let her know. If she finds out, our sisterly bond will be irrevocably broken. Had it not been for her rescue, I would have been lost." Yi Qingze, seeing her in such distress, felt a pang of sympathy, wiping her tears while saying, "Do not weep, my love. It is not that I do not wish to assist, it is his attitude that troubles me. As a dignified official of the court, I cannot be threatened by a mere countryman." Gently shaking his arm, Qin Wanqi whispered, "For my sake, please. I truly do not wish to lose my sister. She has treated me so kindly, yet I have wronged her. And what of Qichan? If she learns the truth, will she accept him?" The thought of Yi Qichan, a prodigy whose talents astounded the entire capital, filled Yi Qingze with pride. His beloved had borne him such a brilliant son, aiding his swift rise to the 3rd rank. It took him a decade to ascend from the 7th rank to the 4th, while others languished their entire lives in the same position. Yet, through his son's extraordinary abilities and his own achievements, he had swiftly climbed the ranks, even saving Princess Rongin, which earned him the Emperor's favor. All of this was thanks to his son, a child of destiny. Years prior, at Changning Temple, the abbot had foretold the birth of a child with extraordinary capabilities and had advised him to cherish this child. However, he also warned of treacherous individuals who would seek to obstruct his path. Observing Qichan's assistance over the years confirmed his suspicions that Qichan was indeed the child of prophecy. Thus, for the sake of his precious son, he resolved that he would not hesitate to provide for a minor position or even part with additional wealth. When he emerged from behind the screen, Yi Qingze donned a cheerful demeanor, addressing his distant cousin Yi Kuan. "Do not worry, dear cousin. I will ensure you have a place to stay. And within half a month, I shall secure a position for you. All your needs for this period will be covered by me." Yi Kuan nodded with delight, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Thank you, elder brother." After seeing off Yi Kuan, Qin Wanqi discreetly followed him out. In a secluded alley, Yi Kuan emerged from the shadows. Leering at Qin Wanqi, "Sister Wanqi, you grow more radiant by the day." Qin Wanqi frowned, suppressing her anger. "Now that you have a position, it is best that you leave the capital swiftly. You have received what is due. Some matters are best kept to yourself." Yi Kuan chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I seek only wealth and have no interest in your family's intrigues. Were it not for my dire straits, I would not bother with your cold shoulder." Just as Ye Feiran was savoring the juicy tidbits of this unfolding drama, he suddenly perked up. "Ah, so it turns out there is indeed a reason behind Yi Qichan's rejection of his mother. It seems that Qin Wanqi harbored deep-seated grief from giving birth to a stillborn child. Yi Qichan is, in fact, an unnamed abandoned infant brought in by Yi Kuan." Chapter 8. With the plot unfolding thus, Ye Feiran grasped the situation fully. A prompt sound echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the first line of gossip, the mysteries surrounding the male protagonist's lineage. You are rewarded with 30 gossip coins." Upon hearing about the 30 gossip coins, Ye Feiran was instantly filled with joy. He gazed at the small television that had finally lit up, pondering whether this spiritual sustenance could be redeemed. After all, he toiled tirelessly to sustain himself with gossip every day, and lying here idly made him resolute. The gossip coins were inconsequential. He could earn them back after spending them. Thus, he decided to redeem them. With a clattering sound of coins, Ye Feiran spent the 30 hard-earned gossip coins. The small television flickered before him, revealing a vivid scene. The figure displayed was none other than his mother's cousin, Qin Wanqi. Back in her room, Qin Wanqi was weeping uncontrollably, murmuring, "Had I not acted thus back then, I fear I would find it impossible to return to the capital in this lifetime. I initially thought to use Chun'er to secure a bond with Cheng Lang, and perhaps bear a son or daughter to rely upon. Who could have anticipated that this pregnancy would injure my very essence, rendering me incapable of bearing children ever again? Yet I truly cared for Chun'er as if he were my own flesh and blood. I hope he does not betray my feelings. Until he turned 2, I nurtured him with great care, and had it not been for Cheng Lang's insistence on bringing him back to the capital, I would have followed him there. I must find a way to win back Chun'er's heart. Having a son by my side is essential for surviving in this grand estate." Ye Feiran watched the scene on the small television, growing increasingly excited. Although he could not indulge in dramas or movies, witnessing live gossip was surely more thrilling. Everyone possesses a penchant for gossip. Watching it unfold on screen was far more enjoyable than merely reading about it. Moreover, the small television seemed capable of changing frequencies. He switched to another channel, revealing a heavily guarded Imperial harem. Ye Feiran had only seen the harem in dramas before. This was his first glimpse of a real one. It was somewhat smaller than he had imagined, yet undeniably lavishly adorned. Particularly, the queen's yawning palace was resplendent, dazzling to the eyes. Even more opulent than the emperor's Shanshan palace. This was due to the queen's maternal family, the esteemed Duke of Jinghua, a founding hero of the nation, who controlled the entire Ministry of Revenue, ensuring that all wealth and resources flowed through his hands. To claim that this founding hero's descendants were devoid of greed would be utterly implausible. However, there was little gossip to be found within the harem. After some time, he caught sight of a young palace maid engaging in a clandestine affair with a young guard. Surprisingly, it yielded 3 gossip coins. Indeed, the gossip from the harem was more valuable than that from the outside world, as even a mere affair between a palace maid and a guard earned 3 coins. The young guard displayed a sense of decorum. The two merely sat on the steps, gazing at the stars and moon, transitioning from poetry to discussions of life's philosophy. Ye Feiran speculated that the young maid must have read extensively, for her understanding of profound principles was remarkable. After a while, Ye Feiran switched back to the previous channel, wishing to observe what his mother's cousin was up to. He had not quite grasped how she intended to reclaim Yuchi-chan. Did she plan to confront his mother directly? Yet, this raised another question. Why did the events that transpired after his birth differ so significantly from the original narrative he had read? Could it be that his own butterfly effect had altered the course of the original plot? This all seemed to trace back to the bowl of poisonous medicine that his mother had shattered. Never mind, he thought. For his mind was not sufficient to unravel such complexities. Ultimately, it was a good thing. He would continue to consume gossip and sustain himself. He continued to glean bits of gossip, though they were primarily from the palace line. One involved a chief eunuch coercing a palace maid to prepare food for the consort. Another centered on a palace guard secretly infatuated with a newly arrived maid, and yet another concerned an elderly palace maid, nearly 70, who, in her madness, had hidden away in the laundry quarters without ever being expelled. Though these tidbits were minor, they accumulated to provide him with over 10 gossip coins. Recently, his appetite had surged. He required at least 3 bottles of milk daily. With this side venture, he could at least fill his belly. Eventually, when Ye Feiran grew impatient and contemplated shutting off the small television, after all, the system would surely present new gossip before him if it arose. He noticed that his cousin had finally taken action. He began to comprehend her intentions. My mother's cousin plans to rendezvous with my scoundrel father on the day of my full-month banquet, then orchestrate a scheme for my mother to catch them in the act, intentionally exposing their affair to force my scoundrel father to acknowledge their relationship. This is understandable. Yet even if she succeeds, it seems she can only become a concubine. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Madame Ye's expression darkened momentarily before a smile graced her lips. Qin Wanqi was indeed unable to contain herself, though this was not entirely unfavorable for her. Madame Ye mused that since the Qin family sought to enter the household, she would assist them. Perhaps she would be the most virtuous woman in the capital, not only accepting a concubine for her husband, but also joyfully welcoming their illegitimate son into the home. Unbeknownst to Ye Feiran, his mother was currently plotting a grand scheme while he busied himself drinking milk and savoring gossip, blissfully accumulating gossip coins. Yuchi-chan was actually expelled from Hanqing Academy? Oh. It turns out the Imperial College's elementary studies were relocated to the western suburbs, resulting in the removal of all connections. Isn't he the male protagonist? How has his protagonist buff faded? Upon hearing this news, Madame Ye's mood brightened instantly. She no longer wished to dress others in finery. This Yuchi-chan had proven unworthy of nurturing. For the past half-month, he had not come to see her since she had chosen not to allow him entry that day. If he were truly a paragon of virtue, then the sins of the parents would not weigh upon the child. Madame Ye had done enough for him. She would not trouble herself further. It appeared that this child was likely selfish. It was almost amusing. She had thought she was raising a child for another, only to discover that Yuqingza was also raising a child for someone else. That dear cousin of yours has taken in an abandoned baby and is raising him. Yet you remain blissfully unaware. However, this matter would likely bring trouble upon Yuqingza. Madame Ye contemplated, and a new plan formed in her mind. Indeed, just the day before, Yuchi-chan had been expelled from Hanqing Academy, and the following day, Yuqingza came to see her. She was still in confinement. Yet Yuqingza had visited her only 3 times in half a month, 2 of which were to pick a fight. Yuqingza, with a displeased expression, questioned Madame Ye. Madam, what is happening with Chi-chan? How did he get expelled from Hanqing Academy? Madame Ye chuckled lightly. Do you not find your inquiry rather amusing? I have yet to step outside the door since giving birth, yet you come to question me about your nephew's expulsion from Hanqing Academy. Shouldn't you be asking your precious nephew? Did he perhaps commit some violation of the Academy's regulations that led to his expulsion? Ye Feiran realized he was being unreasonable, and his expression softened as he replied, "That was not my intention. I merely wanted you to inquire with your sister-in-law if there was some misunderstanding." Cradling her infant, Madame Ye responded with a neutral expression, "Husband, I have just given birth to Feiran a mere 10 days ago, and you come to disturb my peace with such matters. Truly, you are a wonderful husband." Ye Feiran understood his fault, after all. Ye Feiran's enrollment at the Imperial College was facilitated by Madame Yu's family connections. Now that he had been expelled, it was unreasonable for him to demand an explanation from her. Madame Ye continued her sarcastic remarks, "But dear husband, I have yet to see you show such concern for Feiran. It's been half a month since his birth. Have you visited him even a few times? After all, Ye Feiran is merely your nephew, yet you treat your cousin's child better than your own. I find myself at a loss for words." Ye Feiran felt guilty and, fearing that Madame Ye would discover the truth, lowered his stance and forced a smile. "What are you saying, my lady? How could I not care for our Feiran?" Madame Ye replied, "Pray tell, husband, how have you planned for Feiran?" Ye Feiran hesitated, his arrogance swiftly diminishing. "Feiran is still young. It is not yet time for enlightenment." Madame Ye became assertive. "Indeed, when Ye Feiran was 2, you had already begun to pave the way for him. You invited a tutor to teach him at home, and when the child cried at night, you would personally soothe him to sleep. I cannot fathom whether Ye Feiran is truly your son or if Feiran holds that title." Ye Feiran was at a loss for words and could only feign bravado. "What are you saying, my lady? Of course, Feiran is the legitimate heir of the Ye family." Madame Ye pressed on. "Then why does it seem that you only consider Ye Feiran and never think of Feiran?" After a prolonged silence, Ye Feiran finally retreated further. "What is it that you desire, my lady?" Madame Ye scoffed. "Husband, it is not that I think too much. It is your actions that compel me to ponder. Since you acknowledge Feiran as the sole legitimate heir of the Ye family, why not transfer the silk shop in the north and the estate in the west into Feiran's name? Of course, if you have other intentions, I shall remain silent." Ye Feiran, accustomed to Madame Ye's dignified demeanor, found himself momentarily bewildered by this unexpected confrontation. He retorted, "What intentions could I possibly have? Feiran is our Ye family's only legitimate heir. That is an undeniable fact." Madame Ye responded, "If that is the case, then what is wrong with allocating the family wealth to the legitimate heir? Why hesitate or show reluctance?" Ye Feiran stammered, I am not hesitant, nor unwilling. It is just, Feiran is still young." Madame Ye glared at him, interrupting, "Just what? Is it that in your heart Ye Feiran holds more value?" Ye Feiran erupted, "No. Is it merely a silk shop and an estate? Why would I hesitate to give them to my own son? Feiran is, after all, my child. What is the harm in giving them to him? I shall have a contract drawn up right away." With that, Ye Feiran huffed and turned to leave Madame Ye's chamber. The cold air hit him, bringing him back to his senses. Something felt amiss. Had he not come to confront her? How had the tables turned with her now questioning him? Furthermore, the silk shop and estate, along with the 3 money shops he had previously given away, constituted nearly a third of the Ye family's income. At that moment, Ye Feiran regretted his impulsive decision to acquiesce so easily. Chapter 9. Ye Feiran was consumed with thoughts of his wealth, having entirely forgotten that his rapid ascent within 7 years had been paved by the Su family for their daughter. General Su, though known for his integrity and countless victories in battle, ultimately met his end on the battlefield. Madame Ye observed Ye Feiran's retreating figure with a cold expression, reflecting on how, were it not for the Su family, he would not have been able to maintain the Ye family's estate. In his youth, he was overshadowed by his half-brother, and had it not been for his achievements and marriage to the daughter of a great general, he might not have been able to contend with his illegitimate brother for the family fortune. Now that he had risen and become a court official, he seemed to dismiss the Su family's kindness entirely. No, he was even more despicable. He orchestrated everything to exploit the Su family's connections for his own ends. From the outset, he had never intended to share a life with her, since he looked down on the benefits gained through her family status. Why did he persist in accepting them? Madame Ye took a deep breath. Her actions were merely aimed at reclaiming what rightfully belonged to Feiran. She had acted swiftly while Ye Feiran was still reeling from their earlier encounter, taking advantage of his momentary vulnerability. Fortunately, her maneuvering had gone smoothly. Perhaps it was his pride or a desire to showcase the Ye family's strength that led him to deliver the contract to her later that afternoon. Moreover, The strength of the Ye family's maternal lineage was undeniable. The Su matriarch and Prince Luo were true royalty, and the Ye family still held a place among the nobility. Madame Ye understood his intentions. After all, Feiran was the blood of the Ye family, and the wealth would not stray into the hands of outsiders. Furthermore, Yiqingze was now focused on his political career, eager to shed the identity of a merchant. In truth, she had done a good deed. Had these assets been given to Ye Qichen, it would have been a case of letting the bounty flow to another's field. At less than a month old, Ye Feiran had already secured a fortune of hundreds of thousands from his father, living a life of ease. The recent news had been rather mundane, filled with trivial matters. And even the palace had been quiet, likely due to the impending winter chill, discouraging unrest. Fortunately, these minor affairs were sufficient to sustain him, as he thrived on 3 bottles of formula daily. The infant, keenly observant, had even overheard discussions among the servants regarding Qin Wanqi and Yiqingze. Before long, it was time for Ye Feiran's full moon banquet, which promised a gathering of esteemed guests. Not only were the Su matriarch and Prince Luo in attendance, but even the noble concubine Shu had sent her personal maid, Yin Shu, to present gifts for the occasion. Ye Feiran's large, expressive eyes darted around as the ladies praised him. Remarkable. Madame Ye is born a child after 9 years, and he is truly a dragon among men. This child is exceptionally handsome. He is destined for greatness. Indeed, many had seen countless infants, yet Ye Feiran stood out as the most captivating among them. Just look at those big eyes. It seemed as though he truly understood. Madame Ye, gradually losing herself in the chorus of compliments, transformed into a proud mother, thinking, yes, my precious son is not only beautiful but also a little nobleman of the Su family. Ye Qichen also came to visit Ye Feiran, finally willing to see Madame Ye after a month of absence. He presented a character he had written himself, placing it beside Ye Feiran. "Aunt, this is a full moon gift from Qichen to my little brother." Madame Ye, not wishing to argue with a 6-year-old, simply replied, "You are very thoughtful, Qichen. Thank you on behalf of your little brother." Ye Qichen appeared pleased and said, "Aunt, you are too kind. In the future, Qichen will take good care of my little brother." Ye Feiran, overhearing, muttered, "Heh, as long as you don't harm me, that's already a blessing. I hope there's nothing sinister hidden in that character of yours. Take it away. I have no desire for your gift." Madame Ye observed Ye Qichen's expression, suspecting he could not hear Feiran's thoughts. Not only could he not hear, but none of the women present could either. She surmised that Feiran's system must have some mechanism, for during the last incident with Daying, everyone had clearly heard. No, not everyone. Her attendants, Yihong and Itsue, had not heard either. Recalling what Master Yichen had said, Madame Ye felt a sense of reassurance. It is evident that Feiran's system has its own means of protection, and those elders are merely worrying for no reason. Lady Yi contemplated for a moment and instructed Yihong, "Please take young Master Yi Chi-chan's calligraphy to be framed." "Oh, Mr. Ji has a remarkable talent for framing calligraphy, so deliver it to him." Having served the lady for quite some time, Yihong understood her intent and promptly replied, "Yes, I shall take care of it right away." Seeing Lady Ye's earnest attention to his calligraphy, Yi Chi-chan smiled and added, "Aunt, I have good news. I have recently caught the eye of His Royal Highness the 4th Prince and will be entering the palace as his companion reader." Ye Feiran perked up her ears and began to murmur, "Oh, is he really going to enter the palace as a companion reader so soon? Wait, if I recall correctly, I seem to have a second cousin who is also serving as a companion reader in the palace. General Su has 3 children, the eldest daughter Su Daying, the eldest son Su Yulan, and the younger son Su Yushi. Su Yulan is currently studying at Hanqing Academy and has not yet entered the National Academy, as he is the prized pupil of the esteemed scholar Mr. Mi. To speak of Su Yulan is to speak of a prodigy renowned throughout the capital. He has excelled in both the provincial and national examinations, just one step away from the final Imperial examination, and everyone believes he will achieve the highest honors. Alas, fate had other plans, for those with ulterior motives intervened. Upon hearing her son's thoughts, Lady Yi remarked, "Indeed, this is good news. Coincidentally, your cousin Yushi is also in the palace as a companion reader. You must learn diligently from him and not squander the royal favor." While Yi Chi-chan maintained a humble demeanor, he harbored disdain within, thinking, the Su family merely relies on ancestral support. With my own talents, why should I learn from him? His thoughts were inadvertently perceived by Ye Feiran. "Oh, I didn't expect my gossip system to catch on to the young male lead's inner musings. Ha ha, how amusing. What talents do you possess? Your accomplishments are merely the result of 30 years of accumulated experience. which amounts to little when compared to an adult of 30. However, when applied to a 6-year-old child, they indeed seem extraordinary. Ye Feiran found it curious that, despite the male lead's reincarnation, his intellect had not been reshaped. In the original narrative, he was beloved by all, admired by everyone, and even praised by the Emperor upon their encounters. This was puzzling. Could it be that he possessed something unique? The individuals who held him in high regard were all figures of power, or those who could aid his career. It was these noble patrons who facilitated his ascent to the position of regent, second only to the emperor, though the fourth prince was talented and virtuous among the princes. His disinterest in the throne and lack of governance skills led him to delegate all court affairs to the male lead. This resulted in the latter gaining immense influence, even coercing the emperor to bestow upon him the title of a prince of a different surname. Indeed, the original text used the term coerce. If the emperor was willing to submit to him and grant him such a title, was coercion truly necessary? Ye Feiran found herself increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events and yearned to unravel all hidden truths. Life ought to be filled with joy, making it vibrant and colorful. After relaying his congratulations to Lady Ye, Ye Feiran returned to his quarters, unable to suppress a smile at the thought of entering the palace as a companion reader. What of Ye Feiran? What of Lady Ye? They are but minor characters in my life's journey. I am destined for greatness and need not dwell on momentary gains or losses. In the rear courtyard, the elderly matriarch of the Su family, supported by Prince Luo, finally arrived. Upon seeing Lady Ye, she smiled warmly. "Yunner, how I've missed you. It's a pity your cousin insisted on preventing me from visiting you." The matriarch exuded an air of nobility, being the beloved sister of General Su, and was distinctly different from ordinary daughters, her demeanor radiating both grace and strength. Prince Luo, ever polite and gentle, interjected, "Mother, please refrain from speaking too much. With the onset of autumn, you have caught a chill. I would have welcomed you, but I fear that should you pass on your illness to little Feiran, I would be at fault." Lady Ye, filled with concern, inquired, "Has your aunt fallen ill? Why did no one inform me?" The matriarch grasped her hand and reassured her, "It's nothing serious, just a slight chill. I'm already much better. Your cousin, however, is overreacting. It is merely my age that makes me susceptible to such ailments. In my youth." Upon hearing his mother reminiscing, Prince Luo quickly interrupted, "Mother, please stop. You are about to recount tales of your battles with Uncle Wang. It will never end, and I fear my ears will grow calloused from listening." The matriarch, mildly displeased, retorted, "Look at you. You seem to find me bothersome." Lady Yi could not help but chuckle, gently advising, "The prince is merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." Immersed in conversation with Lady Yi, the matriarch overlooked the noble women kneeling on the ground, waving her hand to them. "Do not be formal. Sit and speak freely. Do not feel embarrassed because I am present. You all know me. I thrive in lively company." After drinking the nourishing milk, Ye Feiran heard everything clearly from outside, thinking, "This matriarch is truly amiable, showing none of the airs of royalty. The current emperor is dutiful, and although the empress is no longer present, he continues to regard this matriarch with deep affection." The matriarch had almost single-handedly raised him after the early death of his mother. Although the matriarch and Prince Luo were genuinely kind, Ye Feiran mused, "Ah, matriarch, your future daughter-in-law is already meeting with Nangong Daqiang. Are you not considering catching them in the act?" The collective thoughts of those present turned to shock, especially Mrs. Xia, who had come to attend the Ye family's celebration, her expression darkening immediately. Chapter 10. However, the Xia family, being of noble rank, found it difficult to address the matter openly, despite the whispers that circulated. Only Lady Yi ventured to ask, "I have heard that the prince has chosen the daughter of the Xia Marquis as his princess. Why did the Marquis's wife not bring her along today?" Mrs. Xia forced a smile and replied, "Sierra is naturally in the flower hall with the daughters of the prominent families. Our topics may not be suitable for the unmarried young ladies." Lady Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "That is true. The future Princess Luo will hold a prestigious position, and I wouldn't want to offend her. How about this, sister-in-law? You might let Daying accompany Miss Xia?" Mrs. Xia was about to decline when she noticed Su Daying approaching from a distance. Upon hearing the suggestion, she responded, "I have just gone to find Sister Xia. But she wasn't in the flower hall or the back garden. Perhaps she is preoccupied with something elsewhere." Regarding her daughter's intentions, Mrs. Xia was well aware and disapproved wholeheartedly. Why would her daughter forsake the esteemed position of Princess Luo to marry a son of a mere third-rank official, especially one so slick-tongued, clearly unworthy? Despite her efforts to dissuade her daughter, who repeatedly sought clandestine meetings with that young man from the Nangong family, Mrs. Xia could only hope that the wedding next month would put an end to it all. Once her daughter entered the Prince Luo's residence, she would surely sever ties with that young man from the Nangong family. Prince Luo, Xiao Jintang, was not only handsome but also possessed remarkable martial skills, winning the emperor's favor. The Empress Dowager Su, having nurtured the emperor, enjoyed a special bond with him, and thus the emperor lavished affection on his younger brother. Fearing any slight against this mother-son duo, should a daughter marry into the Luo prince's residence, it would guarantee a lifetime of opulence, with their son basking in the glory as well. Mrs. Xiao had splendid intentions, yet her daughter always proved to be a hindrance. At this moment, news about Ye Feiran's latest revelation arrived. Indeed, Nangong Daqiang has met with the Xia family's daughter, and they are currently clandestinely rendezvousing in the small storage room in the backyard. How audacious of him, unaware that this is the Ye residence. Such impropriety. This thought resonated loudly enough for even the Empress Dowager Su to hear. Mrs. Yi gradually discerned the nature of Ye Feiran's ability. It seemed that only the reveler and those associated with the revelation could hear his thoughts, and only within the same spatial confines. However, circumstances varied. If the reveler was detrimental to their side, they would certainly be unheard. Mrs. Yi felt a deep sense of comfort knowing the system protected its master. Maintaining her composure, she remarked, "Yihong, the residence is undergoing repairs, and I fear Miss Xia might inadvertently step on something she shouldn't. If the path is damaged, it can be mended. But if Miss Xia were to be injured, it would be most unfortunate. Please find her and ensure our esteemed guest is well taken care of." Yihong acknowledged her request. Yet Mrs. Xia rose and said, "There is no need to trouble your household. I shall personally seek her out." Mrs. Yi chuckled lightly, "Very well. But I do worry that the Countess might lose her way. It would be unfortunate if she were unable to find her way back." Mrs. Xia felt a twinge of doubt, suspecting that the one who had just spoken was deliberately causing trouble. Fortunately, no one else had overheard, or her daughter's reputation would be at stake. With the marriage date fast approaching, she did not wish to complicate matters further and hurried off to search for her daughter. However, Mrs. Xia underestimated the layout of the Yi residence. Hailing from Jiangnan, Yi Chengza had a penchant for creating rock gardens in his yard, leading Mrs. Xia to become lost after meandering through its many twists and turns. Meanwhile, seeing that she had been gone for quite some time, Mrs. Yi decided to lift her son and remarked, "Well, given the splendid weather today, why not accompany the Countess to search for her daughter? My garden is so chaotic that it is easy to lose one's way. It is truly unfortunate that my husband enjoys meddling with renovations, employing craftsmen to chisel away daily. In my opinion, a tidy garden would suffice, but all these embellishments only confuse our guests." Beside her, the wife of a minor official flattered, "Master Yi is indeed a man of refined taste. It is only natural he appreciates such artistic endeavors. Unlike my husband, who sees a rock garden merely as stones." Laughter erupted among the ladies, the speaker being a martial general's wife from the Su family. As Mrs. Yi walked ahead, she described the decor of her residence. These structures were crafted by artisans from Jianglin. This area is known as Tongyu Pavilion, and this path leads to a nearby corridor. The flowers and plants were also tended by skilled craftsmen, which took considerable effort. The Empress Dowager Su, walking alongside, nodded in agreement. "I lack such patience. I prefer to peruse tales of the Jianghu." Prince Luo chuckled. "Indeed, your collection of Jianghu tales must be vast." The Empress Dowager playfully scolded her son, "You rascal. You constantly undermine me." Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, who was eavesdropping, blinked his large eyes at this warm exchange between mother and son. How delightful it was. Yet the warmth of the moment was but a prelude to the impending tragedy. The Empress Dowager Su appeared to be in her 50s, while her son seemed merely in his 20s, an anomaly in ancient times often viewed as late childbirth. It was likely that to care for the current emperor, the Empress Dowager had missed her prime years for childbearing, giving birth to her first child at the age of 30. Mrs. Yi led the group across an elegant little bridge towards the shaded path leading to the backyard, pointing out the various autumn chrysanthemums blooming along the way. At this season, only the chrysanthemums remain to be admired. Oh, ahead lies a grove of red maples. As autumn descends, those maple leaves turn a fiery red, truly magnificent. Would the ladies care to join me for a closer look? Mrs. Xia chimed in. "I would be delighted, but my daughter has only recently recovered. I wonder if she can manage?" Mrs. Yi replied with a light laugh. "Sister-in-law, you jest. I, like my aunt, grew up riding horses. This little trek is nothing to me." Encouraged by Mrs. Ye's words, the other ladies were eager to witness the deep autumn foliage. Thus, they proceeded towards the northeastern corner of the back garden. For Ye Feiran, this was his first outing. The sun was warm, the sky clear and bright, with no wind in sight. The path was lined with autumn flowers and leaves in varying hues, a scene of exquisite beauty that captivated him, his large, striking eyes wide with wonder. The Empress Dowager, upon seeing him, could not help but exclaim in amazement, "His eyes are so lively, as if they possess a spirit of their own." "Yunner, have you noticed any remarkable qualities in Feiran?" Mrs. Ye was hesitant to divulge Ye Feiran's abilities, for although the system offered protection, possessing such a treasure could invite envy. In the presence of so many noble women, she merely squeezed the Empress Dowager's hand and said, "Feiran is merely handsome. Isn't it often said that beauty is merely a reflection of cleverness? I find this child rather simple-minded, devoid of any extraordinary talents. Yet, being my own flesh and blood, I shall cherish him regardless of his merits." The Empress Dowager understood her niece's intention and chuckled, "Indeed. Just look at how Tanger always criticizes me. I have come to accept it." Prince Luo feigned innocence. "Mother, why must you always put me on the spot? I have lowered myself to accompany you and these ladies to admire the autumn scenery, and yet you still find fault." The Empress Dowager playfully poked his nose. "Look at you. Now you are even threatening me." Ye Feiran smiled, for such interactions between mother and son were the essence of familial joy. At last, the group reached the grove of red maples, where the vibrant leaves indeed painted the entire northeastern corner of the garden in a breathtaking display. However, from a distance, they spied someone hiding beneath the trees. Ehome, sharp-eyed, called out, "Isn't that Lanner, the companion of Miss Xia?" The group turned to see Lanner, peeking and attempting to sneak toward the far corner storage room. Mrs. Xia sensed something amiss and hurriedly approached Lanner, commanding, "Stop. Where is my daughter?" Lana halted, panic welling in her eyes, and cried out toward the storage room, "Miss, the ladies have arrived." Unfortunately, Miss Xia, lost in a moment of sweet affection with Nangong Daqiang, failed to hear Lanner's urgent call. Mrs. Xia, infuriated, quickly moved towards the storage room, accompanied by her maid, while the noblewoman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who wouldn't be curious about such delicious gossip? Thus, the group surged forward, surrounding the storage room with intent. As Mrs. Xia approached, she realized her rashness. Should Shio truly be engaging in any disgraceful behavior within, her life would be irreparably marred. Yet, with the metaphorical arrow already drawn, there was no turning back. The Empress Dowager would not allow it. How could the future bride of Prince Luo bear any blemish on her character? She immediately commanded the prince, Tanger, "Kick down that door." Prince Luo had long since discerned Madame Ye's intentions, for he had heard the heartfelt whispers of that youthful voice. Initially, this marriage proposal was merely a ploy to appease his mother. He held little fervor for the institution of matrimony. Whether he married or remained unencumbered, his filial duty was fulfilled. He promptly approached and forcefully kicked open the door, revealing a pair of wayward lovers in disarray, sprawled atop a burlap sack filled with potting soil. Clearly, their unexpected visitors startled the couple, especially Nangong Chong, who, upon spotting the elderly matriarch and Prince Luo, nearly soiled himself in fright. He hastily dressed and attempted to escape to the window, but was promptly kicked back by Prince Luo. Ye Feiran clicked her tongue, remarking, "Miss Xia, have you now seen the true nature of this man before you? He does not even shield you, but rather prioritizes his own escape." Not far off, Su Yulan approached with several students from Hanqing Academy, likely drawn by curiosity about the commotion. Meanwhile, Madame Xia, trembling with fury, raised her hand and struck Xia Shiran across the face. Defiantly, Xia Shiran, with tears streaming down her face, proclaimed, "You might as well kill me. I am merely a tool for your ambitions. My love for a Chong is sincere, and even if you were to take my life, I would still choose to be with him." Chapter 11. Madame Xia was nearly overcome with rage, taking a considerable time to regain her composure with the assistance of a maid. The maid, unable to bear the sight of the young lady she had nurtured suffering such humiliation, offered her own outer robe for modesty. Madame Xia, weeping, knelt before the elderly matriarch, pleading earnestly, "Your Grace, my daughter has merely been misled in her youth. Please do not punish her for this." In ancient times, women faced harsh judgments. Engaging in impropriety despite having a betrothal could lead to severe consequences from their families. A woman, upon marriage, was expected to adhere to her husband's family, and violations of virtue could result in extreme measures, such as being drowned. This reality, a remnant of feudal oppression, starkly depicted the cruel circumstances women faced. The elderly matriarch regarded Madame Xia coldly, her gaze piercing as she inquired, as the daughter of the Marquis. Why would your daughter attend Prince Luo's selection of brides if her heart already belongs elsewhere? Is this not a deliberate affront to Prince Luo? Madame Xia shook her head, insisting, we have never consented to this. From the very beginning, we opposed it. The son of the Nangong minister has deceived Feiran with sweet words. We have kept a close watch and never allowed them to meet privately. It is only today, at the banquet for the young master of the Ye family. Madam, you scoffed, displeased. Madame Marquis, are you suggesting that if they met in secret, it would be my Feiran's fault? Upon hearing her mother reference her, Ye Feiran raised her voice, declaring, she lies. They have secretly met several times, and Miss Xia is already with child. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. The revelation was nothing short of scandalous. Who would have guessed that the seemingly composed Miss Xia could engage in such audacious behavior? Yet Miss Xia remained defiant, proclaiming, do as you please. I am prepared for death. If it comes to it, a Chang and I shall be a pair of ghostly spouses. Nangong Chang, pale as a ghost, was struck with fear, realizing he had merely intended to flirt, never anticipating such consequences. He thought, who would want to be a ghostly spouse? I am the sole heir of the Minister of War. My family relies on me to carry on the lineage. He pondered his previous caution, having always been careful to avoid such outcomes. Ye Feiran, amused, chimed in, Pa, what a scoundrel. Miss Xia, do you not see? Nangong Chang seeks only to take advantage of you. He has no intention of taking responsibility. Even if you were to perish, it would be in vain. Why sacrifice yourself for a scoundrel? Miss Xia looked around, confused by the voice, wondering where it came from, as there were no children present. Her gaze fell upon Ye Feiran and Madame Ye's arms, and she shook her head, dismissing the thought, believing it impossible, given that the child was barely a month old. Madame Xia had intended to defend her daughter further, but to her shock, Miss Xia's admission in front of so many revealed her indiscretion. In that moment, Madame Xia truly fainted, and the maid struggled to revive her. Fearing for the woman's life, Madame Ye quickly summoned a physician. Fortunately, Madame Xia's constitution was robust, and she soon regained her senses, weeping as she beseeched the elderly matriarch, Your Grace, Your Highness, please show mercy. I will discipline her at home and ensure she provides an explanation to Prince Luo. I humbly ask you to spare her life. After all, she treasured both her son and daughter dearly. Finally, the elderly matriarch spoke. I am not a heartless person. Given that the Marquis's daughter already has affections elsewhere, I am inclined to bless this union. However, is it truly the case that Miss Xia and young Master Nangong share a profound love? Upon hearing this, Miss Xia's tear-streaked face brightened with hope, and she approached, asking, Your Grace, do you truly wish to bless my union with a Chang? The elderly matriarch nodded, naturally. But it appears that young Master Nangong is not entirely willing. At that moment, Nangong Chang, disheveled and stripped of dignity, stood awkwardly, while Miss Xia was somewhat covered. He had initially wished to avoid such complications and had already planned to hide away for a few days. However, hearing the elderly matriarch's inquiry sparked a different notion within him. If he could indeed marry the daughter of the Marquis, it would be a splendid opportunity. He then swore, I hold deep feelings for Miss Xia. Let the heavens bear witness. Miss Xia, touched, gazed at Nangong Chang, softly affirming, A Chang, I knew you truly loved me. Yet again, Ye Feiran's voice interrupted. He lies. He does not genuinely care for you. He is merely enamored with the power of your family. At this, Miss Xia could not process any further, insisting, As long as your grace consents, I shall devote my life to honoring you, lighting incense daily and praying for your blessings. The elderly matriarch regarded her with disdain, having seen much in her lifetime. The transformation in Nangong Chang's demeanor was stark, and his averted gaze suggested treachery. The elderly matriarch then queried, You claim your love is profound. What tokens do you possess as evidence? I would like to serve as your matchmaker and bear witness. Miss Xia, contemplating, retrieved 3 letters from her sleeve, stating, These are tokens of affection. A Chang penned poetry for me, and his talent and character are evident within. Ye Feiran laughed. Isn't this poetry stolen from my cousin? It was meant for the Luo goddess. Su Yulan, suddenly addressed, looked perplexedly at Nangong Chang. The latter, appearing anxious, cast a pleading look at Su Yulan. Su Yulan recognized that his classmate was generally amiable, albeit somewhat lecherous. But he never expected him to pursue the affections of the prince's fiancée. Torn between his friend and his cousin, he knew he had to side with family. Moreover, Su Yulan was deeply ashamed that others had plagiarized his work. He immediately recited the 3 poems he had composed for the Lady of the Luo River. A startled swan graces the sky, with a captivating charm that vexes the emperor. A stroke of the brush conjures lotus rain, while fragrant grass reaches for the heavens, yet falls short. Miss Xia suddenly raised her head to gaze at Su Yulan, who spoke. This poem was penned during my visit to the Luo River 2 years ago. And since it was merely a spontaneous creation, it has not been widely circulated. Furthermore, I do not consider my humble work worthy of inclusion. I never anticipated that Brother Nangong would resort to such actions. As friends and classmates, I do not wish to hold you accountable, but honesty is paramount. Brother Nangong, the other 2 poems are not also stolen from me, are they? Nangong Chang found himself at a loss for words, while Xia Xiran looked at him in disbelief, as if struck by a thunderclap. Ah Chang, is what he said true? Nangong Chang hesitated. Xiran, let me explain. Xia Xiran, now incensed, retorted, I ask you, is it true? Speak the truth, Nangong Chang, realizing that he could not conceal the matter any longer. Nangong Chang finally blurted out, you can only blame yourself. I merely praised you, and you eagerly threw yourself at me. I gifted you a poem, and you returned with an embroidered handkerchief. I invited you twice, and you actually came. You ask if I wish to be with you forever. It's laughable, mere pretense. What talk of forever? Had I known you were a noble lady, I would never have pursued you. Ye Feiran chuckled in anger. Don't say that. You knew from the start she was a noble lady. You simply did not expect her family to look down upon you. Your unwillingness to accept this led you to deceive and ruin her, all while clinging to a faint hope that a noble lady might deign to marry down. But what is obtained through deceit is ultimately deceit. Even if you manage to fool her for a moment, can you maintain the facade for a lifetime? After living together for a while, the truth will inevitably reveal itself. Xia Xiran's heart turned to ice, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Her gaze becoming cold and desolate. She rose, casting aside the outer robe given to her by the maid, took one last look at Nangong Chang, and turned to retrieve a stone from nearby. Lady Xia, in a panic, rushed forward, fearing for her daughter's life, regardless of the shame that might ensue. Her daughter's survival mattered above all else. Little did anyone expect Xia Xiran to act so resolutely. She did not seek death, but rather aimed the stone at her abdomen and struck with great force. Gasps of shock filled the air as a crowd hurried to her aid. Fortunately, Lady Yi had just summoned a physician, who hurriedly approached with a medicine chest to tend to Miss Xia. Blood stained Xia Xiran's garments, and it was clear the child could not be saved. The physician shook his head, saying helplessly, I can only do my utmost to ensure Miss Xia's future well-being. The child is lost. Amidst the chaos, no one attended to Nangong Chang. At that moment, a childish voice reached the ears of the Prince of Luo. Nangong Chang is trying to escape. The Prince of Luo casually drew the jade flute from his waist and struck Nangong Chang's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground, fortuitously landing before Su Yulan, his cousin. Nangong Chang looked up at Su Yulan with a pleading expression. Brother Su, please save me. I beg you to inform my father. Su Yulan frowned, coldly replying, you must bear the consequences of your own misdeeds. The Prince of Luo stood before Su Yulan, sneering, I believe such a person should be dealt with decisively. Amused by his cousin's jest, Su Yulan respectfully addressed the prince. Greetings, your highness. The prince retrieved his flute, casually remarking, there is no need for formalities among family. But little Yulan, you've grown taller in the year since we last met. Su Yulan, displeased, responded, Uncle, I am no longer a child. I will participate in the autumn examination this year. The prince, affectionately ruffling his hair, replied, very well, you are no longer small. You are the eldest, much older than little Feiran. Ye Feiran sensed something amiss in their exchange and quipped, why don't you two compare heights? Or perhaps the 3 of us. Never mind, I concede. Chapter 12. The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, yet curious to inquire about Ye Feiran and Lady Ye's arms. The Prince of Luo asked with interest, Cousin, is my little nephew truly as lovely as jade? He must possess some extraordinary qualities, does he not? Lady Yi, unwilling to keep secrets from family, gently replied with a smile, Your Highness, did you not already know? The eyes of the uncle and nephew sparkled with curiosity, especially Su Yulan, who had not seen a child so young in ages. He could not help but ask, and, may I hold little Feiran? Ye Feiran looked from one handsome relative to another, marveling at how each was more striking than the last. The Prince of Luo was undoubtedly impressive, adorned in splendid attire. He exuded an air of extraordinary nobility. Cousin Yulan, although not as tall as the prince, possessed an inexplicable scholarly charm that made him exceptionally pleasant to behold. Reflecting on Cousin Yulan's fate, Ye Feiran's heart sighed heavily. Su Yulan pondered why such a young child could be so sensitive, as he listened to Ye Feiran reveal the story of his elder cousin Su Yulan, due to threats from Nangong Chang, had no choice but to acquiesce to the plagiarism of his work. During the Imperial examination, Nangong Chang garnered the emperor's favor with the stolen article, earning the top rank. Meanwhile, Su Yulan, having not prepared adequately due to the theft, failed to answer the emperor's questions, incurring his wrath and being removed from the list of successful candidates. Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Su Yulan was taken aback. Wondering how this could be, surely his cousin's words could not be true? As the primary source of this information, he heard it most clearly. With the autumn examination approaching, he had indeed just crafted a piece he believed to be flawless, but it was still incomplete. Recently, Nangong Chang had inquired if he had any noteworthy articles to share, and he had promised to discuss it with him once it was finished. However, if Nangong Chang harbored such intentions, he would need to reconsider the matter. Naturally gentle-hearted, Su Yulan was not one to play cunning games. Observing his cousin's predicament, Ye Feiran could not help but suggest, in my opinion, you should write an article rife with taboo topics for him to peruse. Let him copy it, and he shall bear the consequences of his own actions. Amused by this childish wisdom, Su Yulan could not help but smile, his mind already formulating a plan. Ye Feiran continued to chatter, but how could my elder cousin, a dragon among men, associate with someone like Nangong Chang? Su Yulan, feeling quite helpless, explained, the Su family had no prior connection with the Nangong family. But General Su served on the southern border in his early years, and military funds were controlled by the Ministry of War. The Nangong family is also prominent. The Minister of War is Nangong Chang's maternal grandfather, while his father serves as the deputy minister. Strengthening ties with the Nangong family was also to ensure smoother access to military funds. This time, with General Su dispatched to the southwest to quell bandits. The subsequent supplies are managed by the Nangong family, making it difficult for the two families to fall out. Ye Feiran has also come to understand this situation. No wonder. It turns out that the Nangong family has been withholding the military salary of the Su family when tens of thousands of troops are mobilized. The provisions and military pay must follow, all of which need to be coordinated with the Nangong family. Alas, it is indeed a difficult situation for my uncle. However, my elder cousin cannot be controlled by the Nangong family because of this. There must be some hidden circumstances that led him to make such a choice. Su Yulan has also become more cautious. Since my younger cousin has said so, it is evident that there will be some changes in the Su family soon. Oblivious, Ye Feiran yawned, sucking on his thumb, and soon fell into a forced slumber. Madame Yu looked on, amused. Thinking that he had only just turned a month old and was already worrying so much, surely he was exhausted. After a chaotic scene in the back garden, Miss Xia was settled in a side room to rest, while Nangong Chang was escorted back to the Nangong family by the attendants of Prince Luo. Though Nangong Chang's moral failings were not illegal, if investigated, he could face some time in confinement. However, the ancient imperial examination was extremely difficult. Unless one had angered the emperor to the point of being stripped of their title, he still qualified to participate in the autumn examination. In the eyes of the noble circles in the capital, this was merely a scandalous topic for idle gossip, and the only one truly harmed was Miss Xia. From now on, she would find it difficult to engage in marriage discussions, and her only option might be to find a husband to adopt. Yet, escaping from such a scoundrel as Nangong Chang could hardly be deemed a misfortune. After all, in the original narrative, Nangong Chang never married the previously married Xia Shiran, but instead kept her as a concubine, causing immense suffering for both mother and son. Xia Shiran, bearing the title of the late royal consort of Prince Luo, had an improper relationship with him and had severed ties with Lord Xia, relying only on her mother for occasional assistance, living in dire straits. Thus, this conclusion might not be a misfortune for her, having indulged in a substantial amount of gossip. Ye Feiran received 50 gossip coins. Upon waking, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that a new shelf had opened, featuring a functional detoxification pill that appeared quite practical. He examined the pill's properties, which noted that it could neutralize all toxins except for those of a lethal nature. In the treacherous environment of a large family residence, such a remedy was indeed prudent. At that moment, the room was empty. His mother was outside conversing with the Dowager Empress Su about the recent incident. And having consumed the clarity-inducing milk, he could clearly hear their conversation. The Dowager Empress Su remarked, If this matter had not been uncovered here, Tanger would have suffered a silent grievance. Madame Ye sighed. I never anticipated that Miss Xia would act so recklessly. One can only blame that irresponsible scoundrel from the Nangong family. The Dowager Empress nodded. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on Miss Xia. The young master of the Nangong family erred by provoking others with the plundered poetry of Lanner. However, the Nangong family is a prominent clan, deeply intertwined with the Empress's faction. The Jingwa Duke's mansion currently wields great power, and to avoid suspicion, I intentionally do not allow Tanger to hold a position in court. I fear that, in the end, this matter may simply fade away. Madame Yi pondered briefly before speaking. As for matters of the court, I dare not speculate. However, the Jingwa Duke's mansion has indeed overstepped. Take military salaries as an example. My brother has traveled far and wide for the court to quell bandits and restore order. And several times, delays in military supplies nearly cost the lives of soldiers. On the surface, it seems the Nangong family is at fault. But who does not know that the Jingwa Duke's mansion is working behind the scenes? They fear my father, but he has already passed. Now my brother is merely a third-rank military officer. Do they intend to annihilate the Su family? The Dowager Empress Su covered Madame Ye's mouth and whispered, "Be cautious. There may be ears on the other side of the wall. Some matters are best kept between us." Initially, I did not wish to burden the Emperor. In court, Tango has retreated time and again, now merely a leisurely prince. If they continue to be aggressive, I shall not hold back. What they fear are the old soldiers of the Su family, who followed my brother in campaigns. Each one of them is a valiant general. As long as my Su family calls upon them, who would dare to disobey? My family has never harbored any rebellious intentions. Rather, we have been manipulated by others. Human nature. They surely will not allow us to live in peace simply because we are accommodating. Ye Feiran absorbed all of this. Understanding the intricate web surrounding the Su family, it became clear that the general of the Su family had been falsely accused of overshadowing others, deliberately suppressing the Su family. The primary culprit was none other than the Jingwa Duke's faction, tied closely to the Empress. The Wang family of the Jingwa Duke was indeed one of the most supportive noble families in the original narrative for the young male protagonist. Furthermore, the Jingwa Duke has a legitimate granddaughter who is infatuated with the young male protagonist, inciting jealousy from the fourth prince. While reading, the comments would frequently express how adorable it was to see the fourth prince jealous, praising the top-tier male lead, Xiao Hang. Yet, Ye Feiran found something amiss. While the male protagonist was entangled with the Jingwa Duke's granddaughter, he was also romantically involved with the fourth prince, all while keeping a stunning concubine to bear heirs. All the good fortune seemed to fall into his lap, and even the most gratifying tales cannot unfold in this manner, can they? Naturally, at this moment, Ye Feiran wished only to be a dutiful little one, relishing the moments of feasting and nursing, which were far more important than anything else. As he spoke, he exchanged for a bottle of formula milk. Now that he had turned a month old, his appetite had increased significantly, requiring a full 4 bottles. Today, the Ye family hosted an extravagant celebration for his 1-month banquet to maintain their reputation, making Madame Yi quite pleased, while his cousin Qin Wanqi sulked in her room. With an evening banquet approaching, Qin Wanqi excused herself due to feeling unwell and returned to her quarters. Yu Qingse, concerned for his beloved, quietly slipped away to check on her. Finding her in tears, he gently coaxed, "My little beauty, why are you crying again?" Qin Wanqi turned away, speaking with a hint of grievance. "It's nothing. I'm just lamenting my own inadequacy, my lack of a family background like my sisters, and my inability to provide Jinner with a splendid 1-month celebration." Yu Qingse embraced her from behind, chuckling softly. "I thought it was something serious. It's just this. Our Jinner is different. At only 6 years old, he is already renowned throughout the capital, praised by everyone. His future lies in an official career. Why worry about these trifling matters?" Yet, Qin Wanqi cried harder, "But right now, my Jinner has been expelled from Hanqing Academy. He is merely recognized as your nephew and looked down upon wherever he goes. If he had a title, even as a bastard, he could at least enter the Imperial Academy. Cheng Lang, how I wish to be like my sister, to be able to accompany you openly, and to have Jinner call me mother without reservation." Awakening for milk, Ye Feiran happened to catch a live broadcast of his cousin's antics, and he joyfully began to chatter. "Is my mother's cousin finally going to make a move? I just wonder what means she will use to reveal her relationship with that scoundrel father. Oh, how exciting." Chapter 13. Madame Ye's lips twitched as she observed her mischievous child relishing the family drama. However, compared to when she first heard her child's thoughts, Madame Ye had grown much more composed. She had always maintained a rather indifferent stance towards matters of the heart. In the past, when Yuqingza ardently pursued her, she merely noted that he was well-educated and did not view her as just the daughter of a general, unlike those frivolous young men in the capital. Even after she agreed to his courtship, she remained distant, maintaining her dignified composure, even during their initial closeness. Their conversations were merely about the glories of the battlefield and the customs of the borderlands. At the time of the incident, Lady Ye's heart was not particularly pained, merely chilled. Nonetheless, even this chill was something that an ordinary person would find unbearable. She turned to the old dowager and smiled, saying, "Aunt, why not stay the night instead of returning to the Duke's residence? I would be delighted to have you with me." The old dowager understood well that her granddaughter had not sent any news in recent days, indicating that something must have happened at home. Since she had made the effort to visit, she nodded in agreement. "Of course, I shall stay the night. It has been quite some time since we last saw each other. We must enjoy each other's company." At that moment, Yihong and Itsue came to report, "Madam, the gathering has been prepared, and all the ladies have taken their seats. You and the old dowager may proceed." Ye Feiran perked up at the mention of the gathering, immediately bursting out, "There's a gathering. I have never witnessed one before. I want to join in on the excitement." Hearing his incessant chatter, Lady Yu helplessly rose and scooped him up. "You've napped all afternoon. Why not accompany your mother to see the gathering?" Ye Feiran internally cheered, "Hooray! Long live mother! There is no one like a mother. Children with mothers are treasures." The noble ladies of the capital were already seated in front of the stage, eagerly awaiting the old dowager to select a performance. Though they were unable to discuss it openly, they all felt a sense of satisfaction after the recent drama. Only two wives of high-ranking officials were quietly conversing, with the Grand Tutor's wife expressing her regret over the daughter of the Xia family. "This girl has grown up before my eyes. Aside from being a bit stubborn, she has no other flaws. It is a pity that the young man from the Nangong family deceived Miss Xia with stolen poetry. Such behavior is inexcusable." The Prime Minister's wife chimed in, "Indeed, however, a woman must uphold propriety. If she strays and commits a blunder, her life could be ruined." Hearing these remarks, Ye Feiran strongly disagreed and silently retorted, It is clearly Nangong Daqiang's fault. The standards for women in ancient times are truly harsh. Miss Xia indeed made a mistake, but her error lies in misplacing her affections. It's merely a romance, yet she is labeled for life. How utterly unfair to women. Lady Yi regarded her son with newfound respect. The world did not allow women to err. While men could take multiple wives and keep concubines, yet women were forbidden from expressing feelings for the men they admired, forced to obey their parents' wishes and matchmakers' words. Growing up in such an environment, she had never realized this until her son's words awakened her to the truth of the injustice. As the old dowager arrived, the noble ladies fell silent. It was unusual for a banquet celebrating the full month of a third-rank official's son to attract so many wives of first- and second-rank officials. However, the reputation of General Su and the presence of the old dowager commanded respect, and they were all there out of consideration for the Su family. The old dowager picked up the script and, feeling somewhat conflicted, asked, "It has been quite some time since I last heard a play. What would you like to hear?" A lady nearby suggested, "How about a piece from the West Chamber?" The West Chamber, also known as the Tale of Ying, tells the love story of a down-and-out scholar and a wealthy young lady. Ye Feiran scoffed, "Are you all still not learning from Miss Xia's incident? Such tales are written by men, primarily fantasies of themselves winning the hearts of wealthy young ladies. Have they ever considered the reputation of Miss Ying? Frankly, they are just selfish men aiming to climb the social ladder." Everyone present heard his murmurs, especially the old dowager and Lady Yi, who understood him clearly. The old dowager then smiled and said, "Forget about the West Chamber. Let's have a performance of Mu Ging instead." Although this story is set in a fictional time, the author chose not to create new settings, placing it in a historical context akin to the Ming Dynasty. Thus, elements preceding the Ming era are present in this tale. As the sound of drums and gongs reverberated, the valiant Mu Guiying made her entrance, captivating Lady Yi and the old dowager with her colorful attire and impressive martial skills. Both women, being daughters of generals who had fought alongside their fathers in their youth, felt a sense of nostalgia. One was chosen to enter the palace to win over a great general, while the other had to accept the fate of becoming a wife. Both stories elicited bittersweet reflections. The performer executed several acrobatic flips, prompting the old dowager and Lady Yu to cheer, "Bravo! We applaud." The other ladies became engrossed in the performance, discussing, "Why are the women of the Young family so much stronger than ordinary women? They can fight on the battlefield and instill fear in the enemy. Why must we be confined to the inner chambers?" The Prime Minister's wife chuckled, who says only the Yang family women are so. Have you forgotten that our old dowager once single-handedly defended the 5 young lady pass? Even the emperor praises her. The pass is named after the old dowager because she, along with her 4 attendants, stood firm before thousands of soldiers, strategically buying time for the army's arrival and causing the opposing general to weep. When the emperor selected the old dowager to enter the palace, it was not solely to win over General Su, but also to find someone reliable to manage the harem. The old dowager succeeded, not only elevating the emperor's chosen heir, but also retreating gracefully after her achievements, maintaining her integrity and reputation. At the time of her retirement, the court was clear and orderly, but now the waters have become murky. While everyone was engrossed in the performance, a maid hurriedly approached, reporting, "Madam, the Minister of Revenue urgently seeks the master. I searched several courtyards, but could not find him. Do you know where he has gone?" Lady Yi smirked, and her son's inner voice echoed, "Oh, the real drama is about to unfold." The old dowager feigned anger, saying, "This is truly absurd on such a grand occasion. With the distinguished guests in the front courtyard, he is nowhere to be found." Lady Yi continued to soothe, "Aunt, do not be upset. Yihong, Itsue, hurry and find him. Do not keep the minister waiting." Yihong and Itsue rushed off, while Ye Feiran began munching on snacks. "Wow, cousin is quite clever. It seems that the scoundrel father has been drugged and has been in her room for half an hour. How reckless. Doesn't he fear the consequences?" Lady Yi felt a wave of nausea at these words. "Qin Wanqi, do you even know the meaning of shame?" Most infuriating was Yu Qingze. Did he not realize the significance of this day? Knowing that Qin Wanqi had ulterior motives, he could not control himself. To borrow a phrase from Prince Luo, such a person ought to be punished to learn a lesson. Ye Feiran continued snacking. "There is no Minister of Revenue looking for anyone. He is drinking with Prince Luo. That maid is deceiving you to make you search for them, only to uncover the truth." Lady Yi remained calm. If she was unperturbed, others would inevitably become anxious. As she anticipated, Qin Wanqi was indeed growing increasingly anxious, waiting in vain for Lady Yi to arrive. Having kept Yu Qingze for an hour, she feared that he might start to suspect something. Watching the cold tea in the pot, Qin Wanqi steeled her heart and poured another cup for Yu Qingze. Yu Qingze, feeling quite different today, was puzzled by his own vigor. Little did he know that the potent drug had extracted a heavy toll on his body. Yihong and Itsue pretended to search for nearly half an hour, until a messenger from Madame Yu brought them news. Only then did they dramatically burst into the theater. Kneeling before Lady Yi with anxious expressions, Lady Yi, unfazed, inquired, in front of so many distinguished guests, "Why are you two so flustered? What a disgrace!" Yihong, in a state of distress, stammered, "Madam, something terrible has happened." Lady Yi retorted sharply, "Silence. On such a joyous occasion, what calamity could possibly befall us? Do not utter such inauspicious words." With a face that suggested she might burst into tears, Yihong drew Lady Ye's attention to Itsue, who, though seemingly composed, was stamping her foot in frustration. "Master has been in Miss Biao's chamber for nearly an hour, and her door remains tightly shut. He has yet to emerge." Upon hearing Itsue's words, the eyes of the gathered ladies glimmered with intrigue, akin to hungry wolves spotting their prey. Lady Yu leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "What? Is this true?" Summer Lady, who had been tending to her daughter in the side courtyard, now joined the fray, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. She thought to herself, "Let us see whose embarrassment will be greater today." The other ladies were equally entertained, thinking to themselves how fortunate they were to witness 2 spectacles in a single day. Indeed, the Yi family's visit was proving worthwhile. Lady Yi, disregarding the presence of the crowd, made her way directly to Qin Wanqi's courtyard. Such a rare opportunity to observe scandal could not be missed, and a throng of curious ladies followed suit. Unbeknownst to Qin Wanqi, Lady Yi was determined to confront her. Accompanied by a group of noble women from the capital, when the door was forcefully kicked open once more by Prince Luo, Qin Wanqi turned pale at the sight of so many onlookers, realizing that both she and Yu Qingze were in a precarious position. Particularly, Yu Qingze was in a fervent state due to an overdose of aphrodisiac, behaving like a wild beast. Prince Luo's expression was equally captivating. He must have thought, "Am I destined to clash with this door today?" Lady Yi, taking the performance to its peak, stepped forward before Qin Wanqi and delivered a resounding slap across her face, leaving her dazed and seeing stars. Years of martial experience had endowed Lady Yi with formidable strength, and after the blow, for clear finger marks appeared on Qin Wanqi's fair face. At this moment, Yu Qingze, despite his affection for Qin Wanqi, instinctively shielded her, pulling her behind him. However, Upon noticing the imposing presence of the elder Princess Su behind Lady Yi, he quickly tempered his tone, saying, "Madam, let us discuss this calmly. Violence is not the answer." Lady Yi glared at him, pointing at both Qin Wanqi and Yi Qingze. "Is it wrong to strike? Yet you two were engaged in lascivious acts during Fei's banquet, and that is acceptable?" Summer Lady, who had just indulged in gossip, couldn't he help but chime in. "Indeed, Madam Yi has just given birth to your legitimate son. Such behavior from Lord Yi is truly unbecoming." The other ladies nodded vigorously, echoing their agreement with exclamations of yes, yes. Ye Feiran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, everyone's enthusiasm is palpable. It seems Summer Lady is relishing this moment. Clearing her throat, Summer Lady suppressed her smirk, realizing that the Yi family was merely taking in a concubine but could not overshadow her own scandal. Feeling slightly disappointed, she decided to observe further. Lady Yi cast a cold gaze at Yi Qingze, asking, "What do you intend to do about this?" Yi Qingze felt a surge of resentment, thinking, every household has their share of concubines. Only my Yi family has chosen to wed only one wife. Now, I am merely engaged in a secret affair with Wanqi. And you cannot tolerate even this? But faced with the elder Princess Su, he had no choice but to acquiesce, mumbling, "It is up to you, madam." Lady Yi glanced disdainfully at Qin Wanqi, scoffing, "This Qin woman is my distant cousin, whom I sheltered out of pity. I took her in when she was homeless, recalling our childhood bond. Yet, she has turned into a treacherous viper, coveting my husband. Very well, Qin Wanqi, if you are so ungrateful, do not expect my hospitality any longer. You may leave. My family will not harbor such a vile person." Upon hearing that Lady Yi intended to expel her, Qin Wanqi panicked, rushing forward to kneel before her, pleading fervently, "Sister, I was wrong. But I could not help myself. It's all my fault, not Qingze's. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, but please do not cast me out. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Regardless of title or status, just allow me to remain by Qingze's side, and I will do anything." Lady Yi laughed coldly. "What a noble desire to be a servant. Your base intentions are too filthy for me to bear." Qin Wanqi turned to Yi Qingze, crawling to him in desperation. "Qingze, please help me plead for mercy. I merely succumbed to my feelings for the wrong person. Can you grant me another chance?" Ye Feiran internally commented, "I did not come to disrupt this family. I came to join it." The crowd stifled their laughter, recognizing that in such a situation, humor was ill-timed. Qin Wanqi, at a loss for words, clung tightly to Yi Qingze's leg, refusing to let go. Yet Lady Yi seemed unwavering in her resolution to expel Qin Wanqi, decisively stating, "You rejected the many suitors I arranged for you in the past. Thus, you shall not remain here any longer. Itsue, Ihong, pack up Miss Biao's belongings." "Oh, but she came alone, so what belongings could she have?" "Never mind, simply throw her out." Finally, unable to contain her emotions, Qin Wanqi cried out, "No, you cannot do this. You have no right to expel the mother of the legitimate son of the Yi family. According to the law of daming, if a concubine bears a child, the legitimate wife cannot dismiss her. It must be the decision of the head of the family." Though Lady Yu had already grasped the truth, she feigned surprise at Qin Wanqi's declaration, turning to Yi Qingze with a furious tone, "Legitimate son? My husband. What is the meaning of this?" The latter part of her sentence was laced with unmistakable fury, indicating that Yi Qingze had better provide an explanation today. The gathered ladies were all the more thrilled, with Summer Lady pinching her thigh in disbelief, thinking, "Did I hear that correctly? The Yi family has a legitimate son? This is truly a bombshell, far surpassing my own scandal. Oh, how glorious! The elite circles of the capital will be abuzz with gossip about the Yi family." Yi Qingze, feeling his confidence surge upon recalling his recent promotion, said, "This matter. I had intended to inform you, madam. The child that Wanqi bore was indeed mine. I feared you would overthink it, which is why I sent her away to give birth." He continued, "Back then, you were unable to bear children, and I thought." Lady Yi, now utterly enraged, stepped forward and raised her hand, delivering 3 resounding slaps to Yi Qingze's face. This time, it was not merely a slap. Yi Qingze's face immediately swelled. Naturally, he was unwilling to endure such humiliation in front of so many noble ladies from the capital. Just as he was about to retaliate, he saw the dowager's dragon-headed cane strike the ground with force as she declared in a stern voice, "Let us see who dares." This was a bestowed item, capable of striking down both tyrants and sycophants. Not even a mere Yi Qingze could dare to cause a ruckus before her. In an instant, Yi Qingze retracted his imposing demeanor and, with a hint of defiance, remarked, since ancient times, men have had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Which proper wife would dare to speak out against it? I have married you, Ye Feiran, yet have never mentioned the word concubine. My relationship with Wanqi is merely a matter of mutual affection. Can you truly not tolerate us? Madame Ye, in a fit of rage, retorted with a mocking smile. So, if I do not acknowledge today's matter, I shall be labeled the jealous woman. Is that it? Yiqingzi glanced at the dowager and then at Madame Ye, responding irritably. I never said that. Madame Su could no longer contain herself and interjected, Lord Ye, since you have a beloved, why did you not inform your wife? And why did you not bring the child back to your household? What purpose does it serve to keep it a secret from Madame Ye? Yiqingzi found himself at a loss for words, while Qin Wanqi, kneeling on the ground, could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. In response to the dowager, the lord did bring the child back. He was merely afraid of angering his wife and intended to attribute the child to her name. However, now that she has her own flesh and blood, she may look down upon the unruly offspring I bore. Madame Ye was taken aback with shock and anger, exclaiming, Oh, you brought him back? How come I was not informed? Yiqingzi finally ceased his pretenses and spoke. It is Chun'er. At this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment, and even the ladies could not help but murmur among themselves. I heard that the Ye family has a nephew raised solely by Madame Ye, and he seems to be called Chen. Ye Qiqing. I wondered why he was so highly regarded. They even had Madame Ye's family secure him a place at the Imperial Academy for preliminary studies. It turns out he is truly Lord Ye's biological son. Does that mean Madame Ye has been raising another woman's child for 4 whole years? How tragic. In comparison, the situation surrounding the young miss of the Xia family seemed less dire. Indeed, though the Xia family's daughter faced a scandal, she still has opportunities for a modest marriage. Madame Ye was already of humble status, and now she encounters this situation. Though their whispers were soft, each remark resonated deeply within Madame Ye. Her eyes icy as she fixated on Yiqingzi, eager to hear his explanation. In truth, her heart had long ceased to ache. Had she consumed the bowl of brown sugar ginger tea that Qin Wanqi brought instead, it would have been of no concern to her. At this moment, Qin Wanqi had already been taken into Yiqingzi's chambers, and with Ye Qiqing's increasing prominence, she would likely be elevated to a rightful position. Madame Ye smirked coldly. Very well, Ye Qiqing, is it? Yiqingzi now felt genuinely uneasy. In the presence of so many distinguished ladies, he could not muster the courage to assert his stance and thought it best to defuse the situation for the time being. After all, this was a matter of the Ye family's internal affairs, best handled behind closed doors. He stepped forward and spoke softly to Madame Ye. Wife, this matter is indeed my fault. However, this is our private affair, and it would be unwise to address it in front of outsiders. Perhaps we should first see our esteemed guests to dinner and complete Feia's full-month celebration before addressing this issue? In truth, Madame Ye had deliberately gathered so many noblewomen to expose this matter, her goal already accomplished. Making the issue public served to prepare for her subsequent plans. After what seemed a long internal struggle, Madame Ye finally turned to the other ladies, stating, Today's incident was indeed a failure on the part of the Ye family in hospitality. I will certainly pay my respects and apologize to all of you at a later date. The ladies, having enjoyed the spectacle, were momentarily disappointed at being ushered away. However, they had already feasted on 2 significant scandals and could only awkwardly return to the garden to continue their entertainment. Yet who had the heart to listen to performances now? They huddled in small groups, engrossed in discussions about the Ye family's predicament. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran grew weary and, after consuming a large bottle of formula, yawned widely before drifting into slumber in his mother's embrace. After dismissing the irrelevant bystanders, Madame Ye ordered Yihong and Itsue to close the door to Qin Wanqi's courtyard, adopting an expression that suggested she would not leave until the matter was resolved. What troubled Yiqingzi was that the Dowager Su had not departed either. Prince Luo and Madame Su remained as well. The Dowager Su coldly took her seat and stated, As for the affairs of the Ye family, I do not meddle. However, I am Yun'er's maternal aunt, and we are all her family. If today's matter is not handled appropriately, the Su family will certainly not remain indifferent. Once again feeling the pressure of being cornered, Yiqingzi could hardly bear it. Yet, confronted with the Dowager Su, revered nearly as a matriarch by the emperor, he, a mere third-rank official, dared not act out of line and could only respectfully nod in agreement. Yes, esteemed Dowager, I shall ensure that Yun'er receives a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 15. The current situation was exceedingly disadvantageous for Yiqingzi. the Su family still wielded considerable influence, and merely the presence of the Dowager Su was enough to give him pause. Furthermore, the eldest brother of the Su family was also a third-rank military official, on par with him, the Minister of Revenue. He had hoped to elevate his rank further, with Chan recently providing him with a lead. He was certain to achieve great accomplishments. Yet, unexpectedly, complications arose, all due to his uncontrollable feelings for Wanner. However, how could he bear to blame Wanner? She had already endured enough for him. Her bearing of Chun alone warranted her a place in his heart. Madame Ye, holding the sleeping Ye Feiran, instructed Ye Hone to place him in the baby carriage and spoke, "Husband, I will ask you 3 questions, and you are to answer me truthfully." Yi Qingze, with a complex mix of emotions, nodded, "Ask away, my wife. I shall speak without reservation." Madame Yi continued, 7 years ago, did you orchestrate Qin Wanqi's miscarriage, sending her back to Jianglin under the pretense of it?" Though reluctant to admit it, Yi Qingze glanced at Qin Wanqi's tear-streaked face and nodded. "Yes, that matter." Madame Yi snorted coldly. "There is no need for you to rush to explain yourself, my husband. Just answer with a simple yes or no. For my second question, did you, long ago in Jianglin, already have Yi Qiqing acknowledge his ancestry?" Hearing these queries, Yi Qingze felt as if each was a deadly trap. Yet, he steeled himself to respond, "Yes." Madame Yi continued, "When Yi Qiqing was 2 years old, you brought him back to the capital solely to transfer the entirety of the Yi family's estate to this illegitimate child? Did you intentionally raise him under my name, waiting until I had no children of my own to let him claim his rightful place as the legitimate heir?" Yi Qingze abruptly raised his head, glancing around at the Su family members present, and immediately shook his head. "No, it is not as you say, my wife. I brought him back only because I could not bear to leave the child in Jianglin. I raised him beside you to ease your loneliness. But now that you have your own child, he cannot remain by your side any longer. I will certainly manage his relationship with you appropriately, ensuring you are not put in a difficult position." Madame Yi was both amused and infuriated. "Yi Qingze, oh Yi Qingze, you truly excel at playing your cards. Indeed, I have given birth to a child now, but what if I had not? To bring forth this one, I consumed countless tonics and broth. Even so, I nearly lost my life in the process. What if, during his birth, misfortune had claimed me? Do you truly favor Feier over your cherished Chaner? You would rather offend me than inquire about why Yi Qi-chan was expelled from Hanshin Academy during my confinement. In your heart, do you already consider this illegitimate child as the sole heir to the Yi family fortune?" Yi Qingze was taken aback, collapsing into a chair, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the piercing truths in Madame Ye's words that struck at his innermost concerns. Deep down, he harbored a wish for Madame Ye to perish during childbirth. Having revealed his suffocating predicament under the pressure from the Su family more than once in front of Qin Wanqi, just a day after their wedding, he had been mocked by the Su family's offspring, who claimed that the general had offended the current Grand Tutor to pave the way for him, robbing him of opportunities meant for others. Yet he had secured an impressive 4th place in the selection. Where 5 positions were available for promotion, why should he yield to those with noble titles? Even after marrying into the Su family, he continued to suffer from such inequities and the scorn of their brutish military heirs. Su Haoyun was equally oblivious, spending his days indulging in leisure with the Su family's young men, showing little interest in domestic matters. It was only thanks to the empathetic Qin Wanqi that he managed to endure such a stifling life. Otherwise, he might have long since succumbed to despair. At this moment, he truly wished to sever ties with Su Haoyun, liberating himself from the labels of dependency and reliance on the Su family. Breath quickening, Yi Qingze heard Qin Wanqi's voice near him. "My lord, you must deny it. I have never desired to contest with my sister or coveted the Yi family's legacy. I only wish to remain by your side, and I would never threaten my sister's position." Observing their performance, Madame Yi found it utterly tedious. None of them spoke a word of truth. Yi Qingze finally regained his composure and nodded. "Wanqi speaks the truth. Even if she enters the household, Chaner is but a son born of a concubine. How could he possibly affect Feier's status as the legitimate heir?" Madame Yi replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Do you think I would believe such words, my husband?" Yi Qingze realized that Su Haoyun was about to negotiate once again. Over the past few days, he had come to understand that Su Haoyun had likely sensed something amiss. One step at a time, she had transferred all of the Yi family's assets into Feier's name, fearing that Chaner might attempt to claim them. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingze suggested, "If you are truly concerned, I can have Chon'er sign a document stating that he will not inherit the Ye family fortune. Madam Ye dismissed this, saying, I do not trust such documents. They are the least reliable of things. Should I die, who would still recognize these proofs? Finally, the old matriarch could no longer remain silent, banging on the table as she exclaimed, Yunner, do not speak such dismal words. However, I also cannot trust this document. The late emperor had decreed that the palace should not interfere in governance, and does the Duke of Jing now stretch his hand too far? Prince Luo nudged the old matriarch, signaling her to be cautious with her words. She was perfect in every way, save for her occasional outbursts. Yi Qingze understood that unless he shed some layer of skin today, he would not be able to leave this courtyard. Yet, shedding the skin would mean that marital affection would be forever lost. Madame Yi only wished to laugh. Have I not suffered enough in these 9 years of marriage? At this point, do not speak to me of marital affection. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingze finally spoke. Madam, say what you will. As long as it is within my means, I am willing to provide the utmost compensation for Feiran. Madame Yi commanded, Itsue, bring the 4 treasures of the study. Itsue retrieved the writing implements, and Madame Yi began to inscribe her demands. Having managed the Yi family's household for 9 years, she was well aware of their assets. Given the sudden turn of events, Yi Qingze had no time to relocate his properties. Apart from some holdings in Zhonglan, Madame Yi was able to document everything else. Sweeping her hand to outline the majority of the family's commercial assets and presenting them before Yi Qingze. All of these shall be registered under Feiran's name, and we may continue to coexist peacefully. Should you wish for your Qin Wanqi to enter, I shall not obstruct her. I will even celebrate your taking of a concubine in grand style. If you desire to acknowledge your Yi Qi Chan, I shall gladly welcome him. But remember, a son born of a concubine is still a son born of a concubine. Do not presume to encroach upon Feiran's standing. My husband, consider this well. We have the entire night to deliberate. Yi Qingze surveyed the list of assets, realizing that it accounted for at least 2/3 of his holdings. He coldly raised his gaze to Madame Yi, inquiring, Must you be so ruthless? Madame Yi replied with a smile, You need not agree. Tomorrow, no. I shall expel Qin Wanqi and her child from the residence right now. I wish to see who in the capital dares to utter a word against me. Even if it reaches the emperor, I am unafraid. Do not forget, my Su family possesses a royal decree of immunity. A chill ran down Yi Qingze's spine as Qin Wanqi began to wail, pleading on the ground, Sister, please do not cast me out. My lord, for Chon'er's sake. Do not expel me. Yi Qingze closed his eyes, recalling a strategy that Yi Qi-chan had shared with him that very morning. He realized that if this plan succeeded, he would undoubtedly rise to a higher rank within 6 months, at which point the Su family could no longer suppress him. Moreover, even if he relinquished 2/3 of his wealth to Su Haoyun, would she truly manage the business well? Surely, in a few years, she would squander it all. His own business acumen remained intact. Even with only 1/3 left, he could regain the lost territories. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Qingze grabbed a brush and ink pad, signing and sealing the contract that Madame Yi had prepared, before rising and leaving without a backward glance. Observing the room filled with Su family members, Qin Wanqi realized that staying would only lead to her own demise, and thus she hurriedly followed after him. Once they had vanished from sight, the old matriarch struck the ground with her cane, exclaiming, As long as he takes 2/3, it will be a boon to Yi Qingze. That ungrateful wretch. Ye Feiran awoke and immediately heard the old matriarch's tirade, unable to suppress a laugh. She had not anticipated that the old matriarch possessed such a spirited demeanor. Prince Luo, with a hiss, admonished, Mother, mind your status, how can you curse? He added, I believe he deserves a good beating. Madame Su was equally incensed, stating, I always thought him cultured and well-mannered. Who could have imagined he would commit such a vile act, keeping it hidden for 7 years? He even dared to brazenly bring his mistress back. Madame Yi thought to herself, there are far worse deeds. He made me consume contraceptive potions for 9 years, rendering me unable to bear children. If you were to learn of this, it would surely infuriate you. As Ye Feiran awakened, she found herself in the midst of a scandalous revelation, her eyes sparkling with surprise, awakening to discover that my mother has torn away millions in value. I am so moved that I burst into tears. Hearing her son's sweet, childish voice, Lady, you could not help but laugh, saying, Well, at present, I hold nearly the entirety of the Yi family's fortune in my hands. I doubt Yi Qingze and Qin Wanqi can conjure up any tricks. Old Madame Su sighed, rising as she remarked, It is only my Yunner who suffers. How shall she navigate the days to come? However, Su Haoyun was remarkably optimistic, and One can live without a man. After all, it is wealth that sustains me, not men. Now that I have money, what need have I for a man? Ye Feiran, lying in his small cot, gleefully sucked on his fingers and cheered, "Mother is right. Long live mother." Just as Ye Feiran was celebrating, another gourd fell, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, the Shufei is gravely ill, and the eunuch bearing the edict is on his way. He wishes to see mother before his passing." Upon hearing this news, Lady Yi was initially taken aback, but soon anxiety consumed her, and she quickly carried Ye Feiran back to her courtyard. Although she had not been close to Tonga for over a decade, they had constantly held each other in their thoughts throughout these years. Opening a hidden compartment in her dowry chest, she found all the tokens of affection representing their letters over the years. As she gazed at the embroidered handkerchiefs, fragrant sachets, and hairpins, sorrow overwhelmed her. Was Tonga truly so gravely ill? While she pondered this, a voice rang out from outside. "Madam, eunuch who from the palace has come to deliver the edict. You must come out to receive it." Lady Yi hurriedly gathered herself, contemplating taking Ye Feiran with her. She felt a sense of unease about Tanjir's illness. Although Feiran was still a child, his peculiar abilities might prove beneficial. After receiving the edict, she hesitantly asked, "Eunuch, my son has just turned a month old. He cries if he does not see me. May I bring him along?" As she spoke, she discreetly handed Eunuch a large banknote. Eunuch nodded, replying, "Lady Yi, as you are merely visiting the Shufei in private, His Majesty has granted you permission to proceed as you wish." Grateful, Lady Yi took Ye Feiran in her arms and, accompanied by 2 personal maids, boarded the carriage into the palace. Ye Feiran's curious eyes darted about as he mused, "I can enter the palace. I must enjoy the palace's fruits, for they are quite valuable. Such an opportunity cannot be missed." Lady Yi sighed, thinking, this mischievous child only thinks of feasting, while his mother bears a heavy heart. Perhaps sensing Lady Ye's mood, Ye Feiran began to narrate, "Cousin and that scoundrel father have gone to Ye Kitchen's chamber, pressuring him to acknowledge his concubine mother. The young male lead has spirit. He stands there unmoving." In Ye Kitchen's courtyard, this unexpected turn of events left him at a loss. Having been reborn, although his previous life was fraught with challenges, he had at least not been labeled as a bastard. Indeed, after the incident where Lady Yi did not perish in childbirth, he sensed something was amiss. In his past life, he had only acknowledged his parentage after Qin's elevation, becoming the legitimate eldest son of the Yi family, enjoying numerous advantages while in public. Now, burdened with the title of a bastard, how would he face the world? Furrowing his brow, he looked at Qin Wanqi and asked, "Are you truly my biological mother?" Qin Wanqi, feeling guilty, concealed her unease, instead gazing at Ye Kitchen with deep affection, tears streaming down her face. "Kitchen, I know you find this hard to accept, but I am indeed your biological mother. Throughout my life, the one who loves you most is I. Sue is not your aunt, and your uncle is not your uncle. He is your true father." Ye Kitchen's heart recoiled at the thought. How could he, a legitimate son, suddenly become a bastard? Yet, at the moment, he was merely a 6-year-old child, too young to grasp the nuances of legitimacy. He could hardly maintain the pretense. Noting his silence, Yi Chengze felt a pang of sympathy, saying, "The child is still young. It is understandable that he cannot accept this immediately. Moreover, he has been raised under Su Haoyan's name for these years. Forcing him to accept you now would be quite difficult. Time is on our side. We shall proceed slowly." Qin Wanqi felt a twinge of discomfort. Even if he were not her biological child, she had dutifully cared for him for 2 years. Over the past 4 years, she had vigilantly attended to him, fearful of neglecting her responsibilities. Yet, the coldness in his gaze was like an eternal frost, rendering her heart uneasy. Qin Wanqi could only force a smile, saying then, "We shall take our time." "I understand." Hearing Ye Feiran's candid thoughts, Lady Ye's spirits lifted slightly, reflecting that Qin Wanqi, with all her schemes, likely underestimated the fact that her son had never regarded her as a mother. Although Ye Kitchen was not Ye Chengze's biological child, their natures were surprisingly aligned. She anticipated the unfolding drama with delight. Resolved not to reveal Qin Wanqi's machinations to Ye Chengze until he faced his downfall, she was eager to witness his regret. The carriage, cloaked in the night, entered the Imperial palace, traversing a passageway that resembled a deep well, finally arriving at the heavily guarded inner palace. The Shufei's residence, known as the Rishu Palace, aptly reflected her gentle and virtuous nature. Among the harem, only she truly deserved the title of Shufei. Eunuch who instructed, "Stop here, Lady Yi. You must proceed on foot from this point." Within the palace, aside from the royal entourage, no one was permitted to ride in grand carriages. Lady Yi complied, alighting from the carriage while cradling Ye Feiran, followed closely by Yi Hong and Itsue. Upon reaching Rusha Palace, the maid Yinshu awaited them at the entrance. Her eyes red from weeping, signaling the Shufei's dire condition. Lady Yi rushed forward, inquiring, "How's the Shufei?" Yinshu replied, "The emperor just visited," he said. "Whatever the Shufei wishes, he shall grant." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, revealing the depth of their bond. Lady Ye's heart sank, and Ye Feiran sighed. The Shufei is not ill. She has long been afflicted by poison. If the poison had not reached her vital essence, it could still be remedied. But now, upon hearing this, Lady Yi thought, indeed, Tanja's illness was suspiciously severe. The inner palace was fraught with peril. Even one of the 4 esteemed consorts could fall victim to harm. Ye Feiran exclaimed, noting the abundance of intrigue within the palace. Recalling how the head eunuch had coerced the palace maid into doing something against her will, and that very maid stood nearby, holding a lantern. Coincidentally, Yinshu called out, "Jinshu, what are you daydreaming about? Why are you outside instead of attending to the Shufei?" The maid named Jinshu snapped back to reality, responding, "Sister Yinshu. The Shufei asked for some solitude and sent me out." Yinshu said no more, instructing, "Go fetch the 6th prince. The Shufei may not survive the night." Jinshu complied. And Ye Feiran continued to relish the unfolding drama. The coercive head eunuch is the emperor's trusted official, one of the most authoritative figures among the 12 eunuchs. He was once known as the prime minister of the inner court. What need has such a powerful eunuch to force a maid who seems merely ordinary in appearance? While Lady Yi listened to her son's musings, she carried him into the inner sanctum of Rushu Palace. This evening, the lights of Rufu Palace shone brightly. All preparations were being made for the late consort Shu. Lady Yi entered consort Shu's chamber and immediately beheld the frail figure of the consort. Her complexion pale as if drained of life, save for her bright, expressive eyes which sparkled upon seeing her. From this, one could discern that consort Shu must have been an extraordinary beauty before her illness. Lady Yi handed her child, Ye Feiran, to Yi Hong and stepped forward. Grasping the consort's hand, forgetting even to bow, merely calling out, "Tong-er," her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. However, consort Shu appeared in remarkably good spirits. She held Lady Yu's hand, her tone as gentle as ever. "Sister, do not cry. For me, this may not be an ill fate. You know me well, though I am gentle in nature, I despise constraints. The day I was chosen to enter the palace sealed my tragic end. Had I remained uncherished, I might have lived a smoother life. Alas, the emperor has favored me deeply, and my father and brothers do not possess the same standing as the other consorts, leaving me perpetually overshadowed. To see you one last time, Tong-er, I have no regrets." Lady Yi rebuked, Pa, do not speak such morose words." Consort Shu chuckled softly and began to reminisce about their youthful days of carefree freedom. Lady Yi embraced Consort Shu, sighing, "If we were not both women, perhaps we would not have been separated for these many years." Consort Shu shook her head. "The affairs of the world are fickle. What is meant to be or not can scarcely be predicted. By the way, sister, quickly bring Fei over for me to see. I have heard from Yin Shu that your child is exceptionally lovely, and I have prepared a gift for him." At her words, Yi Hong immediately brought Ye Feiran to Consort Shu. Upon seeing Ye Feiran, Consort Shu was instantly taken with him. She retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, embedded with a splendid ruby. "This was originally a pair. I gave one to Tsong-er. This one is for Fei-er." Upon hearing the name Tsong-er, Ye Feiran became curious about him and soon learned. The 6th prince, Xiao Tsong, was exceptionally intelligent in his youth, favored by the emperor. However, after contracting an illness at the age of 4, his intellect regressed to that of a 2- or 3-year-old. Now 6 years old, he still bore a dazed and foolish visage. Ye Feiran could not help but sigh. How tragic. Consort Shu suffers, and her son suffers even more. How could this be? He continued to delve deeper into the narrative, but found only darkness below, indicating that other secrets remained to be unlocked. He realized he would discover more only when certain events transpired. Ye Feiran was unperturbed. After all, he had only just turned a month old, and there would be ample opportunities to uncover all the secrets in due time. Soon, a palace maid arrived with news, "Your Highness, the 6th prince has arrived." Ye Feiran peered outside at the sound and saw a remarkably handsome 6-year-old boy dressed in a purple brocade robe. Although the child's gaze appeared vacant, he did not exude a sense of madness. If one did not focus on his eyes, they would hardly suspect he was a child with intellectual disabilities. Ye Feiran could not help but exclaim, "He is truly beautiful, the most handsome of all I have seen." Lady Yi concurred, then inquired of Consort Shu, Has Tong arranged a future for the sixth prince? Consort Shu nodded. I have no regrets in death. The only thing I cannot let go of is this child. I have a relative who recently entered the palace, with whom I am very close, Lady Lu, who joined the palace 2 years ago. Just as Consort Shu finished speaking, a significant revelation struck Ye Feiran, and he began to read the title. Xin and Lu, who was conferred the title of noblewoman last year, appears to be on friendly terms with Consort Shu, but in reality, she has long been bought by the Empress, her maternal family being affiliated with the Jing Guogongfu. Consort Shu, who was gazing at the sixth prince, suddenly felt a chill, whispering. This Ye Feiran's voice echoed in her mind again. Consort Shu is a good person, but she is unable to discern true intentions, entrusting the care of the sixth prince to those who have harmed his intellect. Chapter 17. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Consort Shu abruptly raised her head to look at Lady Yi, her face filled with disbelief. Sister, what is this? Lady Yi nodded in response, stating, Tong must make arrangements. If the sixth prince truly is not placed in suitable hands, I fear even in death, my sister will find no peace. Consort Shu gazed at her son, who appeared confused and oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him, and tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, embroidered with the characters for Tong and Hong, the current emperor being named Xiao Yihong. Indeed, only Consort Shu would dare to call him by his name directly. This indicated that the emperor held her in a unique regard. Among the numerous beauties of the harem, only Consort Shu was genuinely loved. The rest were merely political pawns. Summoning her strength, Consort Shu called out, Yin Hui, come here. The maid stationed outside knelt before Consort Shu, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Consort Shu instructed, take this handkerchief to the emperor. He shall come to see me. Yin Hui accepted the handkerchief and departed to fulfill her task. Consort Shu then succumbed to a fit of coughs, grasping Lady Yu's hand. Sister, my illness is peculiar. This palace is not a place where kind-hearted individuals can thrive. Song is so simple-minded. I fear that upon my death, he will be consumed by this vast harem. Sister, for the sake of the years Tong has spent with you, please look after him as he grows. Lady Yi expressed her surprise. This Tong This seems irregular. After all, he is a prince. How could he be allowed to be raised outside the palace by outsiders? Even a simple-minded prince cannot be entrusted to just anyone. He will only be placed under the care of trusted consorts. Consort Shu tightened her grip on Lady Yi's hand. Yet presently, the only person I can trust is you, sister. My father has passed, my mother is elderly, and my brother is merely a low-ranking official. They cannot protect themselves, let alone my Tsonger. You have the support of the esteemed Lady Su and General Su, as well as the Emperor's gift of a life-saving token. I am selfish, wishing to entrust Song to you before I depart this world. If you agree. As Consort Shu spoke, she began to kneel before Lady Yi. Lady Yi immediately stopped her. Tong, absolutely not. I can discuss this, but will the Emperor agree? Seeing her sister's willingness, Consort Shu's face lit up with joy. Sister need not worry. I shall speak to the Emperor myself. He is benevolent and loves him deeply. I am confident this request can be accommodated. Lady Yi could only nod in agreement. Then I shall take a leap of faith. As long as I live, I will treat the sixth prince as my own son, ensuring no harm comes to him. Should I fail in this vow, may heaven strike me down. Consort Shu gazed at Lady Yi with tears of gratitude, her heart finally at ease. In that case, I am deeply grateful to you, sister. Afterward, she instructed another maid in charge, Shu, please take Lady Yi to the side hall to rest. Shu entered and acknowledged the request, leading Lady Yi and Ye Feiran to the side hall of Rufu Palace. Soon after, the Emperor's Imperial carriage arrived hastily at Rufu Palace, indicating that the Emperor's residence was indeed quite near. He spent about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense in Consort Shu's chamber before a eunuch announced, His Majesty has arrived. Su Shi welcomes him. Lady Yi quickly adjusted her appearance and stepped forward to bow to the Emperor, a refined and graceful voice emanating from above her. Miss Su need not be overly formal. Rise and speak freely. Madame Yu was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had referred to her as Miss Su. Perhaps it was because Tong often mentioned her in the presence of the Emperor, consistently addressing her as the sister of the Su family. As Madame Yi had anticipated, the Emperor's first words were, Tong frequently speaks of you, saying you share a close bond, and that you once saved her in her childhood. You are indeed the daughter of General Su, and like your father, you possess an air of remarkable valor. Madame Yi humbly replied, I do not dare to accept such praise, Your Majesty. In her arms, Ye Feiran curiously gazed at the Emperor, who appeared to be in his late 30s. Clean-shaven and undeniably handsome. Yet, the redness around his eyes and the tear stains beneath them hinted at his deep concern for the Lady Shudi's illness. It is indeed rare for a sovereign to exhibit genuine emotion. But little did the emperor realize that his profound affection was what ultimately led to the demise of Lady Shudi. Ye Feiran, ever observant, could glean tidbits of information from anyone he encountered, and the emperor was no exception. However, the secrets surrounding him were shrouded in mystery, and he could only remark, "The emperor is also pitiable," nearly overshadowed by the Duke of Jingwa's household. Just when he finds someone he can confide in, fate conspires against him. Upon hearing this subtle critique, the emperor glanced around in surprise, but finding no one else in the room, he dismissed the thought as a figment of his weary mind. After exchanging a few words with Madame Ye, he stated, "From now on, I entrust the sixth prince to you, Madame Ye. This is Tonger's wish. Her final wish, and how could I refuse?" Madame Ye responded, "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall treat the sixth prince as my own, ensuring he suffers no hardship." The emperor replied, "Tonger has always had a keen eye for people, and I trust her judgment." However, he seemed burdened with unspoken thoughts, hesitating to share them with an outsider, fearing that from this day forward, no one would be there to listen to his innermost concerns. A moment of silence enveloped the side hall, only to be shattered by a wail from the main hall, the anguished cries resounding, "The Lady Shudi has passed." Panic flickered in the emperor's eyes as he disregarded his regal composure and hastened towards the main hall, calling out, "Tonger." Madame Ye's expression turned vacant, and she succumbed to her sorrow, kneeling on the ground and bowing 4 times as she murmured, "Lady Shudi, my Tonger, your sister bids you farewell." Ye Feiran remained quiet, deeply moved by the scene before him, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He possessed antidotes within his system, but they were only effective against non-lethal toxins. Lady Shui's poison had already penetrated her life force, rendering any hope futile. Watching his weeping mother, Ye Feiran silently urged her, "Mother, do not cry. You still have me and the sixth prince. We are your family and will protect you." Yet, Madame Ye's tears flowed more freely. Since her father's passing, she had ceased to gallop freely alongside her brothers, obeying Yiqing's wishes to retreat to the household, focusing solely on nurturing her health and bearing children. After 9 years, all that had resulted was a child who was tragically schemed against. Now, she finally had her own bloodline and someone who could love her unconditionally. After weeping for an entire night in the side hall, Madame Ye found no solace in sleep, waiting until dawn broke. Under the guidance of the chief eunuch, she went to pay her respects to Lady Shui. The emperor decreed that Lady Shui would be buried with the honors of a noble consort. Overwhelmed with grief, he did not see Madame Ye again, but sent a decree through the chief eunuch, instructing that the sixth prince be taken to the side hall and subsequently led out of the palace. As they departed, Ye Feiran awoke and was struck by the sight of the obedient sixth prince sitting beside him, finding it quite pleasing. The sixth prince bore a resemblance to Lady Shui, with large eyes and long lashes, the corners of which slanted upward, forming a pair of double-folded phoenix eyes. Yet, even at such a tender age, there was an unmistakable chill in his gaze, an aura of coldness etched on his brow. For reasons unknown, his soul seemed trapped within this impeccably perfect vessel, unable to express any awareness of the world around him. As they made their way out of the palace, Ye Feiran gathered various snippets of information regarding the palace intrigues. The emperor intends to send the 4 chief maidservants who served Lady Shui to assist Mother with the sixth prince. Yet inexplicably, one of them hanged herself. This maidservant is Jishu? Isn't she the same maidservant who was coerced into sharing meals with the chief eunuch? Her sudden suicide must hold some significance. Eunuch who merely stated that Jishu was a loyal servant who wished to accompany her mistress in death. So we can catch a glimpse of the happenings in Yoning Palace? Noble consort, you visited Empress Wang to pay her respects, and they were seen celebrating Lady Shui's death. It seems Lady Shui's demise is indeed entangled with them. In Changning Palace, noble consort, you wore a smile, reflecting, with Lady Shui gone. There is no one left to overshadow the emperor, and that sixth prince of hers, gazing foolishly, is quite bothersome. It would be better for him to be taken away from the palace, sparing the royal family from embarrassment. The empress, clad in opulent attire adorned with a pearl the size of a pigeon egg around her neck, coldly remarked, "A mere official's daughter dares to vie for favor in the harem, without weighing her own worth." Noble consort, you continued, the fourth prince has shown remarkable improvement in his studies. Should we not consider tutoring him? The empress's eyes briefly flickered with resentment before she donned a gentle smile. Indeed. We must ensure he is well educated. The fourth prince is our only hope. Sister, you must pay close attention and not neglect his studies. Noble consort, Yu graciously replied. Rest assured, sister, I shall educate the fourth prince well and not disappoint you. Yet, once noble consort Yu departed, the empress's carefully maintained smile vanished, and she shattered a cup in frustration. Ye Feiran, who had been observing the scene, realized. So, the alliance between the empress and noble consort Yu is not as harmonious as it seems. After all, noble consort Yu's child will not refer to the empress as mother. Though noble consort Yu is the empress's cousin and shares ties with the Duke of Jinghua, should the fourth prince ascend to the throne, the royal lineage would shift from the Wang family to the Yu family. Ah, indeed, everyone is plotting for their own future. Listening to all of this, Madame Yi turned her gaze towards the sixth prince, who remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. With his gaze unfocused, his youthful face bore a frost-like demeanor, his entrapped soul seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 18. By the time they returned to the Yi residence, the sun had fully risen, and the group, having endured a night of turmoil, was utterly exhausted. Ye Feiran, feeling overwhelmed, shut down his thoughts as the day drew to a close. The sixth prince was settled in the east wing of Madame Ye's courtyard, clad in new garments provided by Lady Shudi's chief maidservants. Due to Madame Ye's deep sorrow in recent days, she had remained secluded, unaware that gossip about the Yi family had stirred fervently outside. The women of the capital's elite circles, upon meeting for the first time, began with, "Have you heard? The Yi family." The magnitude of the Yi family's scandal overshadowed even the affairs of the Xia family, much to the latter's chagrin. The daughter has just suffered a miscarriage, and given the violent manner in which it occurred, he could hardly bear to chastise her further, for she is his own flesh and blood. Thus, he redirected his ire towards Nangong Chong, visiting the emperor several times to discuss matters concerning the Nangong family and the Ministry of War. However, the emperor has been in a foul mood lately, mourning the loss of his beloved and separated from his cherished son. He temporarily delegated governmental affairs to Duke Jinghua, who was given a nominal position to assist in administration, and instructed him to take the 12-year-old fourth prince along for training. It is evident from this that the fourth prince is favored by the emperor and is likely the prime candidate for the crown prince. Yet, with Duke Jinghua in charge, Nangong Chong's situation faced additional obstacles. The Ministry of War was now under the control of Duke Jinghua, while the Nangong family held significant positions within it. Thus, it was improbable that Duke Jinghua would take decisive action against Nangong Chong. He merely admonished him, and, to spare the Longwan Marquis any embarrassment, confined Nangong Chong in the Dali Temple for half a month. The duration of the confinement was strategically chosen, as the autumn examination was scheduled for a month later. Originally set for this month, it was postponed due to the mourning period for the late consort Shu, leaving the emperor unable to attend to state affairs. Ye Feiran had not anticipated that even the Imperial examinations would be delayed. Although he lay at home, he shared all the gossip with his mother. Nangong Chong's troubles have led Longyuan Marquis to shatter several cups in frustration, yet it is futile. The matter has been settled. The Duke's power is immense, capable of deciding who lives and who dies, and the Emperor is indeed in a precarious position, completely overshadowed by them. Presently, the Duke's influence extends not only over the Ministry of War but also over the Ministry of Revenue, with most officials in the court aligning themselves with his faction. Even those who do not align with him must tread carefully, lest they face suppression. The Su family has already been subjected to such suppression, and it seems they may soon turn their sights on General Su. In the Longwan Marquis' residence, the old Marquis raged, cursing both the Nangong family and the Wang family. Yet his outbursts served little purpose, providing only temporary relief. Xia Shiran, feeling guilty towards her parents, knelt before her father's door during her confinement. The Marquis felt pained. Yet he was also angry, upset that his daughter did not cherish herself and frustrated by his inability to avenge her. Ultimately, he could not harden his heart and had someone assist his daughter back inside. Xia Shiran, a woman of strong character, first apologized to her parents and acknowledged her mistakes. She then declared, "Father, there is no need for you to worry about me any longer. I have resolved to join the female archery and equestrian training camp established by the late Dowager Consort. Since I can no longer fulfill my filial duties before you, I shall endure the greatest hardships and suffer the most profound pains." The late Dowager Consort, a woman of martial background, had established this camp, which primarily comprises impoverished women. Upon completion of their training, many would be selected as personal guards for noble women in the palace, sharing the same rank as male guards. Some would even enter the military, earning the title of Fifth Lady's Army. Hearing this, Lady Xia immediately expressed her concern. "Shiran, you have been pampered since childhood. How could you withstand such hardships? No, I cannot agree. But Ye Feiran knelt before her mother, resolutely stating, after what I have endured, I have no desire to marry. If others can bear such suffering, why should I not be able to? If I am fortunate enough to enter the military, perhaps I can even bring honor to my father. The couple felt deeply pained. Yet it appeared there were no better alternatives available. They contemplated a low marriage for her, considering the possibility of the late General Su's legitimate daughter marrying a merchant's son. Although she possessed a title, General Su had done his utmost to pave the way for her. However, Su Haoyan now faced the fate of raising a child for a concubine, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Moreover, with their daughter bearing such a blemish, if she were to marry down, her in-laws would likely look down upon her. Ultimately, the Xia couple acquiesced, permitting her choice. Ye Feiran, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was taken aback by the scope of the late Dowager Consort's vision. I never imagined she would establish a female archery and equestrian camp. It is truly remarkable, providing impoverished girls a path to independence. Lady Yi, lost in thought, realized that she had not visited the camp in quite some time. In her youth, she was a frequent visitor and often excelled, receiving much praise from her aunt. Given the current state of her relationship with Yi Qingze, a separation seemed inevitable, and perhaps she could return to the camp more often in the future. The news of Lady Yi adopting the sixth prince spread throughout the capital, eliciting mixed reactions, with many viewing it unfavorably. To be the guardian of the sixth prince, one could argue, was an honor, but in less flattering terms. It was merely the palace discarding a troublesome burden. Particularly, Yi Qingze and Qin Wanshi, having received insider information from Yi Kitchen, were aware that the fourth prince was the undisputed heir apparent, and they eagerly awaited Su Haoyan's misfortune. In recent days, Qin Wanshi had been in high spirits. For Lady Yi had finally relented, allowing her to enter the household next month as a concubine. Thus, whenever she encountered Yi Qingze, she appeared charming and affectionate, serving him tea and offering massages while subtly probing his sentiments. I heard that my sister has brought the sixth prince back home. Has T the master gone to see him? Yi Qingze coldly snorted, a foolish prince, rumored to possess the intellect of a mere 2- or 3-year-old. Even if I were to visit, what response could I expect from him? Qin Wanshi chuckled lightly. Indeed, the master speaks true. My sister has erred. This hot potato she holds is hardly a blessing. I have heard that the Duke Dingwa and Consort Shu have never been on good terms. Bringing back Consort Shu's child may invite trouble for our household. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingze also felt a wave of anger. She and Consort Shu were close friends, having promised to look after one another. Strangely enough, one would expect that after a consort's demise, the prince would be cared for by the emperor's designated concubine. Why is it that the sixth prince has been entrusted to Su Haoyan? Qin Wanshi, oblivious to the intricacies, merely expressed her concern. I fear she might bring misfortune upon the master. Currently, opposing the Duke Dingwa is hardly a path to good fortune. Yi Qingze contemplated this with a sense of foreboding, pondering aloud. Wanner, do not worry. I will eventually dismiss Su Haoyan. However, with the late Dowager Consort still alive and Prince Luo at hand, the Su family is not to be trifled with, not to mention Su Haoqing's violent temperament. Perhaps recalling unpleasant memories, Yi Qingze's expression darkened momentarily before he added, but do not fret, Wanner, the Su family will not thrive for long. Qin Wanshi gazed at him with concern, responding with a gentle massage of his leg. Wanner does not comprehend the grand strategies of men. I only wish to serve the master well, protect our household, and care for our Chenur. That will suffice for my life. Yi Qingze, caught in the throes of affection, cradled her face, saying, when the time comes, I shall elevate Wanner to the primary wife. Thus, our Chenur will be the legitimate firstborn, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Wanshi's heart swelled with joy, yet she feigned modesty. What does the master say? For Wanner to marry Chenglang is already immense happiness. At this moment, Ye Feiran, who had been observing the entire scene, remarked, it is a pity these two do not take to the stage. Their performances are spectacular. Can it be that the scoundrel father has already set his mind on abandoning my mother? How daring of him! Lady Yi, upon hearing this, scoffed inwardly, thinking, you wish to rid yourself of me? It will not be so simple. And you, Qin Wanshi, aspire to take my place. It seems you have a long way to go. Madame Yi had already devised a plan in her mind. With a sly smile, she instructed Yihong, spread the news that next month we shall welcome a concubine into the Yi residence and introduce our illegitimate son. I want the entire capital to know of my esteemed reputation as Su Haoyan. How could I let such a splendid opportunity go to waste? Upon hearing this, Ye Feiran immediately understood that her mother must have her own strategies in place. With her mother's intelligence, she would undoubtedly be able to handle the likes of Qin Wanqi. Not to mention, the matter of tearing apart over 1,000,000 taels of wealth from him was something Ye Feiran felt she could boast about for a lifetime. Thus, the news of the Ye family preparing to welcome a concubine and an illegitimate son spread throughout the capital. In the circles of the powerful and influential, everyone praised Madame Ye, exclaiming, "Remarkable! Truly remarkable! This is what a virtuous wife should be. With a wife like this, how could a man worry about his family not prospering?" Lord Ye was indeed fortunate. The plight of women in ancient times was truly lamentable. When a man took another woman, he would still joyfully welcome her into his home, lest he be deemed a jealous spouse. Ye Qingze, while receiving compliments from his colleagues, felt a myriad of emotions stir within him, yet he could only maintain a polite smile. "You flatter me. My wife is indeed a virtuous partner, and I owe much to her over the years. With her by my side, I have had much less to worry about," he thought to himself. You only see her virtue, unaware of her greed. Over half of the Ye family's wealth lies in her hands, and this virtuous title was bought with my own money. However, Ye Feiran could not voice this. To do so would imply his inability to manage even a woman. To remain silent was suffocating, as he had spent his own money to settle matters, only for Su Haoyun to gain the reputation of virtue. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Even more disheartened was Ye Qingze, who in a past life had been a legitimate son, now reduced to the status of an illegitimate child. And the entire capital was aware of it. Ye Feiran, watching the unfolding drama, found amusement in the situation. The young master is so furious his face has turned green. And next month he is also set to enter the palace as a companion reader. This illegitimate status is bound to weigh heavily upon him. The palace, after all, was a veritable battlefield of favoritism. Chapter 19. Upon hearing the gossip relayed by Ye Feiran, Madame Ye was filled with joy. Even when Qin Wanqi came to pay her respects, she greeted her with warmth. True to her word, Madame Ye went all out to welcome Qin Wanqi into the household. On the day Qin Wanqi came to serve tea in her courtyard, Madame Ye had initially intended to create some difficulties for her. However, upon realizing that the Ye residence had been turned into a mere shell by her, and that Qin Wanqi had brought along an abandoned infant for Ye Qingze to raise, she could not help but feel delighted. There were bound to be lively happenings in the Ye residence moving forward, albeit there was still a slight lack of seasoning. After all, Ye Qingze, a man of considerable rank, could hardly be satisfied with just one concubine. For the time being, however, Madame Ye was preoccupied, busy attending to the sixth prince and arranging for a physician to attend to him. The first to be summoned was naturally Mr. Ji, who, despite being referred to as Mr., was in fact a woman. She worked diligently as a physician during busy times and taught at a rural school in her spare moments, earning her the title of Mr. Ji. Observing her furrowed brow, Madame Ye sensed that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Indeed, Mr. Ji remarked, "It is quite strange. The child's pulse shows no signs of weakness, but rather it is vigorous, unlike that of a typical child." Madame Ye, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Mr. Ji pondered for a moment and replied, "It is as though the pulse of an adult manifests in the body of a child. If an adult possessed such a pulse, it would indicate good health and longevity. However, for a child, such strength may not be sustainable." Madame Ye considered this and inquired further, "Then, could you also examine Feo's pulse?" Mr. Ji, proficient in pediatrics, could only observe the pulse without extracting any further information, thus humorously dubbed the silent doctor. After a brief examination, Mr. Ji determined, "This child is in excellent health. There is no need for you to worry at all. Moreover, the little master has a commendable appetite, good digestion, and is developing well. At not yet 2 months old, his grip is remarkably strong. You have cared for him well." Upon hearing Mr. Ji's words, a smile immediately graced Madame Ye's lips, and she signaled to Yi Hong, who promptly retrieved a large bag of silver from Mr. Ji. The physician accepted it graciously, as she was dedicated to her charitable work and always welcomed additional fees from patients to procure more teaching materials for the rural children. Madame Ye personally escorted Mr. Ji out of the residence, leaving only Ye Feiran and the sixth prince behind in the room. Little Feiran gazed with wide eyes at the sixth prince, who, in turn, tilted his head in curious examination. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up in Ye Feiran's system. Ding. Key story character unlocked. Sixth Prince Xiaozong's storyline has begun. Below are all clues related to sixth Prince Xiaozong. The host may now indulge in the gossip. Ye Feiran exclaimed, "Oh," and immediately began to delve into the intrigues surrounding the sixth prince. It turned out that this sixth prince was born into immense favor and was still the emperor's most cherished son, despite his simple-mindedness. This was due to the late Shu Guifei, whose love for the emperor was genuine. The sixth prince was the fruit of their affection. Furthermore, upon his birth, there were celestial phenomena. The sky was adorned with lingering evening glow, and colorful birds circled above the Rufu palace. The emperor believed this child to be a precious gift from the heavens, though he did not explicitly state it, opting instead to name him Xiaozong, a name unlike any other prince's. Before turning 4, the sixth prince already exhibited remarkable differences from ordinary children. He not only excelled in reading, but was also adept in martial arts and swordplay at such a tender age. However, at the age of 4, he suddenly fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever that persisted for half a month. By the time the fever finally subsided, he had become the simpleton he was now. Ye Feiran furrowed his brow as he read the details about him and exclaimed in anger, "This is not merely an illness. It is evident that someone has poisoned him. How could such an adorable sixth prince, merely 4 years old, become a pawn in the power struggles of the Jingwa Duke's residence? The Empress Wang and the favored concubine Yu, both hailing from the Jingwa Duke's lineage, would never allow Xiaozong to compete with the fourth prince, Xiaohang." The sixth prince, with his beautiful large eyes, continued to gaze at him vacantly. Ye Feiran's attention was suddenly drawn to the accessories adorning the sixth prince, aside from the jade pendant embedded with a sapphire given by the Shu Guifei. There was also a string of prayer beads. He himself possessed a similar pendant, albeit with a ruby embedded in it, the rest being identical in design. Ye Feiran attempted to awaken the sixth prince, but he was still akin to an infant, rendering it impossible. At that moment, he recalled the detoxification pill in his system's shop, which seemed capable of counteracting all but the deadliest of poisons. Ye Feiran promptly accessed the system store, only to be nearly choked by the price, 180 melon coins. He had toiled endlessly to accumulate barely 200 coins, and purchasing this would send him back to square one. Yet, gazing at the miniature version of the ice beauty that was the sixth prince, he glanced at his melon coins and resolutely closed his eyes in determination. Melon coins are merely a matter of time. With more gossip consumed, they will eventually return. Thus, he spent nearly all his melon coins to exchange for a detoxification pill for the sixth prince, following the system's guidance to administer it directly to him. I must say, the detoxification pill's effects were impressive. Regrettably, it was a one-time use item, turning gray after exchange and no longer redeemable. Fortunately, after using the detoxification pill, the sixth prince's gaze brightened considerably, although a hint of confusion lingered. He might be pondering why he found himself in such an unfamiliar place. Poor child, he likely remained unaware that his mother had already passed away. Ye Feiran sighed inwardly, lamenting, "It is truly unfortunate. Although I have alleviated your poison, the string of prayer beads that clouds your mind remains upon you. Its effects are long-term and will continue to influence you, unless discarded. Reverting to a state of foolishness is merely a matter of time." This time, the sixth prince comprehended Ye Feiran's thoughts. He appeared to be deep in contemplation, then, as if a glacier had melted, he bestowed upon her a charming smile. He then leaned down and kissed her cheek before turning away. Ye Feiran stood in a daze, unable to gather her thoughts as she watched the sixth prince depart. Only after his figure vanished from the room did she begin to exclaim excitedly, "Ah, he kissed me. Oh my goodness, the ice prince melting is truly breathtaking." His lips were so soft. When Lady Yi returned, she was met with a cacophony of disjointed thoughts emanating from her son. Initially, she suspected something had disturbed him, but upon further reflection, it seemed he was rather exhilarated. Observing closely, she noted the telltale blush upon his ears. Meanwhile, Xiaozong, who had just entered the room, slowly closed his eyes and removed the prayer beads from around his neck, wrapping them in oil paper. He then procured a piece of wood and, with a carving knife in hand, began to sculpt, recalling the designs from memory. After descending into foolishness, the sixth prince had taken to wood carving. The Shufei's Yongfu palace was adorned with many exquisite wooden sculptures of his making, each seemingly alive. When Yin Hui saw the sixth prince engrossed in his woodwork, she thought nothing of it and quietly closed the door to allow him some peace. However, this time he was crafting small prayer beads, intricately carved to resemble those he had previously worn around his neck. On a fine day, Lady Yi was in the back garden, basking in the sun with Ye Feiran, when by chance they encountered Yi Qingze returning from court. He cast a cold glance in her direction, but Lady Yi remained cheerful and even smiled back. Wealth always conferred a sense of superiority. Now, even Yi Qingze had to heed her sentiments. Over the past few days, She had reviewed her finances and realized the various businesses in her grasp garnered an annual income of at least 7 to 800,000 taels, a testament to her family's legacy as former tycoons of the capital. Ye Qingze, seemingly contemplating something, approached her, though he did not meet her gaze. Instead, directing his attention elsewhere as he coldly remarked, "I hear you have taken the sixth prince into your home?" Lady Ye feigned surprise, responding, "My dear husband, you were rather slow to catch wind of things. It has been several days. How is it that you have only just learned of this?" Ye Qingze recognized her disdainful tone, realizing she no longer wished to maintain even the pretense of marital harmony. He replied, "The sixth prince is the offspring of Shu Fei, and his maternal family is in decline, not to mention he is foolish. The crux of the matter is, he once posed a threat to the fourth prince's position. By bringing him into our home, are you not inviting trouble for the Ye family? However, since the emperor has commanded it, you cannot refuse. I advise you to tread carefully to avoid drawing ire from the Jingwa Duke's residence. This will benefit neither you nor the Ye family." Lady Ye scoffed. "You need not concern yourself with the sixth prince. As for you, he remains the emperor's own son. Are you not wary of being accused of disrespect by the emperor for speaking ill of him behind his back?" Ye Qingze glanced around to ensure no one was listening and retorted, "I am only looking out for your best interests. Do you truly believe that raising a child for the emperor is a matter of glory?" Lady Yi intended to counter him further when Itsue hurried in to announce, "Madam, the eunuch who has arrived with an imperial edict. You must go and receive it." Ye Qingze, puzzled, inquired of Yihong, "Are you certain only the madam is summoned to receive the edict?" Itsue affirmed, "Yes, they said it was good news." Without further questions, Lady Yi hurriedly took Ye Feiran to receive the edict. The announcing eunuch awaited her arrival, and Lady Yi immediately knelt to pay her respects. Ye Qingze also approached to observe, wondering if perhaps the edict would be a reprimand for Su Shuyan, urging her to pay more attention to the sixth prince. Instead, eunuch proclaimed, "Congratulations, Lady Yi. The emperor has conferred upon you the title of first-rank lady, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to you." Lady Yi looked up in astonishment, then bowed again as eunuch continued to read the edict. Chapter 20. Ye Qingze, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was taken aback. He was a third-rank official. By rights, Lady Yi should only have been conferred the title of Shurin or Shurin. Yet the emperor had elevated her to first-rank lady without hesitation. Was this not a leap in rank? Considering that Su Haoyun was now the foster mother of the foolish sixth prince, it seemed she had benefited from her son's status. The more Ye Qingze pondered, the more dissatisfied he became. With his scholarly achievements, he had toiled for a decade to reach his current position, while Su Haoyun ascended directly to first-rank lady through her adoption of a royal child. Although lower-ranking officials were not required to kneel before higher-ranking ladies, they were still expected to pay their respects, as was the custom in the Dening dynasty. Ye Qingze was infuriated. As a dignified man, he would have to bow to his wife, who was soon to be dismissed. Fuming, he turned on his heel and left for Qin Wanqi's quarters. Qin Wanqi was busy ingratiating herself with Ye Kitchen, preparing an array of delicious dishes. Over the past few days, Ye Kitchen had accepted his status as a secondary son. Fortunately, his studies with the accompanying readers were progressing smoothly. The fourth prince had already sent word that he could begin attending the official school next month. Ye Feiran had complained for quite some time about this official school, exclaiming, "Isn't this a concept exclusive to the Qing dynasty? Author, are you so lazy that you can't even think of a new name?" Noticing Ye Qingze's discontent, Qin Wanqi gently inquired while pouring him tea, "What troubles you, dear Qing?" Ye Qingze recounted the news of Su Haoyun's elevation to first-rank lady, causing Qin Wanqi to spill tea in shock, her hand trembling. At that moment, she was consumed with jealousy, feeling twisted by the unfairness of it all. Why should Su Haoyun, simply due to her advantageous background, receive all the good fortune? Moreover, she regretted not seizing the opportunity earlier. Had she done so, she could have secured a position as a legitimate wife of third rank. Yet she maintained her composure and attempted to reassure Ye Qingze, "Dear Chong, such matters are beyond our control. She has adopted the sixth prince and has been granted a title, which may seem splendid now. However, in the long run, it may not be so rosy. The Jingwa Duke's residence is keeping a close watch. The more the sixth prince flourishes, the more he becomes a target for their ire." Ye Qingze pondered her words, a smile suddenly lighting his face as he pulled Qin Wanqi close, exclaiming, "You make a valid point." Qin Wanqi, taken aback, stammered, "Not here. Our child is present. Do be mindful of propriety." Ye Kitchen pretended not to notice, engrossed in a complex chess game beyond the comprehension of a mere 6-year-old. To his surprise, he effortlessly solved the puzzle, prompting Ye Qingze to express his admiration. exclaiming, "Well done." After finishing the game, Ye Feiran finally spoke, "Father, why rush? As long as we maintain the line you advised, we shall achieve our goal within 6 months. Not just the Su family and the sixth prince, but the entire capital will regard you with newfound respect." Yichengze was well aware that this matter was a rare achievement. The Northern Liao spies had planted 7 hidden posts in the capital, and Ye Feiran had instructed him to dismantle all of them. Although he belonged to the Ministry of Revenue, such tasks fell under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, or at the very least, the Ministry of War. However, the court disregarded such distinctions. Any merit, no matter its nature, would be attributed to you, leading to promotions and titles. Moreover, he had ample reason to act, as these individuals had cleverly chosen their locations, all nestled within the bustling commercial district, effectively camouflaged by the storefronts. Ironically, a significant portion of these storefronts belonged to the Ye family's ancestral estate. Ye Feiran intended for Yichengze to investigate under the pretext of collecting rents. And once these hidden posts were uncovered, Ye Feiran's elevation to the 3rd rank would merely be a matter of time. He chuckled coldly and remarked to Yichengze, "Are you aware that the Su family possesses a defense map of the capital? Su Haoqing once served as the commander of the capital's defense, and that map bears the markings of his family. If you could obtain this map," Yichengze required no further prodding from his son. His animosity towards the Su family was evident to any discerning observer over the past decade. After 10 years of diligent study and hardship, what he had earned was a title derived from the Su family's influence, leaving him in a state of deep resentment. Contemplating this, Yichengze felt a surge of excitement. "I have indeed seen that defense map. Su Haoyun is quite fond of such studies and often takes it out for inspection. Currently, it is locked away in her dowry cabinet, but it will not be easy to acquire." In the front courtyard, Madame Ye had just received the Imperial decree of her title, while in the back courtyard, Ye Feiran was digesting this information. Upon returning, Madame Ye overheard her son murmuring, "Oh dear, father intends to steal the Su family's defense map. Although this map is an old layout from years ago, the Emperor will not show leniency towards the Su family simply because it is outdated. Such a crucial piece of information, if it falls into Yichengze's hands, he will undoubtedly exploit it. Could he possibly resort to framing them?" Startled, Madame Ye immediately opened the cabinet, retrieved the defense map, and cast it into the brazier to burn. Fearful not of thieves, but of their intentions, she scoffed and produced another scroll, inscribing and sketching a counterfeit Su family emblem with military-grade fading ink, which would vanish after multiple openings. Once she completed her work, she secured the scroll back in the cabinet. She then heard her son muttering, "Ye Feiran, as expected, is the reincarnated protagonist, orchestrating another scheme that inadvertently grants Yichengze a significant achievement. Who would have thought that Northern Liao had placed a multitude of spies within the Ye family's ancestral estate, cleverly concealing them amidst the storefronts? Indeed, spies have historically either lurked in brothels or hidden in bustling marketplaces." After hearing this, Madame Ye conceived another plan. Since most of the Ye family's assets were under her control, discreet investigations would be more manageable. Additionally, being the daughter of a military general, she was not like Yichengze, who, as a civil servant, was inherently sluggish. While one could praise his meticulousness, it could equally be criticized as being overly restrained. Madame Ye promptly instructed Yihong, "I will provide you with several locations. Investigate the situation there and report back to me." Yihong and Itsue were already from the Su family's military retinue and had distinguished backgrounds from the 5th Young Ladies' Forces. They were specifically chosen by the late Empress Dowager as part of her dowry. Yihong complied and departed, her gentle nature and meticulous approach making her particularly suited for uncovering hidden matters. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran was still absorbed in gossip when he unexpectedly found himself captivated by the 6th prince, who was quietly engaged in carving. Curiosity piqued, he marveled, what exquisite craftsmanship. Such delicate movements are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. That tiny bead is akin to microcarving. How does he achieve such finesse? The 6th prince, sensing something, lifted his gaze through the small television, locking eyes with Ye Feiran. Startled, Ye Feiran thought, could I have been discovered in my spying? He quickly averted his gaze, feeling guilty as he returned to the unfolding drama surrounding Yichengze, who had been summoned by the emperor to account for the treasury, which was currently facing financial strain due to several calamities requiring relief efforts. Yichengze spent the afternoon in a state of bewilderment, ultimately proposing an increase in taxes as a solution. The emperor, enraged, struck him on the forehead with an inkstone, blood streaming down as he berated him mercilessly. The people of Daming are already suffering immensely, yet you propose to raise taxes. If you cannot resolve such a trivial issue, what use is there for your ministry? Yi Qingze lay prostrate on the ground, enduring the emperor's wrath, while inwardly cursing his superior, the Minister of Revenue, for sending him to be scolded. After the reprimand, he exited the Shangxian palace, only to encounter Princess Rongan around the corner. Upon seeing his disheveled state, she couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Qingze, feeling helpless, replied, "Your Highness, please refrain from mocking me. I have just endured the Emperor's thunderous wrath and am feeling quite aggrieved." His tone carried a hint of reproach. Princess Rongan, having received a life-saving favor from Yi Qingze, treated him differently than others. Noticing the blood on his forehead, she suggested, "Sir, please follow me. My chambers are just around the corner. I can have the physician tend to your injury." Yi Qingze hesitated, taking a step back. "I cannot impose upon your Highness in your private quarters." Princess Rongan covered her mouth with a light laugh. "What are you thinking, Sir Yi? We shall merely sit in the small garden outside my palace for a moment. And perhaps you can share your insights on how to navigate the current difficulties faced by the Ministry of Revenue." Initially reluctant, Yi Qingze found it hard to resist the invitation from Princess Rongan and ultimately accompanied her. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, deeply engrossed in the unfolding drama, noted with envy, "Oh my. Father truly has made an impression on the princess. She is personally tending to his injury and even offered him her embroidered handkerchief. Is this a token of affection? My mother's cousin might find her efforts in vain. If the princess is involved, I wonder how father will choose." Alas, the emperor has already decided to betroth Princess Rongan to the second son of the principality. It seems father has no chance. As Ye Feiran continued to speculate, he noticed Madame Yi entering with the sixth prince, who was once again adorned with a string of prayer beads, albeit without the warning signs. Curious, Ye Feiran watched as the sixth prince approached him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Feiran exclaimed, "Oh my, how embarrassing. Sixth prince, must you be so forward at such a young age?" Madame Yi chuckled lightly. "Does the sixth prince have a fondness for little brothers? This little brother is still quite young, not yet 3 months old. His name is Feiran, and you may call him Feier." The sixth prince nodded. Feier. Madame Yi was taken aback. Who said the sixth prince was simple-minded? He appears to know quite a bit. Ye Feiran, his eyes sparkling, thought, "The sixth prince is indeed a genius, and so handsome. He should not have met an early demise under the hooves of a horse." Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, the sixth prince's eyes gleamed as he produced a hand-carved wooden rocking horse, placing it gently on the table before Ye Feiran. Chapter 21 Indeed. Ye Feiran was referring to the fate that awaited the sixth prince. The seemingly simple-minded royal would not escape his destiny, ultimately becoming a political pawn. He was taken by the emperor to the hunting grounds. At that time, he was merely 12 years old, unaware of how he became separated from the emperor. Soon after, a rare bear was discovered within the hunting grounds. In the ensuing chaos, many rushed to seize the bear, neglecting the dazed fourth prince. The bear stood taller than a man and weighed 300 or 400 pounds. It took the combined strength of dozens to subdue it. Yet, once they captured the bear, they discovered that the sixth prince had perished beneath the hooves of several horses, his body unrecognizable. Ye Feiran's heart ached at the sight, and he could not help but cry out, "Such a beautiful sixth prince, yet his death is so tragic. I do not want this. I wish for the sixth prince to live well. A beauty's existence is a contribution to society. When I grow up, I shall protect him." Hearing Ye Feiran's heartfelt thoughts, the sixth prince's eyes shone brightly. He pulled out a hand-carved wooden rocking horse and gently placed it on the table before Ye Feiran. The little horse was charmingly crafted, swaying and emitting delightful squeaking sounds. Instantly, the baby genes within Ye Feiran awakened, and he burst into joyful laughter. Lady Yi was astonished, exclaiming, "This is the first time Feier has laughed out loud. The sixth prince is truly remarkable to have made him smile." The sixth prince smiled slightly, then resumed his icy demeanor, displaying an innate composure and gravitas that belied his tender age. While others may have perceived this as foolishness, Ye Feiran recognized the extraordinary aura the sixth prince possessed. Had he not been ensnared by design, he would surely achieve great things. Ye Feiran, captivated by the squeaking wooden horse, rolled over and reached out for it. Lady Yi, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Feier can roll over now. It hasn't even been 3 months. And he can already do this. The sixth prince is truly Feier's little benefactor. Having witnessed so many of Feier's firsts, you two will undoubtedly become great brothers." The sixth prince silently observed from the side, while the baby genes within Ye Feiran surged, leading him to snatch the little horse and begin gnawing on it, coating it with drool. Lady Yi exclaimed, "Oh dear, after all the effort the sixth prince put into carving this for you, why do you go and chew on it?" Ye Feiran thought to himself, "I cannot help it. I am merely 3 months old, and this is the peak of my oral fixation. Who would have thought that being reborn would subject me to the whims of an infant's cravings?" Lady Yi grasped a new term, rebirth. She interpreted it as Fea carrying memories from a previous life and possessing some fortuitous endowment, perhaps even a system. Yet, from her perspective, this system appeared beneficial to the Su family and to him personally, potentially saving innocent lives in critical moments. Concerned for the wooden horse's hardness, the sixth prince tilted his head in thought and returned to his room to carve again. By evening, he presented Ye Feiran with a soft wooden object resembling a pacifier. Ye Feiran was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, the sixth prince is impressive. He can even make a soothing pacifier. How heartwarming. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so considerate. I must ensure he never comes to harm in the future. With the system in hand, I have the narrative. I shall see who can outmaneuver my foresight. Even the reborn Ye Feiran cannot thwart me." The sixth prince and Lady Yi both heard his thoughts and immediately grasped the mention of Ye Feiran's name. They understood the need for caution regarding him in the future. With the emperor's bestowal of a first-rank title, Lady Ye's life had become considerably more stable. She refrained from flaunting her status, fearing that her elevated title might compel the wives of lower-ranking officials to bow to her, creating an uncomfortable situation. A few had come to congratulate her, and she remembered them as potential allies. An important matter loomed. The autumn examination was imminent, and Ye Feiran's elder cousin, Su Yulan, was preparing for the grand test. A troubling piece of news surfaced. Nagong Chang had been released. The man, seemingly unaffected by past events, was now preparing for the examination with renewed vigor, even visiting Su Yulan's residence several times, from which Su Yulan could not dismiss him. This situation echoed Ye Feiran's earlier concerns. General Su had gone to the southwest to quell banditry, yet the Ministry of War had been sluggish in dispersing military funds, with a confrontation on the horizon. If the funds did not arrive within half a month, the soldiers would face starvation, rendering victory a distant hope. Ye Feiran, anxiously munching on his family's melons, pondered. Uncle is truly unfortunate, distributing his own provisions while reducing his meals to 2 a day, all to ensure his soldiers can eat more. But this is merely a drop in the bucket. How much can one person truly save? Lady Yi understood that the Ministry of War harbored resentment over her earlier actions and had tightened the purse strings even further. What had once been minor discrepancies had escalated to outright withholding of funds. Madame Su had been repeatedly rebuffed when attempting to deliver gifts to the Nangong household. She realized that the Nangong family aimed to force her to choose between her father and son, either risking her father's complete ruin or sacrificing her son's prospects in this life. At this moment, the emperor had been thoroughly misled, believing that the military funds allocated to the Su family's army were en route. In truth, they would not reach the Su forces, but would instead disappear under the pretext of encountering banditry or natural disasters, ultimately lining the pockets of the Nangong family and the Duke of Jinghua. As Ye Feiran sifted through information about his uncle, he stumbled upon a route map and thought, That batch of military funds seems hidden in a cave in the mountains outside the capital, guarded by only a handful of individuals. If we were to send a troop there, it would be a simple task to seize it." Upon hearing Ye Feiran's words, Lady Yi immediately stood and instructed Yi, "Take this letter to Grandmother Su and request 300 strong young men. Ensure they are tall and robust, disguised as men with beards. You will follow the instructions in the letter and make the journey to the southwest. I will explain that you have family matters to attend to and are attending a wedding in your family." Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation from Lady Ye's demeanor, solemnly accepted the letter and made her way to the residence of the Prince of Luo. Lady Yi then carried Ye Feiran and, accompanied by the 3 chief palace maids of consort Shu, proceeded to the Su residence. The Su mansion had retained its status as the former general's estate. The emperor, being merciful, had not reclaimed it despite General Su's current rank of merely a 3rd-rank military officer. Upon seeing Lady Yi arrive, Madame Su immediately grasped her hand and began to weep. "Sister, I am truly at my wit's end. I have nearly worn out the welcome of the Nagong household." But they refuse to relent. The emperor insists that the Ministry of War's funds are on their way. Yet, it has been nearly half a month, and they have yet to arrive. It should take no more than 7 days to reach the southwest. How can it possibly take this long? Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed again. Uncle's journey will not be life-threatening. He will resolutely gather provisions from the people. Ultimately, however, due to insufficient weaponry, he will lose the battle, inciting the emperor's fury, leading to a demotion of 3 ranks to become a gatekeeper. A mere gatekeeper would scarcely attract Yuqing's attention by that time. He would have severed all ties with the Ye family, had it not been for Su Yulan frequently visiting the young Ye Feiran. Yuqing would scarcely have cast them a glance. At that time, he had already ascended to the 3rd rank, basking in the glory of his achievements. Lady Su felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, tears streaming down her face. Being demoted, having their family assets confiscated, these were trivial matters for the Su family. However, the lives of the tens of thousands of the Su army could not be sacrificed in vain. "Sister, what shall we do?" Lady Yi had already conceived a solution and said, "Eldest sister, follow me." They sought to avoid disturbing Ye Feiran's thoughts, fearing that he might cease to confide in them if he realized they were eavesdropping, so they began to strategize in hushed tones. Lady Yi discreetly shared her plan with Lady Su, who, upon hearing it, displayed an expression of joy. "Is it true? Is it really in the cave outside the capital?" Lady Yi reassured her, saying, "Fei's heart speaks the truth. Eldest sister, do not fret. I have sent Itsue, and by nightfall, she will surely bring good news." Meanwhile, Su Yulan found himself in a quandary, holding 2 extraordinary pieces of writing in his hands. One was a renowned work of governance, and should he present it before the emperor, success would undoubtedly be his. The other, albeit rich in substance, touched upon the emperor's taboos. To mention it in his presence would not only forfeit his prospects but also risk incurring the emperor's wrath. Yet, with his father's predicament pressing upon him, how could he remain indifferent? Even if he were to achieve no accolades in his lifetime, becoming a teacher like Mr. G would not be without merit. Just as he grappled with these thoughts, Nangong Chang arrived at his door, exuberantly greeting him. "Su brother. Aha, I have returned to discuss your writings." Su Yulan pondered that if his father were in trouble, he would be equally culpable. Thus, it would be wiser to hand the writings over to him. Little did he expect a small voice to whisper in his ear, "Don't be foolish, cousin. Even if you give him the articles, he wants to deliver the military funds to uncle. What they desire is to annihilate us, to ensure the Su family can never rise again. They will charm you into handing over your writings while simultaneously withholding uncle's military pay. If uncle perishes, so will your prospects, 2 birds with 1 stone." Su Yulan paused, reconsidering. Realizing his cousin was right, negotiating with the Nangong family was akin to seeking shelter from a tiger. He then produced the controversial article, beaming as he said, "Nangong brother, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek your counsel. I've recently stumbled upon a masterpiece. Why not take a look? However," he added, "regarding my father's situation, I hope you will pay it due attention." Nangong Chang was immediately delighted, accepting the article and tucking it into his sleeve, proclaiming, "Of course. How could I not be concerned about Uncle S' affairs?" At the same time, in the cave outside the capital, the leader of the 5 sisters' army scoffed at the mere handful of men before her. "With just these few useless fellows, my 5 sisters could handle them alone. Why the need for 300? Chapter 22. The 5 sisters' army, consisting of 5 resolute maidens, derived their legacy from the tale of the Empress Dowager, who, accompanied by 4 female warriors, stood firm at the 5 sisters' pass, striking fear into the Liao invaders. Henceforth, each squad in the 5 sisters' army comprised 5 members. Each maiden was formidable in her own right, yet this time, Itsue had come with a distinct mission. With a light laugh, Itsue addressed the leader. "It's not merely this task. There is something of greater significance I must convey to my sisters." With that, she presented Lady Yi's secret letter to the leader of the 5 sisters' army, instructing, "Sister, take this letter and ensure these supplies reach the southwestern Qinling Mountains. Remember, haste is crucial. Our General Su and his soldiers are relying on these supplies for their survival." The leader, understanding the gravity of the task, did not dare to delay. Bowing to Itsue and assuring, "Rest assured, sister, we shall not fail in our duty." Itsue glanced around and unexpectedly spotted Xia Shiran, exclaiming, "This Miss Xia has only trained for a month, hasn't she? The journey to the Qinling is long and fraught with peril. Can she endure? I hope she won't require her sisters to carry her halfway." Xia Shiran retorted with a huff, "Who do you look down upon?" Indeed, her month of training had been grueling, yet she had persevered through pain that paled in comparison to the agony of a miscarriage she had suffered. She had volunteered for this mission, eager for experience, subtly encouraged by the old matriarch's desire for revenge. Unperturbed by Xia Shiran's response, Itsue smiled and said, "Sister, your righteousness is admirable. I wish you a smooth journey and success in your mission." Once within the ranks of the 5 sisters' army, Whether one hailed from wealth or humble origins, all referred to one another as sisters. Ye Feiran clasped her fists in respect, mounted her horse, and declared, "I will endure this journey and will not disappoint the trust bestowed upon me by the old matriarch." However, the specifics of their mission remained known only to the leader. The others were simply tasked with transporting supplies. As the 300 members of the Five Sisters army hurriedly escorted dozens of supply carts towards the Qinling, Su Yulan escorted Nangong Chong, who was still elated, insisting on treating him to drinks at the delightful pavilion, only to be met with a polite refusal. Ye Feiran was diligently enjoying his melon seeds, cheerfully exclaiming, "Look, the military funds have been dispatched and are swiftly making their way to Qinling. At this rate, they shall arrive in 5 days." Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, both Lady Yi and Lady Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, though Lady Su suddenly gasped, "Oh no." Without delay, she hurried to her son's study, fearing he might sacrifice his own work to appease his father's plight. Upon inquiring, she discovered that her son had given him a different piece, prompting her to express her reluctance. That piece shouldn't have been given to him. With Nangong Chong's talent, it would be a challenge for him to even pass the Imperial examination. Were it not for his father's ties to the Duke of Jing, how could he possibly enter the Hanshan Academy? Moreover, I believe his admission there is not solely due to Mr. Me. Someone is undoubtedly paving the way for his career. Su Yulan understood all too well. Given the relationship between the Duke of Jing's household and the Nangong clan, he found it hard to believe that no one was providing assistance to the Nangong family. With someone offering aid, hiring a ghostwriter would be a trivial matter. The case of Scholar Shui, unresolved to this day, lingered in his mind. He comforted her, saying, "Mother, do not worry, I will not allow Nangong Chong to succeed. The Nangong family has acted unjustly towards us for years, repeatedly troubling our Su family. It's not just us. General, he has also reported to father that the military funds for the northern border have never been delivered in full. Our soldiers endure hardship and deprivation, while they indulge in luxury, failing to provide even the most basic sustenance, truly detestable." Lady Su sighed. "Our greatest weakness as the Su family is our unwavering integrity, but what can we do? Since I married your father, I've known our lives would not be peaceful. I only regret that you and Sierra may face hardships ahead." Su Yulan, however, remained optimistic, stepping forward to reassure his mother. "What are you saying, mother? I am a robust young man, 18 years old, soon to be of age. My brother is no fragile child either. Surely, our lives will not be unbearable. If hardship arises, it is because we have not succeeded in providing you with a comfortable life. Once I pass the examination, I will surely honor our parents diligently." Ye Feiran had just indulged in the sweet fruits of familial affection, yet a sense of doubt began to stir within him. How could his esteemed cousin, who had such an inherently optimistic nature, have met with such a sorrowful demise? Perhaps, alas, the Su family had suffered greatly, burdened with trials akin to bitter melons. Lady Yi, upon overhearing her son's musings, furrowed her brow deeply. Who would have imagined that the Su family, loyal to the throne and devoted to their nation, would fall victim to the schemes of treacherous men? In essence, they were mere casualties of political strife. The foundation of the Su military was too robust. Even a voluntary abdication could not shield them from the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. She held no particular interest in who ascended the throne, but should their family face extermination due to imperial decisions, she would vehemently oppose it. At this juncture, Su Yulan in the study perked up. In a few days, Yushi would return. As the companion to the fourth prince, he might bring back valuable news. However, Lady Su was not so pleased. He had been the fourth prince's companion since he was 7, bound by strict regulations, permitted only 4 days of respite each month, and obliged to remain at home during that time. How could such a young boy endure such hardships? Ye Feiran then recalled the name of his second cousin. Indeed, he was a remarkable individual. Among the Su family, if anyone was akin to General Su, it was undoubtedly his second cousin, Siyushi. It was said that when the two brothers were born, it was General Su who named them. The elder brother, born with a calm cry, was named Yulan, while the younger, whose cries echoed mightily, was named Yushi. The elder represented waves, while the younger symbolized tides, a testament to General Su's naming prowess. From the original narrative, it was evident that Siyushi was the most likely heir to General Su's legacy, skilled in horsemanship and martial arts. By the age of 12, he could best any guard in the Imperial palace. Yet he chose not to enlist in the military, remaining steadfastly loyal to the fourth prince throughout his life. The emperor valued him highly, having been saved by Yushi on several perilous occasions, later bestowing upon him the title of first-class sword-bearing guardian. commanding 8 elite purple feather guards, each a formidable warrior. However, for reasons unknown, he was later sentenced to castration for the alleged violation of a respectable woman. A decree issued personally by the emperor. The emperor's attitude towards him was also perplexing. He often kept Yushi close as a personal guard, even allowing him to stand beside his bed, claiming he could only sleep soundly with Yushi nearby. Yet, on the other hand, the emperor frequently lashed out at him, leaving Ye Feiran puzzled about their relationship. Ye Feiran pondered aloud. How could my second cousin, who is not of lecherous disposition, be accused of such a crime? Surely, he has been wronged. Those who heard his thoughts fell silent, realizing that the entire Su family was ensnared in a web of deceit. Fortunately, subsequent events unfolded rather smoothly. The fifth miss hastened the military pay to the Qinling region, and following the instructions of the Dowager Su, General Su wrote to the emperor, claiming that the family had never received the military funds, but had only received private assistance from a younger sister. This letter took 5 days to reach the capital, and in the 10 days that followed, winter descended upon the city, and the autumn examinations officially concluded, leading into the palace selection. Undoubtedly, Su Yulan successfully became a scholar, joining hundreds of students, including Nangong Chang, in the palace examination to be personally evaluated by the emperor. 2 months had passed since the death of the Empress Dowager, and it was evident that the emperor remained deeply affected, especially with the onset of winter, as he occasionally succumbed to fits of coughing. Remarkably, he maintained a semblance of warmth towards the scholars, gazing at them as if they were his own children. In the grand hall, the emperor spoke gently. You are all the talents selected by the entire nation of the Daming dynasty. Today, what matters is the exchange of knowledge. Rankings are of little consequence. As long as you possess genuine skills and knowledge, you will find your place in the governance of our realm. The Daming dynasty has always valued talent. All you need to do is strive to the best of your abilities. Ye Feiran was enthralled by the palace examination, experiencing it for the first time as if he were truly present. Everyone was aware of Ye Feiran's insatiable curiosity, and the entire Su family discreetly gathered around Lady Yu to partake in the unfolding drama, especially Lady Su, who anxiously awaited news regarding her eldest son's examination. Ye Feiran reclined on a small bed in the inner chamber, while the Su family sat together in the outer chamber. Ye Feiran's musings resonated loudly. Why has the emperor become so gaunt? The demise of the Empress Dowager must have hit him hard. Thankfully, the sixth prince remains blissfully unaware. Otherwise, the child would suffer. Lady Su chuckled softly. Sister, it appears that Fei is quite taken with the sixth prince. Lady Yi sighed. Do not mention it. Dear sister, Fei is rather. What is the term? A beauty enthusiast. He favors those who are aesthetically pleasing. Our sixth prince, being so strikingly handsome, has undoubtedly captivated him. Ye Feiran retorted. Alas, there is no remedy. Infatuation is indeed a form of affliction. Lady Su nodded in agreement. That is true. The sixth prince is undeniably handsome, reminiscent of Tonger. Alas, per Tonger, the families had their connections, and the noble ladies often gathered privately. Thus they were all familiar with one another. Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed once more. The palace examination is truly extraordinary. These scholars possess genuine talents, especially that one specializing in hydraulic engineering. His strategies for water management are commendable. Let me take a closer look at his insights. Oh, he is indeed an upright individual? As expected, those of integrity seldom fare well. Once again, it is the handiwork of the Duke of Jinggua's household. This individual bore an honorable name, Qiu Zhengang, and the emperor was highly impressed by his writings, promptly selecting him as the top scholar, confident that he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. The emperor then called upon Nangong Chang, expressing admiration. You are the legitimate grandson of the Nangong family. To stand out among tens of thousands of scholars is indeed a testament to your remarkable talent. I also appreciate the administrative skills of the Minister of War. I wonder, young Master Nangong, do you have any insights regarding state governance? Nangong Chang was elated, thinking this was an opportunity he had long awaited, all thanks to the splendid writings of young Master Su. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I happen to have an essay with me, precisely on the subject of governance. Would your Majesty care to peruse it? The emperor, intrigued, responded, Oh, you came prepared? Very well, present it. The Grand Eunuch stepped forward, facilitating the delivery of Nangong Chang's essay. Upon reading the first line, the emperor nodded. Indeed. As expected of the young master of the Nangong family, your literary talent is truly exceptional. However, upon reaching the second line, the emperor's expression began to darken. and by the third line. Upon finishing, the emperor's countenance had completely soured, and he cast the essay disdainfully down the steps. Humph. You, Nangong Chong. Who are you subtly criticizing? Nangong Chong, bewildered by the sudden outburst, was struck with fear at the emperor's wrath and immediately fell to his knees. Trembling, I admit my fault. I admit my fault. I admit my fault. The emperor sneered. Oh? Then do tell. What fault do you think you have committed? Nangong Chong pondered deeply, at a loss for what he had done wrong, finally stammering, I implore Your Majesty to clarify. The emperor pointed at him and scolded, What do you mean by completely eliminating women's involvement in governance? Who are you referring to? My mother. The late Empress Su? What do you mean by seeking peace with Northern Liao? Seeking peace with Northern Liao? I acknowledge the conciliatory policies you mentioned earlier. But while internal affairs may warrant gentleness, how can we seek peace with those ravenous wolves from Northern Liao? And you, a scion of the esteemed Dening, dare to utter the word seek peace? What has caused you to bolster others' courage while diminishing your own authority? My 100,000 iron cavalry have been stationed in the northern frontier for years, prepared to confront those Northern Liao beasts, and you dare suggest I seek peace? Nangong Qiang. Is this what your father has taught you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qiang abruptly turned to Su Yulan beside him and whispered, You wretched Su Yulan, you have betrayed me. Su Yulan, with a frosty countenance, held her head high, refusing to look at him. She thought to herself that he had brought this upon himself, after all. He had insisted on plagiarizing her work, so he should not be surprised by the consequences. Hadn't the incident with Miss Xia taught him anything? Yet here he was, repeating his mistakes. These 2 points were indeed the emperor's sore spots. Had it not been for the late Empress Su, there would be no current emperor. He harbored the belief that if a woman's governance proved effective, what of it? As for seeking peace with Northern Liao, it was the very people from Northern Liao who had killed his biological mother, leaving him with a profound blood feud. This was something known only to Su Yulan. As the circumstances of the empress's death were disgraceful and had been suppressed by the late emperor, Nangong Qiang was recklessly dancing on the emperor's nerves. How could the emperor remain calm? Witnessing Nangong Qiang's predicament, the Nangong family could not stand idly by. The Minister of War immediately stepped forward to plead, Your Majesty. The young one is ignorant. Please do not take offense and harm your royal health. The emperor was not a petty man, and given the current prominence of the Nangong family, he felt a measure of caution. Although this matter would not be brushed aside lightly, he would still afford the Nangong family some face. As he contemplated how to handle the situation, a eunuch rushed in from outside with urgent news, Your Majesty. Urgent news from 800 miles. General Su has achieved a great victory in Ling'an. Furthermore, outside the palace, a dozen soldiers tied up in 5 flower bindings have been thrown, along with notes expressing gratitude for the gifts from Lord Nangong of the Ministry of War, stating that they have greatly benefited from the military funds. Chapter 23 Ye Feiran, upon hearing this news, exclaimed in excitement, the late Empress Su is magnificent. She has managed to have those individuals thrown at the palace gates, haha. Lady Yi and Lady Su joined in laughter, relieved. Lady Yi remarked, Thank heavens, my brother and Lanner have safely weathered this ordeal. As long as they are well, our future paths will be much smoother. Meanwhile, the emperor, upon receiving this news, was filled with both astonishment and fury. He abruptly rose from his dragon throne and, accompanied by a retinue of civil and military officials, made his way to the palace gates. There, indeed, lay a disheveled group of soldiers clad in the standard attire of the Ministry of War, one of whom was a junior officer of the 9th rank. In a fit of rage, the emperor kicked one of them and demanded, What is the meaning of this? However, their mouths were gagged, and they could only gasp in distress, which only fueled the emperor's ire further. Observing this, an attendant quickly stepped forward, tearing the cloth from one soldier's mouth and demanding, The emperor is inquiring. Do not delay in answering truthfully. The soldier, having been rendered dumbfounded, wondered why they had gone from guarding military funds in a cave to being bound at the palace gates. Seeing the soldier's silence, the emperor sneered, Very well. You choose not to speak? Bring forth the punishment. The bewildered officer blurted out, Your Majesty, it is not our doing. It was Lord Nangong's orders. Lord Nangong instructed us to hide the military funds in the mountains and merely delay for over a month. Before he could finish, the emperor's fury reached a boiling point as he turned to the 2 Nangong lords and demanded, Nangong Jin, Nangong Cheng, explain this matter to me. The Minister of War and the Deputy Minister of War both knelt before the emperor, with Minister Nangong Jin asserting, Your Majesty. This matter is certainly not as this man describes. The Ministry of War had already approved the military funds for General Su, and they arrived in Luochuan the following day. How could they possibly be hidden elsewhere? The emperor looked at Nan Gongjin with skepticism. Oh, is that so? Then let us inquire of the Su army, who have traveled 800 miles in haste, whether they have received the military funds from the Ministry of War. The hastily summoned Su army soon reported, Your Majesty, we indeed have not received them. However, General Su's sister, concerned for her brother, specially sent a batch of supplies, which alleviated General Su's urgent needs. Upon hearing this, the emperor's frown eased slightly, and he promptly ordered, Summon the esteemed Lady Su into the palace, and let her bring along the sixth prince. After issuing this command, he instructed the Imperial guards, take these individuals to the Dali Temple's prison and have the head of the Dali Temple conduct the investigation personally. I wish to discover who dares to embezzle military funds. As for the two Nangong lords involved in this affair, they may as well take a few days off at home. You have indeed worked hard for the court over the years. This matter has a lead, so you need not attend court for the time being. Nangong Jin and Nangong Ching were left speechless, unable to comprehend how such a clandestine affair could have leaked. Moreover, concerning the Jingwa Duke's residence, most of the military funds were allocated for them, leaving them bewildered about who would dare create such chaos. Even if someone did, with the Duke present, they had nothing to fear. A few days of rest at home? Once the storm passed, the Emperor would surely restore their positions. The dozen or so bound soldiers from the Ministry of War were escorted into the Dali Temple prison by the Imperial guards, while the Emperor personally rewarded the Su army for delivering the news. He then needed to compose himself and return to preside over the palace examinations. At the Ye residence, Ye Feiran mused while enjoying the unfolding drama. The Emperor has it tough. He has to deal with his anger here and still be cordial with the candidates. Wait. Perhaps not as cordial as one might think. Oh, how amusing. Nangong Daqiang has turned traitor on the spot and claimed that the article was written by his cousin. What absurdity. Now that he has stumbled, he starts to shift blame? Hold on, the Emperor seems even angrier, scolding him and stating that if he truly plagiarized, he would be in violation of the Ning law, facing a lifetime ban from examinations and receiving 50 lashes. Ahahaha. Nangong Daqiang has changed his tune again, insisting he wrote the article himself and claiming ignorance of the Emperor's taboos. Oh dear, Daqiang, you should really stop talking. How did someone like you ever become a tribute scholar? The Emperor also seems to be questioning this. The Emperor stated that Nangong Daqiang's repeated offenses are utterly unforgivable, and in addition to the lifetime examination ban, he has stripped him of all titles and honors. The Su family listened in stunned silence, and at the end, upon hearing that Nangong Xiang had lost his titles, both Lady Su and Lady Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Yi huffed, serves him right. The Nangong family has long oppressed the Su family. Now they finally face their retribution. Yet, this was still insufficient. As long as the Jingwa Duke's residence stood, the Nangong family was merely a pawn. Even if one Nangong family fell, countless others would rise in its place. Whether this military funds scandal would teach the Nangong family a fitting lesson remained uncertain. At that moment, a eunuch outside announced the summons for Lady Yi to bring the sixth prince into the palace for an audience. Lady Yi accepted the decree, offering a few words of advice to Lady Su before donning the newly bestowed ceremonial attire from the Emperor and, cradling Ye Feiran, led the sixth prince to the royal carriage for their entrance into the palace. Ye Feiran has reached the age of 4 months and can now be held upright. His little head swivels from side to side, and upon seeing the sixth prince, he beams a remarkably sweet smile. The sixth prince, seemingly performing a magic trick, produces a chubby doll from his sleeve, a doll so large that one wonders how he managed to conceal it. Upon sighting the doll, Ye Feiran's eyes brighten, and he reaches out to place it in his mouth. Fortunately, the sixth prince is quick-witted and deftly inserts a soft cork into his mouth instead. Ye Feiran emits a series of sounds, expressing his delight. The sixth prince, suppressing a smile in his deep-set eyes, pinches Ye Feiran's cheek with his delicate, slender hand, seemingly unable to resist the urge to do so again. Ye Feiran muses to himself about the delightful sensation of such softness, wondering if the sixth prince has developed an addiction to it. Observing their playful interaction, Lady Yu cannot help but smile, pondering what the Emperor has summoned her for this time. Just then, a melon falls before Ye Feiran, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah! So the Emperor is here to bestow rewards. But Mother is already a first-rank lady. How will the Emperor reward her?" Upon hearing this, Lady Ye's mind begins to race with ideas. She thinks, since those individuals wish to see Tong'er suffer, she shall ensure they do not get their way. Upon arriving at the palace, Lady Yi hears the resounding voice of the Grand Eunuch announcing the results. The emperor has appointed the top scholar, Su Yulon, the second, Qi Tianin, and the third, Qiu Zhenggang. Tears of joy well up in Lady Ye's eyes as she clasps her hands in prayer, thanking the heavens. Thank goodness. May Buddha bless. My son has achieved the highest honor. Beside her, eunuch who sincerely congratulates her. Though Master Su hails from a family of military generals, he possesses remarkable literary talent, and the emperor praises him endlessly, especially his essay, Strategies for National Prosperity, which is truly stunning. Lady Yi nods appreciatively and discreetly hands a gold ingot to Eunuch Hu, thanking him for his kind words. Eunuch Hu, beaming with delight, accepts the gift. The palace eunuchs, who are known to elevate some while belittling others, are quick to mention that the emperor will also reward Lady Yi, urging her to speak favorably, as the emperor will surely make a decision. Understanding the implication, Lady Yi expresses her gratitude to Eunuch Hu and waits outside to hear the announcement. In the distance, she spots Yiqingze among the ranks of civil officials. Now a third-rank official, Yiqingze exudes an air of authority, holding a tablet and appearing impressively dignified. Though he is not particularly adept in his duties, Ye Feiran, however, is brimming with excitement. To him, the array of civil and military officials resembles a vast field of melons. He gazes around, unsure of where to begin. Ultimately choosing to comment on the officials, the ninth concubine of the Master of Scholars is as beautiful as a flower. It seems my cousin has presented his own cousin to his mentor in pursuit of an official position. Master of Scholars is indeed vigorous for his age, still reveling with his 19-year-old concubine. Yet, the true love of the concubine remains my cousin. Sharing a bed with the master by night and my cousin by day, Ye Feiran's voice resonates clearly throughout the grand hall, capturing the attention of all present, including the maids and eunuchs. It appears that in the grand hall, there exists a peculiar mechanism allowing everyone to hear his thoughts. The Master of Scholars, waiting for the court session to conclude, is instantly taken aback, his expression transforming as if a green firework has exploded upon his face. The other officials exchange knowing glances, some barely concealing their amusement. Ye Feiran continues unabated. The Master of Scholars' concubine is currently clandestinely meeting with my cousin. Making her way to Willow Alley, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, the Master of Scholars bows to the Emperor and declares, Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. The officials glance at one another, one inquiring, Did you hear what just transpired, Lord Qi? Lord Qi, looking equally bewildered, responds, Who dares to speak so boldly and reveal such matters in the court? The Master of Scholars is indeed vigorous for his age. Satisfaction spreads across the faces of those who have enjoyed the gossip. But just as suddenly, Ye Feiran's voice rings out again. The Crown Prince's tutor is a striking figure. Unmarried and childless at 30, presumably due to awe. This I respect and understand. However, one must admit, his integrity is commendable, and such minor flaws may not be deemed disgraceful. Those who have not yet had their fill of gossip scratch their heads in frustration, yearning to hear more. Whispers circulate. What could be the reason for the tutor's unmarried status? Perhaps someone should inquire directly. Could it be that he is lacking in that regard? A chief judge scoffs. Why would I? With that face of his, I wouldn't dare tempt fate. Besides, does he not appear capable? The Crown Prince's tutor remains unperturbed, merely emitting a soft huff, his pale and composed demeanor exuding an air of righteousness, a rarity among officials in the court. In the main hall, the Emperor, having enjoyed the spectacle, finally speaks. Announce, the first-rank lady, Lady Su, is here to pay her respects. In truth, the Emperor had also heard Ye Feiran's thoughts. While the crowd was engaged in gossip, he too had been entertained by the unfolding drama. Curiosity peaks within him, recalling a similar voice he had heard on the night of Tonger's demise. Initially, he had dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but upon reflection, he realizes it was indeed real. Yet, when he attempts to voice his inquiries, he feels as though confronted by an incomprehensible, formidable force, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. However, the Emperor is not without composure. Quickly regaining his poise, he offers a gentle smile. Miss Su, it appears you have been nurturing the sixth prince well. He appears even more lively and radiant than before. The officials turn their attention towards Lady Yi and the sixth prince, contemplating the Emperor's evident favoritism, noting that the sixth prince's expression remains dazed and vacant. The exquisite string of prayer beads around the sixth prince's neck emits a captivating fragrance, said to be crafted from agarwood accumulated over a millennium at Chongning Temple, believed to dispel impurities and clarify the mind, potentially beneficial for the sixth prince's condition. Yet, Given the current situation, its effects seem minimal. Ye Feiran, with wide, sparkling eyes, gazes unabashedly at the emperor on the dais, exclaiming, "Today, the emperor exudes such majesty. The royal regalia truly embodies imperial grandeur." However, the emperor's disposition seems rather gentle. While possessing the talent for governance, he lacks the imposing presence required to stabilize the realm. Lady Yi gasps inwardly, fearing her child's unfiltered words may provoke the emperor's ire. The officials, too, catch wind of the remark, while the initial compliment may have been harmless. The latter statement, though truthful, treads upon a sensitive topic for a ruler. To their surprise, the emperor merely pauses before chuckling. Reflecting on the rare boldness displayed within the court, clearing his throat, he continues, "I have heard that Miss Su, in an effort to aid her brother during a critical time, has selflessly donated all her possessions to General Su for military funding?" Lady Yi gracefully bows, replying, "Your Majesty, I merely did what I could for my family and my country. I do not dare to speak of it." The emperor inquired once more, "Is this the first time, Miss Su?" Lady Yi remained silent, but Ye Feiran began to munch on the old melon seeds. The heartfelt lament of the child resonated throughout the court. "Of course. It is not the first time. In the 9th year of Rongqing, during the Battle of Yian, the military funds only reached 60%. My mother had to part with half of her dowry to alleviate my uncle's urgent needs. In the 7th year of Rongqing, reinforcements for the northern frontier received merely 40% of the military funds. My mother gathered grain from all over, bringing forth the crops stored for 7 years to support the soldiers in an emergency. Yet, thousands still perished from hunger and cold. It was truly tragic." Upon hearing this, the emperor slammed his dragon throne in fury, exclaiming, "Nangong Jing, Nangong Qing." A profound silence fell over the court, startling Ye Feiran and halting her consumption of seeds. Even the Duke of Jinghua, standing at the head of the officials, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. At that moment, he could only think that the Nangong family might not withstand this storm. Over the years, the Duke of Jinghua had dominated the court, rallying a significant portion of the officials, nearly rendering the emperor powerless, with more than just the Nangong family under his influence. Hearing the emperor call their names, the duke quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, Nangong Jin and Nangong Chung have already been imprisoned in the Dali Temple. You may interrogate the minister of Dali at your discretion, but please do not let your anger harm your health." As the emperor's father-in-law, the Duke of Jinghua commanded respect, and his words prompted the civil and military officials to echo his sentiments in unison. "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Duke speaks wisely. You must take care of your health." "I second the Duke. The Minister of Dali will certainly conduct a thorough investigation into this matter." Though Nangong Jin and Nangong Chung were undeniably guilty, this issue required meticulous investigation. After all, evidence was essential. Ye Feiran's sarcastic remark surfaced at an opportune moment. "Good heavens, who is the emperor here? The Duke? How is it that the Duke's words carry more weight than the emperor's?" The emperor, who was on the verge of being swayed, suddenly regained his composure. Seizing the teacup from the chief eunuch's hand and hurling it down the steps, shattering it into countless pieces, causing the civil and military officials to kneel in fear. The emperor's wrath reverberated from the main hall. "You all, one by one, implore me to take care of my health. What? Is the Nangong family beyond my reach?" The officials responded in unison, "We dare not." Pointing at the minister of Dali, the emperor commanded, "Shinfeng, go and investigate the Nangong family for me. I refuse to believe that in the Grand Ning dynasty, military funds cannot be fully disbursed to the commanding officers, necessitating a mere woman to sacrifice her dowry and land to support her brother at the front lines. I see the Ning dynasty is not far from ruin." Even the Duke of Jinghua knelt in fear, too terrified to breathe. After all, he was the emperor, and while they could conspire in private to deceive him, preventing direct access to crucial information, they could not openly defy him, especially since the Su family's military remained under the emperor's command. No matter how much the civil ministers stirred the waters, they could not contend with the swords of the military. After consuming the old melon seeds for a while, Ye Feiran felt somewhat drowsy. The intricacies of the Nangong family were daunting, and it would likely be a considerable challenge to uncover the truth. It all depended on the emperor's resolve. If he truly desired to rectify the court, he might still unearth some truths. The minister of Dali received orders to interrogate the members of the Nangong family, while the Duke of Jinghua signaled to a young eunuch at the door, who promptly understood and hurriedly exited the palace. Once the emperor had settled the matters concerning the Nangong family, he turned to Lady Yi, stating, "Miss Su, You are truly virtuous and have shown great care for the sixth prince. I recently conferred upon you the title of first-class noble lady. To put it plainly, this title was merely to bolster the sixth prince's standing. Now that you have achieved such a remarkable feat, I am at a loss as to how to reward you. Thus, I shall compensate you for the losses you have incurred from the national treasury. Moreover, I will promote General Su to the third-class general of Dingyuan. However, as you are a woman, I am genuinely uncertain how to bestow a fitting reward upon you. Lady Yi understood the emperor's desire for her to speak. Yet she was also acutely aware that royal rewards, while seemingly glorious, concealed numerous perils. After some contemplation, she stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, as a first-class noble lady of the court, I am already quite satisfied. I do not seek any rewards. If you truly wish to confer a title, then perhaps bestow one upon the sixth prince? He has lost his father at a young age and as a mere woman. I may find it difficult to protect him entirely. Furthermore, given the sixth prince's unique circumstances, it is inevitable that some may harbor great disrespect towards him. If your majesty grants him a title, it will undoubtedly ease his path. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately praised Lady Yi. Miss Su, you possess great virtue. Truly. Like General Su, you are a child of the world, caring for the greater good. However, the sixth prince is still young, and his situation is unique. How can I reward him? Lady Yi replied, Precisely because the sixth prince's situation is unique, any title you confer will pose no issue. To speak candidly, the sixth prince is a simple child. What would it matter if you granted him a princely title? Beyond bestowing upon him the prestige of a prince, he would be unable to achieve much else. This would merely reflect your majesty's paternal affection, and I believe others would find it hard to criticize. As the civil and military officials listened, waves of dissent arose, with the Minister of Revenue, a loyal supporter of the Duke of Jinghua, being the first to voice opposition. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I believe the sixth prince is indeed too young. It would be better to bestow him with wealth and riches. Even if he were granted a title, it would hold little significance for him. Ye Feiran, who had seemingly awakened, glanced at the Minister of Revenue and began to delve into his past. Minister Lu Jing of the Revenue Department, lacking any significant accomplishments, was placed in this position by the old Marquis due to his marriage to Princess Zhaoning. Indeed, he has connections that facilitate his promotion. Yet, Minister Lu is quite fearful of his wife. Last night, he was kicked out of the bedroom for entering with his left foot and ended up spending the night squeezed in with the doorman. The officials surrounding the Minister of Revenue looked on in disbelief, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Oh, Minister Lu spent the night with the doorman? How unfortunate. Ye Feiran continued. Princess Zhaoning is wary of him keeping a mistress outside, thus she is quite vigilant. She even issued a night curfew if he doesn't return before the hour of the pig. She would send 8 servants to drag him back. The officials were left dumbfounded, their expressions ranging from amusement to incredulity. The Minister of Revenue finally fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. I support the first-class noble lady. The Emperor, amused by the unfolding drama, responded, Since Minister Lu has no objections. Another official stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The sixth prince has the fourth prince ahead of him. The fourth prince, at 12, has yet to be conferred a title, and the sixth prince is only 6. Granting him a title may not sit well with the public. Ye Feiran began to probe into this official's background. The Vice Minister of Rights, Zheng Tianshou, an aged scholar at 50, has managed to reach the position of Vice Minister of Rights at over 70 years of age. Yet, his spirit remains youthful. Last night, he indulged at a pleasure house, ordering for courtesans to accompany him. The curious gazes of the officials turned towards the Vice Minister of Rights, whose face turned pale as he shouted, Your Majesty. I meant no offense. My intention was only to suggest that since the sixth prince may be difficult to accept, it would be better to publicly declare that conferring a title would be beneficial for his health. Your Majesty cares deeply for your son, and thus, this early conferment would be justified. The Emperor's lips finally curled into a smile as he glanced at the infant in Lady Ye's arms, coldly scoffing. I must extend my gratitude to all of you gentlemen for your suggestions. I wonder if any others harbor differing opinions? The officials collectively replied, No, please spare us. As Ye Feiran observed the silence that enveloped the court, he lost interest in seeking further gossip. The fruits of today's endeavors had already amassed a fortune of 200 melon coins, truly revealing the greater value of courtly whispers. The Emperor, noticing the lack of dissent among the ministers, promptly decreed, Since there are no objections, I hereby appoint the sixth prince as Prince Yi. My expectations for Tsongar are not lofty. I merely wish for his life to be peaceful and comfortable." Upon hearing the emperor's pronouncement, the ministers knelt and fervently proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Prince Yi. May the prince live for 1,000 years and beyond." In his heart, Ye Feiran cheered for his mother. Mother is truly remarkable. Not only has she secured a vast family fortune for me, but she has also bestowed a princely title upon the sixth prince. My mother is the most extraordinary in all the world. Lady Yi was momentarily taken aback by her son's declaration, yet she noticed no reaction from those around them. It seemed the words were meant solely for her ears. The system that favored her son was so protective that it ensured only the relevant parties could hear what should not be overheard. Unbeknownst to her, however, there was another listener present. The sixth prince suppressed a barely perceptible smile, adopting a facade of indifference, ensuring no one detected anything amiss. After making this decision, the emperor turned to Lady Yi with a broad smile. "I find myself at a loss for words regarding virtuous women like Miss Su." He continued, "Therefore, I bestow upon Prince Yi the residence of the former Duke of Qinglong Street, along with the esteemed title of Lady Su, who was entrusted with the care of His Highness by the late consort Shu. This connection does not extend to her husband, Lord Yi." This indicated that her status as a stepmother was merely honorary. A negligent father could not take on the role of a virtuous father, representing only Lady Yi's personal honor. The emperor added, "Lady Su may reside with Prince Yi in his palace, though, for the sake of better attending to his needs, you shall temporarily remain at the Yi residence. Lord Yi, I trust my son has not disrupted your marital life?" Lord Yi Qingze, trembling with trepidation, knelt and replied, "I am deeply honored, Your Majesty. I am profoundly fearful." Yet in his heart, he cursed the emperor, thinking, "You have forcibly allied me with the sixth prince. While our ministry is under the control of the Duke of Jing, you must be deliberately scheming to create difficulties for me." The emperor was evidently pleased with his reaction. Nodding, "Indeed, you should cherish such a wife. I have heard you recently elevated a concubine into your household, an arrangement orchestrated by your wife herself. To possess such a virtuous spouse evokes envy even from me." Although this was spoken in the court, it was directed toward the harem. Ye Feiran's inner voice chimed in at that moment. "Ha! The emperor certainly knows how to express veiled sarcasm. Is he not insinuating that the main consort is jealous?" In the context of ancient customs, there existed a rigid set of rules that were indeed harsh towards women, yet this should not warrant hostility towards other women. The Duke of Jing's face flushed crimson. As the father-in-law, did he not find it humiliating to hear the emperor disparage the empress? He stood frozen in place, afraid to speak, lest the emperor direct his attention to him. Following this, the emperor extolled Lady Ye's virtues, praising her for successfully raising commendable children, including the remarkable Su and the illustrious Su Yuqi, whose martial prowess was unmatched within the palace. Thus, today's court assembly served to honor the Su family. Consequently, many officials approached Lady Yi to pay their respects as they departed, and she handled the interactions with poise and grace. Some familiar officials even greeted her, reminiscing, "We have not seen Miss Su since her marriage. Back at the racetrack, she was unparalleled, even outshining the men." Lady Yi replied with a gentle smile, "Lord Zhu, you too have not diminished in charm since those days. You have ascended to a second-rank official. Truly impressive." Lord Zhu, once infatuated with Lady Yi, bore the name Zhu Dachong, and indeed resembled his namesake, a pig intestine. Privately, he was mockingly referred to as pig intestine, with others jesting that a toad aspired to court a celestial maiden. Lady Yi formally declined his advances, knowing precisely the life she desired, for at that time, she was following her father and brothers into battle, not wishing for marriage at the tender age of 15 or 16. Fortunately, Lord Zhu married and fathered children the following year, alleviating Lady Ye's discomfort. She loathed being in debt to others, especially in matters of the heart. This scene did not go unnoticed by Ye Qingze, whose cold indifference was barely concealed. Only after Lord Zhu had departed did he stride over, his voice icy as he remarked, "Madam, you were quite impressive just now. Even I, your husband, feel overshadowed." Lady Ye's eyes reflected no warmth as she scoffed. "Has my husband forgotten? I was raised among men. Handling such scenarios is hardly daunting for me. Moreover, has Lord Yi forgotten? A third-rank official must bow upon encountering a first-rank lady." As she spoke, several third-rank officials approached Lady Yi, performing the requisite bow before departing. Lord Ye Qingze, feeling the heat of embarrassment, had no choice but to bow to her as well before turning away in frustration. Ye Feiran, observing his father's agitated retreat, could not help but comment, Is he beginning to rage in his incompetence? Such is the plight of a useless man. Lady Yi was amused by her son's remarks, though she remained conscious of her dignified attire, reminding her to maintain her composure. The sixth prince, meanwhile, produced a wave drum from his bosom, entertaining Ye Feiran, who erupted in laughter, his innate vitality overwhelming him. However, in the midst of mirth, his laughter faltered as a lavish procession approached them. The grand display, adorned in gold and crimson, was almost ostentatious enough to dazzle even a toothless child. The Empress of Daning, born into wealth, seemed intent on flaunting her riches, as if she feared others might doubt the Duke of Jing's integrity. From afar, Lady Yi and the sixth prince bowed respectfully to the Empress. Yet the sixth prince remained eerily still, his expression vacant and his demeanor as cold as a lifeless, exquisitely crafted figurine. The Empress's procession halted before them, and as she descended from her palanquin, Lady Yi greeted her. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May you live 1,000 years and more." The Empress approached Lady Yi, stating, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I came today merely to see you since your entry into the palace." Lady Yi sensed the Empress's intentions were far from benign. The Empress had a notorious reputation for her arrogance prior to her marriage, once chosen as Empress. She had walked with an air of superiority, disregarding others entirely. Yet, she greatly valued her reputation, fearing any disparagement, and thus displayed her courtesy only in the presence of witnesses. Lady Ye's response was neither submissive nor arrogant, skillfully placing the Empress in a position of discomfort. "Your Majesty, how could you say such a thing? In terms of virtue, who in the realm can compare to you? You selected a worthy consort for the Emperor and bore the most capable fourth prince. By this alone, we, the women of the inner court, cannot contend." The Empress chuckled lightly, saying, "Rise and respond." Ye Feiran observed the Empress, glanced at the sixth prince, and then at his vulnerable mother, wondering if the Empress would trouble her. He pondered for a moment, then began to scrutinize the Empress, seeking any amusing anecdotes that might reveal her recent follies. Since the Queen married the Emperor, she has given birth to 4 princesses. The eldest princess, like a precious jewel, was married to the legitimate heir of the Duke of Qi, and on the surface, their union appeared harmonious. However, in reality, Ye Feiran was astonished by the scandal he had stumbled upon. The eldest princess had secretly been in a long-term relationship with the head disciple of Master Yi Ching from Chongning Temple. Unable to endure the dullness and coldness of the Duke of Qi's heir, the princess had tasted the sweetness of companionship with the monk and was now urging him to renounce his vows and elope with her. At this moment, they were waiting at the Wangxian Pavilion on the back mountain of Chongning. How sensational! He thought that such romantic entanglements were best observed from a distance. After all, love is best enjoyed through the lens of others, where the excitement is palpable and one can savor the sweetness without bearing the burdens of emotional turmoil. Even in distorted relationships, there exists a certain charm. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, the Queen's expression fluctuated between anger and concern. She hurriedly boarded the Phoenix carriage and instructed her attendant in a hushed tone, "Quickly, let us leave the palace incognito." Ye Feiran, still engrossed in the unfolding drama, wondered why the Queen had departed. Wasn't she here to confront his mother and the sixth prince? Lady Yi, pondering the situation, swiftly exited the palace and suggested to Yi Tsue, "The weather is splendid today. Let us visit Chongning Temple to offer incense." Meanwhile, the Queen, having left the palace with her entourage, rushed to the back mountain of Chongning Temple and indeed found the monk in his robes seated together with the eldest princess in a pavilion. The princess, having donned a simple appearance without makeup, still possessed an extraordinary beauty. Despite being a monk, the head disciple radiated an undeniable charm. They had met during a prayer ceremony, and after 2 years of marriage without children, the princess sought blessings at Chongning Temple. Master Yi Ching arranged for his favored disciple to attend to her, and thus, love blossomed at first sight. Yet, in this moment, their connection seemed devoid of passion, as the monk's eyes reflected only indifference and distance. The princess wept. Have our years together meant nothing? Was it all a lie? The monk, placing a hand on his chest and furrowing his brow, replied, "Princess, you are a favored daughter of heaven, while I am but a humble monk. In the past, I was unable to restrain my feelings. Consider it a fleeting dream and forget about me." The princess shook her head defiantly. "No, I refuse. Why should your words dictate my thoughts? I have long endured this marriage. Mother merely seeks to align me with the Duke of Qi to solidify power at court. That Qi Xia hardly even glances my way, preferring the company of his stones. To him, I am worth less than mere rocks. I ask you, do you love me? After a long silence, the monk finally uttered a single word, love. But what of it? Our statuses are too disparate for us to be together. The princess stepped forward, grasping his hand. Who says we cannot? I would renounce everything, forsaking my title as princess. I have sufficient wealth. Let us retreat to the mountains. As long as you are with me, I need nothing else. I await your answer. Will you come with me? Just as the monk remained silent, the queen and her entourage appeared, and she struck the princess across the face, exclaiming, "You shameless, disloyal wretch! How could I have known you harbored such treasonous thoughts?" Dazed by the slap, Princess Rongxin staggered back, incredulous as she looked at her mother. "Mother? How could you be here? Is it Xia?" "No, that cannot be. He is well aware of my relationship with the monk. If it were him, I would have to reconsider my opinion of him." Chapter 26. Lady Ye held Ye Feiran and watched the commotion from a distance. Ye Feiran had not anticipated that their visit to offer incense would lead to witnessing Princess Rongxin's elopement. He pondered the unfolding situation regarding the princess. Initially, the queen was unaware of her elopement. However, the princess's departure bodes ill. The monk, raised in the temple, is a highly perceptive figure but possesses little practical ability. Aside from the wealth the princess brought, they are ill-equipped for independent living. Attempts at business have led to deceit, ultimately forcing Princess Rongxin to earn a living by singing in taverns, where she encountered a group of ruffians. The monk, unable to defend her, tragically succumbed alongside her. Ye Feiran sighed after absorbing this tale. When ability does not match emotion, it is best to refrain from involvement. Otherwise, one can only bring harm to the other. All present in the pavilion heard Ye Feiran's lament, especially the monk, who had never wished to elope with Princess Rongxin, but felt compelled by his own actions. If he could not see the relationship through to its conclusion, he would be the one deemed unfaithful. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's words, he bowed deeply to the princess and spoke, "Your Highness, in this life, I owe you a debt of love. In the next, I shall surely welcome you with grand ceremony." With that, he turned away, no longer gazing at the princess, and walked towards Changning Temple. The debt of love felt burdensome. To accumulate further would make it impossible to repay across lifetimes. The queen's furious voice echoed throughout the mountains. "Take this shameless girl back to the palace," Ye Feiran remarked. The Duke of Jing's household is intricately entwined. All four princesses are likely to be used in alliances to strengthen their political power. It is tragic to sacrifice a woman's happiness for the family's glory. Is it not similar to the third princess's fate? Her marriage to the Duke's second son will likely be on the agenda soon. Lady Ye, having absorbed the gossip, gazed at the retreating figures of the queen's entourage and mused that her son was right. Men's politics always forced women to bear the brunt of their decisions. What of the so-called harbinger of disaster, or the princess's marriage for the sake of a nation? Lady Ye longed to mount a horse and drive out the brigands beyond the Great Wall, ensuring that young women would no longer suffer for the sake of a so-called family honor. The sixth prince, deep in thought, held a carving knife, his fingers calloused from long use. Despite his youth, there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. After finishing their incense offerings, Lady Ye Feiran, and the sixth prince encountered the monk and Master Ching before the main hall. The master simply asked the monk, "You have returned?" To which he replied, "I have returned." Master Ching nodded, "Go on." Once the monk departed to the meditation room, Master Ching chanted, "In this life, the bonds of dust remain unresolved. We must await the next life for renewal." Lady Ye approached Master Ching, greeting him, and he returned the gesture, saying, "Madam Su, it has been a long time." Lady Ye chuckled, "Master jesting. I am but Lady Ye of the Ye family." Master Ching regarded her with an enigmatic expression and glanced at the sixth prince, saying, "It seems that esteemed personage has indeed seen you before departing this world." Lady Ye, surprised, inquired, "What do you mean, master?" He looked at Ye Feiran and lightly touched his brow. "The world is chaotic, demons roam freely, and treachery abounds. The esteemed one remains obscured, while the sovereign is bound. Whether you are Lady Ye or Madame Su is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you have two fine sons." Madame Ye found herself perplexed, as she felt that Master Ching's words were always shrouded in mystery, perhaps embodying the legendary profundity. Ye Feiran, equally puzzled, began to delve into the rumors surrounding this enigmatic Master Ching. Interestingly, while everyone else had their share of gossip, Master Ching remained untouched by any scandal. To be candid, Ye Feiran harbored some reservations about monks, as many donned the monk's robe while engaging in unscrupulous deeds. However, Master Ching was different. He radiated purity and integrity, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the masses. Yet, After uttering only 2 sentences, he turned and departed, leaving behind a trio of bewildered souls. Madame Ye had no choice but to lift Ye Feiran and take the 6th prince by the hand as they descended the mountain together. In recent days, there were new developments in the capital's gossip. It was said that the emperor intended to bestow a marriage upon the 3rd princess, Xiaorong, favoring the 2nd son of the Jingwu Duke. The Jingwu Duke's household could only rejoice. Yet one must consider that the 3rd princess was a twice-married woman. How could the duke be content with such a union? Moreover, it was rumored that the 2nd son of the Jingwu Duke was exceptionally handsome and had achieved an admirable 12th place in the recent Imperial examination, bringing great honor to his family. On the journey home, Ye Feiran was inundated with chatter. While Madame Ye and the 6th prince listened attentively, the 3rd princess does not wish to marry the 2nd son of the Jingwu Duke, nor does he desire to wed her. Yet, the emperor's intention for this match is clear. He aims to diminish the Jingwu Duke's influence in the court by marrying off the 3rd princess, whose title traditionally carries no actual power. The Jingwu Duke's eldest son is already a prominent court official, and with his 2nd son poised for success. Soon the entire court would be filled with members of the Jingwu Duke's clan. Marrying off a princess may seem like a privilege, but in reality, it serves as a shackle for the Jingwu Duke's household. The emperor was not foolish. He recognized the encroachment of the Jingwu Duke's power and sought to retaliate. However, Ye Feiran found the situation daunting. The crown prince's sole candidate is the 4th prince, who hails from the Jingwu Duke's lineage. The emperor's scheme seems impossible to unravel. I believe it is best to wash up and sleep. The 6th prince subtly curled his lips, his dark eyes revealing an inscrutable thought. He leaned towards Madame Ye, tugging at her garment and calling out, "Ye mother." Madame Ye turned to the 6th prince with surprise, inquiring, "Did you just call me?" The innocence and purity in his eyes were evident as he nodded and repeated, "Ye mother." Tears of joy streamed down Madame Ye's face as she embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Tuh, did you hear that? Your son can speak. He called me ye mother." After a moment of weeping, she wiped her tears and asked, "Do you wish to hold your little brother? Do you like Feiya?" The 6th prince nodded, his large eyes blinking as he replied, "Feiya, brother, Kong. Songer likes." Madame Ye could barely contain her elation, exclaiming, "Songer can articulate such lengthy sentences now, how wonderful." Yet, a fleeting concern crossed her mind. Ye Feiran, still in a daze, had not anticipated the 6th prince's sudden ability to speak. In the original narrative, the 6th prince had remained mute, merely a wooden figure, his soul imprisoned within his body, unresponsive to the world, a beautifully crafted shell. Now that he could speak, did it signify that the antidote she administered had taken effect? Yet, Madame Ye remained worried. While the 6th prince can now speak, it may not necessarily be a blessing. If those with ill intentions were to discover this, it could lead to grave dangers. She sighed, grasping the 6th prince's hand. "Songer, keep this matter of your speech hidden from outsiders. You may only speak in the presence of family and trusted individuals. Your mother fears that someone may wish you harm. If I cannot protect you, I would fail your deceased mother." The 6th prince nodded obediently, saying, "Songer will be good, ye mother. Do not fear." He patted Madame Ye's hand and gestured towards Ye Feiran, stating, "I will also protect ye mother and Feiya." Tears continued to flow from Madame Ye's eyes as she nodded vigorously, enveloping both the 6th prince and Ye Feiran in her embrace. Ye Feiran protested, "Ah, mother, you're squishing me. Can you hold us a little lighter?" Unable to contain her excitement, Madame Ye was overjoyed that the 6th prince, whom she once thought would remain simple-minded for life, had suddenly improved. After a prolonged embrace, they finally released the 2 boys, only to hear the 6th prince say, "Ye mother." Songer wants to hug Feiya. Madame Ye nodded, placing Ye Feiran in the 6th prince's arms, saying, "He is a bit heavy. At just 4 months, he weighs over 10 pounds. If you can't hold him, just set him down gently, and be careful not to hurt your feet." Ye Feiran interjected, "Mother, is this really my biological mother?" The 6th prince took Ye Feiran into his arms, holding him tightly. If memory served correctly, this was their first private encounter since he had unknowingly freed himself from the shackles that bound him. Despite the innocence and purity in Xiaozong's eyes, a shadow lurked within, shaped by years of observing the schemes and machinations of those around him, including his own manipulation. Holding Ye Feiran close, he flashed a radiant smile that seemed to melt the ice around his heart. Ye Feiran, who had been protesting, became momentarily entranced by this captivating expression, the kind of smile that would be forever etched in his memory. Soon after, a pair of soft lips pressed against his plump cheek. Ye Feiran's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Ah, Xiao Song, where did you learn to be so affectionate? Just because you're 6 doesn't mean you can indiscriminately charm people. I'm over 20. Xiao Song, however, maintained his serene smile, feigning ignorance as he turned to Madame Ye and said, Your mother, Feiran, does not seem very happy. Madame Ye denied it, saying, Not at all. He adores you, truly loves you. Ye Feiran interjected. Mother, what are you saying? Do you even know what love means? Besides, he's just a child. How can we use such terms? Yet, gazing upon Xiao Song's exquisitely beautiful face, he couldn't help but voice his honest sentiment. Indeed, who could resist such good looks? By the time they returned to the Ye residence, Madame Ye was still enveloped in the joy of the 6th prince's newfound ability to speak. Yet, upon their arrival, they were greeted by eunuch who, accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs, waiting in the front hall of the Ye estate, where treasures bestowed by the emperor were laid out for display. Ye Feiran, observing the scene, quipped, Goodness, has the emperor emptied the treasury? Why else would he send so many valuable gifts? Eunuch who, smiling at Madame Ye, approached with his feather duster and declared, We have more good news from Madame Ye. The emperor's gifts to you and the 6th prince nearly matched the military funds you provided. Madame Ye was taken aback by the emperor's actions and found herself in a difficult situation. Master Hu, she said, the national treasury is already depleted. And the emperor's decision is. Master Hu, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, quietly replied, This time. His Majesty is resolute in his intent to thoroughly investigate the Nangong family. Just now, Nangong Qing has confessed completely, signing and sealing all the silver he embezzled. However, we can only recover about 20 to 30% of it, but that is not the main concern. The Nangong family is deeply entrenched. The emperor has ordered the confiscation of all their assets to replenish the treasury. Do you have any idea of the preliminary estimate today, madam? Madame Ye shook her head in confusion, pondering how easily the Nangong family could be stripped of their wealth. Master Hu extended 5 fingers and whispered, 50 million taels. Without a single discrepancy, will all be deposited into the treasury. With a grin, he added, The emperor is quite pleased this time, and you, Madame Ye, have also contributed significantly. You must understand the complexities involved. However, in future court matters, you should remind Lord Ye to be cautious. The Ministry of Revenue may appear to be a lucrative position, but you know the implications. I shall say no more. Madame Ye, please reflect on this. Master Hu, being a long-serving official in the palace, could discern where the emperor's favor lay. Although the current emperor was somewhat misled by the Duke of Jinghua and his associates, he was still a dragon, not someone easily compared to those beneath him. Madame Ye recognized Master Hu's good intentions. However, she was pleased to see Yi Qingzi encounter some setbacks. Nevertheless, she took out a pouch of silver and discreetly placed it in Master Hu's hand. It was evident that the emperor's actions were also aimed at diminishing the Duke of Jinghua's power, and to protect the Duke, the Nangong family had to be sacrificed. Having received the reward, Master Hu departed cheerfully with his entourage. Madame Ye held the list of rewards bestowed by the emperor, meticulously going through them, planning to temporarily store them in her dowry vault. To her surprise, during the inventory of her dowry, she discovered several items were missing. With a cold smile, she instructed Yi Tsue, Go find the Dowager Empress Su and deliver these items to her for safekeeping. She will ensure they are preserved for the Prince of Yi in the future. When Yi Qingzi returned, he happened to see Yi Tsue leading a group of servants moving items. He immediately questioned, displeased, What is this? Is your mistress not content with hoarding the Yi family's wealth but now seeks to send our belongings away? I was unaware she had privately given so much wealth to the Su family. Qin Wanshi unexpectedly appeared, her eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing Yi Qingzi. Master, you have returned. Oh, is my sister moving? So many large boxes. In Madame Ye's arms, Ye Feiran immediately made a retching sound, thinking her mother's cousin had once again come to cause trouble. Since she had been elevated to a concubine, her attire had taken on a more flirtatious tone, clearly lacking any decorum. It was evident that she was using all her charms to win Yi Qingzi's affection. Madame Ye shot them a cold glance, threw the list of gifts onto the table, and while cradling Ye Feiran in one arm and sipping tea with the other, she spoke in a calm tone, Master, you must scrutinize this carefully. These are all gifts from the Emperor to the Prince of Yi. Not only would I not dare to accept them, but would you even dare to accept them? If even a single item were to go missing, it would be a matter of royal disgrace. And I doubt you could bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzi's mood soured instantly. What do you mean, madam? Does the Yi family covet the trifles of the 6th prince? Madame Ye replied, That is what you yourself have said, not I. Yiqingzi furrowed his brow at Madame Yi, his anger flaring. Su Haoyan, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Today, you have garnered much attention in the court. Have you considered my situation? You are fully aware of the relationship between the sixth prince and the Duke of Jinghua, yet you choose to bring this matter to light. As the Deputy Minister of Revenue, I am tied to the Duke's fate like a grasshopper on a string. As a woman of the Yi family, you openly side with the sixth prince. Do you wish to ruin my career? Madame Yi, laughing with indignation, replied, I cannot agree with your words, Master. The Ministry of Revenue belongs to the Emperor. How can it be said to be tied to the Duke of Jinghua? Does your service to the Emperor serve the Duke? I must ask you, is there not a second Emperor in this realm? Yiqingzi, alarmed, moved to cover Madame Yi's mouth, lowering his voice. Su Haoyan, have you lost your senses? How dare you utter such treasonous words? Madame Yi displayed no fear, responding, if you can do it, why can't I speak of it? Yiqingzi retorted, do you know how I was scolded today in the ministry? The minister has urged me to decide whether to align with the fourth prince or the sixth prince. If I choose the fourth prince, I must sever ties with your Su family. Su Haoyan, I advise you to consider carefully. The sixth prince is a hot potato. If you do not find a way to handle this situation, I will find a way to deal with you. Yiqingzi's words abruptly ceased as Madame Yi merely smiled at him, rising to say, oh, you have revealed your thoughts? What do you intend to do with me? Surely you could just divorce me. After all, you already have a concubine and a fine son like Ye Kitchen. It would not be impossible to elevate your concubine to the primary wife, would it? Upon hearing the mention of divorce, Qin Wanqi's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet she anxiously urged, Sister, please do not say such things. I have no desire for the title of the principal wife. Do not quarrel with the master and involve me. Ye Feiran's inner thoughts echoed. This Qin concubine is truly two-faced. Has she not secretly taken mother's jade adornments? Dreaming of the day she might be elevated? As this thought hung in the air, silence enveloped the room, leaving Qin Wanqi at a loss for words. Madame Yi seized the opportunity, saying, if my sister desires my belongings, she may simply ask, and I would gladly gift them to her. To take without even a word is akin to theft. Qin Wanqi immediately retorted, no, I did not. I was merely. Madame Yi pressed, merely what? Is it not true that the set of jewelry and several gold trinkets were taken from the storeroom by you? Just as Qin Wanqi was about to deny it, Ye Feiran's inner voice chimed in. They are hidden in the compartment of her wardrobe. Mother could easily find them. Madame Yi instructed, Yihong. If Qin concubine does not admit it, perhaps we should present the evidence for her to see. Naturally, Qin Wanqi dared not allow a search. She had indeed taken the items, but found herself trapped in a situation where the accusation of theft would be disastrous. She turned to Yiqingzi for help. Master, I only took them to look at. I had no intention of claiming them as my own. Sister's belongings were always entrusted to my care. Yiqingzi, having just been scolded in the ministry, returned home to be embroiled in such turmoil with two women, his frustration mounting. Yet, upon seeing Qin Wanqi with tears glistening in her eyes, he could not help but say, it is merely a set of headpiece jewelry. If Wanner desires it, let her have it. You have plenty of items yourself. What harm is there in giving her a set? Madame Yi stood her ground, replying, it is easy for you to say. Those were heirlooms left to me by my mother. Would it feel right to possess another's mother's legacy? Qin Wanqi suddenly felt uneasy. No matter how splendid the items were, any association with the term heirloom rendered them cursed. Yiqingzi felt overwhelmed and could only turn to Qin Wanqi and say, you too. Why are you using her mother's relics? Enough of the quarrel, just return them to her. With that, he turned away, wishing to remain in the house no longer. Ever since Chun'er entered the palace as a companion, his affairs had been anything but smooth. Chun'er would not have her days off until the end of the month, and this life had become unbearable. Seeing Yiqingzi leave, Madame Yi, with a look of disinterest, picked up Ye Feiran and returned to her courtyard, where the sixth prince was sitting, engaged in wood carving, this time creating a small cart. Upon their return, he glanced up at them, displaying a level of engagement that had markedly improved compared to their previous interactions. Every time Ye Feiran saw the sixth prince, she would exclaim, the ice beauty is truly stunning. Is that little cart carved for me? It's exquisite. If sold, it would fetch a pretty penny. Madame Yi couldn't help but chuckle. After their argument, she felt a sense of refreshment, knowing that Yihong would manage the aftermath. As for Yiqingzi, he could go wherever he pleased. It was no longer her concern. Ye Feiran, however, was curious and began to trace her father's movements, discovering that he had actually ridden off towards the outskirts. Her inner thoughts resonated, oh, why is my father heading to the countryside? It seems my mother's cousin has lost his favor with him, just as Ye Feiran speculated. Yi Qingze indeed rode to the countryside, intending to spend the night at a villa away from the troubles at home and court. Upon reaching a plum grove outside the city, he encountered a convoy of carriages halted by the roadside, where a delicate beauty clad in a fox fur cloak sat weeping. Ye Feiran's curiosity was piqued. Oh, is my father encountering a romantic interest? Wait, isn't that the third princess of Rongan? The princess, embroiled in a dispute with her father over an impending marriage to the second son of the Duke of Jinghua, had taken a retinue to the countryside to unwind. The Ye family's villa happened to be nearby, leading to this unexpected encounter. Ye Qingze, not one to miss such a splendid opportunity to approach a princess, promptly composed himself, plucked a flourishing plum blossom, and inquired, "What troubles you, princess? Are you feeling unwell? This plum blossom, as radiant as you, is my humble gift." Upon turning, the princess recognized Ye Qingze, the one who had once saved her life, and her spirits lifted. Yet, the thought of being forced into marriage with someone she did not favor soon dampened her mood again, and she shook her head, lamenting. What use is beauty if I am but a pawn in repeated political alliances? Ye Feiran's curiosity flared anew. It appears tonight the princess will be led to my father's villa. Poor thing, without a strong maternal background, being born into royalty seems a tragic fate. However, it must be noted that the princess, fully aware of Ye Qingze's marital status, still found herself entangled with him, which raised a few eyebrows regarding her judgment. As Ye Feiran had anticipated, Princess Rongan indeed accompanied Ye Qingze to the Ye family's villa in the countryside. The area was bedecked with various plum trees, and the Ye family's retreat was exquisitely arranged, instantly appealing to the princess. There was even a hot spring in the backyard, where Ye Qingze suggested she relax while he took to the front yard for a game of chess. The princess gazed at Ye Qingze with admiration, perceiving him as a man of integrity who did not take advantage of her vulnerability, believing that his wife was unworthy of him. As she pondered while soaking in the hot spring, she turned to her close maid, Dong'er, and inquired, "What do you think of Lord Ye?" Having been with the princess since childhood, Dong'er understood her well and replied, "He is a good man, but I have heard he has a wife and a concubine, along with 2 sons, one legitimate and one illegitimate. Moreover, it is said that Madame Ye is quite esteemed in the capital, even overseeing the entrance of the concubine herself." The princess, displeased with this line of conversation, retorted, "I asked about him, not his wife. Why do you burden me with irrelevant details?" Dong'er, fearing she might have overstepped, knelt in silence, aware that matters of the royal family were no trivial matter. The princess, finding this made tedious, commanded, "Go fetch Chun'er." In contrast to Dong'er, Chun'er was much more discerning and immediately recognized the princess's affections for Lord Ye. She proposed, "Your Highness, since you were once wed to the heir of Beiliao and are now back in the capital, should you not consider pursuing Lord Ye here in this villa?" The princess's lips curled into a smile at Chun'er's suggestion. Chun'er leaned closer and whispered, "If you truly care for Lord Ye, why not cultivate your feelings in this secluded retreat?" The princess, touched by Chun'er's thoughtfulness, praised her, saying, "Chun'er, you are truly a treasure. Unlike Dong'er, who constantly reminds me of propriety. When my father betrothed me to the heir of Beiliao, I adhered to the rules and ended up a young widow. I am a woman too, deserving of love. That second son of the Duke of Jinghua is merely a bookworm, oblivious to the world. Marrying him would not bring me happiness. I would merely become a puppet in his household." Chun'er, empathizing with the princess, embraced her and lamented, "But, Your Highness, how can we women ever challenge our fates? You did resist when going to Beiliao, and thankfully, the heir had some regard for you, allowing you 2 years of peace. Yet he was unable to contend with his brothers. Your mother, the noble consort, held little power, and your maternal family lacks influence. All I can do is encourage you to seize happiness while you can." The princess, deeply moved, shared an intimate moment with Chun'er before being assisted out of the hot spring. She whispered something in Chun'er's ear, prompting Chun'er to cover her mouth in surprise. Shortly thereafter, Ye Qingze was brought into the courtyard outside the hot spring. Ye Qingze, appearing somewhat anxious, asked, "What does the princess require of me, Chun'er?" Chun'er stifled a laugh and replied, "You will know upon your arrival. Perhaps there are some dazzling jewels for you to admire together?" Ye Qingze feigned ignorance, aware that no woman would invite a man to her home without reason, especially not a widow. What transpired next was inevitable. Princess Rongan and Ye Qingze shared a passionate night together, leaving Qin Wanqi waiting in vain for Ye Qingze's return. It was only at dawn that he finally made his way back to Qin Wanqi's quarters. Qin Wanqi, having spent the night in worry, tearfully approached him, asking, "Where have you been, my dear? I was so worried." Yi Qingze, unable to confess his escapade with the princess, felt a twinge of guilt and comforted her. "I was simply troubled and went to drink with a friend. But here I am now. I came back at the first opportunity to see you. So please do not be upset." Qin Wanqi gazed at Yi Qingze, questioning, "Is that true?" Yi Qingze assured her, "Would I ever deceive you? My heart cannot harbor anyone else but you." Finally, a smile graced her lips as she thought to herself, having invested so much in Yi Qingze, who could possibly attract his attention away from her? The reality is that Qin Wanqi has overestimated herself. To be precise, she has underestimated a man's fickleness. In the eyes of a cad, the new always eclipses the old. Ye Feiran, upon waking early, found amusement in the unfolding drama, while Lady Yi, disturbed by the incessant chatter, struggled to reclaim her slumber. She turned over, cradling her darling child, only to discover him munching on a snack while contentedly sucking on a finely crafted pacifier made by the sixth prince. The pacifier was exquisitely detailed, adorned with delicate cloud patterns. Just as Lady Yi leaned in for a closer inspection, she witnessed Ye Feiran suckling vigorously, his adorable demeanor prompting her to plant a few kisses on his cheek. Ye Feiran, caught off guard by his mother's affectionate display, protested, "Why are you all so chubby? Stop kissing me." Lady Yi thought to herself that she would kiss him all she wanted, for her son was simply too charming. As the mother and son basked in their warmth, a maid named Yi Hong announced from outside, "Madam, the sixth prince has been waiting outside for quite some time. Shall I let him in?" Lady Yi promptly rose to change her attire, responding, "Let the child in. In the future, there is no need for announcements. He may enter freely, for he is just as much my child as any other. Besides, the sixth prince is merely 6 years old and still in need of a mother's affection. However, as boys grow older, it is indeed advisable for them to maintain a respectful distance from their female elders. By the time Feiran reaches 5 or 6, she would have to gently encourage him to seek his own space." Upon hearing that the sixth prince was arriving, Ye Feiran quickly turned to face him, flashing a smile that dislodged the pacifier from his mouth. Quick as a flash, the sixth prince caught it, but instead of returning it directly, he produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping it before wrapping it up. Observing this, Lady Yi chuckled softly, "So, you are quite meticulous. There's no need to be so fastidious." He tends to toss it around and then pick it up to suck on again. The sixth prince, speaking with a slight stutter, replied, "Mother, must be cautious. Feiran is still young and could fall ill." Lady Yi nodded. "Indeed, Singer speaks wisely. By the way, I have arranged for a tutor to come teach you reading and writing. A good man aspires to greatness, and although we cannot showcase our talents now," Ye Feiran's internal voice chimed in, "but talent, much like pregnancy, will inevitably reveal itself in due time." Lady Yi and the sixth prince exchanged silent glances, both suppressing laughter at the child's wit. Ye Feiran then lay back down, raising his feet and beginning to scratch them, exclaiming, "The Su family is faring quite well lately. My cousin has achieved the top scholar position, and my uncle has been promoted to a third-rank general. Does this mean the Su family will not face annihilation?" Just as Lady Yi felt a momentary relief, Ye Feiran's voice rang out again, "It seems I was too hasty in my joy. The Duke of Jinghua is plotting against the Su family. Let me see who it is. Ah, it is Prince Luo. How can such a handsome cousin harm us?" Lady Ye's ears perked up, but the latter part of Ye Feiran's thought faded into a muted gray, leaving her with a lingering sense of concern. Regardless of whether it was the Su family, the old dowager of the Su family, or Prince Luo, they were all irreplaceable to her. Originally, Yi Qingze was someone she had devoted her heart to, but upon her son's revelation of the truth, her feelings for that man had evaporated. Nevertheless, since her son had not given her any forewarnings, Lady Yi decided to refrain from excessive worry. Every obstacle is surmountable in due time. Meanwhile, Yi Qingze, under Qin Wanqi's careful attention, made his way to court, while the Su general's residence rejoiced with firecrackers and flowers, accompanied by the resonant sounds of gongs and flutes. Joyful news flooded in, alongside the emperor's generous rewards. Not only was General Su Haoqing elevated in rank, but Lady Su was also granted the title of Shuren. In this alternate realm of daiming, the hierarchy was similar to that of the Ming dynasty, where titles were bestowed based on merit, with the first and second ranks denoting Madam and the third Shuren, while the fourth and fifth ranks were Gongren and Iren, respectively. However, not all officials' wives were granted titles. In daiming, such honors were deemed royal favor. Lady Su gazed at the Imperial edict with a beaming smile, her joy stemming from her husband's accomplishments and her son's scholarly success. Knowing of the Su family's joyous occasion, Lady Ye took Ye Feiran and the sixth prince to congratulate her brother and sister-in-law. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Su Yulon, adorned with a vibrant red flower, riding a majestic white horse, cradling a large bouquet of plum blossoms. Upon seeing Lady Ye, he beamed, revealing his bright smile, and called out from afar, "Aunt, Your Highness, Cousin Feiran." Ye Feiran, surprised that his older cousin would greet him at just 4 months old, responded with a toothless grin and a wave. Simultaneously, his internal voice reached the ears of his family. Winter flower picking is rather dismal. These three have spent the morning and gathered only a few bunches of plum blossoms. Su Yulon's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, finding plum blossoms in winter was no small feat, and these had been gathered from an orchard in the outskirts. On their journey, they had even encountered the carriage of the third princess, who, spotting the three young talents, couldn't help but compare them to Yi Qingze from the previous night, reflecting on how splendid he must have appeared in his youth. Little did she know, Yi Qingze had ranked only 23rd and had not been invited to the flower-picking banquet. Noticing their meager harvest, Lady Yi suggested, the Yi family's garden has a hot spring, and in the warm house beside the pool, there are many rare flower varieties. If Yulon has time, he should take his companions there to gather some. Hearing this, Su Yulon immediately rallied his friends. "Brothers, come. I will take you to pick flowers." Thus, the three young scholars charged forth, akin to untamed horses, back towards the outskirts. Ye Feiran wore a smile reminiscent of his father, his internal voice echoing, "Being young is splendid. Look at this exuberance." Lady Yi. The sixth prince sighed discreetly, pulling out a silk handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the drool from the corner of Ye Feiran's mouth. "Could you not clean your mouth before speaking?" Ye Feiran replied, "I almost forgot. I am but 4 months old, and there will always be opportunities for youth." Chapter 29. As Lady Yi and her entourage entered the Su residence, the steward promptly dispatched someone to welcome the eldest daughter back. Lady Su herself came out to greet them, her joy palpable as she grasped Lady Ye's hand, exclaiming, "Dear sister, you have finally arrived. I was just about to send old Guo to fetch you." Lady Yi, beaming with delight, replied, "There was no need for that. With the joyous occasion in the Su family, I naturally had to come. I have yet to congratulate my elder sister. The Emperor has conferred a title upon you." Allowing the women of the Su family to hold their heads high in the capital, Lady Su blushed. "Oh, do not say such things. I cannot possibly compare to my sister's first-rank title." Lady Yi reassured her, "I owe it all to Prince Yi. Without him, I would merely be a lowly third-rank official's wife, and the Emperor would not have even granted me a reward." At that moment, the sixth prince, held by Lady Yi, was flanked by the 3 chief palace maids who had served the late empress, while 2 of Lady Ye's martial maidservants accompanied them. Lady Su immediately bowed to the sixth prince, saying, "I pay my respects to Prince Yi." The sixth prince remained as still and unresponsive as a beautifully carved ice statue, showing no reaction to Lady Su's greeting. Madame Yi offered a gentle smile to the sixth prince and said, "Songer, you may dispense with the formalities." A flicker of warmth appeared in the prince's eyes as he stammered, "Dispense with formalities?" Madame Su's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "How remarkable! Sister, you truly possess the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary." The sixth prince, who has been mute until now, is speaking. At that moment, Madame Yi observed the expressions of the several maidservants behind the sixth prince. Yin Shu's eyes were slightly red, while Shi Shu and Qing Shu beamed with joy. Given the crowd in the courtyard, Madame Yi suggested, "Elder sister, let us converse inside." Madame Su nodded and led Madame Yi into a chamber, where they encountered General Su and several military officials engaged in serious discussion. The Su family, being a lineage of warriors, lacked the rigid protocols of scholarly families, allowing their womenfolk to converse freely in hushed tones. Upon seeing Madame Su and Madame Yi, General Su waved them over, saying, "Ladies, your timing is impeccable." Noticing the somber atmosphere, Madame Yi inquired, "What troubles you?" General Su's expression grew grave as he replied, "The Nangong father and son committed suicide during their interrogation, having ingested poison. The jailer responsible for their custody has also hanged himself, leaving us with a baffling case." In Madame Ye's embrace, Ye Feiran's mind raced, probing this matter but finding only darkness, signifying it was a perilous topic to broach. The Su family, still in a state of decline, could ill afford to provoke matters beyond their grasp, though General Su had ascended to a third-rank official. The reality was that the Duke of Jing held sway over the court, with all officials serving his interests. It was a precarious situation. Even high-ranking officials who had once opposed him had fallen from grace. Ye Feiran sighed, the depths of this matter are quite profound. Perhaps I should simply recline and enjoy my milk. Upon hearing her son's thoughts, Madame Ye recognized the intricacies involved and lowered her voice to General Su, saying, "Elder brother, let this matter rest. The Emperor will not pursue it further. Currently, power, military might, and wealth are all consolidated in the hands of the Duke of Jing. In the past, the Emperor had to relinquish much authority to appoint capable individuals, and now, reclaiming it is exceedingly difficult. We must exercise patience and prudence." Once a man of bold valor, General Su had learned to navigate the complexities of court life, especially after nearly losing countless lives over military funds. He nodded slowly, acknowledging. Sister speaks wisely. At least we have toppled one branch of the Nangong family, reducing the court's corruption. Yet, those who rise in their stead will undoubtedly be from the Duke's household. We must await the Emperor's decisions. As the noon hour approached, the three top scholars, who had ventured to the Ye family's countryside estate, finally returned. These young men exuded the vigor of youth, yet their faces bore expressions of deep concern. Madame Ye perceived their thoughts and called out, "Have you not gathered enough flowers? If you require more, our Su family also possesses an estate." Su Yulan, agitated, retorted, "No, and it is infuriating." Madame Ye noted the expressions of his companions behind him and chuckled softly. Even in frustration, you must learn restraint. Some matters cannot be resolved through anger. As you embark on your journey into the court, you will encounter many things that disturb your sensibilities. Must you become agitated by every single one? Change what you can, and for what you cannot, practice patience and await the opportune moment. The three youths exchanged glances and bowed in unison to Madame Ye. Su Yulan remarked, "Today, Aunt has imparted a valuable lesson. We have all understood." They were not given to gossip, but the other candidates in their cohort were less discreet. Clustering together to whisper about the day's spectacles at the Ye estate, Princess Rongan had taken residence at the Ye family as countryside manor. Even though she was to be wed to the Duke of Jing's second son, not far away, the Duke's second son was drowning his sorrows in drink. Feeling the weight of a dark cloud looming over him, Madame Ye, overhearing their chatter and observing the second son's reaction, mused that he was indeed a handsome fellow, devoid of the typical vices of a debauched youth. Yet, being born into the Duke's family, one could only assume his worldview was askew. Moreover, the Emperor intended to bestow the third princess upon him, while she was entangled with Ye Qingze. Since giving birth to a son who could hear thoughts, Madame Ye's perceptions had increasingly warped. Although the atmosphere of the Great Ning dynasty was not overly repressive, the antics of these young men seemed rather excessive. Ye Feiran was equally intrigued by the second son's predicament, noting with some surprise, this second son aspires to achieve great things. Though his ambitions do not lie within the court, but rather, he is devoted to the field of education, aligning with Mr. G, who is passionate about advancing rural education, frequently collaborating with him to teach children in the countryside. Hearing her son's thoughts, Madame Ye regarded the second son with newfound respect. It was indeed no small feat to develop such character amidst such an environment. Today, the Emperor hosted a banquet at the Zanhua Pavilion, and the top scholars would be entertained for several consecutive days, leaving Su Yulan quite busy. Consequently, Madame Ye decided to stay at her family home with Ye Feiran, neglecting to inform Ye Qingze of her whereabouts. Upon returning and finding his mother absent, Ye Qingze inquired briefly before leaving with a scowl. Qin Wanshi, puzzled by his unusual behavior, noted that he had never been one to frequent outings, preferring to tend to the garden in his leisure time. Something had clearly changed. A woman's intuition is often the most accurate, and she discreetly dispatched someone to follow Ye Qingze for several days, ultimately uncovering the truth. It turned out that he had concealed a woman at the countryside manor. His frequent visits there intended for illicit rendezvous. Enraged, Qin Wanshi shattered several cups, contemplating how ungrateful men could be. Was she not enough for him? What kind of woman had he sought out? Upon inquiry, she discovered it was Princess Rongan, which somewhat alleviated her ire. The princess was, after all, the Emperor's daughter. Marrying the Emperor's daughter indeed promised great prestige, leading to the title of a ceremonial officer, albeit one without substantial power. Historically, those in such positions wielded no real authority and remained subservient to the princess. Understanding Ye Qingze's ambition, She realized that his tryst with the princess was merely a means to gain something rather than a desire to marry her. He sought to wield power over the court, not merely to be a decorative figure beneath the princess's skirts. Yet, she would not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. After careful consideration, she instructed a long-time servant. Old Granny, a distinguished guest, is currently residing at the manor. When you attend to her, ensure she is well cared for. Given her special status, it would be unwise for her to become pregnant. You must oversee this matter diligently. Within the Ye household, one Ye Feiran sufficed. Ye Feiran was a superfluous addition, and she could not permit any further surprises. Ye Feiran relished observing Qin Wanqi's schemes. The woman possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet her cunning seemed insufficient for her ambitions. Once willing to poison her recently delivered mother for personal gain, she was now prepared to administer contraceptives to a princess for the sake of her own standing. Ye Feiran lamented, "What need does the princess have to involve herself in the Ye family strife? It seems she may find it difficult to extricate herself unscathed." Initially, Ye Feiran harbored considerable sympathy for Princess Ronan. However, her subsequent actions completely extinguished any compassion he felt for her. This is all mere background. In recent days, the Su family has been bustling with guests, and returning amidst the commotion is none other than the lively second young master, Su Yushi. At merely 12 years old, Su Yushi has already grown tall and robust. Remarkably, in ancient times, a 12-year-old measuring 1.70 meters is indeed a rarity. Everyone who encounters Su Yushi exclaims, "Is this not a living embodiment of General Su?" His appearance is strikingly reminiscent of the old general himself. Upon first meeting Su Yushi, Ye Feiran found him exceptionally handsome, not in the cold, aloof manner of the sixth prince, but rather exuding a vibrant masculinity, embodying the essence of a cheerful and exuberant young boy. His personality matched his appearance. Upon seeing Ye Feiran, he scooped him up and swung him around, eliciting shrieks of alarm from Madame Ye, who cried, "My little ancestor, put me down. You're too reckless. You might injure your little cousin." Madame Su was equally horrified, exclaiming, "You mischievous child. He is only 4 months old. How can you treat him like that? Quick, give him to me." After being swung about for what felt like an eternity, Ye Feiran's head spun, and his vision was filled with stars. Once rescued, he longed to nestle into the icy embrace of the sixth prince for solace. The sixth prince, though still a mere boy himself, managed to hold him comfortably. Patiently patting his back, Ye Feiran's inner thoughts screamed in disarray, "I was terrified. My second cousin is indeed remarkably strong, with such prowess. Why does he remain by the fourth princess' side? A true man ought to aspire to military glory." Su Yushi, pondering this, reflected on his upbringing alongside the fourth prince. They had been inseparable since childhood, with Su Yushi serving as his companion reader from the age of 7, sharing both scholarly and martial pursuits. Yet lately, the fourth prince had inexplicably distanced himself, opting to spend time with a newly arrived 6-year-old boy. This child possessed remarkable literary talent, and the fourth prince, typically the most gifted among princes, was utterly captivated by him. Ye Feiran discerned the underlying dynamics concerning his second cousin and promptly realized that Su Yushi had fallen out of favor with the fourth prince, though not entirely cast aside. The fourth prince seemed to trust Ye Feiran while still keeping Su Yushi close, even subjecting him to palace discipline, leaving Ye Feiran perplexed by the emperor's intentions. In truth, the current situation was merely the beginning. It would take another half-month for the young protagonist to truly earn the fourth prince's admiration at the Zijou Garden, where an accident would lead Su Yushi to heroically rescue the fourth prince from a frozen lake. Ye Feiran's thoughts reached Su Yushi's ears. Originally, my second cousin was meant to accompany the fourth prince on a lake excursion, but he was dismissed by Ye Feiran. In reality, my second cousin is the fourth prince's savior. Yet this twist of fate. What? This narrative diverges significantly from the original text. Due to Ye Feiran's interference, my second cousin has been sidelined while Ye Feiran gains the fourth prince's favor. The reincarnated protagonist has seized this opportunity once more. But isn't he usurping my second cousin's achievements? Is Ye Feiran merely exploiting our family's goodwill? Chapter 30. Su Yushi appeared bewildered as he attentively listened to Ye Feiran's inner musings, transitioning from incredulity to enlightenment. So it was. Ye Feiran's maturity and composure were not of the ordinary sort, but stemmed from the memories of a past life. Su Yushi then gently took Ye Feiran from Madame Ye's arms and placed a tender kiss upon his forehead. Ye Feiran, taken aback, wondered why their expressions of affection seemed so uniformly choreographed. Yet, curiously, he felt a distinct lack of resistance towards the sixth princess kiss. unlike his responses to others. His brothers were handsome, and his mother exuded a captivating allure, her soft embrace providing a sense of security. Yet, it was the sixth prince, his charming stature, frosty elegance, and endearingly awkward speech that captivated him. Oh, the sixth prince is utterly adorable. I'm smitten. Unbeknownst to Ye Feiran, upon hearing his thoughts, Tsuyushi found solace in the fourth prince's recent neglect. He had long sensed that Yukichin was not as he seemed, as the fourth prince had begun to exhibit an unusual partiality towards him, a stark departure from his previous indifference to the power struggles of the royal court. Naturally, Tsuyushi would silently support the fourth prince's decisions, but should they conflict with his own desires, he would firmly oppose them. At this moment, Tsuyushi remained unaware that his relationship with the fourth prince, Xiaohang, had evolved beyond that of superior and subordinate. They had become childhood friends, truly confiding in each other. Madame Su entered the room accompanied by a young noblewoman and inquired, "Where is your elder brother? Why is he absent again?" Cradling little Ye Feiran, Tsuyushi replied, "I haven't seen him. My elder brother is this year's top scholar. He is too busy to be at home and is likely entertaining guests." From outside, Su Daiying's voice rang out, "I can solve this problem. Lan Gu'er has been summoned by our uncle, who wishes to introduce him to a few friends." Ye Feiran turned to his elder cousin, who wore a vibrant red short jacket, as if just returning from an archery session. After her failed matchmaking attempt, she had lost interest in marriage and had instead joined the Fifth Ladies' military camp to learn equestrian skills, showing remarkable improvement over time. Sucking on his pacifier, Ye Feiran mused that this was indeed the way to go. In the Daming dynasty, the societal norms were not overly restrictive, and under the guidance of the Grand Dowager Empress, young women could indeed choose their own paths. However, despite priding themselves on being a family of virtuous officials, they still clung to traditional values, often vilifying the Grand Dowager Empress. Madame Su sighed softly, gently patting the back of the young woman beside her, saying, "This child is hardly ever home, disappearing without a trace. Miss Chi, please don't take offense. Let Daiying accompany you around the house. When he returns later, I'll have him apologize to you." Miss Chi, slightly shy, nodded and left with Su Daiying. Madame Yi, observing Miss Chi's retreating figure, asked, "Is this about a marriage proposal for Lan Gu'er?" Madame Su, with a blend of pride and resignation in her eyes, replied, "The threshold is about to be crossed. This Miss Chi is the daughter of the Prime Minister. I find her character, looks, and family background quite commendable, though her family is a bit too illustrious. As the saying goes, lowly men marry high-born women. Nevertheless, as long as Lan'er is happy, I shall have no objections." Upon hearing this, Ye Feiran unlocked a new character and began to delve into further revelations. The old Prime Minister is set to retire. He is indeed a commendable official, not affiliated with the Duke of Jing's faction. However, while he has lived a life of integrity, it appears he may not preserve his reputation intact. Moreover, although Miss Chi has intentions towards my elder cousin, he seems disinterested. Forcing a union would likely result in a mismatched couple. Both Madame Yi and Madame Su fell silent. And after a moment, Madame Yi finally said, "Sister-in-law, our children will find their own fortunes. I believe we need not worry excessively. Let them handle their affairs." Madame Su nodded in agreement, saying, "Yet, I can't help but feel it's a pity. Lan'er is no longer a child. It's time for him to wed. And I long to hold a grandchild." Madame Yi, exasperated, retorted, "Sister-in-law, Feiran is only 4 months old. Must you rush to have a grandchild? Can't you wait for me?" As Ye Feiran savored the sweet treat, he mused, "Oh, dear mother, I am but 4 months old. Must you think of grandchildren so soon?" Later, a tipsy Su Yulan returned, escorted personally by Prince Luo. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Yi hurried forward to support him. Although they wore smiles, their words were laced with reproach. "My dear prince, how could you allow him to drink so much? Are you not aware that he cannot hold his liquor?" It was Prince Luo's first visit to the Su residence since the incident with Miss Xia. He chuckled. "This is a scholar's banquet. Who else should partake if not him? Besides, he is a man now. What harm is there in a little drink? Let us not treat him as a child. In the future, when the emperor bestows an official title upon him, such occasions will be plentiful." Mrs. Yu interjected, "You speak nonsense. The emperor has expressly forbidden officials from drinking for pleasure. As a prince, how can you encourage such behavior?" Prince Luo, grinning, replied, "Dear sister, do not be so cross. The emperor forbids drinking for merriment, but he did not prohibit private feasts. We are merely a group of gentlemen enjoying a drink. There is certainly no merriment involved. Mrs. Ye found herself both amused and exasperated. Look at you, always in disarray. You neglect your duties as a prince and only lead the younger generation astray with your revelries. Have you any semblance of a prince about you? Allowing his cousin's scolding to wash over him, Prince Luo turned to the innocent sixth prince, who was busily carving wood, and asked, Somer, do you think we resemble princes? He continued, in my view, resemblance matters little. What is significant is our title. Even if we do not appear princely, we are still granted the title. With that, he laughed heartily, the scent of alcohol unmistakable. Mrs. Su remarked, Sister, why bother reasoning with a drunken man? Quickly, someone fetch a pot of sobering tea for these two. Clean them up and let them rest in the warm chamber. We shall discuss matters when they have regained their senses tomorrow. Mrs. Yi chuckled. One is utterly disheveled, and the other listens to whatever is said. This pair of uncle and nephew is quite the spectacle. Fortunately, they are related. Had they been cousins, one might fear they would end up in the prince's palace as a consort. In ancient customs, it was indeed peculiar. Cousins could not marry, yet distant cousins could. And even uncles could wed their nieces. After Empress Lji rose to power during the Han dynasty, she compelled her son to marry his own niece as empress. Despite the girl, Zhang Yin, being just 12 and utterly unaware of such matters. Mrs. Su added, You may not know, but the Empress Dowager has indeed suggested that Dai Ying marry into the Luo family. Both the prince and Dai Ying were terrified. After all, they have grown up together as uncle and niece, and though they are technically cousins, the familial bond has overshadowed that. Such a marriage is unlikely to materialize. Moreover, Mrs. Su felt that Prince Luo was not a suitable match, although he was a fine young man. He lacked the gravitas befitting a prince and was perpetually lost in his own world. She did not desire Dai Ying to be excessively wealthy, for previously she had considered a match with a scholar's son. As long as her children led peaceful and prosperous lives, that was all she wished for. This sentiment resonated with Mrs. Yi. As long as the children were healthy and safe, fame and fortune were merely embellishments. Ye Feiran observed the familial warmth, feeling a profound sense of affection for the Su family. They were kind and upright. What a wonderful family. Such a fate should never befall them. Alas, he was but a child, powerless to protect them. Once he grew up, he would ensure their safety. He hoped they could endure until he matured. The sixth prince, engrossed in his woodwork, caught wind of Ye Feiran's thoughts and could not help but smile. He set aside his carving tool and beckoned to Yen Shu from a distance. Still lost in the joy of hearing her master speak, Yen Shu rushed over, her eyes bright with excitement. Your Highness, do you have any commands? In a soft voice, the sixth prince requested, Please bring a bowl of honey water. Yen Shu nodded eagerly and hurried off to fetch it. Upon her return, her eyes were still red, her heart whispering, If my master knew that the prince could speak, he would surely be overjoyed. May he be blessed from above and continue to thrive. The sixth prince approached Ye Feiran, who was still leaning in his cradle. Spotting the prince, Ye Feiran thought, Oh, the little beauty has come. What could he want from me? The sixth prince carefully scooped a spoonful of honey water and offered it to Ye Feiran. The latter gazed up with wide eyes, thinking, Wow, the little beauty is feeding me. I must drink more. With that, he opened his mouth and took the honey water, savoring the sweetness that spread in his mouth. Delighted, he exclaimed, How sweet. Did you add honey? Sixth prince, you are so thoughtful and caring. The sixth prince chuckled, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Ye Feiran's lips, thinking, Your lips are so dry. I'm merely feeding you a bit of water. If you are this chatty now, how will you be when you can talk? He couldn't help but envision the incessantly chattering Ye Feiran, and a smile crept onto his lips. This child had captured his heart profoundly. Not only was he a lifesaver, but he was also a cherished figure in his life. The sixth prince scooped another spoonful of honey water for Ye Feiran, closing his eyes momentarily before resolving to stop delaying. He needed to purge the toxins from his body and restore his disrupted energy channels. Once a martial prodigy, he had been bound by a string of prayer beads for many years. Now, thanks to the little one, he was freed from that bondage. Though his soul still struggled to adapt to his physical form, he could now control most of his functions, no longer a mere shell of existence. With Mrs. Yi residing at the Su household, the environment was secure, as the family servants were retired soldiers. If safety were to be found anywhere in the capital, it would be here at the Su residence. Thus, the sixth prince began meditative practices under the cover of night, and after several days, he successfully regained his energy. With continued practice, he would soon be able to cultivate the techniques associated with the prayer beads. Those beads, a significant legacy from his mother, had been tainted by malevolent forces, sealing his 3 souls and 7 spirits, rendering him a mere husk. Over the years, Xiaozong could hear and see everything. Yet he had been powerless to stop his mother from perishing. The only thing he could do was refine the dexterity of his fingers, practicing for 2 years until he could carve the prayer beads with ease. Noticing Ye Feiran lost in thought, the 6th prince furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Are you not drinking anymore?" Ye Feiran, having just burped, thought, "Brother, you fed me half a bowl of honey water. I do not wish for more. I just need to urinate." The 6th prince couldn't help but chuckle, opting not to delegate this task. Instead, he retrieved a night pot, gently lifted Ye Feiran's diaper, and softly asked, "Do you need to go?" Ye Feiran protested internally, "Could you not be so casual? Urinating in front of such a handsome brother is quite the challenge." Seeing him hesitate, the 6th prince sighed and let out a soft whistle, as a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Ye Feiran felt that he had lost all dignity in this life. Though merely 4 months old, he sensed that there was nothing in this world worth cherishing. "Oh, black and white impermanence, could you kindly grant me another chance to traverse again?" The 6th prince, noticing the child's unusual silence, was about to inquire if he felt unwell when he heard the pitiful thoughts of the little one. "I have no face to see anyone." The 6th prince found it an art to suppress his laughter while interacting with this child. When Lady Yi arrived, she happened upon this scene and immediately halted the eager attempts of Yi Hong and Yi Chui to assist. She marveled internally. The esteemed Prince Yi, once a simple-minded royal, had not always been so. His condition manifested at the age of 4 due to unknown reasons, yet he still retained the essence of a highborn prince, once the undisputed choice for the throne in the emperor's eyes. At this moment, he was attending to her precious child, during a rather private moment. How could she possibly articulate this? Clearing her throat, Lady Yi approached. "Songer, perhaps, it would be better if your adoptive mother took over?" The 6th prince, having heard their arrival, patiently awaited Ye Feiran to finish before responding slowly, "No. It's fine, I can manage, dear mother. I enjoy taking care of Feiran, he's not a bother." Lady Yi was taken aback by her own emotions, feeling a wave of tears threatening to spill. Ye Feiran, meanwhile, vigorously sucked on his pacifier, his thoughts resounding loudly. "Have you all had your fill of admiration? Is my little rear truly so captivating?" The sound of suppressed laughter echoed around them, and Lady Yi, unable to contain her amusement any longer, wrapped a fresh diaper around Ye Feiran and lifted him in her arms with a smile. In his mind, he whimpered, surrounded by beautiful ladies and a charming young prince. "I feel utterly exposed. You are all too much." Lady Yi admired the 6th prince's restraint. How did he manage not to laugh? Ye Feiran continued to murmur in distress, "Alas, my reputation is tarnished. No, rather, it is lost too soon." You all continue to laugh. What is so amusing about my backside? Finally, the 6th prince could no longer hold back and retreated to his chamber, diving into his blankets, laughing heartily. How could he be so endearing? How could he evoke such affection? However, after his laughter subsided, the 6th prince's expression grew cold and resolute. The current state of Daning, riddled with wounds, was but the beginning of its downfall, masked by the ferocity of the Jing Guogong's household. The Duke of Jing was solely focused on immediate gain, disregarding the plight of Daning's people and its destiny, nurturing only the gluttonous and self-serving. Fleeing at the first sign of the northern Liao's approach, the 6th prince closed his eyes, yet upon doing so, visions of blood and dismemberment flooded his mind. Without the Su family army, it felt as if the soul of the forces had vanished. Upon encountering the Liao army, they acted like mice before a cat, pushing the few remaining soldiers of the Wu family to the forefront. The Wu family warriors, though imbued with some of the late matriarch's spirit, numbered only in the thousands. How could they withstand the onslaught of 100,000 ironclad Liao troops? The 6th prince sat cross-legged upon his bed, realizing his time was short. He needed to restore his strength quickly, otherwise, Daning would inevitably repeat its tragic fate. Channeling his energy with greater force than usual, he attempted to break through the restrictive barrier, managing to loosen it slightly. However, his reckless endeavor caused his vital energy to spiral out of control, resulting in a mouthful of blood, and he fainted. It was Lady Yi who discovered him after a prolonged absence, as Yin Shu and the others never disturbed him during his crafting, neglecting to notice the young master's injury. Realizing the severity of the 6th prince's condition, Lady Yi instructed Yin Shu, "Do not raise an alarm, remain by the door and summon Yi Hong for me." Soon, Yi Hong was called forth, and Lady Yi instructed him, "Quietly fetch Mr. Ji, Using the west corner gate, someone will guide you in. Yihong nodded, understanding without further explanation. Within a short time, he returned with Mr. G. Upon checking the pulse, Mr. G released a small sigh of relief, stating, "The child's previously restrained body has shown signs of loosening. This is a positive development." Lady Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her and asked, "He just coughed up blood. Is that a serious issue?" Mr. G pondered before replying, "I shall prescribe some restorative medicine. It is likely due to his overexertion. He has only just begun to recover. So avoid activities that would overly tax his strength. Restoring health requires time, and haste may lead to failure." Lady Yi nodded, observing the sixth prince's delicate features. Sensing a secret within him, she glanced at her own child, filled with concern, and thought, "I have a peculiar child with an enigmatic system and have said nothing. Why should I fault another for harboring secrets? After all, more secrets do not constitute a burden." Whether nurturing one eccentric child or two, she decided to let them be. Ye Feiran, with wide, innocent eyes, gazed at the sixth prince and extended his chubby little hand to wipe the blood from his lips. His thoughts filled with concern. "What caused you to bleed so unexpectedly? Let me see what is wrong, please." "Alas, I see nothing but darkness. I am still too weak to uncover the truth." He believed that the knowledge he could access was limited to events that had either transpired or were on the verge of happening. If something had yet to be planned or was still brewing, it would remain locked from him. The world was in constant flux. A singular decision could alter the course of fate. He knew that the sixth prince had forcefully unleashed the sealed power within himself to shatter some form of restriction. Yet the barrier was formidable. Despite his assistance in dispelling the poison, the current state of the sixth prince's body rendered him incapable of breaking through. Ye Feiran suddenly realized that the sixth prince's apparent simplicity might conceal far deeper intricacies. Was it truly just the Liu family's manipulation to forge an alliance with the Wang family, tampering with the Buddhist beads of the noble concubine? The divine poison was not something an ordinary person could handle. The Liu family was but a small household. From where could they have acquired such a potent toxin? Even if it were given by the empress, it would not make sense. As per the original text, the divine poison originated from the outer territories. The Wang family, though dominant in central plains Daning, had not yet gained the power to control the outer territories and compel them to yield their treasures. Ye Feiran observed the pale yet striking visage of the young prince, and, for the first time, felt that his crossing into this realm might have been a trap by the black and white impermanence. He sensed the undercurrents of intrigue in Daning, as if a grander scheme lay hidden behind the dark threads of fate. But what could he do? He was merely a 4-month-old child. Thus, he turned over, his little bottom in the air, and nestled into the sixth prince's embrace, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Prince Luo and Su Yulan were also lost in deep sleep, without a care for one another, limbs intertwined. It was not until the sun rose high that they slowly roused from their drunken stupor. Prince Luo kicked his cousin's leg, groggily inquiring, "Cousin, are you awake?" Su Yulan lay languidly on the couch, muttering, "Your Highness, don't move. Let me gather myself." Prince Luo raised his head, hissing, "Shift a little. You're pressing against me." Su Yulan had overindulged the previous night, experiencing his first bout of drunkenness in this lifetime. It was no wonder his mother often remarked that Prince Luo was a carefree rogue, unrestrained even when it came to his own nephew. He truly felt too weary to move, waving his hand dismissively. "No, I intend to remain here for 3 days. Moving is simply out of the question." Prince Luo, exasperated, replied, "Is it really necessary? It's just a drunken revelry. One would think you've lost your virginity." Su Yulan remained silent. He had always been well behaved. Unlike the other members of the Su family who reveled in martial pursuits, he was a diligent student. He had mastered the 6 arts of a gentleman, adhered to propriety, and even spoke with decorum. Who would have thought that a single remark from his maternal uncle would leave him speechless? After a prolonged pause, Su Yulan finally asked, "Your Highness, have you always possessed such a disposition?" Prince Luo, unusually serious, replied, "Not entirely. I am of the Su family, and while we favor martial prowess, we are not without decorum." Perplexed, Su Yulan inquired, "Then why do you?" Prince Luo sighed. "Do you know why the current dynasty has no empress? Or why the late emperor did not establish a queen after the death of the late empress?" Su Yulan, having heard some whispers on the matter, nodded, "Yes. It is because the old matriarch of the Su family possesses profound wisdom. The late emperor favored the current sovereign as the heir, and the late empress's legitimate son passed away early. The late emperor wished to establish her as empress, but if she were to be crowned..." Prince Luo interjected, "If she were to be crowned, I would be the only legitimate son of the great Ning dynasty. Do you know what that would entail? Su Yulon understood perfectly well. When Prince Luo was born, the current sovereign was named heir apparent. The heir was not of legitimate birth, and had the old matriarch been crowned empress, it would have ignited a fierce contention for the throne. Even if the Su family had no such intentions, they would inevitably be dragged into the fray, as factions would rise, claiming to support the legitimate heir in a bid for power. Su Yulon remarked, "So, Your Highness, you continue to present yourself as a frivolous scion to deter those who remain undeterred, attempting to undermine the foundation of the state?" Unexpectedly, Prince Luo did not respond to Su Yulon's words, but cleared his throat and said, "Nephew, I advise you to shift away from me." Su Yulon, stubborn, retorted, "I will not. You are the one who got me into this state." Prince Luo, with a pained expression, asked, "You really want to budge?" Su Yulon shook his head defiantly, "No?" To his surprise, upon shaking his head, Prince Luo could not help but bend his knee, sighing in resignation. "Then I must tell you something." Exhausted with indignation, Su Yulon replied, "What is it?" Prince Luo said, "You are pressing on my manhood." Su Yulon leapt up in shock, his face flushed as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, do you understand the concept of propriety and shame?" With that, he turned and hastily exited the warm chamber without looking back. Prince Luo sat up, bemused. "You were the one pressing on me first, yet I cannot speak of it? What does that have to do with propriety or shame? This nephew of mine has tooth in his skin." With that, he stretched and returned to his slumber. Upon exiting, Su Yulon encountered Madame Ye, who had just brought over a bowl of medicine. After hastily greeting her, he hurried to his study. Madame Ye, perplexed, murmured, "Why is your face so red? Did you catch a chill last night?" She did not dwell on it, and proceeded to the adjacent warm chamber, where she found the sixth prince awake. Ye Feiran was watching him, chattering away. Wah-ee-ah in her heart, she was saying, "You're finally awake. Do you feel better? Is anything uncomfortable? Does your head hurt?" The two voices intertwined like a duet, leaving Madame Ye with a headache. She approached the sixth prince, asking, "How do you feel? Are you still unwell?" The sixth prince shook his head, responding, and I. Madame Ye blew on the medicine and waved her hand. "What happened last night was my failure to care for you, resulting in your injury and blood loss. I had Mr. G examine you. He said you are not gravely harmed, just physically weakened from exertion. Recovery takes time. Do not rush it. I've prepared some restorative medicine for you. Let us drink it and allow your body to recuperate before pursuing your desires." The sixth prince understood the underlying meaning in Madame Ye's words. He realized that if she remained so composed with a son who could hear her thoughts, she would likely not be overly concerned about his slight deviations from the norm. He stood up, ready to bow to Madame Ye, but she stopped him, saying, "Your body is still injured. Do not concern yourself with such formalities. To me, Songer and Feier are both my beloved sons. As long as you grow up healthy and safe, it is a tremendous blessing for me as a mother." As she spoke, she handed the medicine bowl to the sixth prince. "First, drink your medicine obediently, then take a nap. We will discuss your recovery afterward." The sixth prince nodded, taking the bowl and drinking it down without any hint of childish fussiness. After consuming the medicine, he dozed off until noon, awakening to find Ye Feiran nestled beside him, playing with a wooden carving. The sixth prince had crafted numerous wooden sculptures for him in recent days, and Ye Feiran was nearly overwhelmed by the abundance. Ye Feiran found it quite remarkable how the sixth prince's dexterity was so exceptional that even a typical person could not produce such exquisite carvings. Yet he made it seem as simple as origami. Especially a hawk poised to take flight, it resembled a real bird in every way. And it was Ye Feiran's favorite piece. The sixth prince sat up, cradling Ye Feiran in his arms, rubbing his chin against the top of his head. The soft, fragrant scent of milk from the plump infant was delightful, and Ye Feiran, being slightly more robust than a typical 4-month-old, felt particularly comforting to hold. Ye Feiran protested, "Squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze. Little beauty, be gentler when you hold me." Yet internally, he thoroughly enjoyed being embraced by the icy beauty. When Yin Shu saw her master had awakened, she instructed the other two maids to bring in lunch. The sixth prince ate a bit and felt his strength returning significantly. As he reached to touch his lower abdomen, he sensed a faint energy beginning to stir. Excellent. This effort had not been in vain. Though he had yet to regain even a fraction of his strength, the lingering effects of the divine poison were still formidable. In the afternoon, Ye Feiran and the sixth prince played on the couch until the old matriarch of the Su family sent them an invitation, announcing that the plum blossoms of Meishan had fully bloomed, inviting the noble women of the capital to a gathering for enjoyment and feasting. Madame Ye understood the old matriarch's intentions. The emperor wished to bestow a marriage between the third princess and the second prince, making this gathering a matchmaking event. In the past, Madame Ye would have thought little of it, but now, considering the relationship between the third princess and Ye Qingze, she could not help but let out a derisive laugh. This marriage between the third princess and the second prince seemed destined to become a farce. The current emperor was commendable in many ways, yet his soft-heartedness made him incapable of being stern with his children. However, the attitude of Princess Rongan surprised Madame Ye greatly. She had expected Princess Rongan to reject the proposal, yet to her astonishment, she happily accepted the old matriarch's invitation and agreed to meet with the second prince. This revelation delighted Qin Wanshi, yet left Madame Ye somewhat perplexed. It was her son's heartfelt words that clarified the situation. Princess Rongan, aware of her inability to defy fate, proposed a condition to the emperor. She stated that after marriage, she would reside solely in the princess's residence and would not enter the Wang family. If Wang Heir was willing, he could also live in the princess's residence. If not, he could visit occasionally in the guise of a couple. Ye Feiran felt a wave of sympathy for Wang Heir. Marrying a princess was akin to taking on a formidable ancestor. Moreover, Princess Rongan's actions were undoubtedly aimed at maintaining her clandestine relationship with Ye Qingze. The young lady was quite astute, more so than Qin Wanshi, having not fallen prey to the folly of romantic illusions. However, the princess must surely understand that Ye Qingze, a mere third-rank official, could hardly contend against the emperor and the Duke of Jingguo's estate. Her prompt agreement to the arranged marriage was likely fueled by her fond memories of the joyful days spent at the Ye family's villa, which only made her yearn for those moments anew. As Ye Feiran absorbed this information, she couldn't help but chuckle. Is the princess treating her scoundrel father as a mere tool? At least he still believes himself to be irresistibly charming, oblivious to the fact that others merely see him as a man. Soon, the day of the banquet at Meiyuan arrived, and Madame Ye planned to take Ye Feiran along with the sixth prince. The day before the feast, Madame Ye returned to the Ye family after an extended absence. Upon seeing her, Ye Qingze made a sarcastic remark. Madame seems to have forgotten she is a member of the Ye family. It has been half a month since you stayed at your maternal home, and I have not seen any other lady behave in such a manner. Madame Ye retorted firmly. You seem to recall quite well. I remember that whenever I returned to my family, you would fetch me back within 3 days. Now, it has been half a month, and you act as if I do not exist. Of course, with your new concubine by your side. You must have forgotten all about your loyal wife. Qin Wanshi, equally aggrieved, had not seen her husband during this time. After finally spending a day or two at home, she had exerted all her efforts to no avail. It seemed that once men diverted their attentions to other women, their interest in their wives waned. This aptly illustrated the saying, a wife is less valued than a concubine, and a concubine less than a secret affair. Just returning from Meiyuan, Ye Qingze felt uneasy and, not wishing to engage in an argument, remained silent. He was in high spirits, having enjoyed the company of the princess, who was unlike ordinary women, having been pampered since childhood, exuding an enchanting softness. Though her temper was somewhat lacking, her physical allure was undeniable. Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed in her mother's ears. He is still proud, thinking of her as a mere human-shaped massage tool. What is there to be proud of? Madame Ye, bewildered, pondered the meaning of this human-shaped massage tool. Regardless, it was evident that such a description for Ye Qingze was hardly flattering. Qin Wanshi, adopting a demure demeanor, gazed at Ye Qingze with a mix of longing and restraint, clearly feeling neglected. Ye Feiran scoffed, My dear mother, your cousin is quite remarkable. Even if the princess has been entangled with that scoundrel father of ours for a while, she will not bear any children. She has been adding potent contraceptive herbs to the princess's meals, although I wonder if the princess's constitution can withstand it. Madame Ye was genuinely taken aback. Qin Wanshi's malice and audacity exceeded her expectations. Having treated her with such disdain previously, Madame Ye had narrowly escaped with her life. What would she do to a stranger obstructing her path? Even if the other party was a princess, she dared to employ lethal measures. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Ye suggested, I believe Qin Yinyang finds her stay in the estate rather dull. Tomorrow, the Dowager Empress Su will host a banquet at Meishan, and all the noble ladies from the capital will attend. If you find yourself unoccupied, why not accompany me? Qin Wanshi's spirits lifted at this invitation. Sister, are you truly willing to take me along? Madame Ye chuckled lightly. Of course, Qin Yinyang, are you willing? Qin Wanshi nodded eagerly. I am indeed willing to accompany you. Sister, you do not know how often I have reproached myself, fearing you might harbor resentment towards me, so I dared not bother you. Your invitation today brings me immense joy. Yet, Ye Qingze frowned slightly. It is merely a private banquet hosted by the Dowager Empress. What is so exciting about it? As a woman, it is far better to remain at home, attending to one's husband and raising children. Qin Wanqi, unable to voice her thoughts, felt anger bubbling within her. Fully aware of Ye Qingze's motivations for wanting to keep her away, but she refrained from expressing her frustrations. Madame Ye, however, had no such reservations. Smilingly addressing Ye Qingze, "You are mistaken, dear husband. Tomorrow's gathering is no ordinary private banquet. The emperor intends to match the third princess with the second son of the Duke of Jinghua, Wang Qi. This is the arranged courtship banquet. The third princess, being a widow, and Wang heir, being unmarried, would indeed make a suitable match." It was a pity for Wang heir, who had recently garnered some fame and been appointed as a deputy, which, while it conferred a title, would not enable him to achieve any significant accomplishments in the court. However, the Duke of Jinghua was not in dire need of this, as he had his eldest son to steer the family affairs. Wang Dezongzi, Wang Zhen, was steadfastly aligned with his father, the Duke of Jinghua, which delighted the Duke. Upon hearing Madame Ye's words, Ye Qingze's expression darkened instantly. His entanglement with the princess had led to genuine feelings, especially for a man who believed that once he had a physical relationship with a woman, she became his possession. Little did he know, the princess had already been promised to a worthy match by the emperor. And if he wished to navigate the intricacies of the Duke of Jinghua's household successfully, it would be prudent to keep their relationship under wraps. Otherwise, the Duke would ensure his downfall. Furthermore, if the Duke learned that Ye Qingze had dishonored his son, the latter's position as Deputy Minister of Revenue would likely be in jeopardy as well. Ye Qingze thought to himself that his fleeting romance with Princess Rongin was likely coming to an end. However, his liaison with the princess was never about romance. It was a means to an end, as he sought information regarding the hidden strongholds of Belial. During this time, he had gleaned much from Princess Rongin, including the secret communication symbols used by Belial's spies. Ye Feiran had just uncovered this tidbit. Scoundrel father has discovered the secret communication symbols of Belial. He is likely to steal the city's defense maps from mother soon. Madame Ye had intentionally stayed away from the Ye family for several days to create opportunities for them, and it was likely that the city defense maps had already fallen into Ye Qingze's hands. How deeply did he harbor hatred for the Su family to desire their complete eradication? If he wished to proceed with this plan, she would allow him. Curious to see whether he could bear the consequences, Madame Ye was disinclined to further engage with this scandalous pair. Allowing Qin Wanqi to display her tea-making skills before Ye Qingze while she cradled Ye Feiran in one arm and led the sixth prince back to her courtyard with the other. Ever since her pregnancy, she had refrained from intimate relations with Ye Qingze, and merely thinking of his actions filled her with disgust. Yet, she knew she must tread carefully. Planning each step with precision, one misstep could lead to ruin for both the Su family and the sixth prince. Fortunately, her beloved son was always there to provide her with insights, ensuring that the Su family would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Today, more good news arrived from the Su family. Su Yulan had been appointed by the emperor as a sixth-rank reader, the highest position granted among the recent scholars. Typically, scholars began their careers at the 8th or 9th rank, so being promoted directly to the 6th rank showcased the emperor's high regard for Su Yulan. Su Yulan also proved himself worthy. On his first day attending court, he impressed the emperor with his responses, earning a beautiful inkstone as a reward, which elicited envy from Prince Luo. Upon returning, she lay languidly on the couch, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I have requested this inkstone from my royal brothers several times, yet each time he claims it is a waste of treasure. TSK, dear nephew, did you hear that? Whoever possesses this inkstone is indeed wasting a precious resource." Su Yulan replied, "Uncle, the emperor meant that giving it to you would be wasteful. Giving it to me allows for its proper use." The elderly Empress Dowager retorted with irritation. "You still dare to compare yourself to Lana? She is the top scholar of this examination, while you are merely a dandy of the court." Prince Luo burst into hearty laughter. "I never expected that I would still have a reputation beyond these walls." The Empress Dowager, exasperated, replied, "And what good reputation could that be?" Prince Luo, reclining with his long legs crossed, pointed out the snowy weather outside. "Mother, the heavens are unkind today. It has begun to snow. I fear your plum appreciation banquet may not attract many guests." With that, He drew his sword from its sheath and tossed the scabbard onto the couch before gracefully leaping out of the window to perform a dance with his weapon. The Empress Dowager sighed at her son, who, despite being talented in both literature and martial arts, had always been cautious to hide his abilities, fearing they might be discovered by others. There was a time when he was almost living in the brothels, and each mention of this would infuriate the late emperor. Only the Empress Dowager understood the extent of her son's grievances. Now, in his 20s, he struggled even to secure a marriage, which pained her greatly. As the Empress Dowager pondered these matters, Madame Ye entered, cradling Ye Feiran, and greeted her with a smile. And the Empress Dowager returned to the present, her face lighting up with a smile. She beckoned to Ye Feiran, exclaiming, "Where did you find such a wet nurse? This child is thriving." At 4 months old, Ye Feiran weighed around 15 or 16 pounds, significantly larger than typical infants of his age. The sixth prince obediently followed Madame Ye, the beads around his neck emitting a faint fragrance reminiscent of lotus blossoms. Initially, Madame Ye attributed her son's growth to the wet nurse's milk. But after listening to her son's heart for some time, she realized it was due to his unique system. Unsure how to explain this to the Empress Dowager, she merely said, "This child came with his own provisions at birth, so naturally, he is larger than others." "Aunt, what were you daydreaming about just now?" Madame Ye then inquired about the recent prospects for a new princess candidate for the prince. The Empress Dowager shook her head. "I had hoped to use today's banquet to observe suitable candidates, but with this heavy snowfall, I wonder how many will attend." Madame Ye reassured her, "Do not worry, Aunt. Your banquet will certainly attract many guests." At that moment, Ye Feiran was busy amusing himself. Indeed, not a single one will be absent. Everyone has heard this is the blind date between the third princess and the second prince, and their eyes are all green with envy. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking her precious darling gently, informed the kitchen to prepare the banquet in the warm pavilion. There is a royal villa in Machinations where the palace ladies come annually to admire the plum blossoms, so the warm pavilion is well equipped to host hundreds of guests simultaneously. Today, the Empress Dowager was showing ample regard for the third princess. Knowing this was the emperor's method of balancing the court, sacrificing her daughter's happiness to ensure the Duke of Jingwo would lose a son. This approach, though seemingly pragmatic, was undeniably harsh and lacking in humanity. Just then, a maid entered. "Your Highness, Princess Rongan has arrived and is waiting outside for your summons." The Empress Dowager handed Ye Feiran back to Madame Ye, instructing, "Have her wait for me in the flower hall." The maid acknowledged, and the Empress Dowager gestured to Madame Ye, "Come, let us see this third princess." Princess Rongan was already waiting in the flower hall, clearly having dressed with care today in a combination of pine flower yellow and pomegranate red, exuding both beauty and nobility. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, she rose gracefully and greeted, "Granddaughter pays respects to Grandmother Empress Dowager." The emperor had been raised by the Empress Dowager, and although she refused the title of Empress Dowager, the emperor consistently addressed her as Mother Empress, thus the princes and princesses were compelled to refer to her as grandmother. The Empress Dowager kindly assisted her to stand. "Rong, no need for such formality. Let grandmother see, you are becoming more and more exquisite." Princess Rongan, courteous yet slightly shy, responded, "Grandmother, you flatter me." Rong feels unworthy. She then noticed Madame Ye and the baby in her arms, momentarily taken aback before feigning ignorance. "Grandmother, who is this?" The Empress Dowager introduced. "Oh, this is my niece Su Haoyun, the wife of the Minister of Revenue, Yi Qingze, recently honored by the emperor as a first-class noble consort. By lineage, you should address her as Aunt." Princess Rongan was momentarily stunned. Though she had heard of Su Haoyun and seen her from a distance, nothing compared to this first-hand encounter. Unexpectedly, the striking beauty of Su Haoyun made her feel inferior, igniting feelings of jealousy within her. However, upon recalling Su Haoyun's age, she quickly reassured herself. Having been married for 9 years without children, Su Haoyun was nearing 30. In contrast, Princess Rongan was just 18, blooming like a delicate flower. What man would not prefer a youthful flower over an older woman? With a smile, she approached. "So you are my aunt. I bow to you, Aunt." Madame Ye found herself intrigued by Princess Rongan's unexpected address, exclaiming, "No, dear princess. You are the one who deserves respect. How can you call me Aunt? Instead, just refer to me as Madame Ye." Princess Rongan felt a pang of indignation, thinking to herself that if she was merely Madame Ye, what was she? Yi Qingze's love for her surely surpassed any affection he had for Madame Ye. "Humph, I shall insist on calling you Aunt to remind you of your age." Yet, she maintained a courteous facade, saying, since you are grandmother's niece. You are naturally my aunt as well. Please, aunt, do not stand on ceremony. As a younger generation, I should know proper etiquette. The Empress Dowager sensed the tension in the atmosphere and grew suspicious, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely stating, if she wishes to call you that, then accept it. After all, she is a younger generation, and it won't diminish your stature. Madame Ye nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed, and is correct. Oh, by the way, your uncle will also be arriving today, and I will introduce you. Princess Rongen's face instantly paled, her heart racing with anger. Silently cursing. Who do you mean by uncle? Ye Qingze is certainly not my uncle, he is. Ye Feiran's thoughts bubbled over with laughter. Does Princess Rongen enjoy digging her own grave? How does it feel to be rolled in the sheets with your own uncle? Upon hearing her child's thoughts, the Empress Dowager was taken aback, swiftly turning to her niece, while Madame Ye signaled her to remain discreet and gently patted the Empress Dowager's hand for comfort. Chapter 33. Madame Ye is a clever woman. Aware that the young lady was feeling jealous at this moment. Indeed, youth often lacks the wisdom to navigate emotional entanglements, and no matter how clear her understanding, she could not escape the throes of affection. The elderly Empress Dowager Su initially took a keen interest in this marriage proposal, but upon discovering the truth, her enthusiasm waned immediately, though she dared not show it, fearing it might hurt her niece's feelings. She remarked, I shall check whether the second son of Duke Jinghua has arrived. The flower hall is filled with various delicacies and books unseen in the palace. Ronger can wait here for a moment. Princess Rongen bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager, replying, yes. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, the Empress Dowager could no longer conceal her anger and turned to Madame Ye, asking, when did this happen? Madame Ye, concerned about startling Ye Feiran, entrusted him to the sixth prince, softly admonishing, take your brother to the warm pavilion to play, and do not run off, understood? The sixth prince nodded gently, then turned and took the little treasure to the warm pavilion. Ye Feiran, still sucking on his pacifier, was utterly bewildered, pondering why the Empress Dowager had suddenly lost her temper. The warmth emanating from the sixth prince enveloped him, and he looked up at the young, frosty beauty, sucking on his pacifier with more vigor, internally exclaiming, this angle makes the young master look even more handsome. Hee. The sixth prince nearly lost his grip, almost dropping the little treasure, and had to adjust his hold. Yen Shu, witnessing this, offered to take the child, but the sixth prince declined, saying, no need. I can handle it. Ye Feiran covered his face, thinking when this little stutterer would improve. Yet, he found this way of speaking rather endearing. The sixth prince, having heard Ye Feiran's thoughts, resolved to speak less in the future, though he did not understand why his speech was so halting, suspecting it was due to constraints not being fully lifted. In the courtyard of the warm pavilion, tears streamed down the Empress Dowager Su's face. Why have you concealed such a significant matter from me? I believed Ye Qingze merely took a concubine and acquired an illegitimate son, which seemed trivial for our Su family. As long as I am here, with Tanger by my side, we can stabilize the situation. However, he has now provoked Rongen, who the emperor wishes to bestow upon the Duke Jinghua's household. This matter requires further contemplation. Madame Ye, however, remained composed, even comforting the Empress Dowager instead. And I have long since harbored no feelings for Ye Qingze, although he has not directly harmed me. His tacit approval of Qin's actions regarding contraceptive measures speaks volumes. Now that Qin has entered the family, do you believe I can coexist peacefully with him? The Empress Dowager inquired, what are your plans regarding Yenner? Madame Ye replied resolutely, naturally, I intend to seek a divorce. However, even if I do, it cannot be so easily advantageous to Ye Qingze. The Empress Dowager pondered, finally stating, for a woman to seek a divorce is akin to scaling the heavens. If he holds onto you tightly, you will be trapped in the Ye family for a lifetime. If I and the prince maintain a good relationship with the Su family, you may live in peace, but if not, based on Ye Feiran's thoughts, the future of the Su family was indeed worrisome. Madame Ye chuckled lightly and, do you believe a woman cannot survive without a man? Ever since I learned of his dealings with Qin Wanshi, I have been planning. Currently, most of the Ye family's assets are in my control. Even in a divorce, I intend to strip Ye Qingze of everything, until he has nothing left. That will be my mercy towards him. The Empress Dowager could not help but exclaim, now that is the spirit of my Su family's children. How could we allow ourselves to be bullied so easily? But how does Yenner plan to proceed? Finally shedding tears, Madame Ye knelt before the Empress Dowager. Aunt, I may disappoint you. The Empress Dowager approached to support her, instantly grasping her niece's intent, and sighed, If you are determined to act, then do so. I will ensure your safety with the emperor. Moreover, matters of the court require discernment. If marrying a princess could restrain the Duke Jingwa's household, what need is there for such a vast court? Between the aunt and niece, no further words were necessary. They understood each other's thoughts in silence. Meanwhile, the noble ladies of the capital had begun to arrive one after another, including the daughters of high-ranking officials, princesses, and even the favored consort Yu. These guests honored the Empress Dowager by braving the heavy snow to attend the banquet. Notably, consort Yu had brought along the fourth prince, accompanied by his two favored companions, Suyushi and Ye Feiran. Ye Feiran found Ye Feiran rather irritating, for the reincarnated young master seemed to exude an aura of brilliance wherever he went. On the other hand, Suyushi appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation with the fourth prince, though their topics remained unknown. The fourth prince appeared refined and elegant, his demeanor pleasing, closely resembling the emperor. Ye Feiran mused, this fourth prince is indeed talented. He can compose poetry effortlessly, and his paintings have garnered praise from Master-me. However, ruling as an emperor is not merely about talent. Without decisive measures, how could one possibly deter the vile and wicked? He remembered that in the original narrative, the fourth prince became a puppet of Ye Feiran after ascending the throne, with Ye Feiran colluding with the Duke Jingwa's household. The story concluded with Ye Feiran being granted the title of a prince, leaving the fate of Daning under the fourth prince's rule uncertain. Personally, he felt it would not end well. The book mentioned that Daning was surrounded by wolves, particularly with the northern Liao and eastern Yi showing signs of uniting against Daning. By that time, the Su family army had been entirely eradicated by Ye Feiran, leaving only a few thousand of the 5th Miss forces, which he deemed insignificant. If conflict arose then, Daning would likely find itself utterly defenseless. The 6th prince, fully aware of Ye Feiran's thoughts, empathized deeply. He himself perished at the age of 12 under the curse of the divine poison, trampled by horses. That was the public narrative. Yet in truth, he had not died, but was rescued by the remnants of the Su family and quietly taken to the mountains to recuperate. Due to being afflicted with the divine poison and having been disfigured by the trampling, no one in this world could recognize him. Nevertheless, he traveled throughout Daning with the Su family's old guard, witnessing the harsh realities of life and death and bearing witness to Daning's downfall. Looking at the youthful fourth prince before him, he appeared spirited and well-favored. Yet who could have foreseen that the very person who would later claim to support him would, upon the invasion of troops, be the first to surrender his head in a bid to save his own life? Had it not been for the Imperial Guard Suyushi sacrificing her life to seize it, he feared he would not have even retained a complete corpse. The 6th prince closed his eyes. The cries of the people and the sight of dismembered limbs flooded back into his mind. When he reopened his eyes, his resolve had solidified immensely. In stark contrast, Ye Feiran was all excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he observed the unfolding events. Perceiving not people, but rather bright opportunities, the minister's wife secretly bestowed a piece of land to her brother, only to be discovered by the minister, who forced her to take her personal maid as a concubine. Oh dear, the younger brother of the Minister of Works wants to seek a position from him. He drunkenly boasted he could facilitate it, and now he is troubled on how to refuse. Ha! The Academy's reader accidentally stepped on a prince's foot. He has been fretting over it for days. Every time he thinks about it, his face flushes. Wait a moment, the Academy's reader. Isn't that my cousin? Whose foot did he step on? Turning around, he spotted Prince Luo, sword in hand, approaching through the snowflakes, causing Su Yulan to hastily hide. Ye Feiran, is his face really that thin? The 6th prince, overhearing the heartfelt musings of the young autumn, was struck by a wave of embarrassment. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that only family could hear these inner thoughts at such moments. Otherwise, it would surely lead to collective awkwardness. Suddenly, he became aware of something else. Why had he been categorized among the family? His ears flushed slightly, and his inherent fondness for the Su family deepened his affection for Ye Feiran. Fortunately, the weather was favorable, after a spell of light snow. The sun broke through at noon, casting a radiant glow on the red plums, creating a breathtaking scene of snow-draped peaks. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Ye Feiran was swathed in a soft fox fur cloak. The sunlight illuminated her delicate face, allowing her to experience the majestic beauty of the ancient landscape for the first time. A voice called out from nearby, announcing the arrival of young Master Wang Er. Following the gazes of the crowd, Ye Feiran beheld young Master Wang, resplendent in a white brocade robe, clearly having dressed up for the matchmaking banquet. Upon his arrival, Duke Jing had specifically advised him, given that the emperor intended to betroth the 3rd princess to you, do not hesitate. The Duke's household has a reputation to uphold. We must make prudent choices. However, there is no need for concern. Once the fourth prince ascends the throne, the Duke's household will have the liberty to act as it pleases. Wang Qi merely chuckled derisively, stating, ultimately, my life is dictated by my father. I shall do as he wishes. Duke Jing, incensed, shattered a cup, denouncing him as unfilial and lamenting that even his elder brother could surpass him by a considerable margin. Wang Qi refrained from arguing, instead donning the attire prepared by his mother for this farcical matchmaking event, which everyone knew to be little more than a spectacle. The elderly matriarch of the Su family awaited his arrival, and upon seeing him, she approached with a benevolent smile, asking, "Is this my dear Che?" Wang Qi, displaying proper etiquette, stepped forward and greeted her. Wang Qi, I wish you well, esteemed matriarch. She nodded in acknowledgement. Rise, dear. Ronger is already waiting in the flower hall. Come, let us go meet her. Wang Qi complied respectfully, following the matriarch to the warm flower hall to meet Princess Rongan outside. Noble women and young ladies praised Wang Qi, marveling at how the seemingly gnarled tree of the Duke Jing bore such remarkably handsome fruit. Laughter erupted among the young ladies, likely amused by the metaphor. Someone remarked, you may not know, but this young master, though registered under the name of the legitimate wife, is not actually her biological son. Ye Feiran, intrigued, began to delve into the tale of Wang Qi, and soon uncovered the truth. Wang Qi's biological mother was the renowned courtesan Jin Shushui, famed in the capital. It was no wonder that such talent arose from her lineage. Jin Shushui, known for her extraordinary beauty and skill, had been forced into a union with Duke Jing, and after giving birth to Wang Qi, she succumbed to despair and entrusted him to his stepmother's care. Per Wang Qi, possessing both beauty and talent, was well versed in poetry, martial arts, and the arts, and had even earned the title of Jinshi in the palace examination, with a promising future ahead. Yet, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, and the final outcome remains uncertain. The sixth prince, listening to Ye Feiran's thoughts, sighed and addressed Yin Shu, bring a bowl of syrup water. Yin Shu promptly brought him a bowl of syrup water, and it was then that Lady Yu noticed Ye Feiran's lips had become chapped again. Perhaps due to his exclusive consumption of formula milk, which tends to generate heat, his lips frequently suffered. The sixth prince was concerned that he might be unwell. During his own dark days of recovery, the old members of the Su family had cared for him with meticulous attention, ensuring he never felt even the slightest discomfort. In this life, he fought for his country, to repay his debts of gratitude, and to fulfill that small selfish desire nestled in his heart. He lifted the bowl, spooned some syrup water, and gently fed it to Ye Feiran, his voice tender. Drink more water, and you want tea. Suffer from heat. Ye Feiran savored the sweet water and beamed a smile at the sixth prince, which was sweeter than the syrup itself. At that moment, the matchmaking scene in the flower hall grew somewhat awkward. Wang Qi was naturally taciturn, and Princess Rongan had no feelings for him. Although she was surprised by his striking appearance, she found it unsettling that a man could possess such beauty akin to a maiden. After much contemplation, she realized she still favored Yu Qingze, who exuded maturity and charm, unlike the boorish young master from Belial. With these thoughts in mind, the third princess grew impatient with Wang Qi. Rising, she declared, Young master, this engagement is as it stands. I see no need for further discussion. His Majesty will issue a decree regarding our marriage in due time, and we shall proceed with the wedding. There is no point in pretending for the sake of appearances. I am weary and wish to take a stroll. You need not accompany me. Wang Qi stood and bowed. As you wish, princess. Princess Rongan, irritated by Wang Qi's lack of assertiveness, decided to visit the garden where the warm spring begonia was cultivated. However, upon opening the door to the inner courtyard, she was suddenly embraced from behind, a rough stubble brushing against her cheek. Recognizing the familiar scent of the man, her spirits lifted instantly. She turned to face him, exclaiming, Lord Yi, what brings you here? Ye Qingze, with a hint of reproach in his tone, replied, Your matchmaking banquet is known throughout the capital. How could I bear to remain at ease? Princess Rongan chuckled lightly. Are you jealous, my lord? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering in her ear. What do you think? In the plum garden, Lady Yi cradled Ye Feiran, who was alert to the unfolding drama, sensing the arrival of his dubious father. Oh, the scoundrel father has arrived. How bold of him to come and rendezvous with the princess. With a smile playing on her lips, Lady Yi mused to herself whether she would once again have to play the role of the detective. However, given the events of the previous encounter, she preferred to approach this matter with subtlety. as she could not afford to arouse suspicion by always taking the lead. After a moment's thought, she beckoned to Yihong and whispered something in her ear. Yihong nodded and promptly exited the plum garden, heading toward the Ye family's villa. Chapter 34. The women attending the banquet grew increasingly restless, eager to witness the interaction between the princess and her prospective match. Yet, they were met with disappointment as the princess remained elusive. When young Master Wang finally appeared, he was alone and immediately sought out his fellow scholars for conversation. The scholars, acutely aware of the atmosphere, refrained from offering congratulations, particularly those who had visited the Ye family villa to witness the flower festival, their expressions fluctuating between joy and melancholy. The solitary princess residing in the Ye family villa, particularly in the Warm Spring Villa, inevitably raised eyebrows. They had heard whispers circulating about her circumstances, prompting sympathy for their fellow scholar. However, Wang Qi felt no sorrow. He maintained his composure, engaging with Su Yulan and the others, seemingly unfazed by their differing appointments. Particularly, Su Yulan had been granted the esteemed title of 6th-rank reader, a position far superior to that of the average Jinshi. Wang Qi held a deep admiration for Su Yulan, particularly for some of his perspectives. He remarked, "I have heard that you, Brother Su, possess remarkable insights into the realm of elementary education. I must confess, I have established a charity school in the outskirts of the capital, and I am in dire need of a collection of textbooks. If you are interested, would you be willing to accompany me for a collaborative study?" At present, Su Yulan served as a reader in the Hamlin Academy, responsible for the editing and compilation of classical texts, and he also imparted knowledge of the classics and history to the royal princes, making his expertise in elementary education particularly relevant. Although Su Yulan harbored little fondness for the Wang family, he found his interactions with the second young master of the Wang family to be unexpectedly pleasant. On the contrary, Wang Qi's passion for philanthropy resonated with Mr. Ji, leading them to jointly establish a women's elementary education program, which earned Su Yulan's respect for him. Su Yulan inclined his body slightly and said, "I would be most willing to assist. Coincidentally, I possess a set of meticulously compiled elementary education texts, perfectly suited for the enlightenment of children. Shall I send them to you tomorrow?" Wang Qi expressed his delight. "That would be splendid. However, I kindly ask that you deliver them to Mr. Ji of Xinglin Alley. My father does not permit me to engage in such matters. I generally entrust them to Mr. Ji, providing only financial support. In truth, it is Mr. Ji who is the true initiator of this charity school." Su Yulan, aware of his aunt's amicable relationship with Mr. Ji, readily agreed, stating, "Then I shall deliver the texts to Mr. Ji tomorrow." Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a piercing shout erupted from outside. "There's a flood! A flood! Come quickly! The neighboring courtyard is inundated." The noble women of the capital, who were partaking in a feast, immediately turned their gazes towards the commotion and were startled to witness thick plumes of black smoke rising from a nearby estate, unmistakably indicating a fire. Lady Su, upon seeing this, hastily sought out Lady Yi, grasping her arm and exclaiming, "Sister, is that not the Yi family's courtyard?" Lady Yi, cradling her child Ye Feiran, replied, "Indeed it is. How could there be a flood? Quick, who among you has brought servants? Ladies, please lend a hand." Upon hearing this, the old dowager Su hurried out as well, her face filled with urgency as she declared, "Hurry, saving a fire is akin to saving a life. Everyone, come to help." With the old dowager's command, everyone sprang into action, and Prince Luo, along with a group of men, rushed to fetch buckets of water. However, upon arriving at the Yi estate, they found the gates firmly locked and could not push them open, even with several servants working together. Prince Luo stepped forward and inquired, "What is the matter? Why can we not enter?" The fire at the Yi estate had captured the attention of the noblewomen, who were eager for a spectacle. The burning of the Yi family's courtyard was a source of entertainment for the otherwise mundane lives of these noblewomen. They crowded in front of the estate, exchanging whispers. The Yi family is indeed prone to misfortune. After such a scandal last time, now their courtyard is on fire. Word had it that the Yi family's courtyard had cost a substantial sum. Once, the Yi family had been among the wealthiest merchants in the capital, boasting rare exotic birds and even a precious hot spring within their estate. Isn't Lady Yi fortunate to have married into such wealth? Yet, Mr. Yi is rather a rogue. Is he not? What good fortune is that? Marrying a merchant's son, one would think he would be wary of General Su's reputation. Yet he is no different from a fickle lover. One cannot entirely dismiss the Yi family. Did not Lady Yi just receive the esteemed title of a first-rank noblewoman? When we meet her, we must pay our respects. Do not mistake this title for a blessing. She received it only due to the foolishness of the sixth prince. Did you see him? Though handsome, he cannot utter a word. He stands there like a frozen statue. If he remains in such a dazed state, perhaps it is for the best. But if he were to... The noblewoman did not finish her sentence, for those in the know understood the implications. As the flames at the Ye estate grew fiercer, Prince Luo finally took action, shouting, "Everyone, step aside." The servants immediately cleared a path, and Prince Luo sprinted forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the grand entrance of the Ye estate. Ye Feiran internally cheered, "Your Highness is magnificent. Your Highness is incredible. Your Highness is imposing." The sixth prince's lips twitched slightly, realizing that Prince Luo preferred a display of strength. Prince Luo, mentally rolling his eyes, thought, "If any of you wish to kick down doors in the future, please remember to summon me. I am quite the professional." Ye Feiran chimed in, "Indeed." The professional door-kicking service. When the door swung open, they discovered two maids lying unconscious on the ground, none other than Chun'er and Dong'er, who served the third princess. Prince Luo immediately ordered his men to assist Chun'er and Dong'er, intending to awaken them to discern what had transpired. A splash of cold water revived them, while others rushed to extinguish the fire. Curiosity piqued among the noblewomen as they learned that Chun'er and Dong'er had collapsed in the Ye estate, and they flocked closer to investigate. When Dong'er regained consciousness, she was still somewhat dazed but managed to respond to Prince Luo's inquiries by shaking her head, claiming she could not recall the events. Chun'er, however, was far more frantic. Upon seeing the raging fire, she exclaimed in a panic, "Quick, we must save the fire. The princess is still in the hot spring." The noblewomen, upon hearing this, dashed towards the main courtyard, disregarding the fire in their haste. As they ran, they chattered excitedly. "Isn't it extraordinary? Shouldn't the third princess be in the plum garden with the second young master? How did she end up in the Ye estate's hot spring? A solitary princess, visiting the estate of a married man to soak in a hot spring. This is scandalous. Have you forgotten the rumors that circulated about the third princess? While gossip flies, who knows what is true? How many of those rumors have been proven accurate? I say, where there is smoke, there is fire. Those rumors may not be unfounded." Chun'er and Dong'er hurried into the main courtyard, only to find the door barred. Prince Luo, with no alternative, began to force his way in, one door at a time. Fortunately, the blaze only engulfed a side room, though it had scorched part of the main building. Strangely, the door to the main room was locked from the outside, and Prince Luo sensed something was amiss. Yet, he did not alert others, and simply kicked the door open. Upon entry, they were met with the sight of the third princess and a man, both coughing from the smoke, their hair disheveled and clothes drenched, anxiously awaiting an escape. Lady Yi, holding Ye Feiran, instantly recognized Yi Chengze and gasped, furrowing her brow, "Husband, did you not say you had matters to attend to in court today? Why are you here?" Turning, she caught sight of the soot-covered third princess and feigned ignorance, pointing accusatorily, "Well, one Wanshi is not enough. You have taken another woman into the courtyard? Pray tell, are you not afraid of fathering another child?" The eyes of the onlooking noblewomen widened in shock. "Oh my." Chun'er and Dong'er trembled in fear, uncertain whether to approach or retreat in the presence of so many noblewomen. Meanwhile, the princess, chilled to the bone and soaked from head to toe in the winter air, could not help but let out a pair of loud sneezes. She decided to cast aside her pretense and pointed at the two palace maids, exclaiming, "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and bring me the quilt and cloak." Only then did Dong'er and Chun'er react, swiftly wrapping the third princess in the cloak and quilt, providing her with a semblance of warmth. Lady Yi feigned astonishment, her eyes wide as she turned to Yi Chengze, demanding, "Princess Rongin? How could it be you?" The princess, having resigned herself, acknowledged that everyone was already aware of the situation. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she declared, "And if it is me, what then? What will you do?" Lady Yi clutched her chest, struggling to hold back tears, and pointed accusingly at Yi Chengze, saying, "But he is your uncle. How can you be involved with him?" The princess scoffed, "What uncle? Do you really think that just because I call you aunt, you truly are my aunt? I have feelings for Lord Yi, and he reciprocates my affections. What is wrong with that?" Lady Yi, both infuriated and amused by the young girl, retorted, "Do you not know he already has a wife and a concubine, along with legitimate and illegitimate sons? The emperor has even decided to betroth you to the second son of the Wang family, and today is your matchmaking banquet." The princess replied, "I am aware. But has he ever asked if I am willing? Does he truly believe I am ignorant of the reasons? In my father's eyes, I have never existed as his daughter. Originally, it was the second princess who was to marry into the northern Liao, but due to her mother being the empress, I became the chosen one. Now, I must sacrifice my happiness for the stability of the court and marry someone I have never even met. Fine, I agree. I am merely a tool for my father's political ambitions, and I have no complaints. But even heaven cannot bear to witness this. Now you all know. I would like to ask Lord Wang, would you still wish to marry a princess who has been with one man and then another? Among the crowd, the second son of the Wang family, holding a water bucket, was taken aback. His intention had merely been to fulfill his father's wishes, to act as a pawn, to distance himself from the Wang family, and continue his educational pursuits. At least this would provide him an excuse to avoid returning home and focus on his career. Who would have thought the princess harbored such resentment? He was not unreasonable. Since the princess was unwilling, he would never force her. Wang Qi finally regained his composure and stated, "Since the princess has affections for another, I shall withdraw my proposal to the emperor." The princess mocked, "You are quite reasonable. Am I to thank you for this? No, I should thank this fire. If not for it, I would have never had the courage to fight for my own path. Instead of watching my future be buried in this political marriage." Ye Feiran's voice echoed in the chaotic crowd, "But you are entrusting your heart to the wrong person. He already has a wife and a concubine. Do you wish to become his secondary wife?" The princess instinctively responded, as a dignified princess. "Who would dare to make me a secondary wife? If Aunt Sue does not mind, then I shall be the primary wife." Lady Yi laughed in disbelief, asking, "You wish to be Yi Qing's primary wife?" The princess replied, "No, I shall be the rightful wife. You can be the secondary." Lady Yi found this amusing, thinking that the third princess, spoiled by those around her, truly believed she could have anything she desired. Yet outwardly, she feigned exasperation, pointing at Yi Qingze, saying, "Husband, you tell them, is this your intention?" Yi Qingze had his own thoughts. The situation had unfolded too suddenly, catching him off guard. He too was puzzled, wondering why. Despite 2 secret encounters being discovered by Su Haoyan, they had occurred in full view of everyone. Did she have spies planted around him? Ye Feiran mused that his father was not entirely foolish, knowing that his mother was fully aware of his whereabouts. Yi Qingze wished to keep the matter from escalating further and approached the Empress Dowager Su, bowing respectfully, and said, "Your Highness, this matter concerns the dignity of the royal family. Should we not discuss it privately?" The onlooking women began to fidget with anticipation, recalling how they had been sent away last time just when things were getting interesting. However, the Empress Dowager understood that the matter had reached a point where it needed to be resolved behind closed doors. Yet, she had a hint of selfishness and turned to her niece, asking, "Yuner, what do you think?" Su Haoyan glanced at the crowd outside. Seemingly unwilling to open the door this time, she stepped outside and declared loudly, "Here, I, Su Haoyan, swear. Taking a concubine is acceptable, but a primary wife is out of the question. If Yi Qingze truly wishes to marry the princess, then I, Su Haoyan, will have to part ways with him. I will not yield an inch, even if this reaches the emperor." After saying this, she embraced Ye Feiran, took the 6th prince by the hand, and without casting another glance at Yi Qingze and the 3rd princess, instructed Yi Hong and Yi Chui to prepare the carriage and departed down the mountain. The 3rd princess, feeling a surge of righteous indignation, thought she was fighting against the injustice of fate, believing she had done nothing wrong. She shouted towards the carriage, "In that case, Aunt, prepare to make way. I will go to see Father Emperor today. Even if it costs me my life, I shall marry Chenglang." Hidden among the crowd, Qin Wanqi was so furious she felt she might choke. Her eyes widened with rage as she watched the disheveled 3rd princess and Yi Qingze, thinking, "Have I wasted 7 years only to make a wedding dress for someone else?" Clutching a branch of plum blossoms, she snapped it in 2. This matter could not end here. "You think marrying Yi Qingze is so easy? I will see if you can afford the price." Chapter 35. On her way back, Lady Yi felt anything but lighthearted. Instead, a heavy burden weighed upon her. She had no fondness for her 10-year marriage. Rather, she felt utterly exhausted from the years of sacrifice, and escaping this torment was now an urgent necessity. It was precisely for this reason that she feared if her plans went awry. Both she and her son would not only fail to escape but would also attract a world of trouble. Ye Feiran quietly comforted her. Alas, mother must be heartbroken. Who encounters such a scoundrel without misfortune? Yet this may not be entirely a bad thing. The princess will not permit him to escape unscathed, nor will she allow him to enjoy the benefits of both worlds. Should he marry the princess, his household will certainly become lively. Just wait and see the drama unfold. Evildoers eventually meet their comeuppance. The princess is willingly jumping into the fire and will not have a sweet ending. Meanwhile, she had unknowingly consumed a considerable amount of contraceptive medicine, which was harmful in the long run, perhaps leaving her unable to conceive for life. Lady Ye had suffered for 9 years due to the machinations of the Qin family, resulting in only this one child. Hearing her son's words, Lady Ye felt her spirits lift slightly, and she then heard the 6th prince say, "Mother, in the future, I will protect you. Please do not be sad. I will grow strong." The 6th prince struggled to speak, but made an effort to comfort her. She looked at her son in her arms and then at her other son beside her. Unable to hold back her tears, she embraced them both and wept. In the days that followed, Su Haoyun would often reflect on this period as the darkest time for the Su family and herself. Yet thankfully, there was still light in her life, her sons, her adopted son, and the Su family as her support. Madame Yi intended to return to the Su family, yet upon reflection, she realized that all her silver and belongings lay within the Yi family. If she did not return to oversee them, would she not be allowing that unscrupulous Qin Wanshi to benefit? Although the jade headpiece had been returned, it would be distasteful if she were to be undermined during her impending separation from Yi Qingze. Everything that rightfully belonged to her must be reclaimed in full for the Su family. Upon her return to the Yi residence, Madame Yi first inspected her dowry cabinet, only to discover that the city defense map was indeed missing. Pretending to be oblivious, she merely let out a cold laugh and instructed Yi Hong to secure the courtyard door, for she had no desire to encounter the loathsome Yi Qingze. At that moment, Yi Qingze had yet to return. Grand Dowager Su had dismissed the noble ladies of the capital and hurried back to the Prince of Luo's estate. The princess, drenched and cold, took 3 charcoal braziers before she finally began to warm up, yet she still caught a chill and could not stop sneezing. As she looked at Yi Qingze, who remained by her side, a warm smile graced her face. "I know that Chen Lang is loyal and affectionate towards me. Thank you for always being by my side." In truth, Yi Qingze felt utterly distressed, fearing that this affair would significantly impact his future, potentially ruining his career. However, at present, the priority was to placate the princess. Should his career falter, at least with the princess by his side, even a powerless title would pave the way for his son. Yi Qichen sent a message from the palace, stating that he had gained the trust of the 4th prince, and urged Yi Qingze to wholeheartedly assist him while fostering a good relationship with the Duke Jingwe's household. He was uncertain if he could maintain control over this situation. Yet, according to his analysis, this could hardly be deemed unfavorable for the Duke Jingwe, who did not wish for his son to wed the princess. By intervening, would not the emperor's plans be thwarted? Yi Qingze calculated in his mind while outwardly continuing to express concern for the princess. "What are you saying, Rong? Between us, there is no need for thanks. Besides, it was I who put you in this predicament, and I must take responsibility for your future." At last, the princess's eyes sparkled with hope as she grasped Yi Qingze's hand, asking, "Cheng Lang, are you truly willing to take responsibility for me? Will you marry me?" Yi Qingze pondered before responding, "I would willingly do so 1,000 times over, but I fear the emperor may not consent. Moreover, having disrupted the emperor's grand designs, I may face demotion, and most of the Yi family riches are now under my wife's control. The days ahead may prove difficult for you, Your Highness." The princess huffed. "What, Your Highness? In my father's eyes, I am no princess, merely a lowly pawn to be given away at will." Yi Qingze interjected, "Princess, you must not demean yourself in such a manner. You are of noble lineage, far beyond what I could ever deserve." The princess replied, with Chenglong's words, "I find contentment. Rest assured, I will handle matters with my father." That night, Grand Dowager Su entered the palace and recounted everything to the emperor. Furious, he was not only incensed over the princess, but also distressed by the disruption it caused to Su Haoyun's family. Grand Dowager Su remained steadfast, for this was her first time discussing family matters with the emperor, as it involved the 3rd princess and state affairs. She sighed, "Your Majesty, my hasty retreat years ago was to ensure you had a clean and manageable court. Had I known you were to face such treachery, I would not have stepped aside so soon. Yet, I am now advanced in age and wish to enjoy the blessings of my descendants. With Tanger's marriage still unresolved, I find solace in my niece's filial devotion. Witnessing her suffering, I, as her aunt, can no longer remain indifferent." Such wisdom was veiled within her words, leaving the emperor pondering. However, being a benevolent ruler, he cherished Grand Dowager Su as a mother and approached her, saying, "Mother, please do not allow this matter to distress you. Should anything happen to you, I would bear the blame eternally." Understanding his filial piety, she waved her hand. "It is their affair. I ought not to interfere. Haoyun is my niece, and Rongan is my granddaughter. How do you intend to address this matter? The emperor, caught in a dilemma, responded, I would like to hear your thoughts, mother. After a moment of contemplation, Grand Dowager Su suggested, historically, women have had little agency. Perhaps you should also consider Rongan's perspective. Having returned from the marriage alliance with Belial, she is burdened with grievances. You have also pledged her to the Duke Ginggua's household. As a daughter, she has already repaid her debts of gratitude twice. Were I in her position, I too would harbor thoughts. However, the path she chooses is hers alone, and if she falters, she must not blame others. Her intentions were clear. Leaning towards supporting Princess Rongan, the emperor, puzzled, inquired, Are you truly willing to see Miss Su suffer? Grand Dowager Su smiled. Your Majesty might also inquire about Haoyun's views. As a kind ruler, you would never impose against their will. If both sides have desires, it would be better to fulfill their wishes. The emperor nodded, realizing that Grand Dowager Su had likely already made her decision. That night, Yichengza braved the wind and snow to return to the Ye family. But finding Madame Ye's courtyard inaccessible, he sought refuge with Qin Wanshi. Qin Wanshi, with tear-stained eyes, bore a beauty that tugged at Yichengza's heartstrings. He embraced her gently, whispering, My relationship with Princess Rongan is not as you imagine. My feelings for you are genuine. My interactions with the princess are merely a charade. This was the truth. As he had approached Princess Rongan with ulterior motives, never intending for matters to escalate to this point. Contemplating, he realized he had fallen into Su Haoyun's trap. The suspicious fire had come unexpectedly, and even Chun'er and Dong'er had been knocked unconscious. It must have been the doing of Su Haoyun's two martial maidservants. With tears glistening, Qin Wanshi nestled into Yichengza's embrace, shaking her head as she spoke. My lord may favor whomever he wishes. I shall not obstruct him. I only hope there remains a place in your heart for me. If I could have you visit my courtyard a couple of times a month, I would be utterly content. What man could resist the charm of such understanding and compassionate woman? Yichengza felt his heart soften as he held her close, saying, I know you feel wronged, but please endure. This situation will not last forever. Qin Wanshi nodded, harboring her own thoughts, and replied, My lord, I am but a humble woman, lacking in insight, yet I am wholeheartedly devoted to you. If you truly marry the princess, even if you are granted a title, it would be a mere fade, devoid of real power. Would you truly wish to marry the princess and occupy a position of no significance? Yichengza was indeed reluctant. After pondering, he replied, This matter is indeed tricky at present. However, you need not worry. Not all consorts are barred from holding office. The former dynasty's legitimate princess consort wielded real power as General Shui, whose son was even granted a marquisate. I believe there must be some room for negotiation in this matter. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, who had been eavesdropping, chuckled, You are of the Duke Jinghua lineage. The emperor marrying the princess to you wouldn't strip you of your position, would it? Are you expecting him to allow you to continue undermining his family? Madame Ye secretly scoffed, pondering whether all good fortune in the world was destined solely for one person. Coincidentally, Qin Wanshi harbored similar thoughts. She embraced Yichengza's neck and softly murmured, In truth, this matter is not without resolution. Yichengza inquired, Oh, what thoughts does Wan'er possess? Qin Wanshi replied, If the princess is willing to relinquish her royal status and marry the master as a commoner, then the master could still serve in the court, could he not? Yichengza was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Wan'er, you are truly my wise companion. Not only are you willing to be a concubine, but you also consider my interests at every turn. How can I express my gratitude? Meanwhile, Ye Feiran sighed, remarking, Do you see it now, third princess? This is the man you have set your sights on. Yet, it seems you have brought this upon yourself. Some lessons can only be learned through hardship. In some respects, the third princess was indeed a victim, yet she lacked the proper worldview. Madame Yi paid little heed to the disputes in Yichengza's household. With two women like them together, peace was certainly unattainable. Qin Wanshi believed that if the princess forsook her status to become a commoner, she would be able to stand on equal footing with her. However, she was unaware that even if the princess relinquished her title, she still had a mother who was a consort. Moreover, it was said that consort Liang was presently with child, and should she bear a prince, the princess would ascend in status, leaving Qin Wanshi, a mere concubine, in a position of insignificance. To put it another way, the emperor's own daughter, even without her title, could not be subjected to mistreatment. Nonetheless, Qin Wanshi's suggestion intrigued Yichengza, though he found it difficult to broach the subject with the princess. Ideally, it would be most fitting for Madame Yu to intervene, to persuade her to accept the position as a primary wife and relinquish her royal identity. However, There was no way Madame Ye would act in such a manner. Prompting Qin Wanqi to volunteer to directly persuade the princess. Ye Feiran, engrossed in the unfolding drama, thought to herself, my mother's cousin is truly audacious. What could she possibly seek? If she wished for something, it was likely the unwillingness to part with the glory and wealth of a third-rank noble. She had previously endured the hardships of being a family subjected to confiscation and servitude. She did not wish to live such a life even for a single day. Only after arriving at the Ye household did she begin to experience a semblance of a normal life. Although Ye Qingze was unworthy, he was easily placated, and with Ye Qichan as a son, she believed that one day she would attain what she desired. The jest regarding the Ye family continued to circulate among the elite circles of the capital for several days, eventually reaching a point where even the officials began to discuss the matter. The emperor, unable to remain idle, personally intervened by annulling the engagement between Wang Qi and Princess Rong'an in the court. This news delighted Duke Jinghua, as it indicated that his son could again secure a pivotal position within the court. To quell the uproar, the emperor had to take matters into his own hands. Summoning Princess Rong'an, Madame Ye, and Ye Qingze, Ye Qingze expressed remorse, attributing his actions to overwhelming emotions and requesting that the emperor demote him and strip him of his position as a form of punishment. The third princess could not bear to see him suffer and immediately knelt before the emperor, tearfully pleading, "Father, this is all my fault. If it were not for that great fire, I would have ended things with him. Who could have foreseen such an accident? We were forced to make our private affair public. It was I who seduced him. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. My life is already ruined. I may as well die before you." As she spoke, she attempted to throw herself against a pillar, but was swiftly caught by the pregnant consort Liang, who embraced her tightly. Consort Liang, with her substantial belly, also knelt before the emperor, imploring, "Your Majesty, Rong'an has already been wed once. She has fulfilled her duty to the country and honored her father. Why must you compel her to marry someone she does not love? If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live either." The emperor, feeling helpless, turned to her and asked, "Rong'an, as a princess, you have lived a life of luxury since childhood. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you are unlikely to experience hardship. You have received these privileges and must therefore pay the necessary price. Have you considered your elder and second sisters? Which of them married for love?" Although the second princess had escaped a political marriage, she was still forced to marry a disabled hero. As for the eldest princess, her marriage was a calculated choice by Duke Jinghua to solidify his influence in the court. Consort Liang could not bear to see her daughter suffer further and crawled to the emperor, saying, "But your Majesty, Rong'an has already been married once. Surely, you cannot continue to cause her heartache? A woman marrying twice is already a taboo, especially when both unions were for the sake of the court. Rong'an is your own daughter. How can you bear to see her humiliated repeatedly?" The emperor, glancing at Consort Liang's belly, ultimately relented, gesturing for two eunuchs to assist her to her feet. He then turned to the composed Madame Ye and asked, "Very well, Miss Su, as the aggrieved party, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Holding her 4-month-old son, Ye Feiran, in her arms, Madame Ye contemplated whether her turn had finally come. Taking a deep breath, she responded, "Your Majesty, if heaven allows for the fulfillment of wishes, I too am willing to retreat and yield." The emperor, taken aback, asked, "Oh, what does Miss Su imply?" Madame Ye clarified, "I wish to part ways with Ye Qingze and wish him a long and happy life with the third princess." Although Madame Ye had proclaimed such intentions before the noble ladies, Ye Qingze had never believed she would truly act upon them. Firstly, there was Ye Feiran, their legitimate son. And secondly, what would it mean for a woman to seek separation? Few women who had sought such a course found happiness in remarriage. However, the emperor did not turn to Ye Qingze, but instead inquired of Madame Ye, "I suspect Miss Su has her own plans. This cannot merely be about separation, can it?" Madame Ye smiled gently and replied, "Your Majesty, you possess keen insight. I do indeed have intentions. I have been married to Ye Qingze for 10 years and have borne him a legitimate son, Ye Feiran. Yet he has repeatedly wronged me. I am willing to graciously accept his taking of concubines. But I can hardly envision a life of equality with the princess or even a position beneath her in the household. Your Majesty, I am the daughter of a general. You understand the temperament of the Su family. Had Ye Qingze not promised me that he would never take concubines, I would not have married a merchant's son. Now he has betrayed that trust, and my request for separation is entirely reasonable." The emperor nodded and directly asked, "Miss Su, what are your conditions?" He clarified, "I will serve merely as a mediator in this matter and will not make decisions for you. Madame Ye thought to herself that this was indeed fortuitous. Since the emperor invited her to speak, she would not hold back. It is quite simple. I will take Feiran with me, and naturally, the assets under his name will belong to him, but I too will take my share. Ye Qingze was taken aback and immediately interjected. Are you planning to strip the entire Ye family bare? Madame Ye retorted coldly. Strip bare? Is Feiran not the legitimate heir of the Ye family? These possessions have never left the Ye family. He will inherit the legacy of the Ye family. Is there anything wrong with transferring the family wealth to the legitimate heir? Moreover, I am considering Feiran's future. Should the princess enter the household and bear a legitimate son, what Feiran would receive would be far less than this. The emperor comprehended her reasoning and responded with a thoughtful before asking Madame Ye, what if these conditions cannot be met? Madame Ye replied with a light laugh. Please forgive my boldness, Your Majesty. The descendants of the Su family would rather shatter than remain whole. I do not seek death, but I would willingly retreat to the mountains as a nun, living out my remaining days in solitude with the light of a single lamp and the Buddha. The emperor turned his gaze towards Princess Ronan and inquired, Ranger, what are your thoughts? At that moment, the princess, consumed by her infatuation, could think of nothing but her desire to be with Ye Qingze, whom she deemed the finest man in existence, believing none could surpass him. With a cold laugh, she retorted, such trivial matters are mere external possessions. If she desires them, let her have them. The young princess had never harbored concerns about wealth. She had always enjoyed the finest of luxuries, and the emperor showed no favoritism among his children. Each of his concubines had what the legitimate consort's eldest daughter possessed. The emperor began to reflect on whether he had been overly indulgent with his offspring. Ye Feiran sighed, contemplating that every individual has their own fate, and even those raised in similar environments do not all develop with integrity. He could only hope that after facing adversity, the young princess would be able to rise again. Meanwhile, Ye Qingze was internally cursing, as the legacy of the Ye family had been built over 3 generations. It could not simply be relinquished. Having discussed with the Empress Dowager Su, who had suggested hearing out their thoughts, the emperor had now gathered sufficient insight. He then turned to Ye Qingze, stating, You have wronged my daughter. Under normal circumstances, I should punish you. However, the laws of daming do not set a precedent for penalizing officials based on personal matters. Thus, I shall act as an observer in this affair. Lord Ye, you are now aware of both women's sentiments. The choice is yours. If you still harbor feelings for Miss Su, I shall ensure Ronger is brought back to the palace under strict supervision. Should you choose Ronger, you must agree to Miss Su's terms and grant her a divorce. There is no rationale for wanting both. Should you marry the princess, your political career will effectively come to an end. I will confer upon you the title of Deputy General, a noble rank, which can still bring honor to your family. However, I implore you to treat my daughter kindly after marriage. I will not hold your previous unions against you, but should you take another wife in the future, consider your own standing. The pressure suddenly fell upon Ye Qingze, who realized he was being subjected to a trial by fire. If he desired a political career, he would have to bear the stigma of having wronged a princess, making future promotions nearly impossible unless he achieved remarkable feats. Although the family of the favored concubine was not particularly powerful, they were still a significant presence in court, and he would undoubtedly face suppression. Yet, if he chose the princess, he would lose a considerable portion of the Ye family's wealth, accumulated over 3 generations. How could he bear to part with that? Madame Ye understood her son's reluctance, but acknowledged that, as the emperor had stated, he could not expect to have all the good fortune. It was up to Ye Qingze to determine whether he prioritized the princess or wealth. After pondering for a brief moment, Ye Qingze ultimately resolved to choose the princess. Even if the title conferred upon him lacked real power, it was still a title. If he were to have a legitimate son, the child of a princess could certainly be granted a marquisate, thus paving the way for a career in the court. Moreover, if he could secure a legacy under the princess's name, that child would undoubtedly have a promising future. In the long run, marrying the princess was the more advantageous choice. Just as he was about to speak, he was taken aback as the princess knelt before the emperor, tears streaming down her face, and implored, Father, forgive your unfilial daughter. You once said that being born into a royal family means prioritizing the well-being of the common people and the stability of the nation. Thus, I must go into a political marriage to strengthen the court, without a word of complaint. I understand that being a princess may seem like a privilege to outsiders, but to me it is an inescapable shackle. I request that you bestow a marriage upon me that relinquishes my title as princess, allowing me to marry Chenglang as a commoner. The stunned reactions were not limited to the emperor and the favored concubine. Even Ye Feiran and Madame Ye were momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that Princess Rongan would genuinely forsake her royal status for Yi Qingze. Her heartfelt plea moved even Yi Qingze, as she continued, "Once I renounce my title, Cheng Lang can continue to serve in the court and fulfill his ambitions. As a mere woman, my status as a princess is inconsequential. What matters is that I can support my husband and nurture our children, which would bring me contentment in this life." Madame Yi remained stunned, pondering, "Your Highness, why would you go to such lengths? Even when I married Yi Qingze, it was for my own considerations. I sought stability, not merely the man himself. You ought to consider the dynamics of his household. Just that Qin Wanqi alone would be enough to give you pause. Moreover, whether you can bear children remains uncertain. Even I had to endure 9 years of hardships before I bore a child." Yet, Madame Yi refrained from voicing her concerns, knowing that the young princess must tread her own path to understand the consequences of her choices. The emperor, too, was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet it seemed he had his own deliberations. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Rongan, are you truly willing to relinquish your identity as a princess to marry Yi Qingze?" The princess resolutely nodded, responding, "Yes, I humbly request my father's approval." The pregnant favored concubine was left speechless, unsure how to advise her daughter on such a momentous decision, for renouncing a royal title was no trivial matter. Before she could intervene, the emperor unexpectedly acquiesced, saying, "Very well, since you are so resolute, I shall grant your wish. Regardless of whether you face hardship or mistreatment in the future, do not return to blame your father." Princess Rongan lifted her determined little face, assuring, "Father, rest assured. I shall not regret my decision. I believe my choice is correct, and he will treat me well, serving as my support in the latter half of my life. I only ask that you and mother take care of your health, for if I am not by your side, you must cherish yourselves even more." With this bow, the matter of Princess Rongan and Yi Qingze was decisively settled. At this juncture, Yi Qingze had no grounds for grievance and promptly chose the princess. Under the emperor's directive, he drafted the divorce papers for Miss Su and delineated the assets he would relinquish. Overall, aside from Madame Yi, all others remained silent. Even Ye Feiran's thoughts were subdued, for he recalled the last time he had witnessed Qin Wanqi persuading the princess to abandon her status, which had resulted in the princess and her two maids silencing her. Qin Wanqi dared not express her anger after being chastised. She could only endure while maintaining a semblance of civility. She argued, a man of ambition cannot hide beneath the skirts of a woman. If that were the case, he would no longer be the Yi Qingze you admire. The princess, being reasonable, would likely be willing to sacrifice for her husband. Ye Feiran admired Qin Wanqi's cunning, believing her talents were wasted outside of sales. The princess's decision opened Ye Feiran's eyes. Women in ancient times were often manipulated to the extent that they never considered the ramifications of relinquishing their titles. Should Yi Qingze prove unreliable? Would she possess the fortitude of Madame Yi to rectify her situation, ensuring a secure future for herself and her children? Thus, she plunged headlong into this decision, disregarding the potential hardships that lay ahead. On the return journey, Madame Yi encountered the procession of Empress Dowager Su and Prince Luo, who had specifically awaited her at the palace gates. Madame Yi had always believed herself to be strong, yet when she beheld the elderly Empress Dowager Su, she found herself unable to contain her emotions, weeping as she threw herself into her embrace. And the Empress Dowager enveloped her niece in a warm embrace, gently patting her back while sighing, "When you married, I mentioned that if life became unbearable, you could always return to me. As long as I am here, I shall advocate for you. You need not suffer in silence or make concessions. Back then, your father was still alive, and I was younger. Now a decade has passed. Your father died heroically in battle, and I have aged. Yet, I am grateful that my Yuner has grown up. To have made such a choice brings me both joy and heartache for you. Have you considered how you will live your life from now on?" Madame Yi wiped her tears but smiled as she replied, "And you need not worry for me. A phoenix must undergo trials by fire to be reborn. And I too have experienced a rebirth of sorts. I have Fea and Songer, 2 wonderful sons by my side. What more could I desire? As for how I shall live, from this day forth, I shall live for myself and my 2 sons. The identity of Madame Yi no longer exists. I am now Su Haoyan." The Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. "Very well, let us visit the Yi family once more. We shall gather your dowry and bring back all that is necessary." As they arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence, they unexpectedly encountered the Su family. Su Haoqing, Madame Su, Su Yulan, and Su Yushi were all present. At the same time, Yi Qing's official carriage approached the gate, and he felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing the gathering. Su Haoqing had a reputation for being quick to violence. He had been on the receiving end of his blows in the past. Now, as a dignified third-rank official, he would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked again. Surprisingly, Su Haoqing greeted him with remarkable courtesy, stepping forward to say, "Lord Yi, I have come to bring my sister home. Concerned that the servants of the Ye family might be inefficient, I brought my own servants along. You need not trouble yourself with the arrangements. The Su family will handle it. Oh, and regarding Feiran, he is still young, and we will naturally take him in. If you wish to see him, please inform us in advance. I fear the household staff may not understand and might deny you entry." Yi Qing's felt a surge of exasperation but remained silent. Retreating home with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, unable to confront the numerous members of the Su family, Qin Wanshi awaited him at the gate, and upon his return, she approached, asking, "My lord, how did it go?" Yi Qing's replied coldly, "I have divorced the Su family. Are you satisfied now?" Qin Wanshi was indeed thrilled, but her joy quickly morphed into sorrow. She had worked tirelessly, only to see a tiger replaced by a wolf. Yet, so what? A princess was no match for her. She had her own ways of dealing with such matters. As they turned a corner, Yi Qing's abruptly embraced Qin Wanshi, kissing her. While she was taken aback, he inquired, "My dear Wanner, how did you persuade Princess Rongan to relinquish her royal title?" Qin Wanshi was equally surprised. When she returned that day, her cheeks had already swollen from the blows dealt by the princess's maids, Chun'er and Dong'er, who had quite strong grips. However, in the current atmosphere, she merely blushed and said, I simply appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her, urging her to respect you. After all, you are the foundation of our lives as women. Only if you thrive can we live freely. Surely, the princess understands such matters?" Yi Qing's was so pleased that he carried Qin Wanshi back to their chamber, disregarding the time of day, and passionately rewarded her. Su Haoyun was astounded. Did he truly not fear that the extensive wealth of the Yi family would be entirely stripped away? The notion of moving was deceptively simple. Upon learning of Yi Qing's and Qin Wanshi's disgraceful actions, Su Haoyun began preparing for her divorce, organizing their belongings and creating a detailed inventory to ensure everything was transported from the storeroom. With the Yi family steward present, Yi Qing's was not overly concerned about Su Haoyun taking anything of significance. However, he seemed to have forgotten that in prior dealings, he had already transferred a significant portion of the Yi family's assets to Ye Feiran. When the storeroom was cleared, only some trifling porcelain and a few supporting pillars remained. The steward, witnessing the empty storeroom, wept, murmuring, "Forgive me, dear departed patriarch, forgive me." The Yi family, once the foremost merchants in the capital, now claimed to have entered the political arena, bringing glory to their lineage. However, most of their wealth had vanished, leaving only unprofitable ventures and barren lands. How could they ever compare to their former status? Even the hot spring villa had been given to the former lady of the house, who did not find it beneath her dignity. Su Haoyun, however, did not mind the loss. She had even learned a brilliant idea from her son's thoughts, to open the Yi family's villa's hot springs, naming it Feiran Hot Springs, offering luxurious baths for 5 taels of silver daily. On the very first day of opening, thousands of tickets were sold, as a throng of noble ladies flocked to enjoy the springs, with reservations already extending into the following month. The endorsement of Princess Rongan, who could not resist indulging in the springs herself, drew even more interest among the noble women of the capital. Ye Feiran had not anticipated that her casual thought would yield over 10,000 taels in profit for her family. By this time, they had moved back to the Su residence, where Madame Su had prepared a section of the east courtyard for them to stay in. And the 6th prince naturally joined them. He was currently carving a poised snake, causing Ye Feiran to shiver in surprise. My goodness. How can such a lovely boy carve something so fearsome? It's terrifying. The 6th prince smiled slightly, putting away his carving tools and pulling out a silk handkerchief to wipe the boy's drool. Ye Feiran beamed up at him. Thank you, big brother. You are so kind. The 6th prince, with a hint of exasperation, shook the cradle gently, only to hear Ye Feiran babble excitedly. Oh, Lady Liang has given birth to a little prince? Wonderful. Finally, another prince has been born in the harem. Lady Liang's status rises with her son, and now the 4 consorts are united. Wait. But it seems that consort Shu is no longer around. The virtuous and gentle 4 consorts held the foremost positions among the 4 palaces, along with the additional favored consort, enjoying the status of a secondary empress. Ye Feiran, with wide eyes, observed the 6th prince and sighed, Song'er, do not be disheartened. From now on, I will take care of you, all right? My mother is your mother, and thus we both have a mother. The sixth prince, Shaozong, took a deep breath, feeling helpless, but he pinched the boy's soft, plump cheeks and could not resist kissing him once more. Ah, how delightful and tender he was. Chapter 37. Ye Feiran was filled with pink bubbles of joy from the kiss, reflecting that although the sixth prince appeared cold, his lips were surprisingly soft. Yet, like the others, he was a bit chilly. Could this be what they referred to as a beauty with icy skin and jade bones? After the sixth prince kissed him, he playfully pinched his cheeks, unable to part with the delightful sight. Ye Feiran, undisturbed by the pinch, smiled sweetly at him, letting out a series of giggles. Su Haoyan, standing just outside, heard her son's laughter. Upon lifting the curtain, she indeed found the two boys enjoying each other's company, exclaiming with a smile, "You two are such good brothers. You are closer than even biological siblings." Ye Feiran whimpered and reached out for his mother to hold him. Su Haoyan, with affectionate indulgence, lifted her little son, weighing him in her arms, and remarked, "You've gained weight again. How is it that you can put on flesh so easily?" Recently, Ye Feiran had begun to eat supplementary foods, primarily rice porridge and the like. Though he consumed little, his height and weight continued to increase. Ye Feiran mused that the supplementary foods of ancient times were rather simplistic. He had access to delightful items like blended bean porridge, teething sticks, and baby fruit purees. However, those delicacies were exceedingly costly, and it took him considerable effort to earn enough through his antics to exchange for just a day's worth of sustenance. Life was not easy for the little one. From birth, he had to engage in tasks to sustain himself. The sixth prince politely rose to salute Su Haoyan. Addressing her as aunt, he unexpectedly discovered that he did not stutter when uttering just those two words and thus decided to speak as little as possible in the future. Su Haoyan had been quite busy in recent days, focused on sorting out the business affairs she inherited from the Ye family and weeding out those with ulterior motives. The following day, she convened a meeting with the managers, stating, "Those who wish to stay will receive a 20% increase in their salaries. However, if you harbor any disloyalty, I advise you to depart promptly. Young Master Yi is the sole legitimate heir of the Ye family, no different from the late Ye Laote, to whom you pledged your loyalty. Yi Chengze is now a high-ranking official and no longer concerns himself with these businesses. If you still wish to serve him, I can facilitate an introduction for you to manage his remaining enterprises." The managers were not foolish. Ever since Ye Laote passed away, Yi Chengze had ceased to oversee these affairs. Routine management fell to the chief steward, and while there had been profits over the years, they were built on a foundation laid long ago, and the glory of yesteryears had faded. However, since Lady Yi took charge, she had restructured operations and granted a 20% increase in salaries, leading them to prefer allegiance to her. Yet, Lady Yi insisted that they no longer refer to her as Lady Yi, but simply as Miss Su, for even though she was divorced, she remained the eldest daughter of the Su family. After all, Su Haoyan was only 28 and deserved to be called a maiden. Early marriages in ancient times had their advantages. Ye Feiran had not snuggled with his mother for several days. He wrapped his arms around Su Haoyan's neck and nestled into her shoulder. As a child, his attachment to his mother was an innate and profound bond. And Su Haoyan provided him with a sense of security that he had never experienced in his past life. Su Haoyan gently shook Ye Feiran and said to the sixth prince, "Songer, Mr. Ji has arrived. You should follow her to attend class." Mr. Ji was a close confidant of his aunt, reliable and exceptionally knowledgeable, being a junior sister to Master Mi. If not for her noble intentions, she would be teaching at Hanshan Academy, a prestigious institution that was beyond the reach of ordinary students. She devoted herself to philanthropy and did not intend to teach you. Well, in any case, just focus on your studies. Ye Feiran's inner thoughts surfaced. Oh, it turns out Mother donated 1,000 taels to her school. Mr. Ji replied, "I had no intention of teaching that little scoundrel, but alas, the benefaction from his aunt was too generous." Su Haoyan, sixth prince, you little rascal, always making comments. Clearing her throat, Su Haoyan patted the top of the sixth prince's head and said, "In any case, reading more books can never be a disadvantage." The sixth prince bowed deeply to Su Haoyan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, aunt." The Su family had prepared a tranquil courtyard specifically for the sixth prince, where Mr. Ji would conduct her lessons, ostensibly for his private recuperation. The guards of the Su family were also discreet, patrolling only the periphery to ensure a secure environment. Each time lessons were held, Ye Feiran's cradle was placed beside the sixth prince. He neither cried nor fussed, instead listening intently. Initially, the sixth prince believed his previous education was sufficient. But upon hearing Mr. G's teachings, he found them genuinely enlightening and recognized her as a rare and exceptional mentor. Ye Feiran was equally captivated. He had assumed ancient education focused solely on classical texts, yet Mr. G's mathematics was unparalleled, with her geometric problems solved with exquisite precision. She also posed practical questions, such as those involving peculiar plots of land. At first, Ye Feiran thought it was a haunted site, only to learn that it was a strangely shaped piece of land requiring calculation of its area. As a liberal arts student, Ye Feiran excelled in civil service examinations. Yet such logical reasoning puzzles proved quite taxing for him. Surprisingly, the sixth prince learned quickly. After just an introduction from Mr. G, he arrived at the solution, earning her great admiration. After only a few days of lessons, he was accepted as her primary disciple, prompting her to wish to impart all her knowledge to him. Su Haoyan joyfully donated another 1,000 taels to Mr. G's philanthropic school, demonstrating her newfound wealth, as spending 1,000 taels was no cause for hesitation. After a rare period of tranquility as the new year approached, Ye Feiran's curiosity was piqued by the news of the princess's impending marriage to Ye Qingze. Princess Rongan has renounced her title to marry Ye Qingze as a commoner. With the wedding ceremony set for the 28th day of the 12th month, the concubine Liang, still in confinement after childbirth, cannot attend the wedding, so she has sent her wet nurse to fulfill the role of matron. The emperor, after all, could not bear to be harsh, granting Xiao Rong the title of third-class noblewoman. Ye Qingze, having risen to prominence, is now beyond these business matters. The emperor is deeply concerned for his daughter, showcasing a father's love akin to a mountain. He now understood why the emperor struggled to manage those unruly individuals. Indeed, he was kind-hearted, benevolent, and cherished his subjects. Yet he was too soft-hearted. His inability to be stern with anyone had allowed the Duke of Jinggua's household to grow powerful, nearly eclipsing imperial authority. Nevertheless, the princess's wedding was remarkably subdued. Apart from a few officials and their families who were close to Ye Qingze, nearly no one came to offer their congratulations. This was largely due to the scandal surrounding Princess Rongan, which was deemed disgraceful and taboo among the first wives. Ironically, Su Haoyan had become the object of sympathy among the noble women of the capital, as they claimed the princess had usurped the position of the legitimate wife. With Ye Feiran's offhand comment about a mistress becoming synonymous with the princess's name, a popular saying emerged: a scoundrel with a mistress. May they have eternal happiness and cease to harm others. Despite all this, Princess Rongan felt no remorse. Instead, she believed the entire world opposed her decision and was determined to showcase her happiness. Her elder sister's marriage was a mere formality, and her second sister married a cripple. What was wrong with her marrying the man she loved? Thus, with a heart full of stubbornness, the princess became Ye Qingze's legitimate wife. Concubine Liang, feeling for her daughter, provided a generous dowry and replenished the Ye family's treasury. Having indulged in enough gossip from the Ye family's inner chambers, Ye Feiran happily exchanged 10 gossip coins for a package of delightful bean treats, relishing every bite. The new year was approaching, and the festive atmosphere in ancient times was profoundly rich. The court granted a 20-day break, allowing officials to return home early to pay respects to their ancestors and enjoy a bountiful return. It is worth mentioning the enviable holidays of the Daming era. With just the statutory holidays, farming breaks, clothing distribution breaks, and sacrificial holidays, there were at least 50 days off in a year. Additionally, with monthly breaks and time off, officials typically worked 5 days and rested 1, ensuring at least 6 days off each month. Although there were no double weekends, the schedule was unyielding. For instance, this New Year holiday was a solid 20 days off, unless it pertained to essential duties like city defense, prison guards, or on-call personnel. All other officials enjoyed their time off. Ye Feiran was quite pleased with this. There was no grueling schedule of 9 to 6, nor was there the oppressive 0 to 7. Everyone was living life at a leisurely pace. With the holidays upon them, the Su residents became lively, except for Su Yushi, who hurried home for just a few days. Everyone circled around Ye Feiran upon their return. After all, there was only this one tiny child at home, and if not him, whom else would they play with? The sixth prince? Alas, they dared not. Consequently, Ye Feiran found himself being hugged by one person and kissed by another, receiving an overwhelming number of gifts, far more than he ever received while at the Ye family. The sixth prince also received a plethora of gifts, mostly toys favored by children aged 6 or 7. But he showed little interest and gifted them all to Ye Feiran. He even crafted a storage rack with his own hands for Ye Feiran's myriad of trinkets. Upon realizing that the rack was insufficient, he fashioned a large box, finally allowing for adequate space. When Tsuyushi returned, he brought exquisite pastries from the palace. Unfortunately, Ye Feiran, being only 4.5 months old, could not partake, merely drooling in envy. In his heart, he protested, "When will I grow up? How is it that after all this time, I am still only 4.5 months? At least let me grow 2 teeth." Hearing his inner murmurs, the sixth prince helplessly instructed Yen Shu, "Bring a small bowl." Yen Shu complied, fetching a small bowl. And the sixth prince took a piece of the melt-in-your-mouth pastry, soaking it in warm water until it became a paste, feeding it to Ye Feiran with a tiny spoon. Though the pastry had lost its crispness, the flavor crafted by the palace pastry chefs was undeniably delightful, sweet and fragrant, utterly delectable. The little gourmand finished the pastry, dancing in joy, babbling in a language only he understood, clearly destined to be quite the chatterbox in the future. Tsuyushi teased him with a smile. "Cousin, don't be impatient. If you love delicious food, it's simple. I will bring you treats every month when I return." The fourth princess palace is filled with endless pastries. During dinner, we share them with our fellow scholars. I will save them all for you, so you and the sixth prince can enjoy them slowly. Ye Feiran mused. "Won't they spoil by then?" Tsuyushi pretended not to hear, adding, "It's a pity I can only stay home for one day. Tomorrow I must accompany the fourth prince to Donghu for a trip. The lake has been sealed off, and the fourth prince is eager to skate. Last year, I practiced with him all winter and finally learned a few tricks. He can hardly wait to go this year, but alas, our studies are pressing, and we must wait until the holiday." Last time Tsuyushi returned. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, he realized that his little cousin was extraordinary. Now, thanks to this little cousin, their aunt successfully escaped the clutches of the Ye family. He was to accompany the fourth prince on an outing. Should anything untoward happen to the fourth prince, it would be his duty to protect him. However, Ye Feiran was more preoccupied with Tsuyushi's affairs, his thoughts racing. Second cousin, this trip to the lake could lead to 2 major accomplishments. 1. Saving the fourth prince from drowning in the ice. And 2. When the fourth prince falls ill with a fever, second cousin stripping down to warm him in the temple. But these 2 feats were stolen by Ye Kitchen. At 7 years old, how could he not be moved to risk himself for the 13-year-old prince? Because of these 2 incidents, the fourth prince was upset with second cousin for a long time, forbidding him from entering his quarters. Keeping him at a distance. How does this sound like a couple having a spat? Tsuyushi felt a flush rise to his cheeks, realizing he should indeed be cautious. He had long perceived something amiss with Ye Kitchen, although his writings were frequently praised by their teacher, advising others to learn from him. How could a martial artist like himself learn from Ye Kitchen? After absorbing his little cousin's thoughts, Tsuyushi deeply bowed to him and departed from the room he shared with the sixth prince. Yet after his departure, Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed once more. Wait, the plot is unfolding. Second cousin cradles the fourth prince, soothingly assuring him, "Your Highness, do not worry. I shall see to everything. No harm shall befall you, nor any injustice. Unless I am gone, unless you step over my corpse, no one shall harm you in the slightest." Ye Feiran felt his cheeks warm, pondering whether what he had read was indeed the original text. How could Ye Kitchen compel the prince to willingly submit to him, while simultaneously keeping a beautiful mistress to bear him children? This was not right. There was undoubtedly something amiss. If he were homosexual, then having the fourth prince would surely suffice. If bisexual, then his involvement with the fourth prince was certainly questionable. Had he learned from Yichinza to manipulate someone who harbored deep feelings for him, turning them into a pawn for his own secretive agenda? Ye Feiran was consumed by dread, the very thought of it making it hard to swallow. If not for the sixth prince rousing him from his reverie, he might have remained lost in the shocking discovery of the new plot. His thoughts trembled. Could it be that my second cousin should be the protagonist of this novel? While Ye Kitchen, in his Rebirth, not only seized Su family's achievements, but also usurped second cousin's role as the male lead. So this is the truth. Chapter 38. As the plot unfolded, Ye Feiran felt his frustration nearly reached the boiling point. What a pitiable fate for the Su family, gradually consumed until even the male lead, his second cousin, was rendered a eunuch. Moreover, the fourth prince exhibited peculiar behavior. From his various actions, it seemed he harbored affections for second cousin. Yet why did he order him to undergo a castration? Was it truly a case of love turning to madness? This struck Ye Feiran as odd. There must be something amiss with the fourth prince, and he wondered if the little male lead had employed some sort of tactic against him. Surely, he possessed some hidden advantage, perhaps akin to mental manipulation. This was evident. Otherwise, how could one explain the fourth prince's seemingly obsessive protection of the little male lead? If talent were to be measured, Second cousin had already achieved the title of martial champion at 13 in the original text. Such a prodigy is indeed rare in a century. He fervently wished that such events would not transpire, for the narrative he had encountered did not unfold after he entered the story. Might it be that the affair between second cousin and the fourth prince would also be altered due to his butterfly effect? Noticing Ye Feiran's gloomy demeanor, the newly robed prince approached and gently patted his head, softly saying, do you want to go to the backyard to enjoy the snow? Ye Feiran's bright eyes sparkled, his thoughts exclaiming, wow, the young master can string together 3 words in succession now. Not bad. The rest progress. The sixth prince smiled helplessly, grabbing a thick little blanket nearby, lifting Ye Feiran, and heading toward the backyard. Ye Feiran suddenly realized that although the sixth prince appeared frail, he possessed considerable strength, despite being no taller than 1.20 meters and weighing merely around 40 to 50 gens. He effortlessly carried Ye Feiran, who weighed nearly 20 gens. Not only could he lift him, but he did so with remarkable ease, suggesting that the child had considerable talent in martial arts. After this new year, the sixth prince would turn 7, visibly maturing. Though he still pretended to be somewhat absent-minded in front of others, Ye Feiran wrapped his arms around the sixth prince's neck, mumbling something, his thoughts reflecting, wow, how beautiful. Lanterns and decorations abound. The festive atmosphere of the new year is so rich. The ancients placed great emphasis on the significance of rituals. The entrance was adorned with couplets, all handwritten by the eldest cousin. The eldest cousiness, clad in the most exquisite gown, was playfully frolicking in the courtyard with her maidens, and upon spotting Ye Feiran, she approached him with delight. Feia has arrived. Our Feio has grown a bit taller. Whose younger brother is so handsome? Ah, it turns out it's my family. Overflowing with maternal affection, the eldest cousin had delayed her marriage discussions after the previous proposal fell through. With the new year approaching, she would soon turn 19, yet the Su family seemed unperturbed. In the dating era, girls began courting at 15 or 16, and by 17 or 18, many already held 1 or 2 children in their arms. However, Madame Su had come to terms with the situation, since Dying wished to venture into the archery camp. She would allow it. Even a clever and perceptive child like her younger sister could end up in such circumstances regarding marriage. As long as Dying felt no regret, the parents would not feel remorse either. Ye Feiran could hardly tolerate the overly sentimental words of his eldest cousin, inwardly thinking, dear eldest cousin, you might burst with such sweetness. If you were in the 21st century, you would surely be a voice actress. From the occasional hints dropped by Ye Feiran, the Su family learned that he hailed from a place referred to as the 21st century. Although they were unaware of its location, they imagined it as a peaceful and prosperous utopia. Initially, Ye Feiran found it strange that, in the dating era, seniority was determined solely by age, regardless of gender. Yet, he discovered that his eldest cousin and cousin brother were a pair of fraternal twins. Neither was willing to be the second child at the tender age of 2 or 3, hence they were both designated as the eldest. This alone indicated that the Su parents were quite democratic and respectful of their children's opinions. The eldest cousin continued to tease Ye Feiran. Fair, do you see this? This lantern was crafted by your sister herself. Isn't it beautiful? Shall I gift it to you? It even has your zodiac sign on it. You are a little rabbit, aren't you? Ye Feiran was immediately moved to tears. So this is the little rabbit lantern made for me by my sister. How touching. You are truly wonderful. The sixth prince furrowed his brows, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Ye Feiran had already grasped the little rabbit lantern gifted by his eldest cousin. At 4.5 months, his grip was strong enough to hold the lantern and play with it. Not far away, the eldest cousin brother emerged, draped in a crimson brocade robe, walking alongside Prince Luo, engaged in casual conversation. With keen ears, Ye Feiran instinctively listened in, catching snippets of their dialogue. Prince Luo remarked, I believe the 6th day is quite suitable. After the 5th day, it is indeed the right time for various ceremonies. The eldest cousin brother replied, but the 6th day is the birthday of the old dowager. If we hold the martial performance that day, what about her birthday? Prince Luo, sword in hand, playfully twirled it, cheerfully saying, my dear nephew, you may not know this, but your great-aunt loves a lively atmosphere, especially one filled with martial excitement. Do you believe that on the day of the performance, she might even demonstrate horseback archery? The eldest cousin brother interjected, but let us not. The old dowager will be 60. Can her frail body endure horseback archery? Prince Luo quickly cautioned, you mustn't speak of this in front of your great-aunt. She detests hearing that her health is failing. The eldest cousin brother covered his mouth, checking around, and whispered, "Fortunately, she is in the front courtyard chatting with the matriarch. You must not mention this to her." Prince Luo sheathed his sword and teasingly retorted, "Look at you, so fearful of both wolves and tigers. When has our Su family ever produced a son like you?" The eldest cousin brother blushed, wanting to argue back. "Our Su family has never produced a wastrel like you." Ye Feiran mused, "How have these two adversaries clashed again? TSK, shouldn't you both be more concerned about the old dowager? Our Su family is vast and accommodating. We can produce all sorts of sons. However, the martial performance on the 6th day might lead to significant events." Suddenly, the courtyard fell silent. For everyone knew that Ye Feiran's premonitions were always accurate, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Yet, the circumstances seemed more dire than anticipated. Ye Feiran remained silent for a long time, momentarily stunned by the revelation. After a brief pause, he swallowed hard, his thoughts conveying, "On the day of the martial performance, the old dowager unexpectedly fell from her horse due to a change in the horse's refusal stakes, which had been replaced with ones half a foot higher by an unknown perpetrator. During the performance, the horse stumbled over the stakes, and the old dowager fell, landing on the metal spikes of the refusal stakes. The spikes pierced her chest and abdomen, leading to her immediate demise. The courtyard was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, particularly affecting Prince Luo, as if icy water had seeped into his very bones, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. It was Su Yulan who pulled Prince Luo back into the room, taking his hand with a serious yet composed demeanor and saying, "Your Highness, now that we are aware of this matter, we must take precautions. The old dowager will be safe, with the strength of our Su sons. How could anyone allow her to fall?" Prince Luo's breaths became rapid and intense as he embraced Su Yulan tightly, his voice heavy with trembling emotion. "Whoever dares to harm my mother shall meet their end alongside her." His words were laced with a fierce determination, as if he were prepared to consume the very soul of the one responsible. This was the first time Su Yulan witnessed such a side of Prince Luo. Previously, he had appeared carefree and frivolous, a quintessential scoundrel in the eyes of many. Yet, he was amiable and approachable, easily conversing even with commoners. It seemed as if the environment he grew up in had cloaked him in a veil of soft mist, concealing his true self just beneath the surface. Su Yulan sighed, helplessly wrapping his arms around him, gently patting his back until Prince Luo finally calmed down. Ye Feiran continued to observe from the courtyard. The loss of his mother has left Prince Luo to drown his sorrows in drink, much like Su Yulan, who has also fallen into obscurity after losing his status. The difference lies in Su Yulan's resilience. Instead of wallowing in despair, he has joined Mr. G's philanthropic educational endeavors, becoming a teacher. Meanwhile, Prince Luo meanders aimlessly, often lingering in front of the school where Su Yulan teaches, either lying or sitting, mostly draped over the tree branches. Occasionally, Su Yulan would chat with him and bring him some food, and thus the two passed their days in peace. After digesting this revelation, Ye Feiran felt a heaviness in his heart. How had two once vibrant individuals become so altered? Yet, it seemed the trajectory had shifted from the past. Why had the expected events failed to unfold, instead veering towards a more favorable outcome? It appeared that since his mother had not perished, everything had been progressing positively, as if an invisible force were guiding the original narrative towards a more optimistic path. No, Ye Feiran felt that the previous storyline had been flawed. This was the true course of rectification. Where was the hero who juggles the protagonist while keeping a mistress? That was absurd. Furthermore, Ye Kitchen bore no resemblance to a homosexual. He seemed more like a stallion. Due to Ye Feiran's unsettling revelation, the festive atmosphere of the new year dampened significantly. No one mentioned the incident, nor did they inform the old dowager. Only Prince Luo and Su Yulan were quietly plotting something behind the scenes. After the ancestral rites on the 2nd day, Su Yushi accompanied the 4th prince back to the East Lake Ice Festival, repeatedly reminding him to protect the family, entrusting everything to her elder brother. Su Yulan confidently assured, "Although I am a scholar, I am also capable of bearing burdens and shouldering responsibilities. You can rest easy accompanying the 4th prince. I will take care of everything at home." With a nod, Cousin Tu mounted his horse and rode towards Donghu. Ye Feiran watched Cousin Tu's receding figure, pondering whether Ye Kitchen would refrain from claiming Cousin Tu's merits this time. She hoped Cousin Tu would not show leniency. For Ye Kitchen, having been reborn, possessed far more clues than he did and had laid the groundwork for 3 years prior. She wished for Cousin Tu not to suffer in their confrontation. Su Yushi, however, was unconcerned, being a martial artist himself, endowed with the valiance reminiscent of General Su. Should he lead the army, the Su family troops would undoubtedly be as fierce as tigers. Yet, the Su family was currently regarded with suspicion by the Wang family, who were exerting considerable efforts to suppress them. Cousin Tu's entry into the palace as a companion was due to the fourth prince's admiration for his martial skills. Not only was Su Yushi unable to join the military, but he also could not even leave the palace. Ye Feiran felt indignant on behalf of her cousin, who was clearly a man of talent yet reduced to serving eunuchs, all due to Ye Kitchen's machinations. Meanwhile, Ye Kitchen was diligently drawing an irrigation map for the fourth prince, exhibiting remarkable skill in its design and composition. The water wheel depicted was significantly improved compared to the current models. Upon seeing it, the fourth prince praised, though young, Master Yi possesses considerable talent. With your irrigation map, the common folk shall see increased yields. I shall present this strategy to father and advocate for the widespread adoption of such water wheels. In response to this revelation, Ye Feiran scoffed, what you behold is a water wheel refined over 20 years by numerous craftsmen. Naturally, it is superior to the current version. However, this rudimentary water wheel still relies on human power. If it were I would harness the natural forces of wind and water to draw water. This mere human-powered contraption is hardly worthy of admiration. Alas, I am but a child and unable to illustrate my vision. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to compete with you. How could my advanced 21st century technology possibly be outmatched by your primitive contraption from 2 decades hence? The sixth prince, contemplating Ye Feiran's thoughts, mused about what kind of water wheel could utilize the forces of wind and water. After much deliberation, he resolved to carve one out of wood himself to explore the feasibility of this idea. At this moment, Su Yushi had returned to the Donghu ice skating arena. Upon seeing him, the fourth prince Xiaoheng immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Yushi, come quickly and see. Kitchen has designed a new water wheel that significantly reduces the manpower required. Only 3 people are needed to operate it. This water wheel can carry a greater volume of water." Addressing the irrigation needs of the common folk, Su Yushi approached to take a look, but due to his unfavorable impression of Ye Kitchen, he found it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. As a martial artist, his emotions were openly displayed. However, he refrained from saying much, merely stating, "Your Highness, did we not come to Donghu to practice ice skating? I have brought a delightful new game called ice hockey that I have recently devised. I have outlined the rules and strategies. Would you like to see them?" The fourth prince, recalling that he had indeed taken a leave to practice ice skating, realized that he was being led astray by Ye Kitchen into researching water wheels. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he considered it not entirely negative and dismissed it from his mind. Upon hearing about the new ice skating game, his interest piqued. "Oh, pray, show me what kind of game this is." The game was one Su Yushi had learned from Ye Feiran's thoughts. He not only drafted the rules for ice hockey but also crafted 2 pairs of new ice skating shoes during the recent holiday. Early ice skating shoes were made of wood, with iron plates embedded at the bottom. While they were stable to skate on, they were quite slow. Su Yushi presented his newly crafted ice skates to the fourth prince, showcasing them as a treasure. "Your Highness, behold this." Upon seeing the skates, the fourth prince's eyes lit up. "New ice skating shoes? Yushi, did you make these?" Su Yushi nodded. "They are called ice blades. The bottoms are thinner, allowing for a narrower contact with the ice, thus enabling greater speed. These blades are not sharp. I considered your safety, fearing you might not manage them well. My own pair is different. I am quite adept at skating and, with my martial skills, can control my speed effortlessly." As the fourth prince eagerly took the skates to try them on, his attendants hurriedly assisted him. Ye Kitchen, noticing that Su Yushi had stolen his attention upon his return, wore a displeased expression. As the fourth prince approached to test the ice blades, Ye Kitchen sighed and pretentiously remarked, "Master Su, do you not think this is improper?" Su Yushi, though disinclined to engage, did not wish to appear overtly dismissive and replied, "Oh, what do you find improper, young Master Yi?" Ye Kitchen, standing with an air of maturity that belied his 7 years, stated, "The fourth prince is the sole choice for the nation's heir, yet you persist in distracting him with these trivial pursuits. It is indeed inappropriate." Su Yushi let out a derisive laugh and countered, "Do you know why the emperor insists on sending the fourth prince to Donghu to practice ice skating every year?" This was a royal secret, and Ye Kitchen was unaware of it, prompting him to ask, "Why?" Su Yushi explained, "The fourth prince was born frail, particularly sensitive to the cold. Initially, the empress intended to raise him in a warm greenhouse, but the emperor brought him along on winter hunts each year, which gradually improved his health. The emperor believes that cold is an essential crucible for forging a man. Moreover, the fourth prince has a unique affinity for ice and snow. He is rarely ill during winter. Thus, the emperor encourages him to engage with ice and snow to strengthen his constitution. You wish for him to remain confined to a study, reading and writing. While knowledge may be gained, his health would suffer. A person must first be well to pursue other endeavors. Having said this, he turned away, unwilling to engage further with Ye Feiran, and donned his ice skates, ready to showcase the skills he had diligently honed over the past few days. To him, the fourth prince was not only a childhood companion, but also a master and a kindred spirit. After sensing the warning in his cousin's thoughts, he too harbored some reservations, puzzled as to why such a good friend would subject him to such treatment. Just as Su Yushi turned, Ye Feiran called out to him, saying, "Master Su, please wait a moment. Earlier, the fourth prince mentioned feeling cold and asked me to fetch that fox fur cloak. However, you have always kept that cloak, and I do not know where it is stored. Perhaps you could retrieve it?" This matter had already been forewarned in Ye Feiran's thoughts, and Su Yushi was not easily deceived. However, curiosity piqued his interest in Ye Feiran's intentions, so he pretended to agree, saying, "Very well. The fourth prince's personal belongings should indeed be kept by me. You should focus on assisting him with his studies. Do not meddle in other matters. If something were to go awry, the emperor and the empress would hold you accountable. As a mere third-rank son, you cannot bear such responsibility." Su Yushi did not wish to assert his status over others, but Ye Feiran's audacity, relying on his memories from his rebirth to undermine the Su family's achievements and ruin their opportunities, was simply intolerable. From the warning of my younger cousin, it is evident that he has at least disrupted 4 or 5 opportunities for the Su family. The Su family is being gradually eroded by his actions, which cannot be overlooked with disdain. It is clear that Ye Feiran is quite sensitive about his status as a bastard son. Upon hearing Su Yushi's words, he momentarily furrowed his brow, though he quickly suppressed it and merely remarked, "Then the second young master of the Su family should hurry along. We wouldn't want the fourth prince to grow impatient." With a cold snort, Su Yushi turned to stride towards the camp, but, upon reaching the depths of the forest, took a turn and lightly leaped onto a hill concealed by the pines, quietly observing the situation above. From afar, it seemed that the fourth prince was quite intrigued by the ice blade he had crafted with his master, who taught him the art of ice skating, diligently studying it alongside him. The ice blade was not a single knife but rather a pair, designed for swift movement while minimizing the risk of slipping, thus ensuring safety. From Su Yushi's vantage point, the entire Donghu Lake lay before him. Ye Feiran stood far off on the shore, not venturing closer, yet maintaining a distance of several meters from the fourth prince as if preparing for something significant. This matter was, in fact, easily resolvable. With a mere flicker of his agility, he could reach the icy lake in an instant. He was more curious about the lake, which, during winter, was completely enveloped in ice, the thickest parts reaching 1 to 2 meters. It was unthinkable that anyone could fall through. Even an elephant would struggle to crack the ice. How could the fourth prince possibly plunge into the icy waters? At last, Su Yushi discerned the truth from afar. At the edge of the pine forest, on the west side of Donghu, several individuals were chiseling the ice. After they finished, one familiar with water dove into the lake with a splash. Su Yushi gasped, realizing the peril, and rushed forward, but it was too late. The ice cracked with a sharp snap, creating a fissure wide enough to swallow the fourth prince. Not far away, Ye Feiran had already leaped into the water, intent on rescuing him. With Su Yushi present, Ye Feiran's dive appeared almost farcical. At merely 7 years of age, lacking any martial prowess and unable to skate, how could he possibly save the 13-year-old fourth prince? In the original narrative, he, along with several eunuchs, managed to pull the fourth prince to safety and carried him into a nearby temple, using their body warmth to revive the boy from his icy slumber. This mirrored Su Yushi's actions, yet despite such similarities, it was clear that a 13-year-old would not feel compassion for a mere 7-year-old. These doubts planted seeds in Su Yushi's mind, yet he had no time to dwell on them as he plunged into the icy waters, instinctively pulling the fourth prince into his embrace. However, beneath the surface, a hand gripped his ankle fiercely. With no other option, he drew his dagger and sliced at the hand, freeing himself before dragging the fourth prince to the shore. He commanded the nearby guards, "There is an assassin beneath the ice. Quickly apprehend them. I will escort the fourth prince ahead." With that, he hoisted the fourth prince onto his back and sprinted towards the temple. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran remained submerged in the icy lake, having spent what felt like an eternity there. The eunuchs had rushed to attend to the fallen fourth prince, leaving no one to assist him. After much struggle, he managed to crawl out of the lake, shivering uncontrollably from the cold wind. Their encampment lay several hundred meters away, and he stumbled along, finally returning after what felt like an eternity. Now too frozen to even speak. After shedding his wet garments and wrapping himself in a quilt, he took a moment to recover, his anger boiling over as he threw a pillow to the ground, shouting, "Tsuyushi, I will make you pay for this." At that moment, Tsuyushi's thoughts were simple. He could not allow Ye Kitchen to seize the opportunities meant for the Su family. As a member of the Su family, he bore the responsibility of earning merit for them. Furthermore, the fourth prince remained a dear friend, a companion from their childhood. Despite harboring doubts after hearing his cousin's warning, he refrained from altering his attitude towards the fourth prince until he uncovered the truth. Upon entering the temple with the fourth prince, Tsuyushi swiftly requested a charcoal basin from the abbot, undressing the boy of his wet clothing and wrapping him in two thick quilts. Yet, it proved futile. The fourth prince had always been frail. Not only was he susceptible to falling into icy waters, but even the slightest chill could lead to a fever. With no other recourse, Tsuyushi removed his own garments and slipped into the quilts, holding the slender youth tightly against him, perhaps sensing the warmth beside him. The fourth prince, Xiaohong, nestled deeply into Tsuyushi's embrace, his cheek pressed against the solid chest of his companion, his arms wrapping securely around his waist. Tsuyushi stood rigid, both boys entwined in an innocent embrace, experiencing for the first time the sensation of a racing heart. In ancient times, it was common for children as young as 13 or 14 to be betrothed. Now, both Tsuyushi and the fourth prince were 13, at an age where feelings began to blossom. As he gazed at the fragile, soft Xiaohong in his arms and recalled his cousin's warning, he found himself unable to suppress the unease within, surrendering to the warmth of the embrace. In the same vein, until the truth was revealed, he would not allow his feelings for the fourth prince to advance further. The imposition of his punishment must have a reason. Just as Xiaohong's unexpected plunge into the icy lake was not mere happenstance, thus, his own punishment surely bore significance as well. That night, Tsuyushi contemplated many things, allowing the fourth prince to huddle in his arms until his body temperature returned to normal. It was only when dawn broke that the fourth prince finally stirred, his eyes fluttering open to find Tsuyushi still peacefully asleep. Sensing movement in his embrace, Tsuyushi awoke, glancing down at the youth and asking, "Your Highness? Are you awake?" Xiaohong's voice was hoarse, and feeling the warmth beneath his hand, his ears flushed with color as he inquired, "Yushi? Was it you who saved me?" Tsuyushi nodded. "Your Highness, do not hold it against me. The resources in this dilapidated temple are limited, and I could only devise this means to keep you warm. Should you fall ill, I would be wholly responsible." Both boys were in the throes of their voices changing, their tones deep, yet somewhat raspy. As they felt the tremors of each other's chests, a moment of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Xiaohong spoke. "In the past few days, I deliberately distanced myself from you. Were you angered by me?" Surprised by Xiaohong's candor, Tsuyushi did not respond directly to the question, but instead laughed joyfully. Xiaohong, perplexed, asked, "What is it that you find amusing?" Tsuyushi replied, "Your Highness, so you do admit to having purposefully distanced yourself from me?" With a refined and somewhat scholarly demeanor, Xiaohong appeared quite handsome. He furrowed his brow and said, "It was not my intention. I truly do not understand. It seems as though a voice has been guiding me to cease my interactions with you. My mother has insisted that I remove you from my studies and urged me to grow closer to the young master of the Ye family. I confess, the young master of the Ye family is indeed remarkable, yet I have no desire to engage with him further. Strangely, I find myself inexplicably persuaded by his words. However, deep down, I know I prefer your company and wish for you to remain my companion and protector. I also understand that your ambitions lie in the military, and it is the Jingwa Duke's household that obstructs your path. If I do not keep you close, the Duke's household will only impede your progress further. Yushi, do you understand my sentiments?" Of course, Tsuyushi understood. He recognized Xiaohong's kind heart and the path he had paved for his own ambitions to become a martial champion next year. Thus, upon uncovering the truth, he was willing to patiently seek out the reasons behind their circumstances. He pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As long as your Highness still requires my presence, I shall remain by your side. Growing up together has made my companionship with you a cherished habit, although there are words I ought not to utter. The current factional strife has indeed forced a separation between us. Yet, I swear, as long as your Highness remains as you are today, I will stand resolutely by your side. The fourth prince, with his gentle and handsome countenance, gazed at Tsuyoshi, his expression revealing a rare glimmer of hope. Is that truly so? Tsuyoshi replied, of course it's true. Even if I am to join the military in the future, I will send letters from afar, wishing your highness safety and peace. The fourth prince lowered his eyes, concealing the disappointment within. Indeed, his aspirations had always been toward the military, hadn't they? At that moment, a notification rang in Ye Feiran's ears. Ding. Guaxian's return reminder. The return rate is 5%, reward of 300 guabi. Would you like to view the Guaxian return note? Ye Feiran, still in the process of learning to speak, suddenly brightened at the mention of the Guaxian return node. Pondering what it might be, he was currently troubled by the necessity of relearning how to speak after his rebirth into this story. Everything must adhere to the laws of biological growth. Indeed, not a step could be skipped. At 3 months, he could only learn to turn over. At 4 months, he could only lie on his stomach, and he would have to wait until 5 months to sit up. Learning to speak required mastering the tongue, and for now, he could only emit childish babble. The little one found it exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing about the Guaxian return node, he promptly switched on the small television, where he saw Tsuyoshi embracing the fourth prince, both lying on a narrow bed, sharing their innermost thoughts. After watching their conversation, Ye Feiran instantly discerned a crucial detail. He felt that the fourth prince's gaze toward his cousin was rather peculiar. From the second cousin's attitude, it seems he still regards the fourth prince as a friend and confidant. Yet, the fourth prince's demeanor suggests he may have begun to harbor feelings. However, my second cousin's aspirations are firmly rooted in the military, and due to the Duke of Jing's wariness toward the Su family, he is compelled to serve in the palace as a companion and guard. The fourth prince is well aware that he lacks the talent to become emperor. Yet among all the princes, he is the only one capable of bearing such a responsibility. Though my second cousin possesses extraordinary martial skills, he understands that joining the Su family's army would only heighten suspicion toward them. For the sake of the Su family and his confidant, he can only choose to remain in the palace. It seems the Guaxian return node indicates my second cousin is finally ready to confront his true aspirations. However, the fourth prince's budding feelings will likely lead to a tumultuous path. Their circumstances were exceedingly complex. Merely the familial opposition would make it difficult for them to reach a conclusion, unless one party were to relinquish everything. And how easy could that be? Nearby, the sixth prince, overhearing Ye Feiran's musings, thought to himself that this little chatterbox was beginning again. However, he merely listened with one ear before closing his eyes again, intensifying his efforts to break through the obstructive airflow. He had no interest in these trivial matters. His sole objective was to overcome the constraints to protect his family and country, while safeguarding those he wished to protect. Ye Feiran continued to munch on his snacks, feeling that the relationship between his second cousin and the fourth prince was too heartrending. He decided to switch channels to find some amusement, and upon changing the channel, he exclaimed gleefully, "Wow, wow, wow. The chaos in the home of the scoundrel father has begun. Hurry, hurry, let us get to fighting." The sixth prince was rendered speechless, thinking to himself that the next time he attempted to break through the constraints, he must not do so in front of Ye Feiran, lest his mind become entirely distracted by the chatter. It was not that the stories he told were particularly interesting. Rather, he simply yearned to hear him speak, to listen to his incessant prattle. When the remnants of the Su family came to his aid years ago, they had taken turns caring for him. And each time he stumbled through expressions of gratitude, they would smile and say, "If you wish to thank someone, thank the creed of the Su army." Since we became part of the Su army, we have held that conviction in our hearts, to sacrifice our lives for our country and remain loyal to the people of Danning. As long as there is one Su left, our creed shall not perish. At that time, the second son of the Su family, Tsuyoshi, was still alive and occasionally assisted the remnants of the Su army. Later, after immense struggles, he broke through the constraints, and the sealed power surged into his dantions like a waterfall. However, the magnitude of that power was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for him to control. And the torment of the years spent sealed had weakened his body, damaging his essential vitality, thus preventing him from fully harnessing that power. Even so, he became a legendary figure celebrated for his prowess in battle. During the subsequent invasion of the northern Liao into the Central Plains, an unremarkable and unattractive slave emerged from the masses of refugees and single-handedly halted the advance of thousands of troops. However, with northern Liao's forces totaling 200,000, prepared for their invasion of the Central Plains, how could one person possibly turn the tide? Yet, This unattractive slave became a hero, renowned throughout the land as the only deity in the hearts of the Central Plains people. Now reborn, not only had he returned to life, but he had also been granted this opportunity, saved once more by the descendants of the Sioux family, allowing him ample time to break through the constraints. With the experience of the past, he dared not charge recklessly. Instead, he advanced cautiously, step by step. The previous loosening had leaked some true energy, which had finally dissipated, and his strength had increased significantly. His hearing and vision had also gradually returned. Moreover, thanks to the little one who had unknowingly used some form of detoxification method, he was no longer affected by the poison of the sealed deity. He attempted to speak to Ye Feiran, Feiran. Alas, this stutter was not innate. Why could he not articulate smoothly? Hearing the sixth prince call his name, Ye Feiran lifted his gaze from his snacks and looked toward him. The sixth prince pulled out a small rabbit from his pocket, a white rabbit, carved with adorable charm, lifelike in detail. It was not merely a solid block of wood. It was intricately designed with mechanisms. Upon pressing a lever, the little rabbit stood up, and with another press, it hopped forward. Ye Feiran exclaimed in delight, clapping his hands in excitement, his babbling thoughts spilling forth. Wow, how magical! Such a cute little rabbit. The little beauty carved this for me. Is it because my cousin gifted me a rabbit lantern that he felt compelled to make me a mechanical rabbit as well? Oh, how thoughtful of you. This mechanical rabbit is truly exquisite. I shall treasure it for a lifetime, considering it our token of affection. Ha. Just kidding. He is still just a 4-month-old baby. The sixth prince felt his ears burn slightly, thinking that this little one truly spoke without restraint. Thankfully, he was still small. If he were to speak freely in the future, who could withstand it? As it turned out, once Ye Feiran learned to speak, he indeed became quite the chatterbox. His little mouth as sweet as honey, making it difficult for the sixth prince to maintain his composure. Ye Feiran accepted the little rabbit, cradling it in his arms and beginning to gnaw on it. Fortunately, the sixth prince had steamed it after carving, or else this habit of gnawing on everything could have been quite dangerous. Meanwhile, at the Ye family, Ye Qiqing had been sent back due to a high fever after falling into the water. Ye Qingze, worried about his son's condition, specifically requested the palace's senior physician to attend to him. In truth, he had simply been in the water too long and caught a chill, and it was not a serious issue. After the physician departed, Ye Qiqing's face was as dark as thunder, and he questioned his father. Father, you have been reckless. Why did you not inform me in advance about such a significant matter as marrying a princess? Ye Qingze, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, You have been staying in the palace, intending to discuss it upon our meeting. Ye Qiqing waved his hand and said, It matters not. I am already wed. What more can I say? However, father, you must hasten your efforts regarding the Northern Liao spies. If you do not act swiftly, promotion in the near future will be exceedingly difficult. Ye Qingze was well aware of this, yet the Northern Liao spies were exceptionally cunning. Despite his strenuous efforts, he had only managed to uncover 2 locations. He suggested, if all else fails, we can present these 2 locations to His Majesty. I have already obtained the city defense map from the Sioux family. With it, the Sioux family cannot escape this calamity. Chapter 40, Ye Qiqing contemplated for a while before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well. If father persuades the princess to renounce her title and marry, His Majesty is currently displeased with you and urgently requires a notable achievement to bolster his standing. Let us aim for a date after the 15th. Coinciding with the Imperial examinations, I am confident I can return with the top honors. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingze's spirits lifted immediately. He personally took the medicine bowl from the maid, and, as he fed it to his son, he remarked, Good son, ever since you came into my life, my career has progressed smoothly and noticeably. Moreover, I have gathered intel that Princess Rongan has revealed the Northern Liao spy's signal to me. It seems that once, in a drunken state, the Northern Liao heir inadvertently disclosed this to her. It was through this signal that I discovered those 2 concealed posts. Ye Qiqing drank the medicine, perspired, and felt somewhat better, yet a vengeful glint flickered in his eyes. The Sioux family. I shall ensure that each one of you meets a miserable end. This city defense map is merely the first move. I will systematically lead you to the guillotine. However, it struck him as curious that in his previous lifetime, Duke Jing had begun to take action against the Sioux family, yet this time, there were already signs such as Su Yulan's failure to pass the exams. Why had such events not transpired this time? Upon reflection, many circumstances differed from his past life. For instance, the Sioux family was still intact. In his previous life, They perished shortly after giving birth to their inept son. Next, Su Yulan's failure was supposed to follow, and then it would be the turn of the elderly Su Dowager. Since the first two events had not occurred, could it be that the Duke Jing's ability to act was lacking? At this moment, Ye Feiran held only a modicum of suspicion. The notion of rebirth was already unfathomable to him, especially with the guidance of a sage. This sage had claimed that this journey could elevate him to the position of a minister, perhaps even placing him above all others, provided he assisted the sage with a minor task once he attained power. Since it was a minor task, it should not be too burdensome. Furthermore, given the immense wealth and power he sought, he was prepared to pay the price. He would willingly undertake any task, even to the point of sacrificing himself for such heights. Life is but a fleeting moment, and what is it for if not for a moment of glory? Meanwhile, as Ye Feiran was sent home to recuperate, Su Yushi had successfully cared for the fourth prince, Xiao Heng, and was preparing to return to her quarters. However, Xiao Heng cautioned her earnestly, "This matter must never reach my mother. She will undoubtedly make a fuss, and I shall be forbidden from visiting the ice lake again." Su Yushi replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already sealed the news. However, there is unfortunate news. The assassin who breached the ice has committed suicide, a death soldier. I can only bolster the defenses around the ice lake. No one shall trespass again." Xiao Heng inquired, "Can we ascertain who they were?" Su Yushi answered, "There was a tattoo of Northern Liao on the soles of their feet, but..." Xiao Heng pressed, "But what?" Su Yushi continued, "However, it appears to have been freshly inked. Northern Liao death soldiers are trained from a young age and typically have tattoos on their feet by the time they join the ranks. As they grow, these tattoos become somewhat faded. Yet, the tattoos on those individuals yesterday were still bright red and swollen, clearly inconsistent with the characteristics of Northern Liao death soldiers." Xiao Heng nodded. "That must mean someone is attempting to frame Northern Liao for an assassination against me. But who could it be?" Su Yushi remained uneasy. "Your Highness, they are aware that you visit the ice lake every year. Hence, this assassination attempt was likely planned. In my view, the ice lake is no longer safe. You should return to the palace sooner rather than later." Xiao Heng, however, chuckled coldly. "Is returning to the palace truly safe? Have I not faced numerous assassination attempts since childhood? With you by my side, I fear nothing." As she gazed into Xiao Heng's gentle eyes, Su Yushi recalled the words of her younger cousin and suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, you mentioned last night. It was not your intention to distance yourself from me, but rather you were being guided by a voice to ignore me?" Xiao Heng nodded. "Yes, and I do not particularly wish to encounter Ye Feiran. Undeniably, he possesses great talent and could prove to be an excellent guest. The sage often praises him, noting his keen intellect and profound capabilities. Yet, you know me. Although I possess some knowledge, I do not enjoy dwelling on such matters. Instead, I find myself drawn to the memories of you practicing swordsmanship in the training grounds, wishing to have you enter the palace as my companion. I long to hear your tales of chivalrous heroes traversing the rivers and lakes, to hear you recite verses of the lone smoke rising in the desert, of soldiers wrapped in horsehide. However, every time I see Ye Feiran's eyes, I find myself inexplicably compelled to follow his lead. My head throbs painfully, yet I am forced to mindlessly echo his words. Perhaps it is merely my illusion." Su Yushi's expression sharpened, and she grasped Xiao Heng's arm, saying, "Your Highness truly experiences such an illusion?" Xiao Heng nodded but then shook his head. "I do not know. I truly do not know. Yushi, am I unwell? Like my sixth brother, afflicted with the ailment of lost soul?" As he spoke, he stepped closer to Su Yushi, concern evident in his gaze. Su Yushi considered for a moment before responding. "Your Highness, I shall take you to meet someone. Once you meet him, please refrain from speaking, just listen. Of course, it is possible that even if you wish to speak, you may find yourself unable to." At this moment, Ye Feiran had finished consuming the fruits of the Ye family, and Qin Wanshi had indeed begun to stir trouble again. With Ye Feiran as her backing, her wings had suddenly grown strong. Although she maintained the pretense of daily visits to greet and serve tea to Xiao Rong, her demeanor grew increasingly disrespectful. How could Xiao Rong, with her fiery temper, tolerate such insolence? She immediately instructed Chun'er and Dong'er to silence her. In the past, Xiao Rong was a princess. Qin Wanshi had once respected her status. Now, however, she was merely a commoner, granted the title of a modest lady. Regardless, she still had to heed the whims of men, and so she cast aside any restraint. After being silenced, she made a ruckus, eventually reaching Yi Qingze, crying and creating quite the commotion. Yi Qingze, his head throbbing from the noise, chided Xiao Rong. Regardless of what she may say, she is still Kitchen's mother. Is it not a bit excessive to humiliate her in front of the child? Upon hearing this, Xiaorong's temper flared anew. So, my husband is scolding me for the sake of a concubine? Yuqingze found himself at a loss for words, carefully replying, how could that be? It is merely that harmony is of utmost importance in our family. Xiaorong scoffed. Harmony? That lowly concubine shows no willingness to rise or fall. What? Does a mere concubine aspire to rise above me? And, husband, do you think she holds a higher place in your heart simply because she bore a child? Am I incapable of bearing children? Yuqingze was speechless. He had never realized how unreasonable this little princess could be. Yet he still had to tread carefully due to her status. Ronger, you are overthinking. A concubine will always remain a concubine. And a child born of a concubine will always be a child born of a concubine. You are the legitimate wife and should possess the grace befitting such a role. Moreover, we have a long future ahead. How could you possibly be unable to bear children? Xiaorong's expression softened slightly. Then, husband, you must put in more effort. For the next few months, do not visit that lowly Qin concubine until I conceive. Yuqingze, with no other choice, could only agree, hoping to appease the little princess's spirits. The lively scene caused Ye Feiran to laugh uncontrollably. Neither of the two women in the back courtyard of her father was a simple character, and this was merely the beginning. One wondered how the little princess would react upon realizing her inability to bear children. The sixth prince observed her rolling with laughter, and he took the opportunity to circulate his internal energy through a small cycle. In his previous life, he had been injured by this energy, but in this life, he could finally take his time. Within less than a month, he managed to circulate his energy smoothly, allowing him to release a little more of it. He was born with a divine power, a fact his mother had kept secret, discreetly inviting a master from Mingwu Mountain to teach him. The master advised that he was still too young for this power, as it could harm him, and thus provided him with a set of cultivation techniques. After a year of practice, the results were remarkably fruitful. However, in the second year, he fell victim to the poison of sealing the gods, severing his connection with the master of Mingwu Mountain. After 2 years of effort, he finally set his first plan into motion, but without the presence of this little fellow, it might have remained unrealized. He slowly opened his eyes, drew Ye Feiran into his embrace, and asked, Fair, would you like to go outside for a stroll? Ye Feiran nodded, babbling excitedly in her mind. Of course. I'm so bored. Big brother, hurry and take me out to play. When will I learn to walk, run and jump? Even crawling would be fine. I will surely be the most adorable little monkey in the Su family. This chatterbox could go on endlessly. The sixth prince inquired again, Fair, are you hungry? Ye Feiran shook her head, thinking, how could I be hungry? I had a bottle of baby fruit puree this morning, and it was grape-flavored. But I prefer strawberries. Sadly, the flavors are random, and I can't choose. This ridiculous system. The sixth prince, slightly amused, thought to himself, I shall refrain from asking further. One question elicits 10 answers from you. As he placed Ye Feiran in the baby carriage he had crafted with his own hands, pushing her outside, a notification suddenly chimed within Ye Feiran's system. Ding! A new gossip line has been activated, unlocking the palace gossip line and a new shelf. Surprised, Ye Feiran opened the system and indeed saw that one of the palace lines had lit up and a new shelf had been unlocked. However, the newly unlocked shelf contained something of no interest to him. A medicinal pill named Purity Pill. What is this for? He wondered. Upon focusing on the Purity Pill, he noticed a note stating, can dispel all negative mental attacks or temptations. Using it once grants immunity to such mental assaults. Ye Feiran pondered, what exactly are mental attacks? Am I not in an ordinary alternate ancient world? Why does it feel so fantastical? Meanwhile, the sixth prince, pushing the stroller, suddenly furrowed his brow. He suspected he knew what it was. If his guess was correct, it might pertain to the Gu child. The poison of sealing the gods and the Gu child both originated from the mysterious lands beyond the borders, alongside another item known as the treasure of that realm. However, that particular item had never been revealed to the public, and no one knew what it was, but judging from the other two, it certainly wouldn't be anything good. The poison of sealing the gods had sealed Xiaocong. Who else would be targeted by mental attacks? Xiaocong increasingly felt that the great Ning dynasty was caught in a grand scheme, manipulated at will. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, unable to take action. Would he once again have to watch helplessly as the common people suffered? In stark contrast to the sixth prince's worries, Ye Feiran was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Carefree and oblivious to the turmoil around him, merely seeking to sustain himself through the delights of gossip. Unbeknownst to him, his musings had already set the Su family into a flurry of activity. The sixth day marked the 60th birthday of the Dowager Empress, a significant milestone that even the emperor took to heart, specially dispatching officials from the Ministry of Rites to coordinate the celebration. The emperor had mentioned this 2 months prior. But the Dowager Empress was not one to indulge in extravagance. Even for her milestone birthday, she remained unbothered. Instead, she had stopped the emperor several times, saying, "Let Tanger handle it. Your royal brother has nothing to do. It would be good to give him some tasks. Otherwise, he spends his days drinking and visiting brothels, with no semblance of a prince." The emperor chuckled helplessly. "Your brother has always been filial. Very well, I shall leave it to him." Thus, Prince Luo, Xiao Jintang, prepared a martial arts exhibition for the Dowager Empress at the training grounds of the 5th Young Ladies' Courtyard, aiming to present her with a unique celebration. With the 6th day approaching, even Su Haoyun and Su Haoqing joined in the preparations at the training grounds, leaving the 2 little ones at home to play. The 6th prince, having brought Ye Feiran to the backyard, found a large open space where Ye Feiran usually sat in a stroller while he practiced martial arts. At that moment, he was holding a small mechanical rabbit, gnawing on its ears. He couldn't help it. His gums were itchy, and he wondered if he was teething. The 6th prince noticed and approached, gently prying open his little mouth for a quick inspection, and indeed, he spotted a tiny tooth breaking through the center of his lower gum. With delight, the 6th prince exclaimed, "Ah, you're growing a tooth." Ye Feiran's eyes lit up, and he thought, "Oh, I'm actually growing a tooth? No wonder my gums are so itchy. I just wanted to chew on something." The rabbit's ears are quite pleasant to bite. Does this mean I can eat harder food soon? Eating semi-liquid food every day is making my mouth feel bland. The 6th prince sighed. "You certainly are quite talkative." Just as Ye Feiran continued his musings, Su Yushi entered the backyard, pulling the 4th prince along. Upon seeing the 4th prince, the 6th prince instantly resumed his previous demeanor, resembling a lifeless puppet. Meanwhile, the 4th prince looked at the 6th prince with concern, saying warmly, "6th brother, you've grown taller and appear much fairer than when you were in the palace. It seems that the Su family cares for you well. They truly have worked hard." Su Yushi replied, "Taking care of the 6th prince is my aunt's responsibility, and she is very fond of him. So the 4th prince need not be polite." The 4th prince surveyed the Su family's backyard and asked, "Yushi, why have you brought me here? Is the person you wanted me to meet the 6th brother?" Su Yushi shook her head and pointed to her cousin, saying, "6th prince, allow me to introduce you to my cousin, Ye Feiran. Isn't he adorable?" The 4th prince looked at Ye Feiran, who met his gaze and immediately realized that the palace line he had unlocked pertained to the 4th prince. Instead of immediately probing into the 4th prince's affairs, he mused, "The 4th prince is quite handsome, fitting to be the protagonist. He must possess an appearance that sets him apart from ordinary people." The 4th prince appeared somewhat bewildered, turning to Su Yushi, who encouraged him to listen further. Ye Feiran's thoughts continued to flow. "Oh, wonderful. This time, Ye Kitchen did not seize my second cousin's achievements. And the 4th prince trusts him more now. That's how it should be. Ye Kitchen harbors ill intentions, coaxing the 4th prince into submitting while secretly raising a mistress and bearing children outside. He has monopolized all the benefits." The 4th prince, taken aback, instinctively took a step back, only to find himself retreating into Su Yushi's embrace, who steadied him and whispered, "Your Highness, do not be alarmed." The 4th prince continued to focus, listening to Ye Feiran's inner thoughts. The 4th prince was indeed pitiable. Originally, his mother, concubine Yu, had arranged a marriage. However, the empress, concerned that the crown prince's position would be jeopardized by the birth of 2 daughters, forcibly brought concubine Yu into the palace. Concubine Yu, proving her worth, gave birth to a son, the 4th prince. The empress's worries were not unfounded, as she subsequently bore 2 more daughters, and during the birth of her 4th child, her health deteriorated, rendering her unable to conceive again. Now, the sole hope of the Wang clan rested on the 4th prince, who was burdened with such a heavy weight from birth. Yet, it seemed as if he was unwilling to accept his fate. Sometimes, people find themselves yearning for what they cannot attain, while being force-fed what they do not desire. Suddenly, the 4th prince was attacked, and the instigator was none other than the empress. Chapter 41. This shocking revelation left everyone present dumbfounded, as none could comprehend why the empress would take such drastic measures. After all, concubine Yu hailed from the esteemed Jingwa Duke's household, and the 4th prince was under their support. Why would the empress seek to extinguish this solitary hope? Ye Feiran's subsequent words enlightened the crowd. Over the years, the Ye family had harbored grievances against the Jingwa Duke's household regarding the fourth prince, and at times their political views diverged. The Ye clan had originally been the in-laws of the Jingwa Duke, and concubine Ye was the daughter of the empress's aunt. The aunt married into the Ye family, giving rise to the Ye clan, which subsequently produced the fourth prince. If the fourth prince ascended to the throne, the position of the national patriarch would shift to the Ye family. The emperor's maternal relatives are unlike those of ordinary princes. The Wang clan feared the Ye family gaining power, and the empress, consumed by jealousy, felt compelled to support him. The reason for her attack on the fourth prince stemmed from her recent acquisition of a miraculous method for conceiving a son, guaranteed to yield a male heir. However, as her health had deteriorated, she planned to intoxicate the emperor, allowing one of her maidens to impersonate her during the night, feigning pregnancy. If a son were born, the fourth prince would become obsolete. Currently, that maiden was indeed pregnant, concealed within the empress's bed curtains, having been confirmed through multiple examinations by the royal physician as carrying a male fetus. With a thunderous crash, the revelation stunned everyone. Ye Feiran mused. No wonder the empress acted so hastily. She must have had a foolproof plan. Yet, this plot diverged from the original storyline, leading Ye Feiran to speculate that this child might not be born at all, or perhaps, even if born, there were complications that prevented public acknowledgement. Thus, the fourth prince remained the undisputed heir. Upon hearing this news, the fourth prince began to question his very existence, unable to bear the weight of the conversation any longer. He grasped Su Yushi's hand and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Ye Feiran pondered aloud. Wait a moment, this news has been marked as read. Could it be a false rumor? There is certainly a possibility. The emperor is not a fool. Surely he can discern whether the one lying beside him after drinking is the empress or not. After all, drunken encounters are merely excuses for those who had intentions all along. The authenticity of this rumor remained uncertain, prompting Ye Feiran to decide to follow up on it, marking it for later investigation. Meanwhile, the two departed individuals arrived at Su Yushi's courtyard. The fourth prince's eyes were reddened as he questioned Su Yushi. Am I truly just a tool in their eyes? Su Yushi sighed, responding, Your Highness, every birth carries its own responsibilities. It is merely that being born into royalty bears a heavier burden. The fourth prince forced a smile. Yet, I am not irreplaceable. Hasn't my mother already begun scouting for new candidates? Su Yushi inquired, What are your thoughts on this, Your Highness? The fourth prince fell silent, and after a moment, he surprisingly replied, I find it rather agreeable. They need not eliminate me. I am willing to step aside for a new contender. I never truly wished to be emperor in the first place. Su Yushi, understanding him well, nodded. However, some matters cannot simply be abandoned. Do not forget, there is still Ye Kitchen by your side. Your inexplicable trust in him and your willingness to grant him merits before the emperor indicate his extraordinary nature. The fourth prince began to realize, sensing that the Daming dynasty seemed to be unwittingly swept away by an unseen force, hurtling towards an irreversible direction. Su Yushi grasped his hand. I did not come to you merely to share these thoughts. I believe my cousin may have a way to free you from Ye Kitchen's influence. The fourth prince, puzzled, asked, Your cousin? The child from earlier? He seems. Why can I not articulate my thoughts? The fourth prince recognized that Ye Feiran possessed an unusual quality, as if bound by some unspoken rule. Even though everyone was aware of Ye Feiran's secret, they were unable to divulge it as long as the rules forbade them. Su Yushi knowingly nodded. But she led him back to the courtyard where Ye Feiran and the sixth prince were playing. From afar, they saw the sixth prince amusing Ye Feiran with a mechanical rabbit, causing him to laugh joyfully. Who would have imagined that such a small child harbored such immense potential? Upon seeing the sixth prince return, Ye Feiran sighed internally. It appears my precious melon coins are once again at risk. A single pestilence-eliminating pill costs 300 melon coins, which is even more than the price of saving the sixth prince. However, it was understandable. The fourth prince's liberation from the influence of the Gu child was crucial to restoring the plot's integrity, possibly serving as a safeguard for the Su family. With this in mind, he ceased to lament over the melon coins, purchasing the pestilence-eliminating pill and directing its effects toward the fourth prince. Instantly, the fourth prince felt a chilling sensation envelop him, and the myriad constraints that had previously bound him vanished without a trace. His inexplicable admiration and favoritism toward Ye Kitchen evaporated in that moment. Ye Feiran gazed contentedly at his handiwork, chuckling as his thoughts resonated. May their shackles lessen. The road ahead is long, and perhaps they can ultimately break free from the fetters of fate and find their way together. This enigmatic statement elicited an unusual reaction from both the fourth prince and Su Yushi. Only the sixth prince, who had remained by Ye Feiran's side, understood clearly. Having been reborn, he had witnessed the outcome of the fourth prince and Su Yushi's previous lives. Despite Su Yushi's fervent efforts upon returning to the capital, all she reclaimed was the lifeless body of her fourth brother, albeit intact. He hoped that in this life, they would fare better, avoiding the pitfalls of the past, where they appeared to support one another but never truly united. Ye Feiran continued to murmur in his ear, "It truly feels as though we've returned to square one. Being a good person is no easy task. Woe is me, I must return to the melon fields to earn more melon coins. Fortunately, many melons have been unlocked along the palace line. Let me see what other fruits the Empress's storyline may yield." However, significant revelations cannot surface in a single day. He looked around, only discovering the origin of the Empress's miraculous childbirth medicine. It was linked to a sorcerer clad in black garments. As those who typically engage in such affairs are often witches or shamans, Ye Feiran, observing the dwindling number of melon coins in his possession, resolved to close his eyes and disregard everything, deciding he could survive on the supplementary food provided by his mother for a few days. Fortunately, his anxieties did not materialize, as the melons from the Ye family proved exceptionally appealing. In just a matter of days, Qin Wanshi had confronted Xiaorong multiple times, tearfully questioning her. "On what grounds do you confine my husband to your courtyard, denying me the chance to see him? Though I am a concubine, I am still his woman." Could not tolerate her temper any longer and immediately reprimanded her, declaring that a lowly concubine is still a lowly concubine, and there was no need to feign weakness before her. She commanded her to cease her seductive antics, asserting that in the great Ning dynasty, a concubine is merely a step above a slave, and even if she were to sell her at will, no one would dare to voice an objection. Qin Wanshi retorted by bringing up Ye Kitchen, challenging, "Do you dare to sell me? Very well. Let us see if the eldest young master agrees." This statement further infuriated, who then instructed Chun'er and Dong'er to slap her, admonishing that while they could argue, there was no need to drag children into it. Qin Wanshi was deliberately provoking her, fully aware that inability to conceive was a sensitive subject, and she knew deep down that would never bear children in her lifetime. Following the precedent set by Su Haoyan, she doubled the dosage of the medicine administered to. While it was not lethal, it ensured that she would never have children again. After witnessing this, Ye Feiran shuddered. Contemplating the malice of this woman was no pushover either. Yuqingze must be feeling quite overwhelmed at this moment. Previously, Ye Feiran had thought the inner quarters during Su Haoyan's time were too quiet, but now he realized that such tranquility had become a rare luxury. Ye Feiran, satisfied, received 10 melon coins, which he exchanged for a delicious cod fish paste, indulging in a hearty meal before settling down for an afternoon nap. The sixth prince, who was practicing nearby, shook his head helplessly at the sight of his snowy white backside and draped a small blanket over him. Soon, the sixth day of the new year arrived, marking the birthday of the Dowager Empress Su. The Dowager Empress, the legitimate daughter of the Grand General, held a distinguished status, and her birthday, falling on the sixth day of the Lunar New Year, was considered exceptionally auspicious. A fortune teller had once claimed that the daughter of the general would possess a noble fate, destined to become the principal consort in the palace. The Grand General had dismissed this as mere jest, yet fate had indeed unfolded as foretold, with his daughter eventually entering the Imperial court. Though the Empress wielded power in name only, she had undeniably governed the 6 palaces. On this day, the Dowager Empress awoke early, and Prince Luo arrived in splendid attire at her residence to respectfully wish her a happy 60th birthday, proclaiming, "My son wishes you longevity as boundless as the East Sea and blessings as enduring as the South Mountain." The Dowager Empress was in high spirits. Sitting in her chair as Prince Luo completed his greetings, she cheerfully remarked, "Longevity is boundless as the East Sea and blessings as enduring as the South Mountain. There is nothing more I desire. I merely hope that you marry soon so that I may cradle my eldest grandson." Prince Luo rose and assisted the Dowager Empress, responding, "Mother, this matter must be left to fate. Besides, if you wish for a grandson, I could simply bring Feiran over to you. That little fellow is chubby and fair. Truly a legitimate grandson." The Dowager Empress playfully tapped his forehead and scolded, "You, always making light of my wishes." As they emerged from the bedroom, Su Haoyan and Su Haoqing awaited outside, accompanied by several younger relatives. Su Yushi had also taken leave from the 6th prince to extend her birthday wishes to her aunt. Su Haoyan and Su Haoqing first paid their respects to their aunt, followed by the younger generation bowing to the Dowager Empress. While Ye Feiran and the sixth prince were left to observe, Ye Feiran's thoughts were restless. The Dowager Empress glows with vitality. She hardly resembles a 60-year-old matron. If you ask me, judging by her countenance, she could live to 99. This family appears so warm and harmonious. If only I could escape. I would certainly pay my respects to the Dowager Empress, not from a desire to bow, but simply to feel included. Hearing Ye Feiran's murmurs, the others couldn't help but smile, and the Dowager Empress presented a large red envelope, placing it before Ye Feiran, saying, "Among my grandchildren, this little one deserves the largest red envelope today." His cousins had no objections, delighted to pamper their loquacious little cousin. With the red envelope cradled in his arms, Ye Feiran's eyes sparkled with greed as he continued to chatter. "Wow, I'm rich now. The Dowager Empress is so generous. With this much money, what should I buy? Unfortunately, I'm too young to go shopping. Otherwise, I would definitely purchase several beautiful outfits." The others exchanged glances, feeling as though this little rascal had multiplied their troubles 1,000-fold. The sixth prince also received a large red envelope, but he promptly handed it over to Ye Feiran, now holding 2 red envelopes. Ye Feiran was even more elated, pondering where to stash such wealth. Just then, Su Haoyan scooped him up, tucking the envelopes into his embrace, and turned to the Dowager Empress, stating, "The carriage is ready. Shall we head to 5th Mrs. Camp now? Today, Dying wishes to showcase her archery skills to you, and you should provide her with guidance, regardless of her performance." Su Dying shyly smiled, feeling somewhat inferior in the presence of such formidable women as her aunt and the Dowager Empress. The sixth prince also exhibited keen interest in the prowess of the Su family soldiers, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The 5th Mrs. Army was no less than the main Su family forces, and even surpassed them in some respects. The aristocratic youths in the capital often spoke of the 5th Mrs. Army with awe, likening them to fierce tigresses. The young women took pride in being compared to tigresses, finding it far more favorable than being embroiled in the petty squabbles of the inner quarters. Speaking of the 5th Mrs. Army, Ye Feiran had recently learned a continuation of a story he had first encountered after his arrival. Summer Shiran had joined the 5th Mrs. Army for training several months ago and had now been appointed to the patrol camp. As the legitimate daughter of a marquis, her father had generously paved the way for her future, allowing her to ascend to the position of 7th-rank patrol inspector in a remarkably short time. The duties of this inspector involved recruiting soldiers for border defense and maintaining domestic security, and Summer Shiran was responsible for patrolling the safety of the capital's eastern district. Today, she had prepared a horseback archery demonstration for the Dowager Empress. She had set out early with a team of sisters to conduct inspections, intending to return in time for the birthday celebrations. However, midway through her patrol, she heard cries for help in an alley, where a lecherous man was harassing a girl. Without hesitation, she apprehended him, only to discover that he was a familiar face, Nangong Chong, the man who had once deceived her feelings with someone else's poetry. After the Nangong family was disgraced, Nangong Chong had barely managed to survive by relying on his family's connections. Yet he had lost his footing in the capital and was now living in a dilapidated courtyard. Taking advantage of his charm, he often frequented the nearby Kwai building to swindle food and drinks, as well as money from young women. Perhaps the girls at Kwai building had seen through his true nature, for after a few encounters, they no longer allowed him to exploit them. Turning his sights on weaker women, he had resorted to robbery, committing acts of both theft and assault. When Summer Shiran caught him, the girl had nearly fallen victim to his schemes, but she managed to kick him away and scornfully questioned, "Nangong Chong, what happened to the noble lineage you once claimed? Have you sunk so low that you have no moral compass left to survive?" Seeing her, Nangong Chong lamented, "Shiran, please help me. I never meant to deceive them. I just wanted to survive, and without any means of livelihood, I had no choice but to seek their assistance." Summer Shiran countered, "Oh, robbing for survival? And what of tarnishing their purity?" He fell silent, and she understood. It was clearly a long-term scheme of extortion, or else he would have publicized his actions. Nangong Chang continued to argue, "I was just being a little flirtatious. I didn't truly do anything. Who knew they would be so timid?" Looking at the disheveled and lascivious figure of Nangong Chang, Summer Shiran felt a pang of regret for having once been enamored with such a person. Now, she finds herself in the camp of the 5th young lady, as if reborn. Yet, who could she confide in about the suffering she has endured? All these pains are attributed to the man before her. Xia Shiran closed her eyes and commanded, "Nan Gongxiang has robbed and sullied innocent women. You shall receive the punishment of castration and be sent to the Dali temple for trial on a date to be determined. With that, she spurred her horse. Unwilling to glance at the man who filled her with revulsion, Ye Feiran, having witnessed this incident, gave Xia a thumbs up. To personally deal with the one who has humiliated you is indeed a form of retribution. In Daming, offenders of such nature were always met with castration, their tools of crime confiscated. Hence, when the second brother was falsely accused of assaulting a virtuous woman, he too faced the same fate. After this event, the group arrived at the camp of the fifth young lady, where the young women's synchronized voices echoed through the skies. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager on her birthday, wishing her longevity and endless joy. The ancient phrases of birthday blessings were exquisitely beautiful, surpassing the Western sentiment of a mere happy birthday. As the Empress Dowager peered out from her carriage, she noticed the Emperor's grand procession leisurely approaching from afar, as he personally came to celebrate her birthday. Chapter 42. Everyone disembarked from their carriages, kneeling on the ground to respectfully welcome the Emperor, except for the Empress Dowager. The Emperor appeared much improved, no longer bearing the dazed expression he had after the passing of noble consort Shu. He had his dragon chariot halted, adjusted his sleeves, and knelt before the Empress Dowager, saying, "Your son wishes you a happy birthday. May you enjoy endless springs and always greet the world with a smile." The Empress Dowager hurriedly stepped forward to assist the Emperor up, admonishing him, "You are the Emperor now. It is inappropriate for you to come and kneel for my birthday every year." The Emperor rose, smiling as he replied, "Filial piety is the greatest virtue. It is not easy for you to raise your son, so this small act of kneeling is nothing. As long as I am able to walk, I shall continue this tradition." Ye Feiran, observing from the side, found it remarkable. Although the Emperor was not the biological son of the Empress Dowager, he possessed a grateful heart. No wonder the world spoke of the Emperor's benevolence, especially his filial piety, which was vividly reflected in his demeanor towards the Empress Dowager. Prince Luo approached to pay his respects. "Your humble servant greets you, elder brother." The Emperor lightly supported Prince Luo and inquired, "Has Jintang prepared gifts for our mother?" Prince Luo proudly replied, "Of course, today's birthday banquet is the finest gift I could offer our mother." The Emperor then retrieved a brocade box from his robe and presented it with utmost reverence to the Empress Dowager, saying, "I have procured a South Sea pearl, specially reserved for your birthday. Do you like it?" The Empress Dowager opened the brocade box to reveal a pearl the size of an egg, radiating a gentle luster even in daylight. Ecstatic, she nodded and said, "Your Majesty is truly thoughtful. I adore it. In the future, do not go to such lengths. Your filial heart is all I need to be content." The Emperor, holding the Empress Dowager, spoke with a hint of affection, "Though I am the Emperor, I was raised by you, who taught me everything. This heart of filial piety cannot be repaid, even if I were to die 1,000 deaths." This devotion had roots in history. The Empress Dowager had once infiltrated enemy lines to rescue the young emperor when he was but a child, after concubine Ning, unable to bear the disgrace, took her own life. Later, she was chosen to serve in the palace to ensure the young emperor's safe upbringing, supporting him in ascending the throne while the Su family served as his steadfast backing, never interfering with his decisions. Without the Empress Dowager, the current emperor would not exist. However, the righteousness of the Su family often placed them in difficult positions. After honoring the Empress Dowager's birthday, the emperor turned to the sixth prince, gesturing for him to come closer, but the boy merely stared blankly, ignoring him entirely. The emperor, unfazed, stepped forward and lifted him, saying, "Songer, do you miss your father? I know you understand my words, even if you cannot express it. Your eyes tell me you long for me, and you miss your mother too." The sixth prince lowered his gaze. In the current perilous times of Daming, he found it impossible to express any longing for his father. Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed nearby. Look at the emperor. What good is it to be in his position? He must sacrifice for the realm, for the country. He cannot live for himself, for love, for his children, but instead forces himself into isolation. He cannot even confront those he despises, as he must rely on them. He cannot deal with enemies, even if he knows there are hidden agendas. Sigh, I truly think it would be better if he were not an emperor. The emperor stood momentarily stunned, holding the sixth prince, but he had heard such sentiments before. He had realized that the Su family's child was extraordinary since the night noble consort Shu passed away. Little did he know this child was also quite talkative. He was not angered by her thoughts. Rather, he found it rare, as surely only she would dare speak so in his presence. However, after much contemplation, he felt this might be a stroke of fortune for the sixth prince. To encounter such an exceptional child might signify hope for his son. At that moment, the emperor remained unaware that Ye Feiran had already saved both of his sons. He waved to everyone. All of you rise. Let us enter the camp together to witness the martial display and celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. The crowd responded with great enthusiasm. Thank you, Your Majesty. They then proceeded into the camp of the fifth young lady. Ye Feiran was nudged by her second brother, flanked by her elder brother and Prince Luo, while her elder cousin was likely preparing for the martial performance dedicated to the Empress Dowager. In the camp of the fifth young lady, comprised entirely of women, the martial display was indeed a celebratory program arranged by the young ladies for the Empress Dowager. As the Emperor and the Empress Dowager took their seats, the performance commenced with a dazzling display of a formation holding red silk ribbons, forming a giant character for longevity. The Emperor, witnessing the spirited display of the fifth young lady's army, exclaimed, "Remarkable! These young women are truly exceptional." The Empress Dowager shook her head. Not quite. The fifth young lady's army welcomes all, even those with disabilities. They are not necessarily the finest among women, and some may not even match the physical prowess of ordinary people. However, after years of training and learning, who dares to say they are inferior to others? The Emperor nodded. You speak true, Mother. I am indeed taken aback. The Empress Dowager pointed to a woman carrying a medical kit, stating, "That is our military doctor." Named Blindxia, she was born without sight, yet she possesses profound knowledge of anatomy, medicine, and pharmacology. Over there is another young lady who, despite her disability, has crafted her own prosthetic limbs from metal. Henceforth, anyone in need of prosthetics in the army seeks her assistance. And there, that girl, born without hearing and deemed extremely unattractive, was abandoned by her parents at birth. Yet, her strength is unmatched, and her culinary skills are exceptional. Even 1,000 soldiers can rely on her to provide warm meals. Your Majesty, do you now view my fifth young lady's army with new eyes? The Emperor sighed, acknowledging. Indeed, your words have left me feeling inadequate. Previously, I believed the fifth young lady's army was merely your aspiration to forge a different path for women. Today, I see that I have been narrow-minded. Women are not meant solely for the inner chambers. They too can achieve great feats. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the esteemed Empress Dowager Su broke into a smile. It brings me great solace that the Emperor thinks this way. A woman's pursuit of knowledge and martial skills is not necessarily inferior to that of a man. It is merely the absence of a platform for them to showcase their ambitions that confines them to the inner chambers, engaging in trivial disputes. At this moment, Ye Feiran's thoughts resonated. The Empress Dowager's perspective is truly ahead of her time. To possess such thoughts in ancient times reflects her expansive vision. Mencius once articulated that the distinction between genders is akin to the disparity in talent. It is not inherent. This indicates that even great thinkers endorse the inherent equality between men and women. Both the Emperor and Empress Dowager Su comprehended Ye Feiran's sentiments, recognizing that such profound understanding was beyond the grasp of an infant. The Emperor felt increasingly assured that Ye Feiran would be the fortune of the sixth prince. Though he pondered how far this fortune would extend, perhaps the Emperor's destiny was too formidable. It seemed unlikely that Ye Feiran would partake in his blessings, prompting her to remark based on the original narrative. However, the Emperor truly is a commendable ruler. Despite his flaws, he is indeed benevolent and kind-hearted. Alas, his life may be too brief. The Empress Dowager felt a weight descend in her heart, while the Emperor's lips curled into a smirk. He did not perceive a short life as a misfortune. Life and death are ordained, and departing early could allow for a reunion with Tonger in the afterlife. Yet, the realm of Daming would likely falter in his absence, as Hunger would be incapable of shouldering such a heavy burden, risking the Duke Jing's residence to become a mere puppet. The Emperor pondered deeply, while Ye Feiran's thoughts surged forth again. Oh, perhaps there could be a turning point? After all, it seems everything is not unfolding according to the script. The Emperor is quite admirable. I do not wish for his early demise. Yet, this situation requires someone to break the impasse. If the fourth Prince Xiaoheng is unfit, then who is? Ye Feiran continued to muse, while the Emperor discerned many pivotal pieces of information, notably her assertion that the fourth Prince Xiaoheng was inadequate. Among his sons, Xiaoheng was indeed the most capable. Could it be that destiny seeks to bring ruin upon Daming? Just as the Emperor fell into contemplation, Empress Dowager Su had already risen to change into a spirited short outfit, preparing to ride and practice with the young ladies. The Emperor regained his senses and promptly approached her, gesturing, "Mother, do take care and ensure your safety." Prince Luo had already mounted a robust steed, clad in soft armor, and chuckled softly. "Brother, you are well aware of Mother's temperament. She can endure any remarks but cannot tolerate being deemed incapable. If today's practice is not permitted, do you believe she can enjoy her birthday?" Empress Dowager Su shot a glare at Prince Luo. "You speak too much. I have diligently prepared for this day for over half a month. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a warrior of the Su family. My secret skill of hitting the bullseye is not merely for show." With that, she nimbly mounted her horse, embodying the form of a lithe female general rather than a 60-year-old matron. Ye Feiran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, glancing worriedly at Empress Dowager Su. At that moment, they had distanced themselves, with only the sixth prince able to hear Ye Feiran's thoughts. What to do? The Empress Dowager is about to demonstrate her bullseye technique. Will she be all right? The sixth prince sighed, pushing his stroller down from the viewing platform, sensing her worry, and decided to draw closer to observe the situation. Indeed, the Su family members who could hear Ye Feiran were on high alert. Not only did the two younger generations participate, but even Su Haoyun, who had long refrained from wielding blades, mounted a horse. Empress Dowager Su was taken aback by this development. "What is this?" Su Haoyun replied with a smile. "Aunt, the warriors of the Su family are not limited to you. Do not forget, I have also fought on the battlefield alongside my father and brothers. The secret skill of hitting the bullseye is something I have mastered since childhood. Today, I shall compete with you to see who is the true master of the Su family's technique." This ignited Empress Dowager Su's competitive spirit, as she urged her horse forward. "Excellent. Bring me my purple gold arrows. The loser must put forth a wager." Su Haoyun inquired playfully. "What do you intend to wager, Aunt?" The Empress Dowager pondered briefly before responding. "I recently acquired a luminous pearl. If you can best me, it shall belong to Feiran." Ye Feiran, bewildered, looked up. "Huh? What is happening? Why am I suddenly being mentioned? Why am I receiving a pearl?" Su Haoyun chuckled and said, "Very well, should Aunt win, the hot spring villa in the southern city shall be gifted to you as a birthday present." Cheers erupted around them, and even the emperor was eager to partake. However, having devoted himself to scholarly pursuits and bearing the weight of years, he could only stand aside and enjoy the spectacle. The Grand Eunuch, ever perceptive, provided him with a chair, while Ye Feiran and the sixth prince remained nearby. As the sound of drums and gongs echoed, Empress Dowager Su spurred her horse forward. The shooting range featured 20 targets, including 5 moving targets, 10 stationary ones, and 5 obstacle targets. Empress Dowager Su's archery skills were indeed exceptional, although her horse galloped slowly. Each arrow struck true. Su Haoyun was equally impressive, simultaneously drawing 3 arrows and bending low on his mount, hitting all 3 stationary targets with precision. The spectators erupted in cheers, marveling at the prowess of the true Su family warrior. The younger members of the Su family did not compete but rode alongside to assist, with Prince Luo handing arrows to his mother. To their astonishment, Empress Dowager Su had 5 arrows in hand. Ye Feiran thought, "Goodness. Is she planning to shoot 5 arrows at once?" In truth, her aim was not as he imagined. Empress Dowager Su merely directed the 5 arrows towards different targets, hitting every moving target without a miss. The emperor could not help but exclaim in delight, applauding. "Mother, you are indeed as vigorous as ever, your spirit undiminished by age." The Grand Eunuch chimed in with flattery, declaring, "Empress Dowager Su clearly possesses the visage of longevity. With such vitality, she is destined to live as long as the pines of Nanshan." The emperor felt a surge of joy, acknowledging the truth in that statement. The members of the Su family practiced martial arts daily, and barring death in battle, they were sure to enjoy long lives. The contest between Empress Dowager Su and Su Haoyun had entered its final phase, with obstacle archery being the most unique event in the Su family's riding and shooting training. This required horses to leap over predetermined obstacles while simultaneously hitting 5 concealed targets, testing not only horsemanship and archery but also extraordinary eyesight. Within a fleeting minute, one must locate all 5 hidden targets and strike true. Not everyone could accomplish this feat, however. Both Empress Dowager Su and Su Haoyun, the Su family warriors, astonishingly hit the first hidden target as their horses cleared the first obstacle. Ye Feiran and the sixth prince were left in awe, realizing that the Su family's secret skill of hitting the bullseye was indeed not just a name. The reputation of Empress Dowager Su and Su Haoyun was well-deserved. They were so engrossed in the scene that they nearly forgot the potential dangers facing Empress Dowager Su. It was not until Su Haoyun successfully cleared the final obstacle and struck the last hidden target that Empress Dowager Su's arrow was released, striking true as her steed leaped over the barricade. At that moment, however, the horse's hoof was caught by the barricade, and with a startled whinny, Empress Dowager Su was thrown from her mount, tumbling towards the very barricade she had just jumped over. Above the refusal pillar, there lay sharp metallic spikes, set with the intention to slay enemies. Chapter 43. At this moment, Ye Feiran's heart raced to his throat. As all members of the Su family galloped toward the place where the matriarch, Su Laotai, had fallen, even the emperor sprang to his feet, anxiously sprinting in her direction. The sixth prince merely cast a casual glance before addressing Ye Feiran. "Do not fret, Prince Luo, and General Su are already nearby." Standing guard, Ye Feiran was astonished by the sixth prince's progress in speech, as he could now string together 5 words in succession. Hearing that Prince Luo and General Su were standing by, he too exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed they were deliberately biding their time to catch the perpetrator who had harmed Su Laotai, hoping to extract confessions. However, they were likely to be disappointed. These individuals were tight-lipped. If they could be interrogated, surely he would be the one to reap the rewards. In a flash, Su Haoqing and Prince Luo leapt forward, followed closely by over a dozen guards. The two supported the matriarch on either side, while the remaining guards hoisted the entire warhorse. Indeed, not only could the matriarch not be harmed, but her beloved steed, Feiran, also needed protection. Ye Feiran could not help but applaud, thinking, "Bravo. Impressive. The Su army truly lives up to its reputation, being so well trained." Shortly thereafter, several individuals brought forth 2 men disguised as logistic soldiers of the Su army, who knelt before Su Laotai. Once Su Laotai had regained her composure and glanced at the sharp refusal spike, she realized that had it not been for her son and nephew, she might have been impaled, with no chance of survival. The emperor soon arrived, witnessing the scene, and immediately erupted in fury. What is the meaning of this? How could a training spike be real? And why does it bear sharp spikes? Moreover, this spike is several inches taller than usual. Did you not pay attention when arranging the venue? Prince Luo scoffed beside him. Is it negligence? Or is there a more sinister motive? I leave it to you, dear brother, to decide. The emperor, fully aware that someone sought to harm Su Laotai, angrily kicked the refusal spike and commanded, "Summon the Minister of Justice. I demand a thorough investigation into this matter. No, I shall personally oversee the inquiry. Bring forth the suspects. I wish to know who is scheming behind the scenes." The 2 logistic soldiers of the Su army were brought forth, and Su Haoqing immediately noticed something amiss in their expressions. He stepped forward to grasp their jaws, but was too late. They had already spewed forth black blood, committing suicide before the emperor's eyes. The emperor's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke gravely. "So they are death warriors? Have the coroner examined the bodies to see if any clues can be uncovered?" Typically, such death warriors carried wax pills. Upon failure of their mission, they would bite down on them to end their lives. An assassination attempt on the matriarch was a matter of utmost secrecy, allowing for no errors. And to attempt such an act before the emperor meant they had no chance of survival. Even if the mission had succeeded, these 2 would not have lived to tell the tale. Ye Feiran observed the chaos below as the emperor ordered the 5th Ladies Battalion to go on high alert and dispatched 100 dark guards to protect the matriarch, even calling for the imperial physician to attend to her shock. Ultimately, 4 corpses were discovered, identical in condition to those of the 2 disguised death warriors. The emperor and Prince Luo were busy tending to the situation when Su Laotai could no longer bear to watch. "Enough. You 2 should take a breather. These individuals were thoroughly prepared, sending 6 death warriors to claim the life of this old woman. They truly overestimate me. If you manage to uncover anything, what will become of the death warriors cultivated over the years?" The emperor, growing increasingly furious, issued a decree. Let it be known that henceforth, outside of the royal military, no individual or organization is permitted to harbor death warriors. Anyone who defies this order shall face immediate execution. The chief eunuch rushed to draft the decree, returning with a disheveled appearance, aware that the capital would soon be engulfed in chaos. He knew that both civil officials and military generals often retained a few death warriors within their households. In these times, the lives of commoners were worth little. A few dozen taels of silver could buy a young adult, while a mere handful could secure a child, raised to serve their masters. Ye Feiran silently commended the emperor's decision. The lives of death warriors are lives too. Every child is born of parents. While there may be special forces, their lives must be valued as well. The safety of warriors comes first. The 6th prince noted a new term, special forces. Surely, this was something that once existed in the utopia where Feiran had lived. Today, with the 5th Ladies Battalion fully on alert, Even the emperor toiled late into the night, yet yielded no findings. However, he intentionally made a show of diligence, as everyone understood that the emperor's greatest concern was the matriarch, and the Su family's only support lay with her. Ye Feiran could envision that if the matriarch were to perish today, those individuals would surely not show mercy toward the Su family and Prince Luo. Furthermore, should the matriarch die, the blow to the emperor would be devastating. The death of consort Shu had already been an unbearable grief for him, and faced with a double blow, it was uncertain whether his health could withstand. Even after Su Laota was rescued by her son and nephew, the emperor could not suppress a cough on his way back. Ye Feiran, observing the newly unlocked narratives in the gossip system, sighed. It seems the emperor has an inkling of who seeks to harm the matriarch. As he directly marched to Yongning Palace to demand accountability. In Yongning Palace, the empress, adorned in a robe embroidered with gold threads, prioritized opulence over comfort. When the emperor arrived, she had already retired for the night and hurriedly donned her robe to greet him, expecting the emperor to rekindle their marital affection. She was taken aback when he entered with a barrage of accusations. Wang, have I not shown you enough tolerance? Have I not bestowed sufficient favor upon your Wang family? Now that your family holds sway over the court, manipulating affairs, is it not enough to have harmed my beloved concubine? Must you also target my mother? The emperor recognized that he had perhaps spoken too hastily, lacking evidence against the Wang family for their involvement in the deaths of consort Shu and Su Laota. In his rage, he sought to reprimand the empress, seizing this incident as an opportunity to confront her. The empress, aware that the emperor was venting his frustrations upon her, retorted sharply, "What do you mean, your majesty? What has happened to Su Laota? How is consort Shu's death related to me? She took her own life over her son's affairs. Am I to be blamed for that? Furthermore, the Wang family has always served you diligently. Your words about manipulation are excessive." The emperor chuckled coldly. "Wang, are you no longer even pretending? Do you believe your schemes have succeeded, and that future emperors will support you, freeing you from the need to heed my countenance? Is the Wang family finally in control of a puppet?" The empress felt a sinking sensation, looking up at the emperor with a hint of suspicion. "Your words are beyond my comprehension. I have borne you only 4 daughters. Who can support me?" The emperor, unable to contain his indignation any longer, commanded sternly, "Bring her to me, soon." A group of shadow guards escorted a woman dressed as a palace maid, who was indeed the pregnant maid. She wore loose garments, concealing her condition. The empress, stunned, could hardly articulate her thoughts as the emperor's voice rang out, demanding an explanation. "Empress, should you not clarify this matter for me? Had I not returned late today, would you have allowed the royal physician to inform me of your pregnancy? Did you truly believe that I was so inebriated that I lost all awareness? You may be unaware that a man in true drunkenness is incapable of any action. Indeed, I did not touch the woman you prepared, yet why is she with child? Perhaps you should inquire of her regarding the identity of the child she carries." The empress, overwhelmed with horror and realization, collapsed to the ground. Regaining her composure, she rushed to grasp the emperor's leg, pleading, "Your Majesty, I had no knowledge of this matter. I truly was unaware." The emperor retorted with a cold laugh. "Unaware? Is this woman not of your selection? How do you claim ignorance?" The empress shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yes, I only intended for her to bear you a son, and he would only be your child. But I did not know that you did not touch her that night, nor do I know whose child she carries. I assure you, I have no intention of tainting the royal bloodline." The emperor closed his eyes briefly and stated, "Had I been inebriated that day, you would have deceived me. With your family's capabilities, is it truly difficult to support the son born to you as the heir? You claim no intention to tarnish the royal bloodline, yet your actions suggest otherwise. From this day forth, relinquish your authority over the Phoenix Seal. You are to remain confined to Chongning Palace for reflection, and let consort you take charge in your stead." With that, he forcefully shook off the empress, refusing to cast her another glance as he turned to leave. He did not take the pregnant maid with him, but left her in Chongning Palace. Once the emperor departed, the empress cast a venomous glare at the maid, who instinctively covered her abdomen, retreating as she stammered, "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. I too am compelled." "Compelled?" The empress, in a fit of fury, gripped the maid's chin and demanded, "Then tell me, what do you mean by compelled? Whose child do you carry?" "Oh, could it be that of a guard from the palace?" The maid, struggling to breathe under the grip, trembled in fear, shaking her head as she stuttered, "No, it is not. This child also belongs to the royal bloodline." The empress's grip loosened slightly as she inquired, Also of the royal bloodline?" The maid realized her fate was sealed. Even if she managed to escape the palace, that noble would not spare her. Thus, she divulged, "Your Majesty, do you remember the former crown prince? The plan for the sacred child potion originated from his strategist's hand. I was merely a pawn selected. He knew you desperately needed a legitimate son, and he needed his own child to inherit the throne. Your Majesty, I advise you. The Emperor is far more astute than you imagine. He is simply too benevolent and soft-hearted, often making poor choices. The gravest error was allowing your family to grow powerful, thus losing his control over the court. Perhaps in her impending demise, the maid's words bore the weight of truth, igniting a fury in the Empress. In a sudden fit of rage, she kicked the maid in the abdomen, causing her to cry out in pain, her garments quickly stained with blood. The maid managed a painful smile as she spoke. Your Majesty, if fate does not allow one to have a son, one should not seek a child. Bad deeds will bring retribution. For princesses are not enough. They are all so adorable. I am not even worthy to desire a child. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, leaving her fate ambiguous, whether she had perished or fainted. The Empress screamed for her to be dragged away, her pent-up resentment and fury finally unleashed. Why should consort you replace me? Simply because she bore a son? After witnessing the entire ordeal in Changning Palace, Ye Feiran was left astounded. So this is the true nature of palace intrigue. The Empress possesses audacity, yet only she has such capability. And that former crown prince, indeed a man of remarkable cunning, managed to exploit the Empress's desperation for a child to orchestrate a scheme akin to swapping the heir. Had it not been for the Emperor's vigilance, the royal bloodline might have been compromised. Following this incident, the Emperor dismissed all the eunuchs in attendance, ensuring that a eunuch stood by the bedside during his encounters, meticulously documenting each experience. Daily, he sent individuals to reprimand the Empress at Changning Palace, ensuring that consort Yu heard the reprimands from outside. Ye Feiran understood that the Emperor was merely venting his anger. The Jingguogong family had established deep roots in the court over the past decade, with the current general being the Jingguogong's son-in-law, holding sway over the vital ministries of military, finance, and civil affairs. This meant that because of the events from over a decade ago, the Emperor had been compelled to relinquish control. Even if the Empress had committed such a grievous transgression, he could not depose her. For she was the eldest daughter of the Jingguogong, a crucial piece in maintaining the power dynamics. As for the former crown prince, he was located and executed in public. Originally demoted to commoner status, this act was seen as the Emperor's mercy. Years ago, during the struggle for succession, the Emperor and his mother had been trapped in Beiliao, largely due to the faction supporting the former crown prince seeking to eliminate this threat. The Emperor, recalling the former crown prince's youth and the fact that he had not orchestrated the events himself, but rather was guided by his uncles, spared his life. Unexpectedly, he had managed to exploit a flaw within the Empress's schemes. Ye Feiran scoffed. This only proves how ignorant ancient people were, believing in miraculous childbearing potions. Such things do not exist. Even in temples where people pray for children, there are secret passages to assist women in conceiving. If only the former crown prince had fathered several children, one of them would surely be a son, and if any palace maid bore a daughter, they could have quietly swapped them out. However, with this incident, the Empress's hatred for consort Yu is likely to deepen. He speculated that the Emperor's actions were intentional, aiming to sow discord between the Wang and Yu families, who were already at odds. Nevertheless, after the incident involving the elder matriarch of the Su family and the Empress's confinement, the Jingguogong family enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. Having consumed this series of events, Ye Feiran's currency surged back into triple digits, allowing her to exchange for a box of baby fish oil, essential for a sharp mind. Upon noticing the sixth prince gazing at her with tender eyes, she generously offered him a fish oil capsule, which he swallowed with a gulp, feeling invigorated and mentally refreshed. After the incident involving the elder matriarch of the Su family, the residence of Prince Luo was fortified, with passers-by subjected to rigorous inspections. The elder matriarch felt they were overreacting. Since they knew who was responsible, they should simply pursue that lead. However, having been in power for over a decade, and with the Su family's military strength dwindling, they could not compete with the Jingguogong family and could only observe the unfolding events, subtly working to undermine them. As the New Year holiday drew to a close and court officials prepared to return to their duties, Ye Feiran, now 5 months along, was finally able to adhere to the customary milestone of sitting up as an infant. As Ye Feiran gazed at the suddenly normalized perspective, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed yet curiously intrigued. as this angle allowed for a more seamless enjoyment of the unfolding drama. With the pacifier crafted by the sixth prince nestled between his teeth, he continued to indulge in the gossip. On the first day back from his vacation, Ye Feiran was absorbed in the news. What a surprise. Today, my scoundrel of a father intends to report 2 hidden agents of Baelyang to the Emperor, while also exposing the Su family for colluding with Baelyang, presenting the Emperor with the capital's defense maps seized from the Baelyang people. As Ye Feiran had foretold, Yu Qingzhe indeed took action against those 2 Baelyang agents and the Su family. The previous day, he had led a surprise attack on the 2 locations, capturing 4 spies and some critical intelligence, just as his beloved son Yi Chi-chun had suggested. Although the information was not of paramount importance, it was widely acknowledged that Baelyang had been eyeing Daning with malicious intent, having encroached upon much of its territory over the years. Should they acquire vital secrets, the repercussions would be dire. By unearthing these Baelyang agents, he had effectively thwarted the leakage of sensitive documents, a significant achievement. Upon arriving at the morning court, Yi Qingzhe was the first to present his findings to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I recently discovered suspicious activity in my ancestral shop, uncovering several Baelyang spies. Given the urgency of the situation, I feared that Daning's secrets might fall into their hands, so I took the liberty of leading my servants to apprehend them, seizing several items of intelligence they had obtained in our realm, which I present to your Majesty for review. The Emperor, upon hearing this, could hardly conceal his delight. Oh, Minister Yi has accomplished such a great feat? Quickly, present the evidence to me, that I may see it. Yi Qingzhe acknowledged and gestured for the servants waiting outside to bring forth a box filled predominantly with inconsequential documents, with only 2 noteworthy items, outdated military reports. The Emperor had the eunuchs examine them one by one, nodding slowly. Indeed, these documents are significant intelligence for Daning. Though outdated, their acquisition indicates that a clandestine network has been established within our borders. Did you manage to capture any of the spies? With great enthusiasm, Yu Qingzhe replied, Yes, Your Majesty, they are awaiting your decree outside the palace. The Emperor, greatly impressed, waved his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Bring them forth. I shall personally interrogate them. Soon, 4 Baelyang spies were brought in, appearing to be ordinary citizens of Daning, dressed as common folk. The Emperor inquired, Have their identities been verified? The spies, their mouths gagged, were unable to respond, but Yu Qingzhe answered, Yes, we have verified them. Their souls bear the mark of Baelyang spies, and I have confirmed their coded language to be authentic. The Emperor nodded, casting a stern gaze upon the spies, and asked in a deep voice, Who is your superior? Confess now to spare yourselves from suffering. I have always been lenient. If the information you provide is sufficiently valuable, I may even send you back to Baelyang. One of the spies struggled to remove the rag from his mouth, spitting defiantly, Humph, dog Emperor. Ye Feiran, who was still engrossed in the spectacle, noted that spy insulted the Emperor and even uttered a phrase in Liao language, proclaiming that he would never betray our great Liao, even in death. The 6th prince, eavesdropping nearby, seemed taken aback. He even translated it for them. Ye Feiran mused to himself about the system's efficiency, providing subtitles in Liao, truly a considerate feature. The Emperor, understanding a bit of Liao, let out a cold laugh. You are quite loyal, yet you remain unaware whether the Khan you serve is truly the one you wish to pledge allegiance to. Your heir has already been executed by his own brother, and various factions continue to vie for power. Today, the 3rd prince ascends, and tomorrow it could be the 7th prince. Who knows which of them will prevail? This news struck a nerve with the Baelyang spy, who flushed with anger and glared at the Emperor, falling silent. Aware that no further information could be extracted in court, the Emperor waved dismissively, Enough. Take them to the Dali Temple prison for thorough interrogation. Such spies would invoke the involvement of the Emperor's own secret guards, and thankfully, with thousands still under his command, he was not entirely blind to the situation. After the Baelyang spies were taken away, the Emperor lauded Yu Qingzhe, Ministry. Your vigilance is indeed exemplary among the court. Your great service brings me much comfort. It seems Rong Heir did not choose poorly. You are indeed a man worthy of lifelong trust. Yi Qingzhe felt a swell of pride and quickly knelt, declaring, Your Majesty's praises are undeserved. As a minister, I shall serve you with utmost dedication until my last breath. Naturally, as Rong Heir's husband, I shall also treat her well. The Emperor nodded slowly. Minister Yi, such a significant accomplishment merits a reward. I must consider what would be most fitting. Yu Qingzhe was filled with excitement. professing that he sought no reward other than to serve the nation, though inwardly he longed to elevate his rank from a mere third-grade official. Removing the Baeliong spies was indeed a significant task. Surely, it would allow him to ascend a level. However, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. As long as the Su family remained intact, he would forever bear the stigma of being ungrateful. Thus, he knelt in place, appearing as though he had something to say, yet hesitating. Noticing this, the emperor inquired, "Minister Yi, what troubles you? Is there another matter at hand?" Yi Chengzhe cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse. "Your Majesty, there is something I must discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." The emperor prompted, "Oh, what is it? Speak freely. I will take it upon myself to address the matter." Yi Chengzhe bowed his head to the ground, proclaiming loudly, "I wish to accuse the Su family of treason, selling important intelligence to Baeliong." Upon hearing this, the court erupted in discussion. What? The Su family has betrayed the nation? That cannot be. The Su family is renowned for their loyalty and patriotism. I cannot believe it. The Su family has ties to Minister Yi, and despite their separation, Madame Su still carries the air of the Ye family. Surely, they would not seek revenge. There must be some misunderstanding. Ye Feiran, while enjoying the gossip, observed, "It seems many still stand with the Ye family, but my scoundrel father's denunciation of the Su family cannot be overlooked by the Jinggugong's residents. They will undoubtedly make a grand affair of this." Indeed, upon hearing Yi Chengzhe's accusations, Jinggugong immediately stood. "Your Majesty, this matter is grave. Let us summon General Su to the court for a direct confrontation." The emperor found this absurd, yet he understood that Yi Chengzhe would not make baseless claims. Summoning General Su would allow him to clear his name. He waved his hand, then summoned General Su to the court. If there are any misunderstandings, he may clarify them. Deep down, he did not believe that Su Haoqing would betray the nation. Even if his son did, Su Haoqing would not, as he embodied the spirit of the Su family army. If even the Su family army could not be trusted, he feared for the integrity of the world. Ye Feiran scoffed, "How much does my scoundrel father despise the Su family, wishing to eradicate them completely? Has he lost his mind? The emperor has offered my uncle a chance to clear his name, which suggests he does not believe the Su family would betray the nation." In the original story, my uncle's demotion to gatekeeper must have been a temporary measure. I just wonder what events transpired afterward. Alas, as Su Haoyan entered, he immediately caught wind of his son's murmurs. It appears that the Su family has indeed endured a tumultuous fate, marked by twists and turns that seem never-ending. Nevertheless, there is solace in the belief that challenges only serve to forge resilience, and with her beloved son by her side, the tribulations of the Su family will merely act as a catalyst for their strength. In the imperial court, Su Haoqing was swiftly summoned, still clad in armor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication of his prior exertions. He knelt on one knee before the emperor, offering a respectful greeting. "This humble general greets your Majesty. Might I inquire the reason for this sudden summons?" Su Haoqing's imposing stature and robust physique were evident even beneath his armor, a testament to his martial prowess. The emperor spoke, "General Su, there is no need for such formalities. Today, a matter has arisen that may involve some misunderstandings. You should clarify it with Lord Yi." With a cold glance at Yi Chengzhe, Su Haoqing inquired, "Has Lord Yi summoned me for a purpose? It is rather peculiar that after my sister's divorce from you, she has not once set eyes on her child. Why seek me here in the court? Should such matters not be addressed at home?" His words laid bare Yi Chengzhe's indifference. The Yi family's heir, a mere 5 months old, had yet to be acknowledged by his father, a display of profound callousness. Yi Chengzhe found himself at a loss for words, yet he felt no guilt, believing that his son would ultimately belong to him. He was convinced that once the Su family fell from grace, Su Haoyan would be unable to support the child, ultimately begging for his return. With a silent scoff, Yi Chengzhe disregarded Su Haoqing's query, stating, "General Su, let us not discuss family matters in the court today, but rather focus on state affairs." Su Haoqing nodded, bemused. "That is indeed curious. As a civil official, what state affairs could we possibly discuss? We, the military, have always liaised with the Ministry of War, not with your Ministry of Revenue." This statement brimmed with sarcasm, suggesting that Yi Chengzhe was overstepping his bounds. Every encounter between them left Yi Chengzhe seething with frustration, yet rendered impotent against the boorish and impudent general, who was not above using brute force to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, amused by the unfolding drama, chuckled to himself. "Uncle is formidable. Uncle is magnificent. Uncle, confront him." Who would have thought that despite being a general, uncle could deliver such verbal blows. The sixth prince, carving wood, shook his head in exasperation and instructed his attendant, "Bring forth the copper lock I prepared," unaware of the sixth prince's actions. Ye Feiran remained engrossed in the spectacle, pondering whether Yuqingza would succeed this time, as previous attempts had borne no fruit. Would the Su family continue to evade danger? If so, might they have a benefactor aiding them? He found the notion agreeable, as the Su family members were good people, and he would be grateful to the benefactor for their assistance, ensuring that he could live a life of pampered ease. Contemplating this, he glanced at the luminous pearl sent by the Empress Dowager, a lavish gift sourced from the southern seas, which she had promptly gifted to him, stating that such a treasure should be bestowed upon the Su family's cherished one, and not to incite jealousy among the elder relatives. In the court, the emperor, concerned that Yuqingza and his irascible former brother-in-law might clash, swiftly intervened. "Gentlemen, let personal grievances be set aside for now. Today, Lord Ye has eradicated 2 hidden threats from northern Liao, uncovering crucial military intelligence. Lord Ye, why not enlighten General Su regarding the significance of these findings?" Su Haoqing, with a dismissive snort, stepped aside, holding Yuqingza in disdain. He had never regarded Yuqingza as his equal. And with the current disparity in rank, Su Haoqing being a third-grade official, while Yuqingza was of the fourth, he felt even less inclined to take him seriously. This was precisely the source of Yuqingza's ire. Su Haoqing's arrogance was palpable, and he was determined to bring the Su family to ruin. He opened the central box on the court floor, retrieving a scroll and tossing it before Su Haoqing. "General Su, do you recognize this? It bears the seal of your Su army." Su Haoqing stepped forward, feigning confusion as he unfurled the scroll, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he gazed at Yuqingza. "Where did you procure this, Lord Ye?" Yuqingza smirked. "Now you fear, do you? This was seized from a northern Liao spy. Your Su army boasts loyalty to the nation, yet you would sell the defense plans of our capital to foreign agents?" The court erupted in disbelief, murmurs echoing throughout. Su Haoqing, re-examining the scroll, queried, "Are you certain this was personally retrieved and verified by you, Lord Ye?" "Indeed." Yuqingza affirmed. "How else could it be presented here? While you may profess kinship with my family, duty to the state transcends familial ties, compelling me to act against my own." Su Haoqing, incensed, retorted, "What noble duty? Your Majesty, I petition for a charge of grave disrespect against Yuqingza." The emperor, perplexed, inquired, "Oh? And why is that, General Su? Please, enlighten us." With the scroll securely in hand, Su Haoqing presented it to the emperor for examination. The head eunuch approached, accepting the scroll and delivering it to the emperor. Curiosity piqued, the emperor unfurled it, only to be met with an overwhelming fury that turned his face pale. He hurled the scroll back at Yuqingza, cursing, "You, Yuqingza." The emperor, speechless in his wrath, stormed out of the court, leaving the ministers in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of the cause of his outburst. Yuqingza, equally perplexed, could not fathom the emperor's overt favoritism towards the Su family. An eager official picked up the scroll, only to be met with a shocking revelation that forced him to turn away in distress. Another official, curious, took a glance and mockingly remarked, "Lord Ye, you certainly possess an exquisite taste." He chuckled derisively, discarding the scroll, which revealed its scandalous content. The court erupted into chaos, with voices rising in alarm and disbelief. Yuqingza, upon seeing the scandalous depiction of himself, was left trembling with rage, hastily tearing the scroll to shreds. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, emanated from Su Haoqing. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Yuqingza, do you understand why I initially thought so little of you? You were once enamored with a lady from the Li family, yet you dared to provoke my sister. That Li girl, valuing her reputation, chose to marry in silence rather than confront you. By the time I learned of this, you had already wed my sister, leaving me no choice but to keep it under wraps. Yet my ire could not be contained. I resolved to make you utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. I believed your shortcomings were trifling, and out of regard for your kindness towards my sister, I even implored my father to pave the way for you and expand your connections. But look at what you've done. My sister has wronged you in no way, yet you seek to bring ruin upon the Su family?" His voice was low, inaudible to outsiders, but to Yuqingza, it rang like thunder. Clenching a wad of torn paper in his hand, veins bulging, he turned to Su Haoqing with a cold smile. "Are you feeling triumphant? Do you think that by acquiring a city defense map through deceit, the Su family will emerge victorious this time? I have already eradicated 2 spies from Bailiang. Even if this map proves faulty, it will still count as a significant achievement. When the emperor rewards me, I shall stand on equal footing with you." a third-rank official. Su Haoqing responded with a feigned indifference. Is that so? Very well, then you shall wait and see. A sudden ominous premonition gripped Ye Qingze. He rose and followed Su Haoqing, disregarding the mocking gazes of those present. Upon noticing Ye Qingze's pursuit, Su Haoqing inquired, "Do you have business with me, Lord Yi? I am on my way to seek an audience with the Emperor, as our Su family has suffered a grave injustice that cannot simply be overlooked." Ye Qingze retorted, "Are you attempting to turn the tables? Do not forget, I have accomplished great deeds, and I shall not allow you to slander me in front of the Emperor." In truth, Ye Qingze was anxious. He needed to plead for forgiveness from the Emperor and distance himself from the matter of the Spring Palace map, shifting the blame onto the Su family. Unexpectedly, when they both reached the Imperial study, the Emperor permitted only Su Haoqing to enter. Su Haoqing cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qingze before turning to enter, whereupon he knelt and began to lament, "Your Majesty, I am wronged, I am aggrieved. I am nearly at my wit's end." He squeezed out a couple of crocodile tears, and Ye Feiran, who had been observing, discerned that this was the zenith of the uncle's theatrical performance. Who could have anticipated that this usually upright uncle would reveal such green tea characteristics in a moment of desperation, showcasing the limitless potential of an individual under extreme circumstances? The Emperor, recognizing Su Haoqing's grievances, stepped forward to assist him, saying, "Do not worry, General Su. I shall ensure the Su family's innocence is restored." However, Su Haoqing continued to weep uncontrollably, seemingly intent on unloading all the grievances the Su family had endured over the years. "Your Majesty, I know that you have always held the Su family in high regard. Yet, this does little to silence the malicious gossip outside. These people, with their insinuations, have made it difficult for us to defend ourselves. Not only have we been wrongfully accused of hoarding military power, but now they even claim we have colluded with external enemies to betray the court. I would rather die." Seeing Su Haoqing in such distress, the Emperor felt a pang of compassion. After all, he was the nephew of the late Empress Dowager Su, who had previously been attacked. And now the Su family faced baseless accusations. Although Ye Qingze was not an ally of the Duke of Jing, he was affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue, which connected him to the Duke. In an effort to sever ties with the Su family, he had chosen to divorce Su Haoyan, even though he had married his own daughter. However, his personal morals were questionable, and his conduct left much to be desired. Thus, Xiao Rong, who followed him, had leaped into a pit of fire. Yet, this daughter had once sought to end her life, and now that the die was cast, he, as her father, could hardly say more. He genuinely wished to uphold his daughter's dignity, proving that her initial choice was not in vain. Yet, despite his desire to favor Ye Qingze, he could not overlook the latter's transgressions, declaring, "Ye Qingze's slander against a high-ranking official of the court is indeed unforgivable. However, considering his contributions to the court, I shall impose a penalty of 6 months' salary and send him home for reflection." Su Haoqing's demeanor grew serious as he interjected, "Your Majesty, Ye Qingze's transgressions extend far beyond this." The Emperor inquired, "Oh? What further offenses does Lord Yi commit?" Su Haoqing promptly produced a letter from his bosom, stating, "Your Majesty, please examine this. It is correspondence from the largest spy network of Beilong discovered within the Great Ning dynasty. If the information within has reached Beilong, our Great Ning is in grave peril." The Emperor hurriedly took the letter, which contained only a few terse lines but clearly outlined the troop movements of General Shui of Beilong. A wave of unease washed over the Emperor as he looked up at Su Haoqing. What is the meaning of this?" Su Haoqing replied solemnly, "Without concealing anything from your Majesty, I began tracking the 2 spies mentioned by Lord Yi over a month ago, but the confidential nature of this correspondence necessitated discretion. I awaited their contact with their superior to capture them all at once. Yet, just a day before their superior was to connect with them, Lord Yi destroyed those 2 spies. I was already aware that those spies held no particularly critical information. The significance lay in this letter. If we cannot capture their superior, we cannot ascertain whether this letter has been dispatched. However, Lord Yi's interference has left me with no choice but to clear out 5 additional spy locations overnight. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering this letter. Fortunately, it seems their superior had not yet had the opportunity to engage with them, and the letter remains in their possession. Yet, this has cost us the chance to apprehend the notorious Black Panther, their superior. If we could capture him, our Great Ning could prevent Beilong from establishing a network in the capital for the next 3 years. Yet, all 7 spy locations I meticulously tracked over the past month have been compromised by Lord Yi. What does my family's innocence matter? I, Su Haoqing, am devoted to the welfare of the people of Great Ning, yet he has ruined my opportunity to catch that venomous worm. My hatred is profound." With that, he turned his head away, as if he could hardly contain his desire to crush Ye Qingze. All his meticulous preparations had been thwarted by Ye Qingze's reckless ambition. One sought to serve the court, while the other pursued personal gain. The emperor could discern loyalty from treachery with a mere glance. Upon hearing Su Haoqing's impassioned words, the emperor's fury ignited. He slammed his fist upon the table and rose, exclaiming, "What an audacious Ye Qingze! The saying that a dog meddles in affairs that do not concern it truly applies here. Such a monumental matter, so carelessly jeopardized for his own selfish motives. It is utterly despicable." Su Haoqing's failure to capture the Black Panther indeed left him crestfallen. He was a soldier, and a soldier's duty is to protect the homeland. Thus, when it came to the matter of Bailiang's spies, he was more serious than anyone else. When his sister first approached him about this issue, he had already begun covert investigations, as specialized matters should be entrusted to specialists. While Ye Qingze had struggled to uncover any leads, Su Haoqing swiftly identified all 7 spy locations. Furthermore, he quickly discerned which harbored significant threats and which were mere trifles, exposing the 2 inconsequential spies to Ye Qingze. Had Su Haoqing not deliberately orchestrated this, Ye Qingze might still be utterly lost. With a sigh, Su Haoqing reflected, "Fortunately, I succeeded in intercepting this letter, thus averted a grave error. However, we cannot afford any more mistakes. Your Majesty, I am still pursuing another lead. Should further disruptions occur, not only will I fail to capture the spies, but others with ulterior motives will seize the opportunity to claim merit for themselves. For the sake of our country, Your Majesty, you must implement countermeasures." The emperor nodded in understanding. "General Su speaks wisely. I shall give this matter thorough consideration." After finishing the melon, Ye Feiran was thoroughly impressed by his uncle. In the original text, Ye Qingze informed Ye Qingze of this matter, and it took him over half a year to identify the several hidden stakes, ultimately uncovering only a few minor players, without intercepting that crucial secret letter. It is presumed that the letter has already found its way to Bailiao. Meanwhile, Ye Qingze, due to these 7 hidden stakes, was rewarded with a 3rd-rank official title, subsequently ascending the ranks and furthering his career, eventually reaching the esteemed position of Duke of Weigua, basking in unparalleled glory. Now, having faced such a significant setback, it remains uncertain how the emperor would choose to deal with him. Upon returning to Yi Manor, Ye Qingze felt a sense of discontent permeating every corner, and inexplicably kicked over a pot of begonia flowers that Xiao Rong cherished the most. Xiao Rong, unaccustomed to his temperament, confronted him with a barrage of words. "What is it that has you so irate? If you're upset, go find your Qin wants you to vent your frustrations, instead of wreaking havoc in my courtyard. Have I wronged you in any way?" For the first time, Ye Qingze retorted, "You owe me nothing. Rather, it is I who owe you." "Fine, if you wish, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and indeed sought out Qin Wanshi. Xiao Rong, bewildered, turned to Dong and asked, "What was that outburst about? Has he lost his mind?" Donger, perceptive, speculated, perhaps something transpired in court today. Lord Yi mentioned he intended to earn some merit for his wife, so it's possible something went awry. Xiao Rong pondered, but chose not to dwell on it. If something went wrong in court, must he come here to unleash his fury? Am I merely his punching bag? Donger tactfully shifted the topic. "Madam, do calm yourself. Today, the kind Imperial concubine sent over a bounty of pastries, including your favorite chestnut cake. Would you care to sample them?" After all, being her biological daughter, the Imperial concubine could not help but offer support from time to time. Reflecting on her mother, Xiao Rong's mood lightened slightly as she nodded. "Very well. I shall go and taste them." However, upon seeing the delicacies, Xiao Rong found herself devoid of appetite, feeling a sudden wave of nausea, and exclaimed with surprise, "Donger, do you think I might be pregnant?" Donger observed her mistress's complexion, uncertain. Since marrying into the Yi family, Xiao Rong's face had taken on a waxen hue, at times appearing pale and devoid of color. Chunner, however, was elated. "That must be the case. Allow me to congratulate you, madam." Donger cautioned Chunner, "Should we not first consult a physician to confirm before offering our congratulations?" Xiao Rong, feeling that Donger was dousing her excitement, replied, "In these recent days, the master has been staying in my chamber. If I have not conceived, then something is amiss. Chunner, go fetch the master. Given his diligence, I shall forgive him today." Chunner eagerly departed but returned crestfallen, reporting, "The master's attendant says he has gone out. attending to some business with the young master. Xiaorong was once again incensed. Unleashing a torrent of anger, her mood swiftly sinking, and she found herself weeping for an extended period. Donger and Chun'er had never witnessed such a display from their mistress and dared not intervene, merely standing by, fearful that she might harm herself. Later in the evening, Yuqingze returned. After venting her frustrations, Xiaorong took a nap, and upon waking, she wished to summon Yuqingze again but felt something was amiss. Hastily, she removed her garments to check. Discovering darkened stains upon her undergarments, her monthly visitor had arrived. Greatly disheartened, Xiaorong sighed and waved her hand. Inform Yuqingze that he need not come to my chamber for the time being. Chun'er, still unwilling to relent, remarked, does that not merely benefit that Qin Wanqi? Donga shot Chun'er a glance, prompting her to silence. Ye Feiran, having indulged in the gossip of the Ye family's inner quarters, found joy in such tales. Just as he was about to exit the Ye family's gossip channel, a decree arrived at the Ye residence. With his uncle still absent, the decree had already reached the manor. It remained unclear whether Yuqingze's merits outweighed his transgressions or vice versa. Additionally, it was uncertain how the emperor would address his slander against the Su family and the disruption of their military strategies. Ye Feiran paused his scrolling and continued to observe. The imperial messenger, Yunaku, flicked his feather duster and addressed Yuqingze, Lord Yi, please receive the decree. Yuqingze, despite his inner turmoil, felt a glimmer of hope. The emperor was known for his clear judgments. Even if he had wronged the Su family, he believed clarification would suffice. However, he did not anticipate the swiftness of the decree's arrival, unsure whether the emperor intended to promote him or grant him an equivalent reward. After all, he had only recently been elevated to the 4th rank, making further promotion within 6 months rather improbable. With a hopeful expression, he knelt. Yuqingze, receive the decree. Eunuch who noted his apparent joy and thought to himself, enjoy it while you can. Soon enough, you shall find little to rejoice about. The proclamation piqued the curiosity of Qin Wanqi and Xiaorong, both eager to learn whether their lord had achieved significant merit and would, at the very least, be promoted once more. However, contrary to their expectations, Eunuch who read the decree clearly, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yuqingze, for the crime of falsely accusing a loyal subject and disrupting a major military operation of the Su family, is demoted to a 5th-rank position. Thus it is decreed. Yuqingze was left dumbfounded, lifting his gaze to Eunuch who, incredulity etched across his face as he protested, no, this cannot be. I have clearly achieved great merit. Why am I not promoted but instead demoted by 3 ranks? Eunuch who chuckled softly, folding the decree away, Lord Yi, how could there be any mistake in the emperor's decree? As for your demotion, it is unfortunate that you chose to frame those from the Su family after your divorce. Regardless of the circumstances, they had once shown you kindness. Without General Su's support, how would you have reached your current standing? Enough, I shall say no more. I hope you will conduct yourself appropriately moving forward. In the shadows, Qin Wanqi sank to the ground, despondent, while Xiaorong, equally incredulous, stepped forward to seize the decree. Her brows knitting in anger as she exclaimed, how can this be? Why would father reduce his rank by 3 levels? He cannot treat him thus, simply for the sake of favoring the Su family. Eunuch who, aware of the princess's tempestuous nature, remained respectful despite her previous choice to forfeit her title for the sake of marrying Yuqingze. Nevertheless, she was still the emperor's daughter and had recently given birth to a son who would one day become a prince. Thus, he addressed her with deference. Your Highness, do not be alarmed. Although the emperor has demoted Lord Yi by 3 ranks, your title remains intact and will not be affected. The emperor has also mentioned you should visit the palace more often to see the imperial concubine. The little prince has turned 1 month old and is remarkably adorable. You could enjoy a sibling bond with him. At that moment, Xiaorong, still brimming with anger, retorted, how fortuitous. I was just about to enter the palace. Why not have Eunuch who take me along? With that, she turned and, accompanied by Donger and Chun'er, departed the Yi manor. Yuqingze made no attempt to stop her. Feeling unjustly wronged himself, why should he be demoted after achieving such merit? Just because the Empress Dowager Su was the emperor's foster mother. Did that justify such bias against him? Furthermore, regarding the map of the city defenses, he had only just realized he had fallen victim to the machinations of that wretched woman, Su Haoyun. Unbeknownst to anyone, they seemed to have employed some arcane sorcery, managing to alter the inscriptions on the city defense map. Hu Gonggong wished to advise that the 3rd princess should refrain from pestering the emperor at this moment. Yet he merely cast a glance at Xiaorong and refrained from further comment. while others may be oblivious to the palace's affairs, Hu Gonggong was well aware. Had Yuqingza possessed a modicum of wisdom and spent some silver to inquire about the matter from Hu Gonggong, he could have spared Xiao Rong from her mischief. It has been proven that those who ascend to high positions without their own merit will inevitably face their downfall. Once reliant on the Su family, then on Xiao Rong, and now on Yu Qichan's prophetic insights from his rebirth, he had forgotten that Yu Qichan had enacted numerous changes in this world post-rebirth, even if he were indeed prophetic. The altered narrative would diverge from the previous life. Moreover, the unpredictable variable of Ye Feiran thwarted Yu Qichan's every endeavor. At this moment, Yu Qichan was preoccupied with his own affairs, participating in the Imperial examination held in the capital, where he stood as the youngest candidate, unaware of his father's demotion. He smirked disdainfully at the examination questions before him and composed an exceptionally outstanding essay with meticulous care. Reflecting on his father's monumental achievements and his own distinction as a scholar at the tender age of 7, he envisioned a future paved with opportunities. The corners of Yu Qichan's lips curled into a smile, for the wise one had proclaimed that as long as he adhered to his guidance, he would rise above all others. Meanwhile, while the father and son were lost in their own thoughts, the third princess had already entered the palace. Hastily making her way to the emperor's study, not waiting for an announcement, and barging into the emperor's private chamber. The emperor was napping, and the young eunuch could not prevent her entrance, anxiously whispering, "Your Highness, the emperor is resting. You absolutely must not disturb him." With such a commotion, how could the emperor possibly continue his slumber? A heavy voice emanated from within. "All right, let her in." Xiao Rong pushed past the young eunuch and immediately knelt upon entering the chamber, weeping as she implored, "Father, why have you done this? Chenglang has clearly made contributions, yet you have demoted him 3 ranks. Although there may be misunderstandings with the Su family, the true perpetrator behind the tampering of the city defense map remains unknown. You cannot show such favoritism towards the Su family. I understand that the late Empress Dowager has shown you kindness, but we have repaid that kindness for over a decade. Surely, it is time to put it to rest?" Just awakened, the emperor was somewhat irritable. Upon hearing Xiao Rong's words, he retorted with annoyance, "Ronger, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Aware that she had overstepped, Xiao Rong hesitated before stating, "What I say is the truth. Father, you are too sentimental." The emperor took a deep breath and replied. The late emperor had repeatedly wished to elevate the late Empress Dowager to the position of empress, yet she firmly declined, clarifying the implications involved. Consider, if the late emperor had made her empress, who would have been the first choice for crown prince? Do you truly believe that the astute and talented Prince Luo was born with such a debauched demeanor? Your father has taught you time and again not to forget one's roots. Have you truly forgotten everything? Xiao Rong recognized the emperor's genuine anger and could only remain silent. Feeling wronged. The emperor had always indulged his children. Despite having 9 daughters, none had ever suffered indignities. Observing Xiao Rong's demeanor, he explained. As for why Yi Chengza has been demoted 3 ranks, there are 3 reasons. First, his overzealous ambition led him to undermine the Su family's military plans. There are 7 hidden strongholds in Bailong, along with an unidentified superior. Just as General Su was on the verge of capturing the superior, he exposed 2 of the strongholds, preventing the Su family from continuing their investigation and forcing them to eliminate the remaining 5 strongholds. Thankfully, the military dispatch had not been sent out. Otherwise, it would have jeopardized our daiming's sovereignty. Second, he falsely accused loyal subjects. I shall not elaborate further, but you may inquire about it from him. It has tarnished the reputation of scholars. Third, precisely because he is the husband of a princess, I cannot condone his actions. Although you have voluntarily relinquished your title, the bond between father and daughter cannot be severed. If I were to show him favoritism, it would lead to gossip, affirming the notion that the emperor's son-in-law, despite committing such a grave error, is merely lightly reprimanded. Xiao Rong, feeling extremely wronged, cried out, "So, has my daughter inadvertently harmed him?" The emperor sighed deeply, saying, "Today, I speak to you solely as a father. When you were determined to marry Yu Qingza, I was vehemently opposed. However, some paths are chosen by oneself, and one must see them through. Go visit your mother. She has been longing for you these days. Furthermore, since you have already lost your title, do not frequently come to the palace. Follow the usual protocol for common ladies visiting the palace. Submit a memorial, and the Office of Ceremonial Affairs will announce your entry." With that, he waved his hand, telling Xiao Rong, "I am tired. You may leave." Xiao Rong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Father, do you truly not wish to see your daughter again?" Before she could finish, Two guards entered and respectfully escorted her out. Xiao Rong was filled with reluctance. Yet she had forfeited her title as princess. Although Yu Qingze had been demoted, her status as a third-rank lady remained, and the emperor had granted her the utmost dignity. With a heavy heart, she made her way to the palace of Consort Liang to see her mother. The young prince was undeniably adorable, albeit frail. Beginning to drink medicinal soup at such a young age. The royal male lineage was thin, with only 5 princes, including this newborn brother. She soon learned from Consort Liang that the 9th prince of concubine Xiao had not survived, having passed away the previous night, causing the emperor great distress. She should refrain from disturbing him at such a time. Xiao Rong fell into silence, surprised that her father could still approach her with reason and emotion under such circumstances. Consort Liang sighed. Concubine Xiao cannot bear the loss, going mad in the palace, claiming someone has harmed her son. That child was as small as a kitten when born. It was evident he would not survive. Your mother is also worried about your brother's health. Xiao Rong immediately interrupted her mother. Mother, do not say such things. My brother is destined for good fortune. He will not come to harm. Consort Liang offered a bitter smile, touching her younger son's forehead. The consort has long been favored by your father, yet she has met such a fate, even her son. Consort Liang hesitated to continue. For rumors about the 6th prince's condition had already spread throughout the palace. Xiao Rong shook her head. Mother, our maternal family is in decline. Let us not compete with them. It suffices that we live peacefully. Perhaps you could grow closer to Consort Yu. Her disposition is far more agreeable than the empress. And she is the mother of the 4th prince. She might be able to assist us. Chen Lang is outside the palace. And his relationship with the Duke of Jingwa's estate is decent. Although he has been demoted 3 ranks, he is still a 5th-rank official. I shall urge him to serve the court diligently, which could also be beneficial for you, mother. Consort Liang waved her hand. Enough. Striving for status is ultimately futile. Allow me to advise you once more. Do not oppose the Su family, nor harbor resentment towards the Su clan. You were in the wrong for taking her husband. However, cultivating a relationship with Consort Yu could indeed be advantageous. In the vast and intricate palace, each individual faced their own challenges, just as Consort Liang did. As did Consort Yu. Meanwhile, in the Su residence, Ye Feiran had already become entangled in the palace's affairs, reaping a bounty of over 100 tokens from the intertwining narratives of the Ye family in the Imperial court, with 2 teeth just emerging. He attempted to exchange them for a fish sausage, finally able to savor something solid. As he chewed, he murmured to himself, the Empress Dowager is quite astute. Unlike her daughter who charges ahead recklessly. As for Consort Yu, things have not been going well for her lately. Consort Yu was not merely facing difficulties. She was utterly beleaguered. The Emperor had assigned her the power of the Phoenix Seal, claiming that none could rival the esteemed Duke of Jing's household. But was this truly the case? Consort Yu harbored no desire to oppose the Empress. After all, they were cousins, and she had been chosen for the palace solely at the Empress's behest. Now, with the Empress confined, Consort Yu was forced to endure daily reprimands from the eunuchs, who were instructed to raise their voices so that the Empress could hear them from outside. The Empress, as the mother of the nation, could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Thus, before each chastisement, Consort Yu felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, and afterward, she would enter the Empress's chamber to gauge her mood. Feigning a smile as she spoke softly, I advised the eunuchs not to be so loud. It was merely a formality. Unfortunately, the Emperor dispatched eunuch Xin to oversee, and I had no choice but to comply. Sister, please bear with it for now. Once the Emperor's temper has cooled, I shall advocate on your behalf. The Empress, however, was ungrateful, regarding her with derision. Are you reveling in my downfall? Is it a source of joy for you to see my schemes unravel? Consort Yu remained silent, fully aware of the reasons behind the Empress's punishment. Although the Emperor had suppressed the matter, the public execution of the Crown Prince had fueled much gossip. Truth and falsehood intertwined, and whispers inevitably reached Consort Yu's ears. She understood that the Empress was unwilling to allow the Duke of Jing's household to support the 4th prince. If the Empress bore a legitimate son, what place would the 4th prince have? The Crown Prince, at best, would be relegated far away, perhaps to be a mere prince. While if he were perceived as a threat, he might meet with a most untimely end. For now, she could only rely on the Duke of Jing's household. The Yu and Wang families were closely linked, and while the Empress could scheme for herself, Consort Yu could not. She was but a consort, a tool used to stabilize court relations. With a forced smile, Consort Yu said, Sister must be feeling rather upset lately to take out her anger on me. I shall take my leave for now and visit again tomorrow. Yet the Empress, in a frenzy, seized Consort Yu's arm, exclaiming, "You've long to supplant me. Haven't you? You've always wished to be the Empress, haven't you? I knew it, ever since we were children. You have always sought to outshine me in everything. How could you ever settle for being beneath me?" Taken aback, Consort Yu retorted, "Your Majesty, please calm yourself. This was meant to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. If the fourth prince ascends as crown prince, you would be the Empress Dowager, and I would be the Holy Empress Dowager. We could both reign supreme over the harem. But what have you done? You want me to save you while simultaneously pushing both me and Hanger aside. It was the Emperor himself who exposed you, not I. Why must you direct your wrath at me? Beyond Hanger, who can you count on now? Must we truly resort to open conflict?" A jolt of realization struck the Empress, her face momentarily contorted with resentment, but then she suddenly laughed, releasing Consort Yu. "Indeed, you are right, dear sister. This was intended as a win-win situation. Thank you for awakening me. I now know what I must do." While this drama unfolded, Ye Feiran was startled by the Empress's gaze, wondering if she might become malevolent. Looking up, she saw the sixth prince standing before her, cradling a beautifully carved treasure chest. His face alight with anticipation. Ye Feiran's eyes sparkled, internally exclaiming, "Oh, is this another gift for me?" The actions of the sixth prince confirmed her suspicions as he gathered all the valuable gifts and red envelopes she had received during the new year and placed them inside the chest, even adding an account book. The red envelopes alone amounted to over 3,000 taels, and the treasures were countless. After tallying, the sixth prince smiled at her, saying, "We Feiran are now little millionaires." Ye Feiran's eyes widened with delight. "So much money. What should I buy? But I don't really need anything. I lack for nothing." The Su family adored him, showering him with affection, ensuring he had the finest clothing, and prioritizing him above all else. This experience of living within the narrative was indeed worthwhile. Surrounded by so many who loved him, he vowed to grow up well and protect those who cherished him. Just as Ye Feiran embraced his treasure chest, savoring the joy of wealth, a eunuch's sharp voice called from outside, "General Su, the Emperor summons you." Chapter 47. Ye Feiran, cradling his treasure chest, curiously peered outside. The sixth prince, noticing his intrigue, lifted him into a stroller and wheeled him toward the front courtyard to witness the commotion. The summons was delivered by eunuch who, having exited the palace to convey the emperor's edicts, had his work cut out for him, unlike his earlier stern demeanor. Upon seeing General Su, eunuch who greeted him with a broad smile, saying, "First, allow me to congratulate you, General Su, on your promotion." General Su, puzzled, inquired, "Promotion? Is the emperor elevating my position?" Eunuch who, taken aback, replied, "Oh, my esteemed general, why do you still wear a frown? A promotion is a good thing, is it not?" General Su hesitated to elaborate. While a promotion might indeed be favorable for others, it could spell trouble for the Su family. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the news with respect, kneeling to declare, "I, Su Haoqing, receive the emperor's decree." Eunuch who unfurled the imperial edict to read aloud, due to Su Haoqing's elimination of hidden threats from Beilong, thereby safeguarding the Great Ning from external peril. He is hereby promoted to the position of Deputy General of the second rank, commanding the military. Ye Feiran's eyes gleamed with excitement, and General Su was equally taken aback. The military ranks of Great Ning included a first-rank general, a second-rank general, and several third-rank generals. Although it seemed he had ascended just one rank, it was a significant leap. He had expected merely to be elevated from a third-rank general to the higher third-rank general, yet he had leaped 2 ranks to become a deputy general of the second rank. With the position of the second-rank general of the state vacant and the first-rank general aging, Su Haoqing had effectively become the second most powerful military figure within Great Ning. This meant that beyond the tens of thousands of Su family soldiers, he now held the authority to command 3 armies. The emperor's decision shocked both court and commoners alike. None could fathom his motives. Ye Feiran's internal musings reflected confusion. What is the emperor up to? Suddenly promoting my uncle to deputy general? Is he preparing to take action against the Duke of Jing's household? The Duke's family is deeply entrenched. Raising the Su family to confront the Wang family is hardly advantageous. All the Su family members, including the sixth prince, heard Ye Feiran's thoughts. But as it was the emperor's command, they had no choice but to comply. Su Haoqing rose, accepting the imperial edict from eunuch Hu, and affirmed, "I, Su Haoqing, receive the decree and shall not dishonor the emperor's command." After receiving the imperial decree, Su Haoqing approached eunuch Hu and inquired, "Eunuch, the emperor has promoted me 3 ranks within half a year. Is there perhaps a deeper significance to this? Su Haoyun, standing behind him, fell silent. His elder brother was commendable in many ways, yet his unwavering integrity often led to such inquiries. He stepped forward and discreetly presented a pouch of silver to Eunuch Hu, saying with a smile, "Indeed, Eunuch Hu, you are a favored person by His Majesty. Surely you must be privy to some of the underlying matters?" Eunuch Hu accepted the silver with a beaming smile and glanced at General Su before replying, "I can only speak lightly on the matter. To elaborate further might jeopardize the Emperor's affairs. Earlier today, His Majesty dispatched an urgent reprimand to General Shui concerning the breach of the defensive line. His Majesty was furious, and it seems General Shui may face severe consequences. However, looking across the court, among the third-rank generals, aside from General Su, nearly all belong to the Jingwood Duke's household. The Emperor wishes to promote someone to prevent General Shui from erring further, for soon there may be no one left to rely on. The Emperor is genuinely fearful, as the Jingwood Duke's power has become overwhelming, with no one able to counterbalance it. Alas, I have spoken too much. In any case, General Su should prepare himself. Although the current situation in Daning appears calm, a storm of bloodshed may soon ensue." Having concluded his remarks, he bowed to General Su, pondering with satisfaction the weight of the silver in his pocket, realizing that Madame Su was indeed astute. With this sum, he could expand his residence outside the palace. He found it peculiar, as he had initially thought the Su family would struggle to endure under the full assault of the Jingwood Duke's faction. Recently, he had even heard rumors of the old dowager's misfortune. If that esteemed dowager were to fall into trouble and the Su family faced successful framing once again, they would not merely face demotion but would find themselves in a predicament far worse than the Ye family. This was a reality that Ye Feiran understood all too well. In the original narrative, it was his uncle who suffered a demotion of 3 ranks, from the 3rd-rank General Yunwei to the 5th-rank Guard Commander. Currently, it seemed that Ye Qingze was merely tasting the suffering that the Su family endured in the original tale. And Ye Feiran felt that this was already a stroke of luck for him. The expression on Su Haoqing's face, after receiving the decree, was somewhat complex. While Su Haoyan remained optimistic, stepping forward to ask, "What troubles you, elder brother? Is it not a cause for joy to be promoted 2 ranks? To be elevated 3 ranks within half a year is a remarkable honor in Daning." Su Haoqing sighed, "Sister, please do not mock me. Did you not hear what Eunuch Hu said? The Emperor has placed our Su family in a precarious position." It was clear to anyone observant that the actions of the Jingwood Duke were solely aimed at eradicating the Su family as a threat. Su Haoyan countered, "But this is not entirely a bad thing. Brother, let us not forget that we have always been thorns in the side of the Wang family. Even if the Su family were to remain low profile, retreating time and again, and you were to rise slowly to the 5th rank, the Jingwood Duke would not have spared us. Were it not for, it is likely that our family would have already faced dire consequences." At this moment, the voice of Ye Feiran echoed in their minds. "Mother is right. Others will not spare you simply because you are weak. Only when your fists are strong do you earn the right to speak. In this world, who has sympathy for the weak? It is always the strong who are deemed justified." The siblings fell into silence after hearing the child's thoughts, perhaps realizing that their previous understanding had indeed strayed. The Su family, in their loyalty and righteousness, acted with purpose to restore military power to the Emperor and allow him to pursue his ambitions. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if the Su family were to withdraw, other predators would emerge. Thus, it would be better for the Su family, as a loyal force, to remain steadfast, at least serving as a support for the Emperor. The 6th prince pushed Ye Feiran's stroller, while the 2 children returned to their room to count their money. Time swiftly passed, and as the 2nd day of the 2nd month approached, Ye Feiran, nearing 6 months of age, was due for his first haircut. In China, it has been a tradition since ancient times to shave a child's head on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. Ye Feiran's mother shaved his hair into a tuft, leaving only a lock on his forehead, making him resemble a little child in a red belly band. From the moment of his haircut, his thoughts were incessant. No way. When did mother learn such skills from teacher Tony? Each haircut requires extensive psychological preparation. Mother, please take it easy and don't cut too much. Su Haoyan struggled to suppress her laughter. Once the haircut was complete, Ye Feiran gazed into the mirror and cried out, "Why do I look like a little red child? This is so ugly. Am I really your son, mother? I don't want to be a little red child. You should have just tied my hair into 2 little tufts." Yet, Ye Feiran understood that the time for his first hairstyle would come when he was 8 or 9 years old, at his current age. He was classified as a child with a tuft. The 7-year-old 6th prince, however, was different. already starting to wear a half-bundled hairpin to distinguish himself from common children. Ignoring his son's protests, Su Haoyan also tended to the sixth prince's hair. The sixth prince's hair was thick and dark, and it was said that hair reflects one's vitality. Thus, he would likely possess strong health in the future. At that moment, the sixth prince remained unaware that he had already been labeled by Ye Feiran. Regardless, Su Haoqing's promotion was indeed a joyous occasion, prompting Su Haoyan and Madame Su to jubilantly prepare a celebratory feast for him. Initially, Su Haoqing wished to keep a low profile, but Su Haoyan argued, "Since the emperor wishes to elevate our family, why should we remain discreet? In Ye Feiran's words, let us celebrate, let us make a spectacle. Let everyone know that my uncle has been promoted 3 ranks within half a year." He aimed to make it evident throughout the capital that the Su family was on the rise, openly challenging the Wang family. This news infuriated the Jingwa Duke, who immediately summoned his eldest son, Wang Zhan, to the palace. As Wang Zhan entered, he encountered concubine Yu reprimanding Empress Wang fiercely. The words spoken were so harsh that not only did the Empress feel the sting, but Wang Zhan found it unbearable as well. Concubine Yu, feeling conflicted, approached Wang Zhan and explained, "Cousin Wang Zhan, I am also compelled by circumstance. I must obey the emperor's orders. Please explain to my cousin so that she does not hold it against me." Wang Zhan glanced at concubine Yu, and though he did not express any harsh words, he said, "You are too concerned, cousin. The empress likely struggles with her emotions at the moment. Once the storm passes, I believe you two will reconcile, and she will understand." Concubine Yu nodded and, feeling helpless, returned to her palace, yet something felt amiss. She pinned a letter home, entrusting it to her personal maid for delivery. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan looked at the disheveled Empress Wang, scolding, "Wang Shi, look at what you've become. Did you enter the palace to compete with the other concubines? The Wang and Yu families are closely linked, as long as the 4th prince is present. How can our family not prosper? Father has warned against such matters, yet you chose to ignore him. Now the emperor has merely confined you. He has not stripped you of your title. If you could just curry favor with him, your confinement would surely be lifted. Once the 4th prince ascends, our daughters could still enter the palace as empress. We must prioritize the glory of the Wang family. Do you understand?" Queen Wang cast a wooden glance at Wang Zhan, a cold smile gracing her lips. "After all, I am merely a tool sent to the palace by Father Emperor. Now that I have not borne a son, I am deemed useless, and another is to be sent in my place. Were it not for my intervention, you would have likely sent our 2nd and 3rd sisters here as well, along with the Yu family." Wang Zhan, seeing that he could not sway her, retorted angrily, "Elder sister, how can you be so foolish? Do you not know that His Majesty has promoted Su Haoqing 3 ranks in one go? He is now a 2nd-rank general commanding the troops. Have you forgotten how powerful the Su family once was and how they suppressed our Wang family? Do you wish to return to those childhood days when our family held only a single title and struggled to secure positions? Back then, let alone the extravagant luxuries of this courtyard, even a simple roast chicken required careful deliberation. Surely, you do not want our family to suffer such a fate again." The queen's brow furrowed in surprise. Isn't the current General Shui Gui? Is he merely a figurehead? How then did the Su family exploit this opportunity? Seeing a glimmer of hope in his elder sister, Wang Zhan earnestly urged, "Su Haoqing has somehow acquired intelligence and has swiftly dismantled the hidden forces in Belial. He has struck down Yi Cheng's arrogance, demoting him 3 ranks, while simultaneously regaining the emperor's trust and rising to 2nd rank. This move is akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone, greatly boosting the morale of the Su army. Coupled with our previous failures, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Elder sister, if you do not rally yourself soon, our Wang family is in grave peril." Queen Wang finally took a deep breath and replied, "I understand. Relay my thoughts to father. I am aware of the situation." Wang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, promptly bidding farewell to the queen and returning to the Wang residence to discuss strategies with his father, Duke Jinghua, on how to bring the Su family down yet again. Though Duke Jinghua was reluctant to take drastic measures, he conceded, "Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to act with stealth. Zhener, you must handle this matter with precision and efficiency." Wang Zhan understood the implications of his father's words and nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, father, I will see this through." Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, who was eavesdropping, was startled by the tension within the Wang family and thought to himself, "What scheme are they plotting now? Oh dear, mother, uncle, please be cautious. The Wang family is likely up to no good again." Though previous misdeeds had not come to fruition, Ye Feiran could not help but fret for them, muttering anxiously until he felt a semblance of calm. The sixth prince, who was practicing his exercises nearby, sighed, contemplating how the Duke d'Ingua and his ilk would likely stir trouble for some time. He approached Ye Feiran, reassuring him gently. The two boys had grown closer, with Ye Feiran frequently staying in the sixth prince's chamber. Occasionally, as the sixth prince practiced, Ye Feiran would curiously inquire, and he had relaxed his guard around him. Despite the Su family's precarious situation, the sixth prince believed in their capacity to weather the storm. Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Su Haoyan also conferred with Su Haoqing. However, they remained oblivious to the Wang family's intentions and could only fortify their defenses in certain aspects. In the Everlasting Peace Palace, a visitor who had previously dared not approach openly arrived. Chapter 48. The Lu family of Xianan, once a compatriot of concubine Zhang Mintong, appeared to be on friendly terms with her, but in truth, she had long become a pawn for the Wang family. With concubine Zhang's demise, she felt unrestrained and boldly entered the Everlasting Peace Palace. Upon her arrival, the queen ordered the palace maids to prepare her. Emerging from behind the beaded curtain for the first time in half a month, Lu wiped her tears upon seeing the queen and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I cannot sleep at night thinking of your suffering in the Everlasting Peace Palace, wishing I could bear the burden for you. I have come 3 times, and today I finally see your radiant visage. You seem to have become quite haggard." The queen glanced at her with a cold smile. "You do not come to mock me, do you?" Lu replied, "How could that be? I mentioned upon entering the palace that I was sent by Lord Wok as a piece on your chessboard. Whenever you require, feel free to utilize me." The queen exhaled lightly, gesturing her to sit. Once seated, Lu smiled. "I understand your worries, and I know you have been unable to eat or sleep due to this matter. Fear not, I have come to alleviate your concerns." Though the queen's face was layered with thick powder, it could not conceal her weariness. Upon hearing Lu's words, she inquired, "Oh, what do you propose? By the way, I must thank you for your clever idea regarding the concubines matter. You have removed a significant threat to the Wang family." Lu chuckled, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I live for the Wang family and would die for it. As long as I can relieve your burdens, my life will be fulfilled." In truth, the queen did not fully grasp Lu's intentions. Since entering the palace, she had been without favor and had secretly worked for her. Lu claimed to be repaying the Wang family's kindness, yet the queen was unaware of any such benefaction extended by the Wang family to Lu, who resided far in Xianan. However, this was inconsequential. As long as Lu proved useful, the queen was pleased to employ her and asked, "Speak then, how can you alleviate my concerns?" Lu leaned in closer, whispering in the queen's ear. The queen hesitated. Lu smiled. "Do not worry, Your Majesty. I will take full responsibility for this matter, and it will not affect you in the slightest. Should the plan go awry, I will willingly accept the consequences without implicating you in any way." Finally, the queen nodded. "Ensure it is executed cleanly, and the Xin and Lu family shall enjoy boundless glory." Lu knelt on the ground, joyfully expressing, "I thank Your Majesty on behalf of my father and brothers for your grace." Only after Lu departed did the queen disdainfully snort, "The Xin and Lu family, emerging from humble beginnings, is indeed willing to do anything to ascend. Knowing she possesses only mediocre beauty and can hardly expect the emperor's favor, she must rely on such means to rise. Bring word to my father to provide some support to the Xin and Lu family." Once her personal maid left, the queen resolved to shake off her feelings of resentment after reapplying her makeup, deciding not to dwell in bitterness any longer. After finishing his snack in the queen's palace, Ye Feiran felt a chill run down his spine and clenched his small fists in anger. "This infuriates me. I knew that the Xin and Lu family was behind this mischief." She leveraged her connection to concubine Zhang, visiting her upon entering the palace and feigning sisterly affection. Little did we know, it was she who caused the sixth prince's troubles and concubine Zhang's demise. Why is this woman so venomous? Is it merely to elevate the Xin and Lu family from their remote, desolate place? The sixth prince, engrossed in his writing nearby, was unsurprised by Ye Feiran's words. In his previous life, he too had been raised by the Xin and Lu family, who appeared to treat him as their own yet merely indulged the poison within him. Having been afflicted by the divine poison, no remedy existed to cure him. Even if there were, it would only alleviate the symptoms. The divine poison had plagued him for 9 years, and even the most formidable celestial beings could not save him. Yet, destiny has its own plans. In the 8th year of his affliction, when he was 12, he was taken for a hunting expedition. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The sixth prince set down his pen, embraced Ye Feiran, and gently wiped away his tears, whispering, "Did you have a nightmare, Feiran? Do not fear. Your brother will protect you." Ye Feiran extended his small hands to embrace the sixth prince, tears streaming down his face as he called out, "Brother! Brother!" The sixth prince turned to him in astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief. "Feiran, can speak? Can call me brother?" Hearing the commotion, Su Haoyan hurried in and was greeted by her son's repeated call, "Brother! Brother!" She looked at her son with joy. Yet a pang of sorrow struck her heart, for her son's first utterance was not mother, but brother. It was a consequence of her being preoccupied. Leaving the sixth prince to spend the most time with her child, it was no wonder that brother was the first word he learned. The sixth prince continued to explain to Su Haoyan, "Mother, just now, Feiran was crying. I was merely soothing him. I never expected he would. Learn to call me brother. Feiran is only 6 months old and has already learned to speak. He is truly a clever child." Su Haoyan was taken aback by the rapid progress of the sixth prince. In just a few months since he began to speak, he had advanced to the point where he could articulate such lengthy sentences. Ye Feiran, however, was equally astonished, for at under 6 months, he was still unable to precisely control his tongue, managing only to call out brother a couple of times. Su Haoyan, filled with maternal pride, gently caressed both her sons. Smiling with warmth, "You are both wonderful. Feiran and Song are splendid. I am so proud of you." Yet Ye Feiran was not pleased, lamenting, "Why can the wicked ascend to great heights while the good must struggle in the dirt? Why can the wicked live long lives while the good perish so easily?" With a sniffle, he looked tearfully at the sixth prince and Su Haoyan, his heart heavy with pity for the concubine Shu and for the uncertain fate of those who would be schemed against in the future. The madness of the Wang family was palpable, as even the empress, the legitimate daughter, was not at ease, and all eyes were fixated on the Su family. Su Haoyan lifted her son and gave him a gentle shake, contemplating, "Our Su family is blessed. We have noble benefactors who will ensure your safety and success." Ye Feiran immediately grasped her meaning. "Oh, so the Su family truly has noble benefactors. How wonderful. I wonder who this benefactor is that has aided our family so greatly." The sixth prince and Su Haoyan could hardly suppress their amusement, thinking to themselves, "You are indeed our little benefactor." Ye Feiran felt a sense of relief. With a benefactor at their side, he need not worry and could simply relax and observe the unfolding events. He wondered what intriguing news might be brewing in the capital. And upon investigation, he discovered a new development. The position of the Minister of Revenue was vacant, and the Duke of Jinghua would not remain idle. The Emperor, realizing it was unlikely to appoint any officials from the capital to this position, and the Ministry of Personnel, understanding the Emperor's intention, sought to appoint a new minister from outside. After careful consideration, they selected Lu Qingren, the deputy prefect of Xianan, who, despite originally holding a 5th-rank position, was temporarily promoted to the capital due to numerous merits. Although he was elevated to a 4th-rank position, during extraordinary times, lower-ranked officials could hold higher offices. A 5th-rank local official was considered inferior to a 6th-rank capital official, so this swift promotion to 4th rank was akin to the soaring of a great eagle. The Lu family, having achieved their aspirations, moved from a remote village to the opulent capital, landing such a lucrative position in the Ministry of Revenue. Who wouldn't be ecstatic? Yet Ye Feiran noticed that Lu's fortune seemed to stretch only a short distance, indicating that their good fortune might not last long. He was disinclined to indulge in half-baked news, as there was something of greater significance at hand. His elder brother was about to take the Imperial examination. The Great Ming dynasty held 2 examinations, the spring exam for military candidates and the autumn exam for literary candidates. Recently, his elder brother had been quite spirited, as the 4th prince had personally registered him for the martial arts examination. He had skillfully navigated through various challenges, mastering an array of weapons, including the spear, sword, and fist techniques, becoming proficient in all 18 types of weaponry. Having already achieved the status of a martial candidate, he participated in the martial examination at the tender age of 13, and now, Su Yushi had entered the top 30. The saying dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse could not be more fitting for Su Yushi. He had not visited the palace in recent days, instead returning home each evening. The Great Ning's martial examination awarded a silver barbs after each victory as a commemorative token, modeled after iron barbs. Having won 7 matches, Su Yushi proudly presented all his silver barbs to Ye Feiran, exclaiming, "Look, cousin, these are silver barbs. Made of silver, they can be melted down for money. I knew you would love them." Ye Feiran quipped, "What do you mean? Is it common knowledge among the Su family that I adore money? Why does everyone come to shower me with silver?" Su Yushi, amused by his little cousin's words, smiled and continued, "This time, I am determined to return with the title of martial champion. I plan to exchange this title for a favor. Though I may have missed some opportunities in the past, I will not let them slip away again. Ye Feiran thought to himself, that's the spirit. A young man should aspire to great heights. Although in the original narrative, you were compelled to stay by the Emperor's side due to the Duke of Jinggu's obstruction, the times have changed. Now that our Su family is rising. If not now, when will you seize the moment? Every time Su Yushi heard his little cousin's words, he felt a smile tugging at his lips. He leaned in to give him a kiss, but was stopped by the sixth prince, who said, I have heard that Su. Second brother possesses remarkable martial skills. I have always been stronger than most. Would you care to spar with me? Surprised, Su Yushi turned to the sixth prince, saying, Your Highness. You speak so fluently now? Ah, I beg your pardon. Please do not take offense. The sixth prince nodded lightly. We are all family. Su's second brother need not be so formal. Su Yushi understood that the sixth prince had been practicing diligently and realized his intention to challenge him. He hesitated. Your Highness wishes to spar? However, I have trained in martial arts since childhood and am 6 years your senior. Wouldn't that be unfair? The sixth prince chuckled lightly. There is nothing unfair about it. I have been training quite well these past few days. Su's second brother, please do not hold back. I merely wish to test whether my body is recovered. Hearing their exchange, Ye Feiran's eyes widened with concern. Oh dear, little beauty, take care. My elder brother is a top martial candidate. You're only 7. Do be cautious when challenging someone so much older. Su Yushi shared the same sentiment and cupped his fists in respect to the sixth prince. Let us keep it light, Your Highness. Please, let us proceed to the training grounds in the backyard. As a family of military lineage, the Su family certainly had training grounds. There was a small training area within the inner courtyard and a large one in the back. The sixth prince nodded at Su Yushi, gently nudging Ye Feiran along as they made their way to the training grounds. Observing this scene, Su Yushi was taken aback, wondering why his little cousin was always with the sixth prince. Moreover, the sixth prince seemed to care for him with such ease. Unbeknownst to Su Yushi, the bond between the sixth prince and Ye Feiran had grown so close that even in Su Haoyun's absence, the two could navigate life together with great comfort. Su Haoyun was preoccupied with managing her newly acquired businesses, including a silk shop and a pawn shop, which had seen profits soar by a third under her stewardship. The One Spring Mountain resort in the south was even more remarkable, due to the occasional visits of the venerable matriarch. It had become a prestigious gathering place for noble young women, now adorned with yet another illustrious reputation. Moreover, the presence of hot springs and its role as a natural winter vegetable cultivation base allowed for the enjoyment of fresh greens even in the depths of winter, a rarity in ancient times. As the crowd gathered at the martial arts arena, Ye Feiran merely intended to observe the spectacle. Upon seeing the two combatants take their stances, he began to cheer them on with youthful exuberance. Unfortunately, his tongue was not under his control, and he could only yell, brother, bro, brother, to an outsider. It might have sounded like a chicken clucking in the yard. Su Yushi and the sixth prince exchanged polite gestures before Su Yushi lunged forward to subdue the comparatively shorter prince. However, the sixth prince deftly evaded, showcasing his agility. Su Yushi exclaimed, impressive. Your Highness, your footwork is remarkable. He then focused his efforts and launched an attack, only to be met with the unexpected strength of the sixth prince, who withstood the blow and even forced Su Yushi back several paces. Bewildered, Su Yushi stared in astonishment, while Ye Feiran was equally stunned, his incessant clucking abruptly halting as he pondered, what in the world? Chapter 49. This unexpected turn of events left not only Ye Feiran astounded but also Su Yushi, who took a moment to regain his composure. With a vigorous flick of his robe, he secured it at his waist and adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the sixth prince, Xiao Tsong, once more. Xiao Tsong nodded, eager for Su Yushi to unleash his full potential. He had yet to fully dissipate the tremendous force he had just encountered, and if he could withstand Su Yushi's onslaught, it would indicate the depth of his own strength. In his previous life, Xiao Tsong had single-handedly faced 1,000 soldiers at a critical juncture, barely holding the line before succumbing to exhaustion. The tales of his solitary resistance against overwhelming odds had been somewhat exaggerated, as he had merely delayed more than 1,000 men until the remnants of the Su family army arrived. At that time, Su Yushi had liquidated his entire fortune to support the remaining troops, believing that preserving his wealth was futile when it could instead be used to provide for his comrades. Xiao Tsong assumed a defensive stance as Su Yushi unexpectedly attacked. The prince did not flinch, instead bracing himself to absorb the blow. The two engaged in an intense exchange of moves, each determined to outdo the other. Ye Feiran, wide-eyed with excitement, mused, my goodness, The sixth prince is formidable. My second brother is impressive, indeed, but the sixth prince holds his ground remarkably well. And he is only 7. He is 6 years younger than my brother. Fueled by adrenaline, Su Yushi and the prince leaped onto the rooftops, with a smile gracing Su Yushi's lips as he shouted, "What a thrill! Your Highness, let us continue." Xiaozong nodded, descending to retrieve a military staff, evidently ready to escalate the sparring. Su Yushi followed suit, opting for a meteor hammer. And they plunged into a renewed bout. Ye Feiran contemplated, with the sixth prince's martial prowess, if he hadn't been afflicted by that so-called divine poison. Wouldn't he be the perfect candidate for the crown prince? Not to mention the fourth prince. Throughout history, how many individuals have possessed both literary and martial talents? The Prince of Luo, at best, can be considered a talent due to his inheritance from the venerable matriarch and the late emperor. Surely, the sixth prince must be a chosen one, yet he has been reduced to the state described in the original text. I can't help but suspect that his plight is more than a mere court coup. From the outset, he had doubted the authenticity of the divine poison, which was said to be unparalleled. How could the modest Xian and Lu clan have acquired such a potent toxin? Initially, Lu had garnered the trust of the noble consort, visiting her palace daily under the guise of cordiality, while secretly harboring ulterior motives. At that time, Lu was merely a favored lady. If her flattery of the noble consort was intended to secure the sixth princess upbringing, it would make sense. However, administering the divine poison was beyond the capability of an ordinary noblewoman. Pondering this, Ye Feiran considered Lu's true background. Yet, with Lu now in the capital, any hidden schemes would inevitably be revealed in due time. As he contemplated, Su Yushi and the sixth prince concluded their bout, leaving Su Yushi astonished at his narrow defeat. In disbelief, he looked at Xiaozong, then retreated 3 steps, kneeling before him and clasping his hands in salute, declaring, "From this day forth, I am at your highness's service, ready to heed any command, no matter the cost." Ye Feiran thought, what just happened? Did I miss something? Despite his youth, Xiaozong exhibited an air of authority as he stepped forward to assist Su Yushi, saying, "Your words are too heavy. This was merely a friendly exchange. Do not take it to heart." Su Yushi insisted, "No, your highness, your martial skills are extraordinary. Whether at 7, 17, or 27. Few can achieve such prowess in a lifetime. You possess a natural gift for martial arts. We martial practitioners are straightforward, and I must speak candidly. I have never yielded to anyone, and they have often praised me as a little martial god, claiming I carry the spirit of my grandfather. Yet, I have always found his skills lacking. After our encounter today, I willingly bow to your superiority, your highness. You shall be the first I acknowledge in my life." Ye Feiran thought to himself, "My second brother truly embodies the spirit of chivalry. He acknowledges defeat without envy, unlike others who feign respect while harboring jealousy." Having interacted with Su Yushi in the past, Xiaozong understood his character well and responded, "Very well. I understand. From now on, let us practice together regularly." The essence of martial arts lies in facing formidable opponents. With strong adversaries, one's skills can be further refined. Ye Feiran delighted in Xiaozong's earnest demeanor, finding his earnestness and slight stutter endearing. Su Yushi chuckled, "Indeed, your highness, I shall seek you out for practice often." This was no mere platitude. After his examination, Su Yushi intended to train with the sixth prince for at least half an hour. Even Su Haoyun became aware of this arrangement, concerned that her nephew might inadvertently harm her godson. However, after observing their encounters twice, she realized her nephew could not overpower the prince. Rather, it was the prince who had twice sent him tumbling from the rooftops. Ye Feiran, covering his face in trepidation, thought, what is so enjoyable about fighting? Isn't my second cousin's backside bound to end up in shambles? Su Haoyun, seeing that her godson was not in any distress, decided to leave them be. She affectionately pinched her biological son's cheek and advised him, "If you are hungry, call for your brother. The 3 elder sisters are here as well." Yen Shu, Shi Shu, and Qing Shu bowed respectfully to her and continued to wait nearby. These 3 maids were indeed fiercely loyal, particularly Yen Shu, who devotedly guarded the sixth prince, ensuring that the news of his recovery remained tightly sealed. Whenever they encountered someone from the Su family, they would earnestly remind them that the sixth prince's recovery must not be disclosed, lest it bring calamity upon both him and the Su family. Naturally, the Su family understood that they must publicly declare the sixth prince to be foolish while privately treating him as a normal child. The sixth prince curled his lips and asked Ye Feiran, "Is my brother formidable?" Ye Feiran nodded vigorously, while Su Yushi, unwilling to be outdone, inquired, Is my second cousin powerful? Ye Feiran again nodded enthusiastically, but internally mused that the sixth prince was indeed more impressive. After all, he was merely 7 years old, while his second brother was 13. The second brother, feeling somewhat overshadowed, thought to himself that indeed, remarkable individuals tend to attract the admiration of children. Ye Feiran stretched his arms, yearning to be embraced by the sixth prince, who lifted him effortlessly and spun him around. It dawned on Ye Feiran why the sixth prince possessed such immense strength. Even carrying him, who weighed several pounds, was a breeze, a testament to his innate prowess. Ye Feiran wrapped his arms around the sixth prince's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thinking that he had finally grown up enough to return the affection that the sixth prince had so often shown him. The sixth prince, however, expressed his reluctance, advising, "Children should refrain from being too familiar with others." Suyushi, observing this exchange, found it puzzling. She thought, "Isn't it strange? When I attempted to kiss Feiran, the sixth prince intervened. Does he not want anyone else to kiss his little cousin? Is he using this as an excuse to discipline me?" Shaking her head, she dismissed her concerns, realizing that Feiran was still just a baby, albeit one with a more mature disposition than most. Nevertheless, the competition between Suyushi and the sixth prince had indeed brought them closer, with her now addressing him as Your Highness with endearment. As March approached, Ye Feiran was now 7 months old, and this little one had finally begun to crawl a few steps, no longer needing to be carried everywhere. Since mastering the art of crawling, the entire Su family found that their boisterous nephew was akin to a monkey on the move. Unstoppable as he explored the front and backyards. Su Haoyun, in her exasperation, had even given him the nickname Monkey Cub. Ye Feiran, unfazed by his appearance, was eager to explore after being confined to his bed for half a year. The sixth prince, aware of his fondness for activity, often took him to the roof to watch the bustling pedestrians below. One day, a large procession approached, and the sixth prince curiously gazed at them. Ye Feiran, already munching on a snack, remarked, "Those are the people from the Xiaonan Lu family. After over a month of moving, they have finally arrived in the capital. Xiaonan is a remote area, so to reach the capital is quite a stroke of luck for them. It seems the Lu family has no scandalous secrets. Their ancestors were physicians who earned a low-ranking official title for treating the late emperor in distress. However, due to Xiaonan's seclusion, no one wished to go there. And this low-ranking official unexpectedly rose to the position of a fifth-grade governor." Ye Feiran pondered. It appears that the Lu family is not particularly ambitious. If they were, they could have simply requested a court position or an appointment in the palace. Just as the two observed the Lu family, a large box fell from a cart, scattering medicinal herbs all over the ground. The gentleman from the Lu family quickly dismounted and meticulously gathered the herbs, instructing, "These are rare medicines. We must take the time to send some to the palace for my younger sister to deliver to the sixth prince." The Xiaonan Lu family had previously been allied with the Zhang family, who were the only notable figures to emerge from that impoverished region. The gentleman's intention to send these valuable herbs to the sixth prince raised questions. Did he genuinely remain unaware of his sister's role in harming the noble consort? Did he not realize that their official status was obtained through dubious means? If this were the case, what exactly did Lady Lu aim to accomplish? The sixth prince, equally contemplative, wondered what role the Lu family played in the ongoing power struggle. Meanwhile, Su Haoyun, noticing the sixth prince and Ye Feiran on the roof, called out in exasperation, "You two, be careful of the wind. Come down quickly. I have prepared some new clothes for you to try on." Ye Feiran peered down eagerly and called out, "Mother, mother." At 7 months, he had finally learned to form sounds, and though his calling was far from perfect, it filled Su Haoyun with joy. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her eldest son, sniffing back her emotion. "Oh, Feiran, come down so your mother can embrace you." The sixth prince lifted Ye Feiran and flew down from the roof with ease. At first, Su Haoyun had been astonished by such feats, but she had grown accustomed to the extraordinary nature of her two children. She embraced her son tightly and asked, "Can you call out again?" Ye Feiran, with a lisp, responded, "Mother." Overjoyed, Su Haoyun twirled around with him in her arms, while simultaneously guiding the sixth prince tomorrow. The Su family will host a promotion banquet. All the notable officials and their families in the capital will attend. Your aunt and I have arranged everything beautifully. It promises to be a delightful affair. With a laugh, she added, "Oh, and I sent an invitation to the Ye family, specifically requesting the attendance of both their family members. It has been a long time since I last saw my cousin. I wonder how she has been. And what of that princess who so eagerly sought a title? I wonder if she has any regrets now." Ye Feiran could see that his mother was genuinely elated, completely unfazed by Yi Cheng's despicable actions, having no lingering affection for him. Watching her excitement brought a unique pleasure to him. The upcoming banquet was to be a grand affair, so extravagant that it seemed out of character for the Su family. Surprisingly, the elderly matriarch did not oppose it. Rather, after the previous incident, she had become more engaged in various activities throughout the capital. Each time she ventured out, a considerable entourage followed her, a precaution arranged by the emperor to prevent any further mishaps. Discussions regarding the Su family were fervent in the capital, with many eagerly anticipating their downfall, especially the faction aligned with Duke Jing, who sought to see the Su family crushed. Meanwhile, the neutral parties were merely spectators, while only a handful genuinely rejoiced for the Su family, including the crown prince's tutor, who had kept silent about a secret he had overheard. In truth, his secret was hardly scandalous. It merely pertained to having a same-sex partner, which was not considered reprehensible in Daning. However, the choice not to marry a legitimate wife while treating his partner as one might provoke some criticism. Ye Feiran jovially munched on his melon seeds, only to discover that today the crown prince's mentor had brought along his same-sex partner. He promptly switched on the small television and, as he anticipated, was once again treated to the sight of a beautiful man. However, when he turned his head, he spotted an unfamiliar guest and internally voiced his confusion. What is someone from the Xian and Lu family doing at the Su family's banquet? Mother surely did not invite them. Did she? Chapter 50. The current head of the Xian and Lu family is Lu Gairan's elder brother, Lu Xinglin, a name that unmistakably suggests a lineage of physicians. Lu Xinglin could hardly have imagined that, born into a family of healers, he would rise to the rank of a fourth-grade official in the capital, holding an important position in the Ministry of Revenue. He had always believed that his sister's favoritism was the reason for his promotion. Yet upon arriving in the capital and submitting a memorial, he was met with the disheartening news that Lu Gairan had refused to meet their family. His sister, raised in comfort, had ventured to the capital alone for the selection of talents and unexpectedly gained a title, being conferred as a noblewoman. Their family rejoiced at her success, writing her numerous letters over the past 3 years, all of which were met with rejection. Finally, they had received news of her, but it came quietly, bestowing a significant fortune upon the Lu family. Most delighted of all was Lu Xuanhu, Lu Xinglin's younger brother, who gazed at the Su family's luxurious estate in the southern city and exclaimed, "Brother, being a court official is truly different. Just look at this magnificent entrance and the lavish carriages passing by. I heard there are hot springs inside. Do you know what hot springs are?" To this, Lu Xinglin began to lecture him on the medicinal properties of hot springs. Hot springs can treat rheumatism and cold ailments, alleviate fatigue, and invigorate the mind. A soak indeed benefits the body. Lu Xuanhu, displaying impatience, retorted, "Brother, what are you talking about? You are now a fourth-grade official, not some poor country doctor. A court official should carry themselves like one, not speak endlessly of medicinal theories." Holding the invitation in his hand, Lu Xinglin whispered, "Do not make a racket at someone else's doorstep. Our uninvited presence today is already rather impolite." I know, brother," Lu Xuanhu replied. "We are not in a dire situation here in the capital. You are a fourth-grade official. Look at those coming and going. There are plenty of fifth and sixth-grade officials. The Su family is truly extravagant. Surely they have invited all the officials of the capital." Lu Xinglin cautioned, "As newcomers, we are unaware of the capital's intricacies. We should not be overly confident. Besides, there is a significant difference between fourth and fourth-grade officials." At that moment, Su Haoyan emerged from the Feiyan mountain villa and, upon seeing Lu Xinglin, inquired, "Are you the esteemed Lu who submitted the invitation?" "Indeed, I am. You must be Madame Su. It is an honor to meet you," Lu Xinglin replied. Su Haoyan nodded and accepted his invitation, saying, "Do not take offense, esteemed Lu. The steward inadvertently overlooked your invitation due to your recent arrival in the capital." Lu Xinglin responded with utmost respect, "Madame Su, you flatter me. We only arrived yesterday. It is a matter of great importance that compelled us to intrude." Su Haoyun instructed Yihong, "Please take the Lu family to the front courtyard to rest. I must go greet the Empress Dowager and Prince Luo." Turning back to Lu Xinglin, she added, "I apologize for any oversight. Please bear with us." Lu Xinglin returned the courtesy, saying, "Madame Su, please attend to your duties. I shall send someone to invite you when you have a moment." Su Haoyun nodded and had Yihong escort Lu Xinglin to the eastern wing of the front courtyard. It was curious to note that the Lu family had brought along 2 heavy boxes. Someone unfamiliar might think they were presenting gifts to the Su family. This was also the reason Su Haoyan arranged for them to stay in the eastern wing, as other dignitaries were in the back courtyard enjoying the hot spring villa. Many praised Madame Su's grace and demeanor, while her former husband secretly entertained a lover, yet she cheerfully turned this place into a gathering spot for high-ranking officials. Once Ye Hong had left, Lu Xuanhu remarked, "Brother, why are you being so courteous to that woman? She is merely a woman." Lu Xinglin frowned in disapproval. "Do not speak foolishly. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, a first-rank noblewoman personally conferred by the emperor, and now also the adoptive mother of the sixth prince. The Zhang family once did our Lu family a favor, with the passing of the late noble consort. We naturally must pay more visits to her child." Lu Xuanhu was taken aback. "Goodness, a woman can be conferred a first-rank title? She is several ranks above you, brother." Lu Xinglin, exasperated, replied, "I have always advised you to study diligently. Look at you now, lacking even this basic knowledge." Yet Lu Xuanhu remained dismissive. "What use is studying? Our Lu family has not pursued much education, yet we still rise to prominence. Back in Xianan, you advanced from the 8th rank to your current 4th rank. Someone as clever as me will surely not lag behind you." In the back courtyard, Ye Feiran, while sampling various tidbits, fell silent upon reaching the Lu family's tale. Internally critiquing, the eldest of the Lu family seems somewhat respectable, but the second sounds like a simpleton. Indeed, every family produces a second-generation heir. No one can escape that fate. The sixth prince and Su Yushi were nearby discussing a new technique they had just developed when they turned to look at Ye Feiran upon hearing his thoughts. Ye Feiran's inner voice continued. "Throughout history, achievements are earned through examination. The Lu family has received immense favor, all because Lu's patriarch saved the life of the late emperor. When the late emperor journeyed to Xianan, he fell victim to the treacherous terrain and fainted in the mountains, along with his entourage. It was by chance that members of the Lu family were foraging for herbs and saved their lives. Furthermore, when the local magistrate proved inept, intending to execute an innocent for a petty theft, it was Lu's patriarch who bravely intervened, threatening to report the magistrate to the governor for his actions. Had it not been for Lu's intervention, the magistrate would have acted hastily. Remarkably, Lu's eldest son was a scholar, personally examined by the emperor, already holding the title of a scholar. Due to the unique circumstances, he was granted an official title and appointed as an acting magistrate for Lulin County. However, since no other officials were willing to serve in that remote area, he continued in that role and, having performed admirably, ascended to the position of a 5th-grade magistrate. Considering this, it seems the Lu family of Xianan has indeed been favored by fortune, for otherwise they could never have risen from a humble lineage of physicians to become significant officials in the court. Having absorbed the tales surrounding the Lu family, the sixth prince and Su Yushi began to grasp the motivations driving the Lu family's ascent. Such individuals emerging from humble backgrounds, if they do not ally with the powerful, risk becoming stepping stones for others or fading quietly into obscurity in the palace until they pass away. Perhaps, just like Lu Xinglin, she was once a simple and kind-hearted girl before entering the palace, but upon arrival, she seemed to be swept into a tumultuous world, unable to resist its pull. Wait. Ye Feiran's inner voice suddenly interjected. She entered the palace 3 years ago and has been plotting against the sixth prince since then. From the moment she entered, she aimed to poison the noble consort. Her intentions are far too calculated. It cannot be that she was forced into such actions upon entering the palace. Rather, it feels like a long-conceived plan. However, the majority of this narrative remains shrouded in ambiguity, and it stretches on, obscured within a vast chaos, hinting at a web of intrigue that may very well serve as the main thread of this story, if not an essential one. The sixth prince and Su Yushi observed his dazed expression, realizing he was likely contemplating something significant. After a moment of thought, Su Yushi turned and exited the room. Seeking her elder brother, she approached him and said, "Brother, there seems to be an issue with the Lu family. Could you investigate?" Su Yulan immediately understood. "Is it related to our little cousin?" "Ah, I see. I'll make arrangements right away." The Lu family, Lu Guiran, the empress, and the noble consort Shu. Eventually, the truth would surface. Ye Feiran, who was eagerly following the gossip, found himself frustrated by half-finished tales. He longed for a complete narrative and soon stumbled upon a new piece of information regarding Qi Huiru, the granddaughter of the prime minister, who was initially said to be betrothed to Su Yulan. Unfortunately, Su Yulan had no intention of pursuing this match, and the matter was shelved. However, Qi Huiru had reached the age for marriage, now 19, and risked becoming an old maid. Consequently, she was introduced by the wife of the Marquis to the Marquis's nephew. and a marriage engagement was quickly established. Although this nephew was not a court official, he was a regional prince, however. He was not a member of the royal family but a vassal king. In the Great Ning, there were instances of vassal kings being granted lands to protect the royal family, typically along the borders. The nephew introduced by the Marquis's wife was the King of Palai, stationed in the eastern borders. Earlier, Ye Feiran had mentioned that the Prime Minister's reputation was tarnished not for any other reason, but because of this very King of Palai. Chi Huaru's engagement to the King of Palai was indeed a splendid match, and the Chi family rejoiced, believing the Prime Minister's granddaughter had found an admirable husband. Becoming the Princess of Palai was a remarkable honor. Chi Huaru was envied by the noble ladies of the capital. Being a princess was no less prestigious than being an imperial consort, as there could only be one princess while many consorts existed. Moreover, Palai was a prosperous land, contributing countless pearls and gemstones each year. Such a favorable match was rare to find. Yet, therein lay the problem. Upon her marriage, Chi Huaru would naturally hold her wedding in Palai, inviting the entire Chi family to attend. However, their attendance inadvertently made them supporters of the King of Palai's rebellion. After the insurrection, the King of Palai declared the establishment of the Palai kingdom, anointing himself as its emperor, while the old prime minister, unwilling to be associated with such treachery, resigned and lived out his days in obscurity, ultimately succumbing to poverty by a water well. The rebellious King of Palai was later suppressed by the Great Ning army and faced the ultimate punishment of being executed by dismemberment, the most severe sentence for treason. This was but a minor subplot in Ye Feiran's collection of gossip, seemingly unrelated to the main storyline. Yet, he suddenly discerned a small inconsistency. Though the King of Palai is a vassal king, he is also the nephew of the late emperor, thus a member of the royal family. Furthermore, he contributes substantial wealth to the court annually and is a fervent admirer of the emperor, visiting him every spring. How could he suddenly rebel? Upon receiving this news, Su Haoqing pondered, as the old prime minister and Su's father were old friends, and he did not wish to see the prime minister meet such a fate. Just then, an announcement was made from outside. The noble grand consort has arrived, and the Prince of Luo is here. The old grand consort was originally conferred the title of Imperial Noble Consort by the late emperor, and her formal title was indeed Noble Grand Consort, though everyone had grown accustomed to calling her simply Grand Consort. Su Haoqing quickly rose to greet her, but the Grand Consort ignored him entirely, rushing toward Ye Feiran while exclaiming, "Oh, my dear grandson, how I've missed you. Come here and let me hold you. Oh, my Feiran has grown plump. Splendid, splendid. Our Su family children should be chubby." The plump Ye Feiran replied, "Grandma, one need not be overly plump." At 7 months, Ye Feiran was exceptionally precocious, beginning to babble and clung to the old grand consort's neck, calling out, "Nigh, nigh." The old grand consort beamed with joy, showering him with affection and pointing at the young people present, saying, "Did you see that? Not one of you brings me peace of mind, leaving me with only Feiran as my precious to hold. Look at him. He is more sensible and capable than all of you. At just 7 months, he can call me grandma. You silly children ought to take a lesson from him." Amidst the laughter, the recently appointed scholar who had just achieved the highest honors, and Su Yulan, who had recently been promoted to the 5th rank, exchanged glances, while the Prince of Luo, an esteemed figure, merely chuckled. The Ways present all responded in unison, "Yes, Grand Consort, we will certainly strive to learn." Ye Feiran's heart was filled with delightful laughter. Hee hee. The Grand Consort is truly adorable. Long live the Grand Consort. May you always be cherished by your little one. This sweet-natured child was adored by all, even causing the usually stoic 6th prince to smile. In the main hall, the Su family enjoyed a harmonious gathering, while the old grand consort took the opportunity to urge the 3 young ones towards marriage. Su Daying pretended not to hear. Su Yulan turned his gaze to the window, and the Prince of Luo, ever the jester, wrapped his arm around Su Yulan's waist, suggesting, "Why not marry me? My cousin thinks I'm a wastrel, but I find you quite agreeable." The old grand consort, upon hearing this, angrily seized her jade scepter, ready to strike her son, but the Prince of Luo deftly evaded. He grinned, "Mother, please be careful. At your age, don't strain yourself." This only served to further infuriate the old grand consort, who scolded her son, "Look at you. This is utterly unacceptable. Does this seem appropriate to you?" Su Haoyan laughed heartily, supporting her. "And why bother fretting over him? We wouldn't want you to suffer any distress." As the group chuckled, Itsue arrived with news. "Madam, the Qin family has arrived and seeks an audience in the courtyard." Chapter 51. Ye Feiran curiously turned to Yitsue, wondering why his mother's cousin had come at this time. Not only was Ye Feiran perplexed, but Su Haoyun also found it strange. With a light laugh, she said, "All right, let her wait in the courtyard." Today, the Su family was bustling with guests, managed by Su Haoyun and Su Madam, hosting 2 princesses, 2 duchesses, and several marchionesses. While they could afford to slight others, they had to treat the old grand consort with the utmost respect. Moreover, the emperor had been sending gifts to the Prince of Luo one after another, ensuring that nothing was lacking, fearing the old grand consort might feel uneasy. The winds of the emperor's favor dictated the movements of the nobles, and rumors circulated that the Jing Duke's family was losing favor, with the Su family emerging as the emperor's new favorite. However, how could that be? The Jing Duke's family controlled the 3 major departments: the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Revenue. The other departments were merely those they chose not to dominate, as they were not particularly significant compared to the aforementioned 3. Once the commotion in the rear courtyard had settled, Su Haoyun suddenly remembered the Xian and Lu family was still waiting in the front courtyard. She hurried to the front, only to discover that the Lu family had already departed, leaving behind 2 large chests. Upon opening them, she found them brimming with high-quality medicinal herbs. The scene was filled with large quantities of medicinal herbs such as Ganoderma lucidum and cordyceps, alongside the rare snow lotus. Lu Xinglin had left her a letter, containing a prescription that, when combined with these herbs, could treat the 6th prince's affliction of lost spirit. Su Haoyun found it peculiar. While Lu Guiran had harmed Shagifei, her family members seemed to be acting benevolently. Was there some unspoken agreement within that family? After pondering for a moment, she instructed Itsue to prepare a token of gratitude for the Lu family, explaining that the influx of guests had prevented her from attending to them, and they should not take offense. Itsue complied and reminded Su Haoyun that the Qin family had sent messengers multiple times, insisting that she meet with them. Su Haoyun chuckled derisively. How eager they are. Very well, I shall pay them a visit. As Su Haoyun made her way to the small courtyard, the Lu family had already descended the mountain and returned to their residence in the capital. On the road, Lu Xuanhu expressed his grievances, lamenting that the Su family had treated them poorly, leaving them in the front courtyard unattended despite their heavy gifts. Is this not a deliberate slight? Lu Xinglin considered and replied, perhaps there are reasons for the delay. After all, we did not present an invitation when we arrived unannounced, and the hosts are clearly overwhelmed, as evidenced by the carriages of nobles parked outside. It is understandable that they cannot attend to us. Lu Xuanhu scoffed, I still believe the Su family is not virtuous. Just wait. One day I shall become one of those nobles, and the Su family will no longer have the opportunity to look down upon others. In truth, Su Haoyun did not intend to slight the Lu family. She was genuinely preoccupied and, moreover, still harbored resentment regarding Zhang Mintong. The fact that Lu Guiran had harmed Shagifei was undeniable, and she felt no obligation to greet the Lu family with warmth. Thus, she dismissed the matter from her mind and proceeded to the small courtyard, where she found Qin Shi waiting there, looking despondent. Upon seeing Su Haoyun, Qin Shi fell to her knees and wept. Sister, I was wrong. I truly was. Can you ever forgive me? Unable to suppress a laugh, Su Haoyun replied, How curious. Everything you sought in the Ye family has come to pass, yet now you weep? Furthermore, I have divorced you, Qingzi. What purpose does your visit serve? Qin Wanqi raised her head, and Su Haoyun was taken aback by her swollen cheeks, frowning and asking, What has happened? Did Yi Qingzi strike you? Qin Wanqi shook her head. No, my husband did not harm me. It was Xiaorong. She, taking advantage of her royal lineage, has been tyrannical and dismissive towards me. Thankfully, my son passed the examination and is the youngest scholar in the capital. Yet, Xiaorong, consumed by jealousy, intends to. Her words faltered as she wept, revealing her genuine pain. Su Haoyun, intrigued by the unfolding drama, inquired, Oh, what does she intend to do? Qin Wanqi lamented. She wishes to adopt Chun'er as her legitimate son, claiming him as her own. If he is recognized under her name, what will become of my life? Chun'er is my biological son. Xiaorong is utterly despicable. Unable to bear children herself, she seeks to usurp my son. Meanwhile, in the flower hall, Ye Feiran, who was playing with the 6th prince, overheard the unfolding tale of Qin Wanqi and her mother. He chuckled. Isn't this what you deserve? You drove away your mother only to welcome Xiaorong, who is far from virtuous. You thought you could secure your position, but fate had other plans. Now, Xiaorong seeks to claim Ye Qingzi as her son, who has always been under your mother's care and holds no affection for you. given his rebirth. How could he possibly feel any attachment to you, his unworthy stepmother? As Ye Feiran had surmised, upon learning of Xiaorong's intentions to adopt him, Yu Qichen did not hesitate to agree. He even urged Qin Wanshi, a true man should prioritize the greater good. Being a bastard is inconvenient for me. And it would be wise to let go. As long as you remain in the Ye family, my father will continue to treat you kindly. Yet, Qin Wanshi was unwilling to accept this reality, believing that her son was her proud discovery, and his recent triumph was a testament to her nurturing. She knelt in the dirt, tears streaming down her face. Sister, you know me. I have no desire to compete with anyone. Yet, Xiaorong's tyranny has driven her to steal my son. I am alone in the capital. You are my only kin. I know I should not disturb you, but I have no one else to turn to. Su Haoyun was taken aback by the audacity of such a person. Nevertheless, her interest piqued. She approached and asked, "Do you wish for my assistance? How exactly do you envision my help?" Qin Wanshi lifted her head, grasping Su Haoyun's hand. "Sister, every woman must eventually marry. You are ambitious, destined to wed a worthy husband. I have heard that the Duke of Fukan has lost his wife and is seeking a woman of virtue and talent to be his consort. You need not conceal this from me. I am aware that the Duke has already sent a matchmaker. Many noble ladies are vying for his attention, yet he has chosen you." This revelation left Su Haoyun bewildered, furrowing her brow. "What did you just say? The Duke of Fukan wishes to marry me? Who is spreading such rumors?" Qin Wanshi insisted. "This cannot be mere gossip. The Duke himself has acknowledged it. Perhaps the matchmaker was delayed, but this affair is highly likely to come to fruition. Once you give your assent, a wealth of honor and riches awaits you. I truly envy you." Although Su Haoyun held the title of a first-rank noblewoman granted by the emperor, she understood that within the hierarchy of daiming, such titles ranked below those of royal consorts. The order was as follows: princely consorts, dukes' wives, marquises' wives, earls' wives, and then first-rank noblewomen. The preceding titles were all held by families of merit and nobility, and Su Haoyun had only attained her status through the sixth prince's influence. To leap from a first-rank noblewoman to a dukedom consort was an enviable ascent indeed. However, Su Haoyun did not share this sentiment. She perceived Qin Wanshi as someone with ulterior motives and did not believe her intentions were sincere. Moreover, she had no desire to become a dukedom consort. Even if it were a princely consort or a royal consort, she would hold no interest. Had she wished for such a path, her family's former glory would have easily granted her daughter a place in the palace. Su Haoyun yearned for a life of freedom, a simple existence devoted to nurturing her son, and had no intention of leaping from one perilous situation into another. Yet, she still probed. "How did you come by this information?" Qin Wanshi's expression shifted momentarily before she smiled and said, "Indeed, my lord has been on good terms with several officials, having heard about it from their wives. You may not know, sister, but my lord now deeply regrets his decision to part ways with you in a fit of anger. In comparison to you, that Xiaorong is utterly worthless. Moreover, there is Feiran, the very flesh and blood of the Ye family, whom my lord has always wished to bring back to the manor. Feiran, being the legitimate son of the Ye family, if you were truly to become a princess, it would hardly be appropriate to keep the Ye family's child by your side." Upon hearing this, Su Haoyun finally discerned Qin Wanshi's scheme. She let out a cold laugh and replied, "So, you intend for Feiran to return to the Ye family, to be adopted under Xiaorong's name. Since I will be remarried, I would have no concern for this child. And you could then leverage your position as a mother to secure your status as a favored concubine in the Ye family. Is that your intent?" Faced with her thoughts being exposed, Qin Wanshi's face turned pale, yet she managed to force a smile, saying, "Sister, you may call me selfish or cowardly, but everything I do is for your benefit. After all, you would be a princess. The fief of the Duke of Xian is not far away. Should you wish to return, you could do so at any time. And Feiran, as the legitimate son of the Ye family, it is only natural for him to return. He will still be a legitimate heir, retaining all his inheritance. In fact, being recorded under the princess's name might even secure him a title. The prospects laid out before you are too good to ignore. Sister, please do not be foolish and miss this golden opportunity to enter the Duke's residence." Listening to Qin Wanshi's words, Su Haoyun could not help but admire this woman's remarkable ability to twist the truth. Despite the rift between them, she had the audacity to come to her, showcasing an incredible resilience. Of course, had she been less resilient, she would not have engaged in that affair with Yu Qingze. Furthermore, Su Haoyun did not consider the notion of becoming a princess to be a stroke of fortune without its hidden perils. With a cold smirk, Su Haoyun remarked. Qin Wanqi, when you were plotting against me, did you ever contemplate that this boomerang might swing back to you? Do not forget, it was you who facilitated my separation from Yi Qingze. Yet, what you did not anticipate is that even after our divorce, he did not elevate you to the position of his wife, but instead wed Princess Rongan. He could marry Princess Rongan, and you, Qin Wanqi, played a significant role in this. All of this is a consequence of your own making. As for Feiran, she spoke with a voice like thunder in Qin's ears. Feiran is destined to remain by my side. No one shall lay claim to him. And, Qin Wanqi, do not presume that I am unaware of your scheming. I choose not to expose you simply to witness the amusement you create within the Ye family. I must thank you for your antics, which allowed me to divorce Yi Qingze with ease. As for anything else, Su Haoyun enunciated each word clearly. You shall not interfere. With that, she rose and, as she turned to leave, added, I shall not see you out. The Su family has many esteemed guests today, and I simply cannot spare the time to watch your performance. Qin Wanqi fell to her knees in despair, pounding the ground in frustration. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against Su Haoyun. Ye Feiran, observing Qin Wanqi's situation, realized that the truth seemed to deviate from what she had been told. While Xiaorong indeed expressed a desire for a child, the idea of recording Yi Qichen under her name was not initiated by Xiaorong, but rather proposed by Yi Qichen himself. Yi Qingze valued this son, particularly since he had excelled in the Imperial examinations at the tender age of 7. The stigma of being a bastard child was indeed unappealing. Moreover, the injuries on her face were not inflicted by Xiaorong, as long as she did not provoke disaster. Xiaorong would not bother with her as a concubine. However, when Xiaorong discussed matters with Yi Qingze, she happened to overhear and suggested, Feiran is of our Yi family bloodline, and he holds 2/3 of our family's assets. If he can return to the Yi family, recognized under the lady's name, it would be a tremendous boon for both the Yi family and the lady. Yi Qingze found this strategy quite clever but hesitated, saying, I fear Su Haoyun will not release him. Besides, we entrusted him to her care in front of the emperor. If we renege on our word, she may raise a fuss before the emperor. Qin Wanqi had already devised her plan. Did not my lord say that Duke Fukan is seeking a wife? Does my lord think my sister is suitable? Thus, the events of today unfolded, with Qin Wanqi believing wholeheartedly that no one in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to become the Duchess of Fukan. If not for her humble origins, she would have aspired to such a position herself. But how could the Duke of Fukan marry someone of her lowly status? Nevertheless, she would not give up, after all. It was the title of Duchess, and in a few days, a matchmaker would surely come knocking. She was determined that Su Haoyun would not remain indifferent. As Qin Wanqi had predicted, the next day a matchmaker arrived at the door. This matchmaker was renowned in the capital, and upon entering, she boasted about her previous successes. Oh, the matches I've made are all destined for greatness. Not only the alliance between the Duke's residents and the princes, but also the heartfelt union between the newly appointed top scholar and the county lord's daughter. Let me tell you, Mrs. Su, I have brought 2 major matches today. One is for you and Duke Fukan, and the other is for the Qi family's daughter and Prince Penglai. If these 2 unions succeed, oh dear, what am I saying? The primary focus is on you and Duke Fukan. One is a title bestowed by the emperor, the other a regional duke. You see, the Qi family has already sent gifts, and Prince Penglai entered the capital yesterday. If you were to give your approval, wouldn't that be a double celebration for the capital? Ye Feiran, who was watching from the side, was thoroughly impressed. Indeed, the matchmaker's eloquence was unmatched, and all her skills seemed to be honed to perfection in her speech. However, Ye Feiran could not resist the urge to expose her lies. The county lord who married the top scholar bore him 3 children in 5 years, relying entirely on her family for support. The scholar is merely a bookworm. After becoming an official, he has not achieved anything noteworthy and has been demoted to a minor 8th rank position. Frustrated with his lack of success, he resorts to domestic violence after drinking. The county lord, for the sake of her reputation, only reports good news and never the bad. How can this be considered a match made in heaven? The matchmaker thought she had misheard and glanced around, seeing no children present. She looked quizzically at Ye Feiran, pondering how a child who could barely speak could have such a sharp tongue. She awkwardly chuckled. Well, the scholar is indeed a handsome man, and everyone praises the county lord for her good fortune. Furthermore, this marriage of ours cannot be compared to theirs. You would be marrying into the royal family as a duchess, a status tenfold more honorable than your current one. Su Haoyun, sipping her tea, contemplated how to decline this proposal, while Ye Feiran's inner voice echoed again. Wait, Duke Fukan and Prince Penglai are brothers? Good heavens. If Prince Penglai were to rebel in the future, it would undoubtedly implicate Duke Fukan as well. Mother cannot marry. This is a deep pit. Finally, Su Haoyun ceased her calculations, standing decisively before the matchmaker and declaring, enough. There is no need for further persuasion. I have just escaped one perilous situation, and you are eager to plunge me into another? Today, I, Su Haoyun, declare that I shall never marry again. Please convey this to your fellow matchmakers, so they do not come here seeking their own misfortune. With that, she instructed Yi Hong, see the guest out. The matchmaker attempted to say more, but was swiftly dragged away by Yi Hong and Yi Chui, two of Su Haoyun's bodyguards. Ye Feiran was amused, laughing heartily, and thought, this matchmaker must have ulterior motives, but certainly not good intentions. It is a pity for the Prime Minister's legitimate granddaughter. A fine girl is destined to meet a tragic end with Prince Penglai. What a waste. Indeed, by chance, today Chi Huizhu came to visit Su Daying to discuss flower patterns. Upon hearing that a matchmaker had come to propose to Madame Su, she was immediately intrigued and wished to secretly listen to Madame Su's thoughts. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, she was startled by Ye Feiran's inner voice, nearly tripping over the threshold and falling to the ground. Fortunately, Su Daying caught her just in time, having also heard Ye Feiran's thoughts. She exchanged a knowing glance with her and led her into her own courtyard. Chi Huizhu was so frightened that she began to weep, tightly grasping Su Daying's hand and exclaiming, Sister Daying, what? What did I just hear? How can I die, and be sentenced to extreme punishment? With 2 lives for 1 body? The two were indeed close friends, especially since the old Prime Minister Qi was an old acquaintance of General Su, and the two families maintained a good relationship. Moreover, the old Prime Minister Qi was one of the few ministers in court who opposed the Duke of Jinghua, a rare figure of integrity and uprightness. Being born into the Su family, Su Daying was certainly aware of the intricacies involved. If the old Prime Minister Qi were to encounter misfortune, it would undoubtedly be a matter of mutual grief. After pondering for a moment, she said, Sister, do you remember that I was once discussed as a potential match a year ago? Chi Huizhu, pale-faced, nodded slowly in response. I remember it was the eldest son of the He family. But that eldest son of the He family is truly not a good person. Who could have foreseen that so many lives were lost in his household? You have indeed escaped a calamity, which is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Su Daying sighed, saying, this is not an escape from calamity. I was merely guided to withdraw from that engagement. Otherwise, if I had married so carelessly, I would have added another grave to the He family's hillside. Chi Huizhu immediately understood, saying, could it be that? She wanted to say more, but found the words stuck in her throat, as if her mouth had been sealed by some force. Su Daying smiled at her, gesturing, Sister, it is best left unspoken. If you believe me, return the token to Prince Penglai. Find any excuse, as long as you can withdraw from this engagement. The outcome can be altered. Originally, I was to be abused to death a year after marrying the He family, yet now I am living quite well. However, that was predicated on the fall of the Su family. In the original story, after the fall of the Su family, the He family was eager to wed Su Daying within the mourning period, which was quite evident in its purpose. Chi Huizhu had only seen Prince Penglai once. He was of average build and appearance, but his luxurious clothing and outstanding demeanor revealed his royal status. The match was well received by the Qi family, and Prince Penglai was quite attentive to her, so she did not decline further and accepted his token of affection. Chi Huizhu expressed, how can I casually call off the engagement and explain it to my father and brothers? Su Daying pondered, asking, have you inquired about the old Prime Minister Qi's thoughts? Chi Huizhu shook her head. Grandfather is now quite old and has ceased to concern himself with many matters. He plans to retire next year and simply wishes to find a quiet place to spend his remaining years. Su Daying sighed. Have you considered that if what just transpired were to truly occur, could the old Prime Minister Qi still enjoy his twilight years? Chi Huizhu's face turned pale. Certainly not. Given my grandfather's integrity, even basic sustenance would become an issue. He has lived a life of high moral standards and has never engaged in any immoral acts. He would never compromise his principles for mere gain, and I fear for his later years. In the original tale, the old Prime Minister Qi froze to death by a well while fetching water, his rigid body covered by a thick layer of snow, discovered only when Su Yushi went to visit him. Finally, Chi Huizhu made up her mind, declaring, Sister is right. I must face this matter with courage. I shall return to speak with grandfather. Rising, she bowed to Su Daying and turned to leave the Su family residence. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Feiran had unknowingly achieved a significant feat and was still cursing the matchmaker. This matchmaker has done more than one bad deed. The young master of the Zhou family fancied a girl from the Lin family and entrusted her to speak on his behalf. However, the Zhou family is destitute, with an ailing mother, and the young master is also a gambler. The matchmaker, having accepted his bribe, painted the Zhou family as a paragon. When they met, even the clothes were rented, and the house for their wedding was also borrowed. It was only when the Lin girl became pregnant that the true situation of the Zhou family came to light. But by then, it was too late. The Lin girl was trapped. Fortunately, the Lin family's male relatives intervened when the Zhou family intended to hand her over to settle gambling debts. If it were an ordinary girl, her life would have been utterly ruined. This matchmaker is truly disgusting. What was even more infuriating was that this matchmaker faced no punishment whatsoever, instead claiming she had been deceived by the Zhou family, distancing herself from the trap they had set. Such examples were numerous, as young women preferred not to publicize their disgrace, suffering in silence. Furthermore, in ancient times, women were often harshly judged, even blamed for failing to hold onto their husbands' hearts or for not managing their households well. However, Ye Feiran, following this thread of gossip, found herself amused, as the matchmaker had failed in her dealings with Prince Fukong, resulting in him punishing her, declaring her a liability rather than an asset. Meanwhile, Qi Huizhu returned home and quietly sought out the old Prime Minister Qi, kneeling before him to express her thoughts. "Grandfather, I do not wish to marry into Penglai. I only wish to remain by your side to fulfill my filial duty." The old Prime Minister Qi was writing at the time, at over 70 years of age. He pinned the character for endurance. Yet this character was written with such vigor and elegance that it seemed more a declaration of action than restraint. Without looking at his granddaughter, the old Prime Minister inquired, "Why do you not wish to pursue a match that the entire family endorses?" Qi Huizhu understood she could not divulge everything she had heard at the Su residence, so she voiced her true thoughts. "Grandfather, just because others approve, does that make it good?" This question struck a chord with the old Prime Minister, for he too believed that popularity did not equate to virtue. After all, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Duke of Jinghua and often opposed him. The old Prime Minister Qi finally assisted his granddaughter to her feet, saying, "Huizhu, you are far more discerning than your father and brothers. I do not wish to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, but if I were to assess it, the match with Prince Pelai is indeed not a desirable one." Qi Huizhu asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that, grandfather?" The old Prime Minister Qi seemed to fall into deep contemplation. Years ago, when the Su army was besieged in Liaonan, Pelai County was the nearest garrison. With 80,000 cavalry at his command, Prince Penglai could have arrived within a day and night to relieve the siege. Yet, while the Su elder fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, there was not a single response from Prince Pelai. Of course, without the Imperial order, the prince had every reason to refrain from sending troops. However, in wartime, military orders are not absolute, and even if he had sent troops to relieve the siege, the emperor would not have held it against him. Yet, it was precisely because of that battle that General Su met his demise, which left the old prime minister with a poor impression of Prince Pelai. Despite this, he could not fault the prince. After all, he had acted within his rights. And even the emperor had not reproached him. So what could he, a mere prime minister, say? It was merely a matter of frustration over a friend's loss. But this frustration could not be allowed to jeopardize his granddaughter's happiness. Hearing his granddaughter's words today, he chuckled and said, "I believe Prince Pelai is rather advanced in age. He has lost 2 wives to childbirth, which is quite unlucky. Therefore, return the token to me, and I shall have someone deliver it to him, ensuring he will not utter a single word." Qi Huiru immediately felt a surge of joy and presented the token to the elder Prime Minister Qi. After his granddaughter departed, the elder Prime Minister opened the box by his bedside, retrieving a yellow jade pendant marred by sword marks, placing it alongside the token. He instructed the old steward, "Deliver this item along with the token to the Prince of Penglai, and convey that our Qi family cannot aspire to the status of the prince's consort. Let him seek a more suitable match." Ye Feiran absorbed this revelation, exclaiming in admiration, "The elder Prime Minister Qi truly embodies integrity and honor. Moreover, that jade pendant appears to be a relic from my grandfather, distinctly inscribed with the character Su. Is this annulment intended to instill a lifetime of guilt in the Prince of Penglai?" Upon receiving the jade pendant, the Prince of Pelai indeed paused, his gaze drawn to the sword marks in the severed Su character. As forgotten memories surged back to the forefront of his mind, he recognized his wrongdoing regarding that incident, yet he was not its architect. He had prepared his forces to rescue the Su family troops, but had received a letter that altered his course. The letter contained the most humiliating secret of his life, one that must never see the light of day. Ye Feiran's understanding deepened. Someone threatened the Prince of Penglai, forbidding him from sending troops to rescue the besieged Su family army, resulting in General Su's tragic death while covering their retreat. Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Su Haoyun felt a wave of emotion, retreating to her room, where she wept bitterly into her pillow. She had always sensed that the battle in Liaonan was far from simple, and her father's death certainly bore hidden complexities. The Su family, known for their loyalty and righteousness, had been relentlessly manipulated by petty schemers, leading to their tragic downfall. Had it not been for her elder brother's repeated narrow escapes and his rise through military merit, the Su family would have faced a swifter decline. The Prince of Penglai, no longer wishing to dwell on the past, returned the engagement token alongside the Su family's jade pendant to the chief family. Ironically, the matchmaker who had previously sought the union faced the wrath of both the Prince of Fukan and the Prince of Penglai, resulting in a thorough beating for her failure in securing either engagement. Ye Feiran found herself laughing uncontrollably at the absurdity of it all. The matchmaker had caused so much trouble, and now, at her age, she faced dire consequences. When the news reached Qin Wanqi, disbelief washed over her as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? Su Haoyun rejected the proposal from the Prince of Fukan? Even Qi Huiru, that esteemed granddaughter, turned down the Prince of Penglai's offer? Have they lost their minds? After all, she would have been a county princess. How could they so casually decline?" Her tone suggested a longing to seize that title for herself. Yi Qingze and Yi Qichen fell into contemplation, with Yi Qingze in need of achievements and Yi Qichen, having been reborn, aware of events from his past life. In the previous life, Qi Huiru had wed the Prince of Penglai, while the Prince of Fukan married another noble lady. However, both met tragic fates, facing severe punishment for their actions. Yi Qichen realized that since last autumn, the course of their world had been irrevocably altered, pondering what force had intervened. It seemed he would need to seek out that extraordinary figure the following day. In the Fukan prince's residence, the two brothers sat across from each other, sharing a drink. Their expressions were grim. The elder brother wore a frown, while the younger was on the verge of tears. Upon closer inspection, it was evident they bore a striking resemblance, likely being fraternal twins. The Prince of Penglai gulped down a cup of wine, his face contorted in anguish as he implored, "Brother, you must think of a way. I would rather die than have this matter exposed." The Prince of Fukan's expression darkened dangerously as he replied, "If you wish to die, then do so. But do not drag me down with you. I need to know how this information has come to light after all these years. Why has it surfaced now?" The Prince of Penglai shook his head. "I do not know. Yet the letter is explicit. If I do not comply with their demands, this matter will be made public." "In that case," the Prince of Fukan interjected with a cold scoff, "is that why you summoned that matchmaker to propose to the Su and Qi families? Do not forget, the death of General Su is also tied to you. You have already made a grave error. Must you persist in this reckless course?" The Prince of Penglai countered, "I do not wish for this to be revealed to the world. Mother has been gone for so long. Do you want her to rest uncomfortably in her grave?" The Prince of Fukan, too, was unwilling to see his brother meet such a tragic fate. He slammed his cup down forcefully, stating, "Shall we simply allow others to manipulate us?" A resolute glint appeared in the Prince of Penglai's eyes as he declared, "I will bear the burden alone. You need not worry about being implicated." The Prince of Fukan frowned. "What are you saying? We are blood brothers. How could you not bring me into this? I cannot agree to this. If you persist, I will report to the Emperor and reveal everything that happened." The Prince of Penglai knelt before him, crying out, "Have you forgotten how our mother died? She valued her honor above her life. If this matter becomes public, it would be better for me to die. I would rather face 1,000 deaths than allow my mother to be dishonored after her passing." The Prince of Fukan's eyes filled with helplessness and pain as he replied, "But I cannot stand by and watch you walk to your demise. That individual has malicious intent. Their goals extend beyond just you and me. Have you considered that they might aim to destabilize the entire Danning?" The Prince of Penglai appeared lost. "I cannot afford to think of anything else. Throughout history, loyalty and filial piety are often at odds. I shall fulfill my duty to my family. Matters of honor and loyalty can be addressed in the next life." Meanwhile, Ye Feiran gleaned insights into the two princes' plight. Su Haoyun and Su Haoqing were present, discussing why the Prince of Fukan had suddenly proposed to Su Haoyun, who had only recently divorced. Ye Feiran's thoughts were a continuous stream of realization. The mother of the princes of Fukan and Penglai once suffered at the hands of vile individuals. They are not the biological children of the late lord. This secret was unknown to the late lord until his death. and their mother revealed the truth to them only before her passing. She expressed her desire to apologize to the late lord and emphasized that a woman's honor surpasses her very life. She contemplated ending her own life upon discovering her pregnancy, yet found herself unable to control her actions. Living in constant fear of exposure, she succumbed to despair before reaching 30. Thus, the secret that led to the Prince of Penlai's manipulation was unveiled. Yet, how foolish he was to sacrifice so much for a mere shackle, causing harm to Chi Huiru and the life within her. Was honor truly so paramount? Ye Feiran struggled to articulate her thoughts, remaining silent while Su Haoyun and Su Haoqing absorbed her sentiments. The siblings stepped outside to confer, with Su Haoqing stating, "Previously, Feiran mentioned the Prince of Penlai's rebellion. I suggested there was more to it, and indeed, he seems to have been coerced." Su Haoyun, feeling helpless, replied, "If you were in his position, what would you choose?" Without hesitation, Su Haoqing declared, "Naturally, for the greater good of the nation, what value does honor hold?" He lowered his voice, fearful that his words might reach Ye Feiran's ears. Unexpectedly, her laughter echoed back, mixed with the words, "Brother, brother." Su Haoyun lowered her voice and said, "For the Su family, reputation and chastity may not hold much weight, but for those of royal lineage, it is a different matter altogether. The Prince of Fukan and the Prince of Penlai are both dukes. Do you comprehend the consequences they would face if they were not the offspring of the old lord? To fall from a lofty position into the dust may be more unbearable than death for them." Su Haoqing nodded in understanding, acknowledging that not everyone possesses the indifference towards fame and fortune that characterizes the Su family. Everyone is ensnared by the expectations of society. Su Haoyun continued, "Brother, we must devise a way to prevent this incident. While the rebellion of the Prince of Penlai will undoubtedly be quelled in the end, a single battle that drains the people and resources must be averted before it begins. Since we are aware of this, we cannot remain idle." Su Haoqing concurred with his sister's sentiments and remarked, "But how shall we investigate this matter? If we merely present this information to the emperor, he is unlikely to believe us." After pondering for a moment, Su Haoyun smiled and said, "I do have a notion, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." Su Haoqing inquired eagerly, "Oh, sister, do share your idea." Su Haoyun whispered her plan into Su Haoqing's ear, and he slowly nodded in agreement. "Given the current circumstances, there indeed appears to be no better alternative. Very well, let us give it a try." Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Qin Wanqi, who had been thwarted in her desires, angrily shattered several cups. She loathed her own lineage, resented her short-sighted father for his misdeeds, and found herself equally filled with contempt for Yi Qingze, who prioritized immediate gains over her well-being. She even harbored hatred for the ever-compliant Xiao Rong and for Su Haoyun, who had once held herself in high esteem. Her father was a great general, while her own father was merely a minor official with a meager following. Every time he visited her, he went to great lengths to curry her favor. Now that she had found success in her endeavors, it was unacceptable that she remained a mere concubine, and even her son was at risk of being taken away. When she left, she took with her a substantial portion of the Yi family's wealth. And although the Yi family appeared prosperous, it was merely the support of Princess Rongin's mother that sustained them. She pondered why she found herself so isolated. Yet, no matter how furious and powerless she felt, Qin Wanqi could not change her fate. The idea she had proposed had failed, resulting in Yi Qingze developing an aversion towards her, as he had not even visited her courtyard in days. Yi Qichen occasionally came to check on her, but what good did that do? He had now become the legitimate heir of the Yi family. Yi Qichen, who had been reborn as the protagonist, devised a plan for Yi Qingze. He could investigate the rebellion of the Prince of Penlai. Should he uncover the truth, it would be a significant achievement for him. Moreover, this matter fell outside the jurisdiction of any department, so Yi Qingze could pursue it freely, enough to restore his former position. Aside from the case concerning the Prince of Penlai's rebellion, Yi Qichen was aware of another scandal, the nationwide disaster relief embezzlement case, which had shocked the nation. However, this case implicated the Jingwa Duke's estate, as a significant portion of the embezzled funds had ended up in their coffers. Thus, Yi Qichen hesitated. Until the Jingwa Duke was ready to sacrifice a scapegoat, he could not allow Yi Qingze to investigate rashly. He felt quite indignant, as Yi Qingze had been demoted after a lengthy investigation, leaving him in a precarious position. Initially, the fourth prince had intended to remove Yi Qichen from his position as a companion reader, but fortunately, his excellent performance in the courtyard examination had caused him to reconsider. In the Imperial Palace, within the Ministry of Rites, the fourth prince was presently with Su Yushi, holding a sword forged from black iron. A preparation for the martial arts examination the following day. Tsuyoshi gazed at the sword with bright eyes and asked, "Is this a gift for me, Your Highness?" The fourth prince nodded, naturally. "Do you like it, Yushi?" Tsuyoshi replied, "It is a fine sword." The fourth prince smiled, "Tomorrow, you shall undoubtedly claim the title of champion in martial arts. In terms of skill, no one in this world can surpass you." Tsuyoshi thought to herself that there were indeed individuals who could rival her, particularly the sixth prince, whose martial prowess was unparalleled. Yet she could not disclose any information regarding the sixth prince. Moreover, considering the current situation, the fourth prince and the sixth prince remained political adversaries. Even if the fourth prince was compelled into his position, he was still aligned with the Jingwood Duke's faction. Noticing her silence, the fourth prince spoke again. "I dismissed Ye Kitchen from his position as a companion reader yesterday, yet my mother insists that I retain him. She claims that Ye Kitchen, having achieved first place in the courtyard examination at such a young age, has a promising future ahead. We both know the truth about Ye Kitchen, and I have no desire to keep him as my companion." Tsuyoshi pondered for a moment, but then shook her head. "No, Your Highness, I suggest you retain him." The fourth prince questioned, "Oh, what are your thoughts, Yushi?" Tsuyoshi was not entirely sure of her reasoning, but replied, "I do not believe that Ye Kitchen operates without the influence of others. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I sense a foreboding calm in Daming, as if a storm is imminent." During her time at the Su residence, she had often overheard her younger cousin's thoughts, frequently discussing the future of Daming. The future appeared precarious, particularly after the demise of the current emperor and the ensuing incursion of the northern Liao cavalry. Tsuyoshi was deeply concerned for her country and wished to prevent Daming from falling into such dire straits. She hoped to take preventive measures before calamity struck. The fourth prince, who was more inclined towards poetry and painting than state affairs, lacked the aptitude for political matters. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the loyalty of the Su family and nodded, "Very well, Yushi. I shall do as you advise." Tsuyoshi was momentarily at a loss for words as she looked at the fourth prince. "Your Highness, why do you place such trust in me?" The fourth prince sighed and replied, "Do you know? Ye Kitchen is able to manipulate me precisely because he exploited my trust in you. He must have used some form of sorcery to transfer my trust towards him. After your younger cousin helped me break that spell, I was no longer under his influence. As for why I trust you so deeply, it may be your free-spirited and fiery nature, something I have pursued all my life yet can never attain." Hearing the fourth prince express such sentiments, Tsuyoshi found herself at a loss for words. The fourth prince had always favored her. Ever since she entered the palace as a companion reader at the age of 7, he had treated her with greater kindness than any other companion. In those days, the fourth prince had been small for his age, shorter than her by half a head, and he would cling to her, demanding she perform archery, swordplay, stances, and somersaults. Resembling a little tail, she had obliged him, teaching him everything she knew, though her frail health prevented her from learning those skills herself, resulting in reprimands from consort Yu. Remarkably, her time as a companion reader in the palace had surpassed her time at home, perhaps explaining the bond they shared as childhood friends. Tsuyoshi smiled at the fourth prince and said, "So, Your Highness, if those qualities you admire in me were to vanish, would I still be the Tsuyoshi you hold in esteem?" The fourth prince was taken aback, realizing that his continued retention of her was driven not only by the pressure from the Jingwood Duke's estate against the Su family, but also by his personal desires. Tsuyoshi chose not to elaborate further, simply smiling at him and saying, "Since you have gifted me such a fine sword, why not allow me to demonstrate my skills for you?" The fourth prince managed a rather forced smile and nodded, "Very well. The spring is splendid, and the long-awaited martial examination has finally commenced on the first day of March. 7-month-old Ye Feiran can now be dressed in beautiful little garments and carried outside. The final round of the martial examination is set in the Yanwei martial arena of the Su family. Many families of the shortlisted candidates have come to witness the event, hoping their sons will achieve the highest honors. Ye Feiran has also been brought to the arena in the arms of Su Haoyun. Upon arrival, he noticed that nearly all the members of the Su family were present, except for Su Haoqing. Even the venerable matriarch, accompanied by Prince Luo, came to observe the significance of Tsuyoshi's martial examination. Su Haoyun expressed his concerns to Su Yulan in hushed tones, stating that this martial examination is under the complete supervision of the Su family, with no opportunity for the Jingwood Duke's residents to intervene. However, caution is still necessary, as their second brother has only one chance to achieve distinction. Failure may confine him to the palace for life. Su Yulan reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, my aunt. deputy general, and has already deployed troops to patrol the vicinity, ensuring that not even a fly can intrude. Ye Feiran, however, remained unperturbed, thinking to himself, "My second brother is destined to win the championship. My only fear is that even if he does, he may find it difficult to leave the palace." Among all the Su family members, he bears the closest resemblance to the old general. If he were to step onto the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. Although the Great Ning dynasty has regulations stipulating that only males over the age of 16 may enlist, those aged 13 and above can join the Boy Scouts. Responsible for reconnaissance and logistics, Su Yushi, possessing unparalleled martial skills, would have no issues in combat. Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Su Haoyun and Su Yulan felt reassured, knowing that whatever the young one expresses in his heart seldom goes awry. Seeing them together, the matriarch approached with Prince Luo, cradling Ye Feiran in her arms, showering him with affection. Each time, she would urge for marriage, asking when they might grant her another grandchild. Yet, dear Fei is the best. I adore him so much that perhaps he should take the surname Su. Su Haoyun had no objections, but Ye Feiran's thoughts resonated. The surname is of little consequence. What truly matters is where the heart lies. Moreover, my surname Yi is not derived from Yiqingze. I have always been Yi in my previous life, accustomed to it. Changing it would feel rather disconcerting. Consequently, the matter was left unmentioned, for indeed, whether named Yi or Su was inconsequential, Ye Feiran's heart remained with them. Furthermore, should he adopt the surname Su, Yiqingze might take it upon himself to boast before the emperor, as the divorce decree clearly states that Ye Feiran can only inherit the Yi family's assets as the legitimate heir. Ye Feiran himself is uncertain of his true surname. In his past life, he was an orphan, given a name by the headmaster. Amidst the radiant summer flowers, he was bestowed the surname Yi, standing out among the children, thus acquiring the name Ye Feiran. There was a hint of sadness in his thoughts. I miss the old headmaster. He was the most remarkable person in the world, having adopted so many orphans and even self-funding their university education. This name was given to me by him, and whenever someone calls my name, it is a tribute to his memory. The Su family fell silent, recognizing how deeply Ye Feiran values loyalty and affection, and how deserving he is of protection for this simple wish. As the resounding sound of drums filled the air, the final competition of the martial examination began. Among the 24 finalists, today's contest would determine the champion, runner-up, and second runner-up, while the rest would be declared martial scholars. The disparity in numbers between martial scholars and literary scholars was significant, as those who pursued the path of a general typically accumulated achievements through valor, whereas only aristocratic families could rely on the martial examination. However, entering the military through the examination guarantees at least an 8th grade military officer's rank, sparing one from starting from the bottom. Achieving the top 3 ranks would ensure at least a 6th grade status, thus many aristocratic youths aspired to pursue the martial examination. The first contest featured Su Yushi, and Ye Feiran was once again cradled in the arms of the 6th prince, who held him tightly while he fixed his gaze on the arena. Ye Feiran wanted to cheer for Su Yushi, but his calls were limited to brother, brother, brother. Go. The 6th prince, pleasantly surprised, remarked, Fei, your speech has improved. Ye Feiran responded inwardly. The 6th prince has also improved in his speech. We are both progressing, hee. A fleeting smile crossed the 6th prince's frosty countenance as he continued to observe the arena, explaining to Ye Feiran, your second cousin is facing Lu Song, who weighs around 200 pounds and stands at least 9 feet tall. Hence, he is also known as Lu the Giant. Ye Feiran thought, indeed, that description fits. He truly resembles a giant. My second cousin appears half his size. This opponent will be difficult to defeat, the 6th prince remarked. Although this man is imposing and physically overpowering compared to your second cousin, his agility is severely lacking. If your second cousin wishes to win, he must employ swift techniques. It shouldn't take more than 10 moves. Just as they engaged in lively discussion, a thunderous sound erupted as Su Yushi stood defiantly in the center of the arena, emanating an aura of formidable presence that astonished all onlookers. Lu the Giant had already been sent sprawling several meters beyond the arena, and the resounding crash was the sound of his fall, occurring so swiftly that it was hard to discern how it transpired. Ye Feiran was momentarily speechless, reflecting, my second cousin's innate strength is simply extraordinary. Those around him nearly burst into laughter at Ye Feiran's exuberant exclamation, as Su Yushi's performance indeed left everyone in awe. They had not anticipated that during his years in the palace as a companion reader, Su Yushi had not only maintained his martial prowess but had remarkably honed it further. The sixth prince whispered. In fact, during our recent sparring sessions, I too sensed his extraordinary strength. It appears his martial skills far exceed my expectations. Ye Feiran thought, oh, little beauty, are you praising yourself? Your second brother cannot even approach you. Wouldn't that indicate your superiority? The sixth prince's lips curled into a slight smile, contemplating the unique way in which the young one expresses admiration. At this moment, the crowd finally remembered to applaud for Su Yushi, and the applause swelled as Ye Feiran joined in, chanting, brother, brother, brother. In this brief interval, the little one had already laid several eggs. Su Yushi acknowledged the crowd with a respectful bow before stepping down from the platform, yielding it to the next group of contestants. Ye Feiran spotted the fourth prince in a distant corner, appearing somewhat despondent, perhaps realizing that the moment of parting was drawing ever closer after witnessing Su Yushi's remarkable performance. Ye Feiran thought again, perhaps their temporary separation is for the best. Youthful affection should not be too intense, lest they leave behind only resentment in adulthood. In the original narrative, the storyline had faltered. Perhaps Su Yushi's feelings for the fourth prince had not reached that stage, or perhaps he had been enduring silently. Otherwise, why would he risk his life during the invasion of the northern Liao to save the already deceased Xiaohao? The sixth prince mused that their previous lack of separation would not guarantee a better outcome in the future. After all, Xiaohong had been forced to marry the daughter of the Wang family, and ultimately could not be together. After several rounds of competition, the atmosphere in the arena had captivated everyone present. Su Yushi achieved an impressive 3 consecutive victories, securing a place in the finals, where she would contend for the title of champion against another contestant who had also triumphed 3 times. Unexpectedly, as the matches progressed, no other competitor matched her remarkable record, and Su Yushi was declared the martial champion. The sound of celebratory cannon fire and the booming of drums filled the air, as the Minister of War personally adorned her with a blue silk flower, symbolizing her achievement. In the Daming dynasty, a bright red flower represented the literary champion, while the blue flower denoted the martial champion. Ye Feiran was utterly thrilled, clapping her hands in excitement, exclaiming that she could hatch a whole brood of chicks with the eggs she laid, concerned that her voice might become hoarse. The sixth prince had Yin Shu bring her some water. The Su family basked in newfound glory, boasting 2 champions, one in literature and one in martial prowess. Many officials approached to offer their congratulations, and Su Yushi, mounted on a steed even taller than herself, stood proudly in the brisk spring breeze, embodying the spirit of a gallant youth clad in fine attire. Everyone genuinely rejoiced for Su Yushi, except for the Jingwa Duke's household. Wang Jun was perplexed, questioning his father. Father, why do you allow that second child of the Su family to claim the martial championship? This only gives the Su family another bargaining chip. The Jingwa Duke scoffed, replying, do you think me a fool? I am well aware that this gives the Su family another advantage. However, he wishes to enter the military for experience, so let him go. I wonder if he will return alive. Wang Jun immediately understood and exclaimed, Father, your wisdom surpasses all. The Jingwa Duke's household was scheming, while the palace unveiled new gossip. After a prolonged illness, the noble consort Lu, who had refused to meet the Lu family, finally sent word from the palace that she wished to see someone, not the Lu brothers, but specifically Lu Xuanhu. Lu Xuanhu, upon receiving the news, was taken aback. My second sister only wishes to see me? Am I hearing this correctly? Hasn't she always thought of me as troublesome and difficult to manage? Chapter 55. Lu Xinglin, however, saw nothing amiss and remarked, you only know that your second sister finds you mischievous, but you are unaware that she was most worried about you before she left. Since she wishes to see you, you should go. After all, the palace is not like the outside world. It is more convenient for you to go alone. Besides, we are all outsiders. You are still young, and it would be inappropriate for your elder brother to accompany you. Lu Xuanhu was elated and, looking at the clothes Lu Bansha had brought him, said, my second sister must be enjoying great favor in the palace. Otherwise, how could she send us such abundant gifts and such beautiful garments? Your promotion must have been due to her speaking well of you before the emperor. Lu Xinglin pondered his second sister's demeanor and thought it plausible. Otherwise, she would not have stood out among so many noblewomen. Yet, despite her years in the palace, she had only attained the rank of noble consort. It was said that among the palace ladies who had not given birth, noble consorts were considered to be doing well, as only those who had borne princes or princesses could rise to the rank of concubine, unless one was a noble lady of the first or second rank, such as Miss Zhang, who had entered the palace and been granted the title of noble consort, subsequently ascending from noble consort to favored concubine. winning the emperor's affection. Unfortunately, she had passed away at a young age. Reflecting on memories of her youth with Zhang Mintong, Lu Xinglin could not help but sigh. When you go, don't forget to inquire about the sixth prince's condition. The Su family has persistently refused to see me, and I have yet to meet him. I have heard that he is gravely ill, and our Lu family has some knowledge of medicine. Perhaps we could assist him. Lu Xuanhu, while trying on the clothes, impatiently replied, I know. Brother, why are you so concerned about the sixth prince? He is just the sixth prince. Even if he is a fool, he is still the emperor's son. I heard that the emperor bestowed upon him the title of Prince Yi, while even the eldest prince, the fourth prince, has not been granted a title. Isn't that enough favoritism? I say, brother, forget about the sixth prince and focus on securing a good official position. The Ministry of Revenue is a lucrative post, and many are coveting it. Lu Xinglin, however, was filled with worry. His aspirations lay elsewhere, and he did not comprehend the complexities of the Ministry of Revenue. For days, after finishing his morning duties, he sat at his desk, uncertain of what to do. Although he held the title of Deputy Minister of Revenue, he wielded no real power, as that lay in the hands of the senior physician, who regarded him with disdain, seeing him as merely a figurehead. It was indeed the case. He could not fathom why the emperor had appointed him as Deputy Minister of Revenue when he seemed more suited to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Yet, while in Xianan, he had been able to practice medicine. Once in the capital and within the Ministry of Revenue, he would have no opportunity to study medical texts. Lu Xinglin said, Fine. You shall do as I say. Take these 2 boxes of medicinal herbs to your second sister and reassure her that there is nothing to worry about. I will look after you. Lu Xuanhu grumbled, Brother, you are always like this. Men should have ambitions. What good is being a physician? A true man should aspire to a position beneath 1, but above 10,000. Lu Xinglin interrupted, Enough. Be quiet. This is the capital. Do not speak so recklessly. You are approaching 18. One must know how to conduct oneself. Lu Xuanhu muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. Outside, a eunuch urged, Third young master. If you are ready, please board the carriage. The noble consort is still waiting in the palace. Lu Xuanhu replied, Coming. Please lead the way. Lu Xinglin remained somewhat uneasy, but his naturally proud disposition prevented him from resorting to bribery. He could only remind, listen more, observe more, and speak less. You must not lose your temper in the palace. Lu Xuanhu began to grow impatient. Brother, you are truly long-winded. Do you think I don't know? All right, enough talking. I'm off. The carriage set in motion, with eunuch guiding Lu Xuanhu toward the imperial palace. Lu Xinglin then instructed the steward, bring along a valuable gift. We shall visit the Su family once more. Sincerity can break through stone. I believe my earnestness will touch Madame Su. Lu Xinglin initially thought that Su Haoyan held a prejudice against him, believing his official position was merely due to his sister's connections, hence looking down upon him. After all, the Su family was renowned for its martial prowess, and they would undoubtedly disdain someone like him, a product of favoritism. The Lu family from Xianan was merely a family of physicians. How could he leap to become a high-ranking official of the 4th rank in the capital? Even Lu Xinglin felt unworthy of his position. However, he was pleasantly surprised when, upon his arrival, he was escorted by the Su family steward to the main hall. Today was the celebration banquet for the Su family's second young master, Su Yushi, and they had not invited any prominent figures. The guests were primarily Su Yushi's former martial arts peers and young masters who had studied alongside her in the palace, excluding Yi Qichan. Yi Qichan realized he had been isolated. Although his essays were commendable and his teacher praised him daily, being the youngest scholar among the companions had earned him a place. A group of young masters gathered, clamoring for wine. The ancients had no prohibition against underage drinking. After the rite of passage at 12, one could partake in wine. Most of these companions were aged 12 to 16. Those younger were not included in the gathering. However, Madame Su imposed strict rules and did not allow them to drink strong liquor, providing only a barrel of wine from the western regions, along with the grape wine bestowed by the emperor to the Su family. Grape wine in crystal goblets, wishing to drink, the pipa urges me on. Grape wine had long been favored by martial artists. As Su Yushi danced with her sword, she drank a cup of wine, surrounded by her companions cheering for her. Truly a scene of exuberance and delight. At this moment, a solitary figure stood outside the gate of the Su residence, hesitating to enter. While the sounds of laughter resonated within, filling his heart with a sense of melancholy, a young eunuch beside him inquired, Your Highness, will you not step inside to take a look? The 4th prince shook his head, replying, I fear that if I see him, I shall never allow him to leave the palace. He then addressed the young eunuch. You. Never mind, you are but a young eunuch. What could you possibly understand? The young eunuch chuckled. Are you mocking me, your highness? It is true that I know little. But if you truly hold affection for young Master Su, it would be wise to bid him farewell. Should you find yourselves unable to meet again, at least you will have a cherished memory. Struck by the young eunuch's words, the fourth prince hesitated in his departure and said, You are right. I have been indecisive. Even if he goes to the military camp, is it truly impossible for us to meet again in this lifetime? Come, young eunuch. Accompany me to bid farewell to Yushi. With that, he took a step forward, crossing the threshold of the Su family's courtyard, and made his way directly to a group of jubilant youths. There he beheld Su Yushi, slightly flushed, dancing with the dark iron sword he had gifted him. The jewels embedded in the hilt were precious red flame stones he had pried from his own hat, which he felt complemented Su Yushi's character splendidly. Thus, he had named the sword Red Flame. As Su Yushi twirled the sword, he caught sight of the fourth prince watching him with a smile, and in his surprise, he lost his balance and fell from midair. The fourth prince rushed to assist him, relieved to find that Su Yushi was sturdy and unfazed by the fall. The accompanying scholars, noticing the fourth prince's arrival, promptly bowed in respect, but he waved them off, explaining that he had only come to speak with Su Yushi. The scholars exchanged envious glances, and as the two retreated behind the rockery, one remarked, The fourth prince truly favors young Master Su. He boldly disregards the animosity between the Su and Wang families to visit him. Another scholar chimed in, You do not comprehend. Young Master Su possesses exceptional martial skills. And the fourth prince is a literary prodigy. They are quite well matched. A third scholar, trembling in fear, cautioned, Be silent. Can two men be described in such a manner? Beware lest it be overheard by those with ill intent, and you find yourself in trouble. Meanwhile, within the residence, Madame Su had taken Ye Feiran to meet the visiting Lu Xinglin. Upon seeing Madame Su, Lu Xinglin rose and bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed lady of the first rank. Madame Su, pleasantly surprised by his amiability, smiled and replied, There is no need for such formalities. Lord Lu, please, sit down. I sincerely apologize for the previous occasion. The Su family was quite crowded, and I could not attend to you properly. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Oh, and I regret that my nephew is occupied with the martial examination and could not be present today. I truly appreciate your visit. Lu Xinglin, feeling at ease with Madame Su's words, settled into his seat and said, Lady Su, you flatter me. I understand the Su family has many matters to tend to, which is why I took the liberty of visiting. I wish to see the sixth prince, to be candid. My family has a long lineage in medicine, and I have heard that the sixth prince is unwell. I hope to see if I might be of assistance. Madame Su pondered briefly before nodding. I see. Then please wait a moment, and I shall summon the sixth prince. Turning to leave, she entrusted her young son into the care of Yi Hong, and went off to find Xiaokang Ye Feiran and Lu Xinglin exchanged curious glances. And upon seeing a newcomer, Ye Feiran's instincts kicked in as he began to inquire about the Lu family, quickly uncovering, Oh? Lu Xian who actually went to the palace alone to meet Lu Guiren? Why did the brothers not go together? Ye Feiran's thoughts were barely audible. Yet Lu Xinglin, hearing them for the first time, misinterpreted them as gossip about his family. Lu Guiren seems quite adept at manipulation. She swiftly arranged a position for her younger brother in the Ministry of Justice. Although it's merely a minor role, it is akin to an 18-year-old being appointed as the head of a detention center, equivalent to a deputy department level. Ah, indeed. Having influential connections makes things easier. Having a sister in the palace certainly simplifies matters. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Lu Xianhu grew restless, considering it outrageous that his younger brother, merely 18, had been granted such an important position. How could he possibly handle such responsibilities? The young man was reckless by nature. What if he were to cause trouble? No. He must insist that his brother decline this position upon his return. Yet, Ye Feiran's thoughts continued to flow. Strange. Why is Lu Guiren still wearing a veil and hanging pearls when meeting her own brother? Oh, the excuse is that she has caught a chill and lost her voice. This seems rather suspicious. Lu Guiren, wait. New revelations about Lu Guiren are unfolding. With excitement, Ye Feiran delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding Lu Guiren, and upon doing so, he was taken aback by what he discovered.